take a breath. I need oxygen. Give my best, and I watch us rise again. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. It's a new time. I exhale, breathing out my sins, and I smile as a brand new day begins. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. It's a new, it's a new, it's a new time. Oh, it's a new time. Oh, down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. I'm a throwback to summertime. Drink a red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. In a wild world, lost in its vines, make a sound, it comes to life. Scream and shout, tell it to the skies. Make it loud, reach for the satellites. Is this the legacy we wanna live? Give up the ghost when Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside me, I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay? I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, 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 oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter, December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. I'm a throwback to summertime. Drink a red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. Together, A story begging to be told, a moment pausing to unfold. In the silence, can you hear it, anyone? A memory scared of letting go, fading to a distant glow. In the darkness, can you still feel the sun as it's coming up? Welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. Start of something new. Skin when the voice you tried to hide is waking up. It's calling from the shadows. It's vibrating within your bones. Can you feel it? What else is yet to come? Oh, it has begun. Welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for a dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. The start of something new. Something new. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know why, but it feels so right. I'm waiting for the dead of night. Cross my heart, hope you die. An eye for an eye. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, but that time is going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge, and I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. They say that revenge is sweet, and I'm pretty hungry. Been waiting to set me free. I cannot resist this perfect little kill. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, by that time it's going to be far too late. I
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Betcha flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series has taken a turn, and he still lives on!
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
Through all the doubt, through all the disbelief, they earn their place.
Winning is not a matter of chance.
It's a choice. It's Jin! He's in the enemy base! Jackie Love just found everybody!
Body block kicking that hard! Who's he called? Pick it up!
Hail the new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double galleons! Pain Gaming have done it! Look at the teleport! He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
Welcome to Worlds 2025 in Beijing, where we will be jumping straight into our World Swiss stage today. 8 banger best of ones will be awaiting us. And I'm Laure, joined by Vedius and Raz to bring you along the ride. How are you guys doing?
I am ecstatic because for me, this is my favorite day of the World Championship. I know everyone loves the best of series, but for me, this is the day where anything is possible. Chaos will ensue. The believers will be satiated. The hate watchers are eating good. It's just a day of magic here at the World Championship.
Everything we want.
I always love Swiss stage simply for one fact, because it will eventually happen when the draws come through. North America goes up against EU. We'll feel ecstatic. We'll take the W. I get to see the sadness in your face.
Just lying now the audience.
I can envision it. I'm closing my eyes and I can see it.
Trying to manifest unrealistic expectations.
That's what we want. Some hopium, some copium, and we're gonna have it all. But because it is the first day of Swiss stage here at Worlds, let's have a short refresher on how the stage will play out and the format.
It's time for the Swiss stage, where 16 teams will compete in Shanghai to advance towards glory or go home early. Here's how it works. The winner of the play-in match will join the other 15 teams across 5 total rounds on the Swiss stage. Each draw pool will have a team from each region, and teams will always face an opponent with the same win-loss record. Secure 3 wins, and you advance to the knockout stage in Shanghai. Suffer 3 losses, and you're eliminated from the tournament. The first 2 rounds are best-of-1 matches, but starting in round 3, when a team is on the brink of elimination or advancement, the match will be a best-of-3 to prove you belong in the next round, and nobody is going down without a fight. This year, teams will also need to contend with Fearless Draft, which means champions that have been previously picked by either team cannot be played again in that best-of-series. Time to break out those pocket picks. Check out the full format explainer on the LoL Esports YouTube channel and catch all the upsets, comebacks, and hard-fought victories from October 14th to November 9th on lolesports.com.
And we're starting it today, as we said, with 8 best of ones. And I want to take a look at what we have on the menu for this first day of Swiss stage, because we said it, anything can happen. Bangers aren't the only thing allowed here. What do we keep our eyes on today, guys?
I mean, I guess I'm already just sad. I mean, yesterday we had the draws.
Oh, come on!
Because North America drew some. Okay, I need the copium. If you have it, then we'll need it. Because, yes, T1 going up against FlyQuest was, for me, something to look out for. But obviously, you see AL versus HLE. That's what a lot of people are going to be excited for. Those are the 2 things that draw.
It's cool, man. EU, we accept everyone. You're welcome to join on the EU bandwagon. 3-0 is the day for us today. That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, well, you're starting early with the copium. That's fine. I'll accept it.
Blind optimism.
That's all we have.
But I can't wait. Honestly, every game is going to be serving us something different. They're like, for a lot of these regions, it's like 3 patches different, so there's going to be things that we are really not expecting when it comes to a best of 1. So we kind of got a little bit of sneak peek just yesterday.
Yeah. Banger series, chaos, and we're gonna have T1, the defending reigning world champion, participating here in Swiss stage.
I'm super excited to see them participate. Obviously, the best of 5 yesterday was an absolute banger. We had so much violence on the Rift. I guess I wasn't really expecting the level of action that we received, but my goodness, did the series deliver. Ona had an incredible series, taking a little bit to warm up, but towards the end, fantastic. And Gumayushi with his positioning was just fantastic.
It's like, it was just a little bit of that T1 magic in game 1 too, where it's like, okay, IG's showing up, they're looking great. Wei is having a huge lead, not something that I expected, but then T1 always ends up finding a way. So that's a nice sneak peek for some of the team fights and skirmishes we're going to be seeing from this team in the future.
Yeah, it's T1 versus the LPL, and they like those odds, and they showed it once again yesterday. It has to be Worlds 2025 with T1 and the reigning champions defending their title, maybe going for the 3-beat here, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, of course, haven't finished lower, the 4 core, then semifinals, you know, 5 championships for T1.
Yeah.
They're looking for that 6. Like, there's so much that you can touch on. We can't do it justice here.
But before they got to go through FlyQuest before they can get that. Isn't that right, Rise?
That's true. That's true. FlyQuest has to go against the play-in team.
That's the energy I need today, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Before talking about the games and everything we have ahead here, we got a banger anthem to kick off Worlds 2025 here, and production prepped a little quiz for you both and the chat, of course. I'm going to keep an eye on you guys as well about some Easter eggs that we have in the Worlds video. All right, the first question is...
The taco?
Who's eating... Okay, first, do you see the taco?
I don't see the taco.
And second, who's eating it?
I don't even see it. I don't even see it.
Okay.
Maybe Betty, because he's packing up a little bit of
Yeah,
right
we have
here.
a hint here.
2022. What happened in 2022, Raz? We've cast a lot. We've worked on a lot of desks. Come on, man.
True.
2022. That was DRX's year. That was the year DRX
yeah.
won.
Okay, you're onto something.
We're onto something.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a DRX player.
Was
Maybe...
Piosik a hungry boy?
No.
He seemed hungry to me.
Okay.
Was it?
I'm going Piosik.
It's Hako. The playing stage was in Mexico. Which team was in Mexico that would deserve to be in the anthem?
I'm going to say DRX.
Okay, okay. I'm going to need a player here.
Let's go with Deft. Sure. Deft eating a taco.
What?
Deft it is.
He's
1
cheating.
point
He's cheating.
for Raz here.
So what the hell is this?
Did I not get a point?
Someone's feeding
my
information.
Deft
Someone's
prediction?
feeding information.
Love it.
Is
Was
it a
from
team?
one
Are we
of the
both getting
vlogs.
points?
No,
All right.
we're not.
How many days did it take Flandre to reach World Finals?
From what point? The beginning of his career or at the tournament itself? Like, did he get to...
The number was in the video, and
what?
Yeah, the number was in the video. It was on that frame.
Wait,
That's the blur here.
I think I know that number. It's 2.
Okay.
It's
okay.
2.
You've watched it way too many times, video. I love it.
2038.
No way.
No, but you're so close though. You almost got all the...
2032.
No. You got the numbers right, but not in the right... 2,800.
How many times did you watch that video?
Yeah, but I kind of want to give you a
process
point.
information so effectively. What can I say, Raz?
No, you're obsessed.
Okay.
You're obsessed. You've watched the video too many times.
2-0 so far. Maybe a preview of the West scoreline that we're going to have
my
later
God.
here. All right, third question. Third question. Which players and champs are represented in this play?
What the heck is that?
So this one is really hard. So I'm gonna find with you giving me.
I need a hint. I need a hint ASAP. That's a pipe.
It looks like a windmill or a Draven. I'm gonna say Draven.
That's a Talon with a death mark.
That's a Talon with a death
Talon with a death mark. What play is that?
That's Expeke versus...
Versus who? Versus...
Oh, it's Expeke. I know the play. It's Expeke versus...
Come on, Raz. Wake up.
I don't know. This is your history, not me. This is your people.
Is it OMG?
So.
You could.
Was it OMG? Was it go?
Could be going.
It wasn't going. He didn't play
no,
Zed. I don't remember.
No.
Oh, what was that? What's that image?
Speaking that.
Oh, it wasn't OMG.
Samsung Blue. No.
No one in the chat is getting this. Don't even act like you guys are succeeding.
Okay.
Don't even act like you guys know
Another one.
this stuff.
This one is easy, and you're gonna take your whiteboard.
No.
Oh, okay.
That can
nice
help.
job. Okay.
10 players have represented Flash Wolves at Worlds.
Oh
Name as many as you can.
Okay, I got this.
We're gonna have Karsa, Maple, and Betty
alongside the 3.
Yeah.
But those are the only 3 that I remember. You're not allowed those 3.
Well, I got 3. It's
give me
fine,
the other
guys.
7.
The other 7.
Other 7
okay.
players.
Okay, let me think this through.
Wait. Who?
Oh, I got this one.
Who?
I can give you a hint.
No, that does not help me.
I got one. I got one.
It's the one where it was the really expensive player that TSM bought.
That's literally Maple.
But
no, it wasn't.
Oh,
yeah, it was.
No, I'm not telling you. That's my point. That's my point.
Yeah, I know there's another one. Production.
Thanks for the hint, buddy.
Yeah.
Jump.
Okay.
I got 2.
Yeah.
I got 2.
Come on, Betty.
Sooning Sword Art. Okay, that's the only one I've got.
Yeah. I got 3 more. Okay, he's put it up.
There you go.
Okay, I got MMD. I got NL. Never loses, by the way. NL. I got that in there.
Hanabi, guys.
I would never remember NL.
Hanabi, guys.
That's a dub.
You're just mad because you're bad, man.
You got 1 of the whole quiz.
All right. Moving forward, the first matchup we're gonna have today is gonna feature Team Secret Wells, a new team that we have here at Worlds. What can we say about them? Because they beat GAM to get here. We're used to seeing GAM on the international stage. So what are they about?
I mean, for me, this organization, when they came into the LCP, they were a combination of Team Secret and Team Wells. We've seen Team Wells internationally, but for both of these teams, like domestically, historically, they did really well. And then when it came to crunch time, GAM wiped them. So it's like, for the Vietnamese fans, they were like extremely happy to be able to see these players finally get to an international and see like this greatness. And for me, I look immediately towards that jungle position because Vietnam is known for some incredibly skilled junglers. So it's really fun to be able to see Histo come in because you think of, well, you know, think of like historic junglers that are really like SOFM, like Levi or Stark, like heavy mechanic, and Histo I think carries on that legacy.
I think that having a new Vietnamese representative on the international stage is always exciting to see, and I think that they embody that initial introduction we had to Vietnamese players, that aggression, that violence on the rift, the confidence to not care who you're playing against, but just look to fight and look to be ready to go toe-to-toe, and that's very much what I'm expecting from this team. They're a skirmish-heavy team, and I'm looking at that mid-jungle specifically, these young players to be that driving engine on the rift.
Incredibly young players that played together on the baby Wells in Tier 2, so they've been together a lot. They know how to play alongside each other, so they're going to, I think, surprise a lot of people.
And they're going to match up on the Rift against VKS in today's matchup. And we caught up with his support. Trimby is back on the international stage ahead of the match in the Verizon pre-game interview, rather.
Thank you very much, Laura. It is my absolute pleasure to be joined by Trimby here ahead of your match. Dude, you've been to Worlds so many times. Obviously, this is the 4th for you. How is it different for you now, coming in for LTA South, CB LoL? How has it been different from all those years you spent qualifying in the LEC?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. It's so nice to talk to familiar faces. For sure in Brazil, I got to have some familiar faces, meet some people, but it's really definitely very nice to come back and see people that I've been like spending time with for like years at this point. But yeah, coming as a Brazilian representative, like there's LTA South, it's been quite crazy. It was a crazy journey this year. At some point, I didn't expect to be here, if I have to be honest. So I'm really happy with that, and I actually think we've been performing quite solid. So I generally want to show at least the Western side of League of Legends that we're actually not as bad as people may think.
What is the big thing you think that people should be on the lookout for when they talk about your team? Like particular strategies, particular players they should watch for? Because I think some of the LTA guys are going to know after you whooped 100 Thieves. But for the LEC fans out there who like Trimby but maybe don't know about your time in the CB LoL, what should we be looking for?
Yeah, hopefully they don't need to look out for any Nasus this time around. I hope that champion is long gone for now. It's been nerfed quite a bit. But I generally think we have really good mix of experienced/rookie players. I think my AD and top laners, who are both rookies, have been playing exceptionally well. And my mid laner has been kind of the star of the team with how aggressive he's been playing. While the jungler, it does feel like he's been... he has this kind of Western playstyle where he knows what to do on the map, and he tries to make as many aggressive plays as possible. So I really hope he can showcase it too with me during our first game against Team Secret Wells. Exactly.
Yeah, Team Secret Wells. It is a mouthful. I'll give you that one. One player in particular on Team Secret Wells, Taki. You guys are tweeting back and forth. He's got dance moves. People don't know this, but you have dance moves too. I remember you were taking dance classes. When do we get the you versus Taki dance off? What do we need to do to make that happen?
He did tweet at me that he wants to do it. I'm not sure. I didn't talk to him IRL about it, but if he wants to, I'll be very down. I think he made an interview yesterday or 2 days ago that he's been training his hips in order to have better dance moves. I don't know about that. I haven't been training much lately, I'll be honest with you. I've only had a couple of hip-hop dance classes before coming here. And yeah, the Brazilian dance classes are quite intense, I would say. So I am somewhat ready for that battle, but as of now, I would like to win it on Summoner's Rift, that's for sure.
You heard it here first, Lore. Winning on the Rift, then winning in the dance battle. Back to you guys.
So there's a lot on the line in today's matchup, to say the very least, and it's great to see Trimby, because I know there's been a lot of opinions about the LTA as a whole, Raz.
Yeah.
Whoa, no.
That Vivo K-Stars
a long legacy.
They are the perfect idea of what that was supposed to be, the trajectory that they've taken, starting with a difficult start, the growth that they've been able to demonstrate, the experience they've gotten playing against LTA North, and now representing your second seed from the LTA.
Yeah, and a lot of it, as you can see, that big, lovely head of Miru. Miru, you already heard from Trimby, a star player. If there was a split-wide MVP, he would be that MVP for the South. His Akali is exceptional, as Azir. I think he's really well-rounded, and Trimby and Desamis are really good at being able to set him up. So, this is a team that you cannot sleep on. 100 Thieves tried to sleep on them. They got beat up for it.
Yeah, that makes them favorite, I guess, today in this matchup. And Swiss stage is on here at Worlds 2025. So let's get straight into the first matchup.
古人夜观星象，见北极五星，状若宫阙。北辰居天之中，群星拱卫。 其名紫薇。明代帝王取法天象，仿紫薇之制，起殿宇皇城，后称紫禁。在古代，龙座之上，受命于天。到如今，星辰其间，永恒著传奇。15载，只寰宇一瞬。于敬者，却毕生所系。星汉灿烂，争者若出其里。此刻争流，是与传奇同义。
当我回顾这15年的全球总决赛，我脑海中有很多我们赛区的画面。我印象里最深的一把比赛就是我们打 KD 的第3把，对我来说的话，就是印象比较深刻。
제 마지막 월즈라고 생각하니 참 묘한 기분인데요. 제 마지막 월즈 우승으로 마무리하고 싶습니다.
We've just witnessed the most incredible story in history. Going to win the season 150.
When I think about EU at Worlds, I always feel like there is the potential to do something great.
Gods can bleed. Where were you when the West rose up?
我知道大家都不看好我们，但我们会颠覆你们的想象。
The underdogs reign supreme. Illinois, 5 minutes into the game. Brazil scored the biggest goal. Not just 5 minutes. Cloud9 in the top 4.
Watching all these legendary players, I knew I wanted to become one of them.
Marshall, cut them down. FlyQuest, push Chang-Chi to the absolute limit.
But I don't want to ever let the expectations of our past disrupt us from building our future.
새로운 팀에서 하는 첫 월즈라서 더 설레이는 것 같습니다. 새로운 전설을 써내려 가겠습니다.
我们仰望的星光，来自遥远的过去，而我们的传奇正在此刻铸就。
to speed now, here we go. Big step right, left, no tippy toe. Real chef, big flex, my recipe. Big dog, come check my pedigree.
Last Worlds, I don't think we came ready, but this time around, something's gonna change.
Não tem ninguém mais apaixonado do que a gente. Chegou a hora do mundo ouvir os guerreiros.
저희의 시간입니다. AL 已经准备好了，你们准备好了吗？
At Worlds, that's where the adrenaline is, that's where the excitement is, it's where you get to earn your legacy.
Last World was definitely quite tough for us.
Just like that, the last hope of Europe is eliminated.
We were so close, but we failed to make it out of Swiss.
I want to bring Europe back to finals. Back to where we belong.
저희는 저희가 얼마나 강해질 수 있는지 깨달았기 때문에 상대 팀들도 긴장해야 될 겁니다. 후회 없는 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
这次来到北京，就是以前自己比赛过的地方，就是非常开心。然后这一次我们想让大家刮目相看。
Năm 2017, GAM đã để lại ấn tượng mạnh mẽ cho bạn bè quốc tế. Năm nay tới lượt tụi mình sẽ làm tốt hơn ở GAM tại thời điểm đó.
17년도 월드 우승을 한 지 정말 너무 오래돼서 그때 당연히 좋았던 감정들이 생각이 나는 건 있지만 정말 많이 잊은 것도 많거든요. 그래서 그 기억들을 다시 되살리고 싶은 생각이 많아서 이번 월드를 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다. 다시 한번 T1의 왕조를 무너뜨리겠습니다.
最高的山，最长的河。 LPL 的宿敌，不死的魔王 Faker， 沧海无垠，岁月为证，风林绝顶，仍有苍穹。
저희는 필연적입니다.
但是心如砥柱，定将凌云攀霄。至坚必可为。
10000，我们的复仇才是天命。
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Legacies have to be earned at this World's 2025 Championship as we kick off day one of Swiss in good fashion. VKS versus Team Secret Wales, a debut of two organizations. We've seen Team Wales before, Dagda, but it ain't been like this as we welcome them to the stage.
Yeah, the VKS versus the new underdogs of the VCS. Team Secret Wales, the new generation coming up from Vietnam, taking down GAM Esports and now looking to rise to the stardom that GAM had at the world stage. As you see VKS now taken to the stage. In some people's opinions, the greatest team the LTA South has ever put forward onto the world stage.
Both have made big statements to get here, beating PSG as well as the GAM, by the way, in the previous statement here for TSW. But for VKS, beating 100 Thieves, NA has got some explaining to do when what people said was going to be the second seed couldn't get past the best Brazil has to offer. And this will be a fun matchup. I wish it was a series Dagger, but in a best of one, I'm hoping this is going to be explosive because both playstyles kind of tend to lean itself to testing the limits.
And a lot of that is going to be coming through that jungle and support synergy, right? Desamas and Trimby have been a menace when it comes to overloading these side lanes in the mid game, playing through these strengths in the early game. Trimby roaming everywhere to make sure you can set up his team for success, but that is a very similar story to what Team Secret Wales do. They like to play through Histo and Taki. Taki, the member on this roster that has been to the world stage previously, and he's been the veteran that is guiding these newer players now to see if they can take on the second seed from the LTA.
And he's got mechanical players on his side. If you don't know, Histo, the jungler, I'm very passionate about because the mechanics that come through from this rookie, from this baby whale previously, has been out of this world. Silas jungle, if you didn't see the grand finals versus CFO, although they didn't win, there were some close moments, especially involving that game, where it looked like this guy had a lot of speaking to do. As we're about to get into game number one and our opener here of Swiss. I'm looking forward to see if some of these mechanical picks get let through and we do see some flair in a singular-only game.
Yeah, and that's why I think we're getting Hero in for the start of this. He is much more of the carry top laner when we look towards the between himself and Pun, so definitely wanting to go toe-to-toe with Boal on that top side of the map. And honestly, I think this is going to be explosive. Team Secret Wales love to fight. They will not let up. Even in that finals against CFO, when they started to fall behind, they fought, they brawled, they took everything tooth and nail to see if they could try and take that series back off of CFO. And it's no doubt that they'll be bringing it here against VKS as well.
Again, it was already an achievement just to get to the grand finals, but the fact that they did put up a bit of a fight despite getting beaten out of the water, is a really, really good sign for the region. And we talked about it a little bit before as we're just waiting for this pick ban to come through. It's like everyone's used to seeing GAM. It's always GAM time here. They didn't make it to the international. The fact that Team Secret Rails finally get their shot when this team, previously known as Team Wales before, never got the VCS championship. Came close but never got really within reach. This first domestic final in the LCP really sets up that the old VCS talent is still as good as ever as we finally get in.
But I think that's the same kind of story mirrored for VKS, right? A team that no one expected to kind of come in and smash some of the top teams at the LTA North, right? So for VKS, this is a squad that I am very excited to see. Seal saying, hey, give me 2 years and I will have a title for this squad, and he's shown it. And now, as they take to the main stage, we're going to see the bans already starting to come with Nico LeBlanc already taken away by Team Secret Rails.
Now let's recap a little bit as well, because we do have a best of 5 to lean on from yesterday. We saw a lot of Azir bans, actually 4 out of the, unfortunately 4 of the IG games. Bard also perma-banned throughout that series. Today we get the Orianna ban, a reflection yesterday that we saw but eventually let through. And remember, the dynamics change in best of 1, because within best of 1, it's like best draft now, get yourself on the board and get yourself an advantage early in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I'm curious now what the priority is, because obviously as you start to come through, you get different draft bubbles that can influence the way you go. But when you look at the LCP, they had much higher priority on things like the Nico, the Aurora as well, and now we're starting to see that come through here.
It does feel very, very different. The Aurora gets locked in, okay. But for VKS, do they just lock in something like the Azir themselves, get something that globally we've seen still to be super strong? Bard, again, I mentioned Kai'Sa was perma-banned, but that might be more towards Gala. I do love, however, that Team Secret Rails there just to go and get it team. So Eddie, he's a big fan of that pick. Might be something that they rotated as well as the Jarvan gets locked in first.
Yeah, and Disarmor's had some great performances in playoffs on this pick, so not surprised to see them go towards that, and sets up then very easily to be flexible, right? You've got your engage tool, you've got this aggressive jungler who can try and babysit your early game, and then I think you can open up for picks like the Azir. You can try and go for more of these aggressive supports if you really want to, but honestly, I think going for this mid lane pick makes a lot of sense to round out a strong mid jungler.
Okay, well, support looked at first. Okay, for Trimby, I remember when he was in EU, he loved this pick, and no shy away from it in the current meta, as Team Secret Rails now need to match the Jarvan. The biggest question is with what? We've seen a lot of Xin Zhao. We know Pantheon's open with a little bit of buffs in the recent patch, but Fi just insta-locked.
I was going to say, Team Secret Rails also played a lot of Lee Sin into the Jarvan domestically, but opting towards the Vi instead, especially when you've got the Aurora. This is going to be a dive-heavy composition, so I am curious what they want to try and take into mid lane to pair with this. Could be an Ahri, potentially for a Dire here, just to try and set up, and well, Kai'Sa as well for that dive.
Do you remember you and I were talking to Molecule? Actually, a lot of us were. And he was like, this team really likes dive. Huh, what are we building so far, Dagda? Let's have a look. Like, we are just sending it again in Team Secret Rails fashion.
Yeah, and also I think Eddie has been spectacular for the squad as well in team fights. So getting him on something that enables him to have that agency to follow up with his those engages is going to be on the minds of VKS as they start to round out this draft, with Rise now picked up for that mid lane, maybe opting to go a bit more towards that 1-3-1 and see if they can avoid some of this heavy dive from Team Secret Rails.
The strongest player as well. I like seeing a scaling carry. And as you said, side lane super important in this game, seems to be for VKS. Now, the bans are in question because we have no mid lane potentially. I mean, that Aurora could also go mid, but with the Rise already picked up, maybe that option's off the table. Support's getting taken away. Dagda, maybe to get the prior on that, something, give the Rakan a bit more of an edge in lane. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's just also Nautilus Kai'Sa is such a strong duo for a long time. The ultimate enables the Kai'Sa to work so well. So I think it'll be, you know, get rid of the Nautilus, maybe get rid of something like an Alistar that can follow through, or a Rel, and then set up for removing some of that follow-up engagement, as you said, for the dive. But overall, Team Secret Rails, like, it's draft 1. There are a ton of picks that can facilitate this dive, like Leona, Alistar, Rel, that are all still up and available. It's just kind of take your pick of the litter. So on Team Secret Rails side, their option is to go for, hey, what are the self-healing AD carries? Let's get rid of the Xayah. Could be an Ezreal here to follow as well, and just make sure that we can have targets that we can try and focus.
Things that make the Vi a little bit annoying and can space a little bit as well. I like the Ezreal mention.
Sivir could also be a ban here.
Yeah, I mean, that, I put that as most picked over on my LoL Esports pick'ems.
I remember talking about it yesterday.
I did, because yesterday I felt pretty good about it, I will say. Best of ones, let's see if that same priority's there. As you said, Ezreal could be next, as we did get another dive AD carry. Dagda's on it. This is why you pay them big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. He's also Irish, if that appeals to anyone out there. Now, let's go forward. AD carry, important. You talked about it. what's left in the pool. That Ezra was a good mention. Is there anything else you want to throw in?
Yeah, I think the pool is still very open for AD carries, because even though you do have a lot of dive, oftentimes with the safety that you have coming through from Jarvan and the charm that can come through from the Rakan, oftentimes it still opens you up for taking some of these immobile carries and just saying we're going to be okay, but looks like it will be the Corki. Still, same idea, right?
Mobility,
You've got the mobility coming through with the Valkyrie. So, okay, no, going to go with the Yunara instead. So just saying, hey, look, we want this hyper-scaling carry that we can try and have at least some dash with the ultimate and the E, but still very strong. And especially if there's going to be a lot of people linked up or in very short range of each other, thanks to that dive, she can excel.
As well, gets a bit of mobility, added mobility, I should say, rather than just a runaway with a dash in Transcendence. That Rel we talked about earlier, that's added engage, and good synergy here with the Kai'Sa too. And Dagda, I mean, maybe layering here as it looks like the Aurora could be a mid lane option. Could also be Renekton mid, I'm just going to throw that in there. I mean,
the thing is, though, if you go with the Renekton, it opens up VKS to take the Cassante. Cassante, when he gets Iceborne and also the Bramble Vest, starts to win out in this matchup.
Yeah.
And then not only do you provide a frontline tank and really good peel for this Yunara in a team fight, you're also then going to be able to win out on a side lane, which works with the Ryze as well. So if I'm VKS here, I probably look towards the Cassante, but we'll have to see if they agree.
Let's hold up. Cassante, you're right, is a good option. But in a best of one, you can try and blast out of the wall. The Nara is a good matchup. Outrange, space him well. It's really annoying when you see a good Nara up against a Renekton. There's not much you can do within the lane, and
great synergy as well when you look towards the Jarvan, but there it is, the Cassante. Yeah, again, he's just such a good matchup. You will struggle in the early stages. You go for that early Bramble Vest, start to build up in towards that Iceborne Gauntlet, and once you have that item and a half, you are in such a good position against this Renekton. So it now is, does Histo try and put effort into that top side to try and stave off how strong this Cassante is going to be in the later portions of the game, or do you try and put this focus down towards your mid and your bot lane, which is where your real damage dealers are going to be?
Very well said. I think especially since for VKS, I mean, we have a bit of scaling added in here. We have a nice bit of front to back too. It feels like there's a lot of engage tools, a lot of layering, and it doesn't feel like this is a very hard comp to pilot for your first game of Worlds 25. I look at Team Secret Wales and I see their identity again. I see dive, I see the ability to start fights, big skirmishes. Dagda, I think both teams have gone with what they know for comfort, which is really, really important when they're trying to get that first win on the board.
Yeah, and I think, again, when you look across at VKS, they've been very good at finding these moments where, one, they can overload a side lane, but two, where they can also, say you invest moments in towards the dragon. You're like, hey, we want to take this, but you end up peeling off that little bit early. VKS are very good at finding these moments where they go, actually, we can take these fights even though it doesn't look like we can. And I think this is where, for Team Secret Wales, they're going to have to find these ways to try and shut that pressure down and play towards their own strengths, which are this brutal, we're going to fight, we're going to find these picks, we're going to constantly keep this pressure up. And we'll have to see if VKS can try and thwart that.
Well, up to them, because again, they've shown patience and vigilance getting towards the first ever and the last ever LTA finals. Team Secret Wales, they fought the odds to get to their own finals in the LCP as well. Welcome to Worlds 2025. It's a pleasure to be beside you as myself and Dagda start off your day one of Swiss. I think today is really going to decide a lot of the meta, a lot of, you know, what we saw reflected in IG T1 yesterday. But from a wide dynamic of teams, we get to see all 16 teams today, Dagda. It's a huge day to kick us off.
Yeah, I think as well, it's, as Histo getting pushed back a little bit here, I think it will very much change as we start to progress through the tournament. I think that's one of my favorite parts of Worlds, is you kind of get to see these little pockets of what different teams have been playing in scrims against each other, and then you get this clash of, does it actually work? Like, I remember a few years ago we had the Amumu support that was throughout all of play-ins and looked like it was going to be a staple of groups, but never really followed through, as VKS now starting to get their vision in and make sure they can spot out exactly what Team Secret Wales are up to.
Vertical jungle style. He goes in blind and he has to flash away immediately, naturally, but Taki's still here. With a remount, there's a lot more danger as Dyer comes in. He gets a bit of burst damage off, looking for the electrocute. Trimby looking for the re-engage as well. Morteus is just spreading the love, but the flash, the reignite, the setup. Morteus in trouble, flash away. VKS running for their lives as first blood's given over. with a heal and the invade turning sour. VKS are throwing away the game before it's even begun.
And this is a best of one. VKS tried to go for the invade, but you've now given 2 kills across to Team Seeker Wales, and that is the perfect start for this squad.
The perfect start for us enjoying an international event. Histo's going to see Trimby walking towards him, close to the smite range. Doesn't get knocked up, level 2 acquire, but Miru's on the way in. A Vault Breaker to be blocked away, and he's going to get Trimby. In the end, Trimby finds this easily. The auto from Miru, there's something back, and a blue buff for Rise. So it's not all bad news.
Yeah, massive pick up there for Miru in this mid lane. The fact that he's able to actually get a kill back, as you say, because has to match Dyer and Eddie, who are able to pick up those first couple of kills. And the blue buff will make it very potent in this mid lane. I'm curious now exactly what the pathing is going to be from Tasamas, though, if he wants to try and change up his jungle pathing. But honestly, you know, with the push in mid, maybe he could make something happen, but Renekton has full control on top, so invades might be a little difficult.
It's a quick little replay, because VKS are backing off here, Dagger.
Yeah, at this stage, I think you've just gone too deep. Miru isn't in a position to try and follow up, and you don't really have the setup. It's only the auto attack assist from Tasamas that's coming through, which does help Mortez. Because he has this Yunara, he can stack up those balls very, very quickly.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he just gets focused down. A great flash from Taki, and they set it up for Trimby, taken very low on the bottom side.
Yeah, there's a lot of danger coming from this rel. As you said, so far it's been really good. Die, meanwhile, though, a little bit low. Room Prison under turret. Miru, that blue buff is getting put to work.
Miru making it happen in the mid lane. This was the big pickup that we saw for the BKS side that made all the difference. Every team that Miru's come into has looked spectacular, and one of the main reasons why they're able to get that win in the LTA South.
He's a highlight of the VKS. People are saying this is the best LTA South mid lane, and some people are saying one of the best LTA mid laners. That goes a stretch, but hey, performing as a 2-0 Rise here in the early game, he's really recovered that early game fumble from VKS, and his two you can see as well, even in CS with the Jarvan, who had to burn his flash, who died early. Tasamas must be thanking the life out of this Korean mid laner right now.
Yeah, it just makes it so simple now, as you say, for Tasamas, because you've got full control over mid. You've now got the options to go into your bottom side of the map, but Taki wants to make a quick visit. There's the slow.
The burst is good, as you said, but Miru sidesteps one, not the other. Shattering Strike not connecting means he just walks it out.
Yeah, the Shattering Strike sidestep was clutch there from Miru. Make sure that he doesn't end up getting locked down for longer, but Trimby now going to start to make his way in towards the mid lane, and again, you can see both these squads trying desperately to get any sort of control over this early stages, but despite the early fumble, BKS have done a good job of bringing it back with Miru in this mid lane.
Does make sense with a quick lane swap mention here that Eddie is going solo here into Boal, and Boa did teleport down, but he's not in a bad spot actually. Gets the slow down with a Natopo strike. Level 5 on this Cassante. Eddie's still level 3.
And barrier burnt by Eddie as well, so Eddie definitely feeling a little bit worse for wear after that one.
Maybe I'll take it back, yeah.
And Mortez now going to have Trimby up on this top side, which makes it, like, if Renekton can close the distance onto this Yunara, or even honestly onto Trimby, you can kill, but...
Like that. Enhanced Rain of Anger sent down. The damage is good. Morteus in trouble as well. Healed up and barrier. The slow's good onto Taki in a return, but that is a win for TSW.
Yeah, I think they're trying to play for seeing if Hero, like this wave is pushing into him. He should hit 6, I believe, off this wave as well. Sorry, is pushing away from off this next wave. But I think that's where you could maybe look for a dive as Team Seeker well. So I'm curious exactly what the pathing is going to be from his toe. Does he just do his Wolves here into Gromp and then into an immediate topside point?
Damage down at the very least. Let's look at the top. As you said, Hero is close to level 6. Shattering Strike just out of range. And that pathing is taking Tasamas down towards bot. There are pings going down saying that, hey, look, this Jarvan is towards the bottom of the map right now. It's a little bit early, but the trajectory is right as the Dragon could be the call, or maybe a deep ward here to set up for that earlier invade that failed.
Yeah, it looks like Tasamas just going to try and go for the Dragon, as you're getting the reset from the Kai'Sa on the bottom side of the map. Eddie not wanting to be in this position anymore. So it's going to be the Team Seeker Wells, though, moving across to try and answer, at least get some vision down, potentially here.
For VKS, getting this Dragon again would be a lot more respite in the early game, as Histo is going to peek his way in. Hero sees Rakan, Trimby just sits in the bush, can't do too much. Wave it a bit of a standstill for now, as even Boal comes to help out. Histo's still thinking about it, but it does feel like this Dragon is a foregone conclusion. There's nothing to gain apart from your Raptors, and first drag of the game goes to VKS.
Miro even able to get back across for this wave. So honestly, the VKS are doing well when it comes towards like having that pressure on the bottom side and understanding when they can go for these timing windows. But for Team Secret Wales, they're just a little bit late to the punch. They're trying to find plays. Like you look towards that top side where they're looking, hey, we've got good damage onto Morteus. Can we look for a dive? But it's kind of fallen apart. And again, looking now towards this mid lane, it feels like with Taki, but VKS just aren't letting them find that value from the aggression.
Now that Eddie's mid as well. It's like there's a favorable lane just holding Miru at bay. There's still a 500 gold lead between 80 carries right now, and that's simply because Eddie got the earlier kill, but it's maintained the CS advantage even in that small lane swap. And note too that Hero, because of that roam up from Taki, because of that pairing, it seems with pushing out the bottom lane of VKS, Team Secret Wales, their top lane is in a good spot as well. So the only one really suffering right now, or should I say succeeding, is Miru on this rise, who's able to pick up a couple of kills. It's all right. Let's hold on that. Shattering Strike, Trimby goes in, goes out. Not much more found. Taki's just absorbing the damage as Wave gets pushed in, and this will help with the invade and top side. In the meantime, as Dire into this matchup, look, it ain't too great. All out going to be popped. Dire is just going to send into another world, and that's okay. For now, though, the weirding as well sent out. Just waiting to see if Boal gets bursted down, but not enough damage in the end, and both ult are now burned.
Would have been a nice trade from Boal, but taking those double terror shots really end up hurting him, and now with the range advantage, Dire can try and play for that passive damage as soon as it, I think his electrocute should be back up shortly. And you got Miro on the way. This is looking like a dive.
Tries to clear again. The weeding comes out just to try and get that wave down. TP needs to come through though, because Dire has no mana, and so Taki's there to support.
Yeah, it does mean, it's only to support TP, but it does mean now you've got two people on this bottom side. So do VKS try and contest now on towards the Void Grub's take?
Nice stop onto Boal, by the way. Taki on our right side. Boal was just backing egregiously on a control ward, so his tempo's slowed down a little bit. But triple grub, you don't often say, is easily going to be taken here by Secret Wales.
Yeah, I think VKS wanted to contest, but as you say, the interrupt, now Trimby should be able to just dash away, but the interrupt onto Boal means he can't TP up into the play, so immediately VKS have to back off. So at least Team Secret Wales getting some of the objectives back in this top side to match for the early dragon taken by VKS.
Going all back into the 1v2. Let's see where we go from there. Dragons in 2 minutes 30, by the way, so any bot lane play's not going to open anything, but a Realm Warp will. Dire goes into Fog of War for a little bit, but an easy flag and drag. Wait for the Rune Prison, he won't go anywhere. Cataclysm down, and a third kill, no. This time given over to the Jarvan. Desamus is on the board.
Nice job by Desamus, managing to get in behind there and make sure there was no way that he could escape. And now Morteus on this top side as well. You see Taki is trying to match on the top end, but the flash.
Oh, in a 1v2, hang on, Hero jumping in, Trimby doesn't get the stun. The flash away now burned as Trimby's just out of the play. Morteus has to burn his own. Taki came in with a Shattering Strike and narrowly misses, but that's double summoner, make it triple. As VKS aren't out of the woods yet.
Keep your eye on the Void Missile. Can Eddie land this?
Eddie, no, not finding a target, but Hero's now here. The Empowered W easily done. Morteus next up, second skin. A double kill over to the Croc, and crikey, damn! VKS are now in more trouble because Boal is committed to this play. He gets popped back, sent out, the all-out use over the wall, and a turret shot added in! Boal, that was beautiful! The setup with the flag and drag as the play continues, and Eddie now in new bits of trouble. He's got no mana to press the E button, and he'll die too. VKS are bringing the fire with the return.
VKS respond well. They TP in with the rise to the top side, so Miru can help out, and Boal ripping the Renekton out from the rest of his team. And again, we're seeing, this is what we're talking about, VKS wanting to constantly overload these side lanes, constantly trying to play with this nice little tempo advantage, and they catch Team Secret Wales as they go for the dive and turn it back around.
Oh, wow, that was just insane. I mean, the timing, I thought he was going to be inting in the 1v3, but he had that all-out backup and available. And again, there's been to and fro, especially with how the game started. We had a bit of consistency as this Cassante doing work. Dire just going to space it out, not in too much trouble with a good mana bar, I should say. Dire, as he just walks back and might base it out. I'm sure he's going to get some deep vision. Top might be the next play, depending on if they can clear some of this vision as well. I will say, they've set up some defensive lines, Dagda. Good control wards. Trimby's now going to start clearing out, but they're giving Top a bit of prio for Hero.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try and reset and look for the Dragon in 15 seconds, but I mean, nice collapse from Team Secret Wales. You can see Miru immediately TP to the top side to get on towards the board to come through. You've got the Jarvan who's running towards this top side, and Team Secret Wales on the wrong side of town. And also Boal, like, the early armor that he has makes him just unkillable in this situation. Gets the flick back, or flash forward into the rip through under the tower, the turret shot as well. And at this stage, it's all hands on deck for VKS to take out Team Secret Wales.
I feel like teams that want to play slow, but you know, they just play the other side of the map, really fail against Team Secret Wales. But for VKS, who've had such an insane run this year, and had an insane run versus 100 Thieves. I'm sorry, NA fans, I don't care. 100 Thieves got beaten by this team, and it was actually quite solid. The production team are looking at me very unfavorably. I have to get off the stage at some point. But when Miru came in, what life and what blood added into this roster. With this guy, I remember casting with Mia Masters, the talent is there, and in this game, it's no exception. He's been set up for success. But now the rest of VKS are empowered somehow. All out, speaking of empowerment, but the true damage doesn't hit through. There's Notofos unable to catch up, and Hero just walks out.
Still though, you can see Boal is feeling himself in this game, and he has played spectacularly. Like, he's had a great showing here against the Aurora when he's been in the 1v1, getting that kill now as well for himself. And Hero has also been doing a really nice job when it comes towards matching Morteus and finding that success. But once Boal ends up finishing off this Iceborne Gauntlet, this matchup becomes very, very difficult for him to play. So it kind of feels like that ticking time is starting to slip in favor of the VKS top laner.
And again, like I said before, it does feel like teams that can't be patient or like play to the game of Team Secret Wales. But this time it does feel like, again, matching their pace, matching the plays. It has been a really, really nice comeback, and bit of glazing deserved here for VKS as we crest towards the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that it's Taki who's struggling to keep up.
Yeah.
As he's entering mid, Trimby's already gone out, set up all those wards, and is now resetting to come back out onto the map again. So you're kind of playing at a disadvantage when it comes to the vision and map game. But you are, as Histo, starting to get some control when it comes to nice timing here for the invade. Looking at a potential play towards bottom the top side, but I just don't think you can really go for any sort of dives on the Cassante at this stage.
Already. And there's so much armor, right? And for Eddie, I mean, he's only sitting with the Kraken right now, so it's not like outside of Dire there's really much AP damage. And I don't look at Aurora Dagger and say, oh man, that's a lot of consistent DPS. Like I would see if an Enhanced Rise or Victor or an Orianna even. That is slow, that is burst. And even with the Leandries there, I don't think we'll see too much going towards Boal. So I'm excited, Dagger, because it does look like game is still relatively even despite there being some enhanced members. As Histo caught out, Vault Breaker. It was short, and he has to flash to the Blast Cone. Histo, a bit of a whoopsie there, and VKS starting to get good on the punishes.
But this is what I was talking about with Trimby's ward setup. That's what he was looking for, these quick resets, set up the vision, and that means that VKS have full information of when they can look for these picks, when they can try and play off towards these side lanes.
Yep.
And it's going to be on towards Team Secret Wales and Taki as he starts to come back into the map to clear out this vision and make that a little bit more difficult for VKS.
Well, Taki. Getting him so far, but it's slowed down a little bit. We're just going to see these trades continue on with an Iceborne Gauntlet. I do not favour the Renekton here. And the Hero heals up a little bit. Gets the Cold Meek between the wave. And with your Reign of Anger past 50%, the healing is much nicer when there's a minion wave and a champion present. Remember, they combine, they stack, they build up, and it's one of Renekton's main ways to sustain through a lot of the lanes. And as that continues topside, that's a bit of a flop for now. Herald is up though, that's the focus. Morteus sends out some damage, and VKS, they've got their eyes on the prize. They're going topside, and TSW have to respond now.
But they have zero vision. They'd have to go in completely blind, and that's not exactly where we want to be, especially as you've got Dire still pushing in this bottom side. Going to TP now, but I don't know if they're going to get in here fast enough before this objective is gone.
Taki has a flash, but he won't be able to engage at half HP. Now he might have to suicide. Already goes forward to reset the Summoner. VKS pulling off it at 3k though, is still now imminent potentially. Histo needs to hit the eye, it's there in front and he's taken it. Vault Breaker in, looking for the engage. Eddie repositions to the back of the fight and Disarmus is down first. Trimby went in, but just to die. Well, the Renekton was juicy meat, but you can't eat Crocodile today. Instead, try and eat Eddie, who flashes away. Set up from Boal, the all out, the true damage, waiting for that to come in because Cassante, no! He goes up, Boal went up, and Eddie went south. Miru sets up, a flash away from Darius. Histo re-engages. Not only did he steal the Herald, but he just stole away LTA South.
The young upstarts are still keeping it going. Finding this play, Trimby ends up hitting the eye at the back of this. I believe it was Trimby, or sorry, Morteus, right as it turns. It meant that then you could get this mic from Histo. Really well done. And the back half of the fight, Hero immediately flashing onto Morteus, takes him so incredibly low, and they get so much work done with Eddie providing that DPS in the back line, just continuously fighting through it. Team Secret Wales, that was beautiful stuff.
And look at his toe just ran at Morteus.
Yeah.
And that guy doesn't do that much damage yet. So the Vi can just withstand Sundered's guy, no problem, brother. Good flush from Dire in the end as well, Dagda, and Miru is the last to go down. Double kill over to his toe. The mechanical genius of this newbie, of this jungler everyone's raving about from the LCP region. I see it's not unfound. I do see it. I saw it in the SARS game. I saw it in the games in the lead-up versus PSG and GAM. And once again on the world stage, it's good to see that a rookie can play this well as Dragon spawns.
Yeah, so he's still immediately going to start this up. It doesn't look like we're going to get any sort of contest from BKS. Even you see Trimby starting to shift up towards his top side, but they're not really in a position to cross map either, so looks like BKS just going to watch as this goes down.
Second Dragon, and it's an Infernal Soul as well. Bit of burst on this comp, that feels nice. But I will say, a 3.5k gold lead probably feels nicer here as the items that are starting to accumulate, they're serious business. Here's to almost second item here for the Vi jungle that's going to send it in. And when Team Secret Whales get a lead, their dive comp, they're not ones to slow down. They're not ones to pull back. They are not scared, Potter.
Especially when they have the Dragon advantage as well, because now you're going to draw BKS into these fights, because they will need in 4.5 minutes to contest for the potential of putting yourself to soul point, and that's where it can get a little difficult. While though is sneaking in behind, and I'm wondering how much they want to try and rest, but with this early Rift Tower going in towards the mid lane, looks like it's just going to be a quick take for Team Secret Whales.
Might be good damage on inner turret as well. Only 2 members, maybe 3 with Disarmer showing up now. Herald going to be mounted. Meanwhile, hang on a minute. Was I wrong? Boal in close of territory of dying out. Send it out again, the Weeding, good damage. Pull back not there, Leandri's helping out. The Rel finds a new turret. Good drifting from Taki. Like I said, Team Secret Whales ain't slowing down. Another turret goes down to the same Herald. 5,000 gold, Dagda. Only a couple of seconds ago that it was at 3.
I mean, the VCS are picking up the speed here. Yeah, look at the charge.
I mean, it's nice. At 82 HP, Boal, he backed in the bush. He's too low to care.
Yeah, I think he was a little worried about how many members of Team Secret Whales might be around if he didn't reset, but this is what you want for Team Secret Whales. Like, they're playing well, they're setting up around objectives to take the fight and have their dive composition work out. They're coming in from multiple angles, and BKS just don't really feel like they're able to keep pace with them in a lot of this.
It's a really nice entrance for them. They punished that invade, and credit to VKS, I think, you know, they got back on their feet quite nicely with Miru, but this Rise is still a while away. He's only just stacking up the Rod of Ages now. It's not like he's going to burst out anyone. Remember that Aurora almost at 2 items. Dire's caught back up, overtaken in gold. I think the biggest problem now, Dagda, is the fact that Eddie has got that Gwynsu's Rage Blade, that on hit to add to a Cassante and like-minded members. There is a lot of damage coming out of the woodwork. And VKS is about, can they survive? Can the Cassante absorb it all? This is a Vi who's just taken on a support. Trimby's out of there, and that opens up Dire to get the turret by himself.
But look how much vision is in this top half of the map for Secret Whale, right? That's why Histo knows he's free to go for it, because there's no one who's going to just suddenly charge out of him from a rush. So Team Secret Whale is happy to keep this push up, and the fact that you now have Dire in a position where he can go toe-to-toe with Boal, because of course he has gone for this very armor-heavy build and where he wants to match up against Hero, but Dire has been the one that constantly finds the Cassante and is happy to just push in these waves and make it difficult for VKS to actually dictate the map in any sort of meaningful manner.
When did they get to play on their terms? The biggest question. I think at this point, it's a long shot away. Team Secret Whales holding their vision and topside where they could. They've still got some of the deep boards you mentioned, but a lot have been cleared out, which is nice. That Vivo Keed Stars can actually move amongst top a little bit more freely, especially when Atakan's up here. We have seen so many games, even yesterday, IG threw a lot of games at Atakan, right? Because it is an objective that saps away your resistances, but also the damage is quite meaningful. It can't be started up as freely as people think. It's worth about 3,000 gold, and for VKS, if they could find a fight around it, then move to Atakan, that feels like something I need to talk about, you know?
Yeah, I think if VKS can find a fight where they're able to play around that tri-bush just outside of Atakan, that could be their window. Because again, Team Secret Whales want to play for dive. They want to try and get access to backline, but if you're able to set up a nice front to back where you control that area, it's difficult for those members to make any meaningful headway. And that's exactly what the VKS are playing through now. You can see this is where the choke point they want to try and make happen.
Hero is moving towards it though. Boal has been burst out by Dire a little bit. Taki with an engage. sets up the Magnustorm. Eddie jumps in. He's been charmed for the time being, but look at the burst as he flashes away. They need to kill the Kai'Sa for VKS. They're getting shredded apart, trying to jump back in, but Eddie survives. A double kicks him off, and Team Secret Wales, they can do this in their sleep.
Hero had a great flank there, which denied Morteus the opportunity to actually get the flank and follow up on the initial play, form the rest of VKS. So Eddie doesn't die, and they'll set it up. You'll see it here. As everyone on VKS moves up towards this top side, you end up with the AD carry, this Yunara, completely separated from the squad. So even though you get this engage coming through in the setup, there's just no real damage from the VKS side. And as Team Secret Wales, with Taki finding that engage, that's set up perfectly where Eddie can keep this play going. And Morteus just can't do the DPS he needs to.
As much of the mosh pit as he tried to get, Trimby's rubbing his eyes. I mean, this is a really hard game when they've got all the layering there, but it doesn't matter. Eddie, insane reactions to get out. Now 10,000 gold lead.
Which is insane. Like, again, Team Secret Wales almost weren't really expected to be here. You heard the analyst test talk about it. This was the squad that was kind of the upset, the upstarts on taking down GAM. And now they're seen as the new generation coming through from Vietnam to overtake people like Levi, to show that they belong at the top, and so many fans excited to see them on the world stage. And if they could take a win here against the LTA in day one, it will be huge for the LCP and for those Vietnamese fans.
It does feel like, again, you're putting faith in the fact that Team Secret Wales, not only would it be big towards LTA when there's only one done split, right? One done year, excuse me. It does feel like, again, for LCP, a region that is trying to define that they are better than just CFO and that's it. Would give them a lot of hope for the rest of the tournament. Now, let's not be day one Andes, let's just be game one Andes, our only game. Not these two versing each other. And the game right now is telling me that this game seems near impossible, Dagger. It's 9.5k gold lead, Infernal Soul coming up. That's 4.5 minutes. Baron's up in a minute 30. Viva Keat Stars need a couple of insane picks fights where they scale into it.
Yeah, I think the issue is the way VKS have won games has almost been the Trimby special. Like, we saw it when he was on Rogue, we saw it when he was on Fnatic. It was, we overload a side lane and we're going to make this quick pick and try and find success through that. But when you're in this situation, it's very difficult to find moments to get into sides, to find picks. You essentially have to start dropping waves and hoping that Team Secret Wales don't punish you as you try and make that overload into one side. But even then, I think you still need like Morteus to hit his Affinity Edge before he really comes online, and you just don't have the raw DPS right now to match what Team Secret Wales are pushing out.
Choke provision begins. 45 seconds at Baron. Desamus needs a steal. For Team Secret Wales, just don't flip. And the game should be theirs. Eddie stepping up towards the corner. There's no ward there. Viva Keat Stars, but again, they do have a lot of gap close. They have a lot of engage. Eddie not really stepping over the line. He's on a ward for now, but his poke begins, by the way. He's got a Nash's. So there's a bit of a W resetting going on. As if Morteus is the one that gets hit by it, well, goodbye chances of starting a fight. Vault Breaker in. Wrong place, wrong time. Sets up the ulti, the dive. Classic Team Secret Wales. Heroes under turret, taking 2 shots, but it ain't like before. A charm up while Mary starts firing away, but between 2 worlds, sends VKS to the wrong one. It's a trade in the end, a good shutdown, yes, but now mid-turret's exposed. Team Secret Wales have 4 members, and there's only 2 of VKS, as Baron sits there waiting for its victor.
Yeah, Miro and Desamus left just in awe of how quickly Team Secret Wales were able to make that play happen. They catch the AD carry, they finish off a while, and now Baron in their sights. The VKS just look stunned.
Not much to do except for Miro just to try and get this objective bounty on this turret bot, and as Baron gets taken, we'll move to 12k, we'll move close to it. Team Secret Wales are covering this as best they can. Desamus is also here, Dyer gets over the wall, but Miro is going to take this turret, so shortens the goal a little bit here from the Red Bull Baron power play. But I'm grasping at straws, Dagny, you know?
I was going to say, I think it's only for half a second, man. The second they step back out onto the Rift, Team Secret Wales start to take the Ether Tower that's down in bot side, then it's going to be inhibitor turrets, and although you do have like decent wave clear, it's not fantastic against the potential push here from Team Secret Wales.
He's trying to bait it. Eddie does take the bait into Miro there. They were lying in wait. It finally pays off. Eddie's down. The Summons with a shutdown. We go from 11 to 10.
That's a really nice pick from VKS, because now you can see the push was trying to come through from Hero in this mid lane, but not really able to threaten any of these towers. You can't spread out that Baron buff anymore, and with only 2 minutes left on it, it looks like the base won't get cracked. That is a massive pick for VKS.
It is really nice. The Baron play halted and stopped. Game ain't over till the Nexus falls. I come from Europe. This is something we know well. I'm sure the North Americans know that as well. Anyone who's probably not LCK or LPL. That's been true.
I was going to say, even in the LPL a little bit.
I mean, actually, very true. Very, very true. I know LCK's had their fair share as well. We could go and mention teams like DK. But I think they've been hurt enough, you know what I mean? Like, we don't need to kick a horse while it's down, do we? Speaking of horses. It's over. Yeah, he galloped into this. Now, Histo's going to get out, but he did flash, and there are small things accruing for Vivo Key's sub-sector.
Yeah, we kind of cast a curse to Red Bull Baron power play, because you can see in the top left, it is not looking as hot.
When you actually pick it up, isn't it? Right. With this turret, it will go back up, but still, it is a very minimal Baron that is not even breaking into the base, as you'd expect when you're like 12,000 gold up.
Yeah, like, it's just been little mistakes from Team Secret Wales. Like, now, they will still get stolen. They are still in a very strong spot. But again, we were kind of saying, like, 3 items coming through from Morteus is that sweet spot. Now you've got the Sonya's Hourglass completed on towards Miru, which makes him a little bit less of a dive target as well. And these are just small pickups for VKS. You are still very much in the lead. It is still an 11k gold lead. They should be fine, but it's just little hiccups here and there.
Dag is a bit sus on it, ladies and gentlemen. I understand. Team Secret Wales is going to try and break the base with what they have left of the Baron, which is gone in 13 seconds. This is really the last wave to do so. Inhib turret mid stays standing quite strongly, and there is an Elder flip coming up in 5 minutes 30. Okay, now you might say we're coping, but stranger things happen in League.
Well, I think it's either Baron or Elder, because realistically, like, Kai'Sa not great at getting up towards a tower to hit the thing, especially when you look towards like Jarvan and Rakan, these kind of things. So at this stage, not having that Baron buff is a real issue for Team Secret Wales. As long as VKS take it slow, don't overextend outside their base, they should be fine to just farm up these creeps and wait until that one starts to arrive.
VKS seen on a ward here while they try to death rush. Team Secret Wales matching it. 3 members move up with Eddie in tow as well. The Kai'Sa that shreds someone, rips them apart. Hero by the wayside as well. And as Eddie reaches towards this mid wave, 2 minutes 20, we wait for the Baron. I mean, it doesn't, it's a 12,000 gold lead with Infernal Soul. You know, it should be done. And it just feels like you see a lot of these games and you're like, yeah, it should just be ended. And Team Secret Wales are so good at advancing a lead, but sometimes their confidence can also be the death. I've seen enough of their games, and that is how I feel.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit of these hiccups as they start to move forward. Like, they are very good at team fighting and finding ways to get advantages, but when it comes towards macro and these kind of things, that is where they can struggle. And that was where a lot of people saw the advantage for GAM over this squad was, although Team Secret Wales get these advantages, and even when they played against CFO, it was how do you try and close out that game against a team that really understands how to move around the map. And for Team Secret Wales, it means they're now stuck here for a minute and a half until this Baron comes up. But once they have that reason to force a fight, I think that's where we'll see them pop off as far as, I don't know if you want to be here.
Histo is by himself, but he does have a GA. He can buy time for Taki to join in. And remember, Eddie can just fly. Also has a Seekers himself, and that'll be a Zhonya's soon. VKS are grouping up as 2, 3, 5 behind actually in total. Trimby gets tagged away. Eddie will not ulti in this time. Vault Breaker, maybe trying to prove me wrong. Bit of infernal damage is nice as we're back towards mid turret and Eddie gets a chance to step up.
It's just, again, it's so hard with the relatively short range composition to actually clear out the inhibitor turrets. So now, 45 seconds for Baron. It's more about Team Secret Wales keeping VKS off the map. So then you have to contest this blind. Then you have people that are very good at face checking these brushes with the Cassante and with the Jarvan, but you still have to try and put that pressure on towards VKS so you can set yourself up for success.
Seconds on Baron. Good mission control here. Dyer burst Trimby down to half HP. He's got time to get back. So does Samus as well. Dyer jumps back in. Wants to end it right here. The poke doesn't connect from Eddie in the meantime. A flag for Vision. A control ward to help out Team Secret Wales hold their line. Histo is just setting on a scrying ward. That'll be shrunk as well, and thank you very much, observers. The jungle is dark and full of whales. And with 5 seconds now, the Baron's going to spawn, and these mammals are going to kick it off.
Immediately going to start it. And Dizamas.
Well, there maybe goes the steal.
Yeah, I thought Jarvan could maybe face check it, but that's a lot of damage.
He cannot face check it.
Yeah,
we have confirmed.
The death book, or the death note even, in his back pocket makes him very, very scary with 14 stacks. So Baron now going to make it much easier for Team Secret Wales to try and set up, and unfortunately for VKS, the Waves are not in a position where they can try and look for a similar pick as they did with the last part.
So now this one has to do some work. 14k gold lead. Dagda, it would be crazy to get the fabled 20k gold lead as your defining opening game of Worlds 2025. So hell, show us how it's done. Teleport going to be burned. Team Secret Wales are going to start their siege on bot. Mid already taken care of by Hero. Dizamas just trying to get his own jungle, but even that seems too hard as Histo walks into position, clears Vision himself, and Dire's just holding the wave. They're trying to sync this up quite nicely so that waves crash in the same time.
And also, a minute now, well, minute 20 until that Elder Dragon, having the Baron buff that they can continuously shove in and then fall back to Elder is going to make it really difficult for VKS. I don't see a world where they're able to hold on to these towers, and then it's a Nexus defense against an Elder Dragon.
Flash in from Taki, set up with the Magnus Storm. Miro goes golden though. He's a little bit deeper now, the turret's gone. They've got nothing to lean back on. Between Worlds sets them up nicely as well, and the re-engage. Finally getting it done. We waited for 10 minutes for the LCP to smack LTA once more. And Dagda, they'll run through for the first win of Swiss stage to tie this up in a neat bow.
It was slow until it really wasn't as Team Secret Wales crashed down on the VKS and the hopes of the LTA cell.
LCP on the board first in a big way. Second seed, do it right. And Team Secret Wales, we expected dive comps. We got a dive comp in their BO1.
Yeah, showing exactly what they were known for in the region, showing why they were able to take down GAM, and now taking down the VKS as well. Team Secret Wales came to play at Worlds.
Yeah, they really did. I feel like as well, you know, Trimby really hard in that game. VKS had an opportune moment, at least in the early to mid game, but that was kind of taken away. As first win of Swiss stage, it's a big thing. Getting 1 and 0 on the board takes away a lot of nerves, gives you that head start. And in the best of ones, you need that. All it takes, again, is one game. That's the beauty of them. All you need is one good draft, one good moment, one good game.
And heartbreak going to be for a lot of the VKS fans. Again, this was kind of their main hope. It felt like this could be the squad to take it down, or to get it done. And unfortunately, not today against the VCS.
No, not today, but as we're headed for a break, Trimby will be joining us on the other side to break down that game and help us introduce Game 2 between Fnatic and CFO. Thank you very much, Trimby, and stay tuned. Vault Breaker in, looking for their engage. Eddie repositions the back of the fight, and Dizamas is down first. Trimby went in, but just to die. While the Renekton was juicy meat, but you can't eat Crocodile today. Instead, try and eat Eddie, who flashes away. Set up from Boal, the all-out, the true damage, waiting for that to come in, because Kazante, no! He goes up, Boal went up, and Eddie went south. Miru sets up, and flash away from Darius. History re-engages. Not only did he steal the Herald, but he just stole away LTA South.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
sink into the ground. I am buried, but I'm still alive. Burn my wasted dream. I know I was so naive, but I'm standing up to fight this time. Fight this time. It's not too late to change my mind, to give another try. I'm learning how to drop my pride. I'm standing up to fight this time. Tell me in the night you can trash that.
And welcome back to
You got a sneak peek already.
Yeah, we're
You got
getting
a sneak
spoiled
peek.
here already as Trimby is joining us after this first game of Swiss Stage. Trimby, I'm so sorry, but I'm so happy that you're joining us here. It's really nice to see you back at Worlds.
Hello, yeah, we just got demolished, sadly.
Oh my God, no!
But yeah, it's really nice to be here. Yeah, seeing familiar faces is really wonderful, and yeah, I hope. I thought this was one of the better draws we could have had, so I hope the next draw is gonna be even better. That's all I can say.
Like, were you expecting this from Team Secret Wales?
Yeah, I did expect, because, right, of course, we saw, like, from their POV that we're very happy, right? Of course, I mean, we're from, it's a Brazilian team, LTA South, very underestimated for reasons unknown, but I do think LCP is underestimated on this tournament, and when I watched their games, even versus CFO, when they, of course, they got 3-0'd, they were just fighting so well, right? And I knew this would happen today. And I knew that for myself, we are a team that sometimes struggle to find proper fights. So you could clearly see it during this game.
What was your experience so far? Just like, of course, coming into Beijing, like boot camping a little bit, just like practicing, scrimming a little bit. So what has been your experience so far?
We had very little time here because of some difficulties with the plane, sadly. But no, it's not really like from Riot side problems. Basically, airline just canceled our flight. So we came here way later than we were supposed to. And then, of course, like since we were coming from Brazil to China, it's like quite big of a time difference. Yeah. I think it's like 11 hours. So yeah, the jet lag did hit, but that's just excuses. You know, at the end of the day, we should have shown better. And I do think, yeah, if we're going to play like this, it's not going to be a long tournament for us.
I know you've always been a perfectionist, Trimby, and you're going to be looking at improving here. Of course, the early game was so chaotic, like it started right off the bat. What made it difficult for you guys?
I think the problem is that I think we realized properly that we actually can fight level 1. The problem was that our target selection was just off completely, so their carries were hitting all the time, while basically we were hitting Vi, who was like the most useless level 1 like character from an enemy team. So that's why I think the fight was as sketchy as it looked. I still think we came back a little bit, but just the way they fought like so many times, which we knew they will, because they like to fight every single objective they can. It was just superior, you know, to us.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Miru had kind of stabilized the game because the Rise getting a solo kill in mid lane as well. But really, it just felt that around that Herald, the game just broke at that point.
It was just hard because they had control all the time, and then even though we knew where they could have potentially be, right, on the Atakan, on a different fights in the jungle, it just felt impossible, right? They just made their fights proper, like they got a certain angles, and they knew how to execute them, so it was just tough.
Yeah, that was the thing too, because usually game ones, especially for a Worlds event, you expect a little nerves, playing slower for a lot of teams. But then the Otacon pull, I felt like was like, oh, okay, they're willing to do it. They're pulling Renekton up. They're just willing to take the fight. So the confidence from a team like this is something that I personally didn't expect.
No, it was really not like by them, of course. Like for us, was not nice at all. They started an objective. We were hoping we could get like 2 items on our champs, but they really just pulled it out. We even knew where they were, but it was just hard to fight. I think we trolled, of course, our positioning a little bit, and I think we could have contested it from different angles. But yeah, actually, they just played really good.
Something we've been talking about the fact that you're returning to that international stage, and you tasted Swiss stage before. You know how difficult it can be. Any guidance that you've been able to provide your teammates to make sure that even this game, it's not gonna matter. You guys are gonna come back.
I mean, I tried to make them realize that even though, like the team we just played, it just felt like it's like a good chance for us to win. It's still, they're at Worlds, right? There's a reason they're here, and they're playing in League with the big guys, you know, the CFO, then with the PSG, the GAM before, and they, of course, screamed other teams. Like, we are behind as a region, of course, so we need to understand that and make sure that we are, like, ready for anything that can happen, but that's, of course, hard.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves in North America definitely recognize that too. You guys definitely like are a team that will build up very quickly. So
okay,
have faith.
They are worse than us. I'll be honest.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry, but
it is what it is. I'm trying to cope.
No, you should. I really hope. I really hope they'll show today well. But I also hope they lose so we can play them.
Oh my God, I'm ready for it, all right? I'm ready for it.
That's going to be a banger.
It's LCS versus CB LoL. That's what it really is all about, okay?
I love this. You're humbling him. That's what he needs.
We got your honesty, but we need to get your honesty on the next matchup too. Because surely you can give the EU boys some hope, right? Right, Trimby?
Tell it to him straight.
And your former brothers?
Okay, so this game looked really bad, right? Of course. But I actually believe in my team, and I actually think I can do quite a bit, like with this team. And EU did today. I actually think they can do well. I saw.
That's what I want to hear.
I looked at first at the match. I was like, oh shit. Okay, but then I rethought about it, and I actually think the matches are not as bad as people think. I think G2 can actually win, and I do think even FlyQuest can win. Like, it's not the end. I actually think they could be like the ones getting on top.
What about Fnatic?
What about Fnatic? Like, have you screamed?
What was that?
No. The thing is,
whoa.
Think about it from this perspective.
Yes.
We just played Seed 2.
Yes.
And CFO is much better. Like, much better, okay?
That's true.
And I'll be honest, I played Fnatic in scrims.
Yeah.
They're not much better than us.
There you go.
Like, it can be... No, but I believe, of course, I'm a person who played in Fnatic.
Yeah.
I hope they win. I hope they win.
If there was one matchup you wanted to look at for Fnatic CFO, what would it be? Something you want to keep an eye on?
Well, I think the mid lane matchup is going to be really crazy. I think enemy mid laner is actually the MVP of the league, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's like Poby, who just came freshly, right? And he's been doing fantastic.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, you picked the right matchup.
That's, I was about to say, that's what we want to have an eye on.
We completely agree with you that Honkyu is kind of the guy from the LCP. It feels like that, especially, we've gotten to see him at every international this year, and he's only gotten better. It feels like it. The ramp up from this man is incredible, whereas Poby only came in this summer split, but the dynamic change that he brought to Fnatic, it felt like it was very much needed. And I mean, you've had, I guess, both the positives and negatives of playing in that Fnatic environment, and sometimes a change is something that you just need to make happen, and that's what he's brought to this team.
Yeah, exactly. It was same for us when I came with Noah, right? And for the summer, it just changed everything, the dynamic, and it felt like we could have even won the whole thing, right? Of course we didn't, but we were doing solid, and even until Worlds, right? I think we lost to Weibo, who was
it was super close.
They were actually they were in semi-finals. They played T1 later. Like, it was not that bad. Like, we actually played well. I was really happy with that.
Go ahead.
Something that surprised me with Poby is like you're just listening on the comms when I'm just watching as, of course, as a viewer, and he's like actively communicating and like setting up for plays for the team. So that's something that I didn't expect with Poby coming in with the rookie, like that rookie aspect. But he's been, I feel like, a really blessing for that team.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be one of the most interesting matchups we have in this upcoming game. Trimby, sadly, we have to let you go. It's been great having you on the desk. Do you have any closing thoughts, either on you, anything the fans, anything you want to have? The floor is yours.
Guys, we're not that bad, okay? Please. Like, please. It was just first game. I can have a lot of excuses. I don't want to put them, but I really hope EU is gonna do well. Same for NA. I actually hope Western teams can actually do well, because this is a day that, even though might look a bit cooked from matchups perspective, I actually think it's way closer than people think.
All right. Well, I love the hope or the cope or whatever it is. It's amazing having you back on the international.
Thank you. I appreciate everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Send him some love. Send him some love. And
Thank
we're
you.
gonna keep on talking about this matchup, of course, because, well, scrims might look bad, but Fnatic made it here. In the end, how did that happen, Vinicius? You were there. You saw that in 4K with me in Madrid.
Yes. I mean, Fnatic, they've had a very interesting year. Like, starting off at the beginning of the year, we actually had high expectations because we looked at that roster on paper and we thought, with the addition of Upset and Mickey, it's looking pretty damn good. But then they needed to make changes happen because the progress just wasn't happening for the team. The changes needed to come, and they came at just the right time. Entering into summer, we saw the evolution start to come, the confidence return, and we saw a kind of difference in Razork. It felt like that Poby brought a new dynamic to the team, and it's so far worked very well for them, especially given that they had a masterclass performance against KC.
And of course you would turn to him. Some roads lead to him, the greatest of sometimes, and it feels like when it comes to Fnatic, like sometimes it's all the time. This is an organization that has been to Worlds constantly. The last time they couldn't make it was like 2016. And of course, like, people didn't expect it in this case. I mean, personally, I'll just talk about myself. I didn't expect Fnatic to be able to make it here. I was thinking about K-Corp, the first TAM representative. But no, I felt as though Razork and Poby were great. Upset and Mickey X were stars to me. So like, it's fun to be able to see this team, and yeah, I'm looking forward to them.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because, as Trimby was saying, CFO, another beast. Not a team that you want to outcount. They made all 3 internationals this year, and I feel like they keep on getting better every time.
And I really want to emphasize for any just international watchers, if you only tune into Worlds, CFO is a team you really can't afford to underestimate. And like, as Trimby just said, when we think about what we just saw on stage, CFO is a tier up. And that is exactly what Fnatic is going to be going up against. So it definitely feels like an uphill battle for Fnatic here in their debut game.
100%. I mean, Honkyu, we already sung his praises and how he's developed throughout the year. He's like player of the year, rookie of the year. He's part of the team of the year for the team. Like, everybody looked towards Honkyu and the development that he had, and it stemmed from MSI. So please, if you're only watching Worlds, what are you doing? I feel like MSI is so fun too.
The only thing I expect from this matchup is a bloodbath, honestly.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah. A minute away here from these casters. They're actually ready to take on the stage. It is CFO versus Fnatic, and it starts right now.
Oh boy, as a European caster, I am scared. I am scared. CFO, it wasn't just at MSI, to quote Rise, it was also at First Stand, where they beat Top Esports, and they almost got into a big bout with KC. Luckily, KC got through, but man, Rob, this team is one of the best developed this year, and they're the top in LCP. It's not even close.
Yeah, it's not even a contest. They've won all 3 splits in the LCP. They're the only team in the world that has been to every international event of this year.
Wow.
And they only lost a single series over the entire year, which was right the way back in season kickoff versus Team Secret Wales. This is a team that has been on a run for such a long time, and now we got to see if Fnatic can find that spark that they found in Madrid for the LEC playoffs, or if Oysters are just going to come alive today and take them down.
Seafood versus a bunch of Fanatics and one GOAT. Now, or Ghost, I should say. Dagda, this team is highly conditional. Earlier in the year, 8-1 in winter. Fnatic had a really good start. It fell down a little bit, and then in summer, if you weren't watching the LEC, it should have been KC who was here. Everyone was saying it. KC, MKOI, G2. But then here comes Fnatic out of nowhere and beats them into the dirt. And I think a big part of it is the mentality in the team is so much higher now. The vibes are good, and it's kind of what Poby brings. He's got stability, and they lean on that, and it's working.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that Poby has managed to now really integrate himself well with the team. He's a massive voice on the roster as to what they want to do, how they should be operating in games, and they're starting to figure out how they want to use him in these early stages to find that success, particularly around the bottom side of the map. Although, as we say that, in the last playoff bout that we saw from Fnatic, where they managed to take down KC, it was Oscar Rinnan who stepped up massively to take down Kana, to find a bunch of these solo kills against what was considered the best top laner in the LEC, and just turn this entire story around for the Fnatic.
As he said, when he loves League of Legends, he plays at his best. So today, our only question is, how much does he love the game right now when he's going up against CFO?
But how could you not love it? It's Worlds, man. You gotta love these
Oscar,
moments.
you better be sending out some eye in this second game. It's only a best of one, and Fnatic have got really hard task here against CFO. High expectations for a reason. How much damage will they do at this international? Because remember, it is Driver starting, and Driver's one who can play range tops. He can play more dynamic tops. Rest has been banned from range top laners, so that means Driver can pull out the works here. Oscar's going to be on his game.
Yeah, Oscar are going to have to try and step up, but I think across the board, like, Junja has been exceptional for this roster. Kaiwing and Junja have been such a focal point in the early stages of the game and trying to set up their team for success. And I mean, all around, CFO Oysters are just absolutely insane. Like, able to play on size, they can play the macro well, they can play the team fights well. It makes them so formidable of an opponent to go up against.
When they have hands as well, like Junja and Hongq, especially in the midst of that, when you have a team that can play macro and has really good hands, like, those are the fears. Those are like the top tiers, like T1s, the Gen Gs, you know, the peak BLGs. I think that's crazy. OC win those. Yeah, damn straight. Good sign. Kiana's going to be the last ban, by the way. We are taking away the Azir this time around, Dagda, so a bit of a change. A CFO have first pick. What do you reckon? Rise this tournament, eh?
So still going to see the Rise, with the Orianna and the Azir gone. Seems to be the premier mid laner. And then the question is, do you still go back towards the Jarvan? Do you prefer the Wukong? Though Wukong did get nerfed just a little bit, but still, I think incredibly strong, even as we saw yesterday in the IGT1 series. But looks like it's going to be Taliyah, as this has kind of been the go-to for Fnatic in a lot of situations. It's, hey, we want Poby on something that can have access to the map. It's been the Galio, it's been things like the Taliyah, the Rise himself as well. And Fnatic have consistently gone for this combination of the Vi and the Kai'Sa for upset to try and set up these fights incredibly easy for the Fnatic side.
Not his best champion this year for Razork, but I digress. Still something that can press the button. A good synergistic 2v2 Dagda is another good champion right now. Is that Xin Zhao? We've seen plenty of pairings with it as well as good duelist. Maybe support here. Where do we go?
I think matching. Oh, actually, I was going to say if you want to take the Sion is not bad at all.
All right.
So yeah, setting up for a very strong team fighting composition at the moment. And I love, again, you've got this very strong mid jungle with the Rise and the Xin Zhao, the easy lockdown of the point and click Rise to set up them for the Xin Zhao with the Wind Becomes Lightning. And I think that's where now you're going to have a lot of focus on towards Poby. Can he try and survive this early stage, or can he get help from Razork to help him transition into this mid to late game where they can try and play through sides? But I think Kai'Sa going to be the last pick here for Fnatic, because that's what they've traditionally gone for. But actually, with the Kai'Sa gone, it's going to be the Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal looks like the best option here. You talked about all the skirmishing power as well. For upset, one of his good champs as well. Sivir taken away. Now we know that's going to be the pro. Another 80 carry ban, maybe the Xayah as well, Dagda. When we see Fi on Fnatic's side, that seems like the go-to and the obvious one.
Yeah, I think it's things that can enable kind of the frontline speed up. Obviously, the Sivir is going to be great taken away, but also things that can contest on towards the mid wave, where you've got, like, Ezreal not very good at being able to, say, take away from things like the Xayah or the Sivir, as you were alluding to. So I do agree, taking away something like the Xayah so you can have a bit of an easier time on contesting mid wave means that this opportunity to play sides with Poby becomes significantly easier.
Because it does feel like Fnatic as well want a fast game, and if there's going to be a front-to-back scaling 80 carry for CFO, we know where their eggs are buried, right? Like, because Ezreal, Taliyah, the best at taking away a Sion's health in the later parts of this game. So as Corki goes as well, that's a bit of mobility and addition taken away, but that Xayah is still open for CFO.
I'm curious though if they banned the Gwen, because that was what Oscar Rinnan had a really good showing on in playoffs, and something that can do very well into that Sion, opening up that opportunity for Oscar Rinnan to be a bit of a carry. Rek'Sai also something we've seen him go towards, and actually going to be banned away there by CFO.
But is the Gwen going to be enough? We've seen one in the audience. Will we see one in the game today? For Oscar Rinnan. Man, seeing him on Gwen as well makes me nervous, because I know, like, Oscar as well, if he's having a bad day, like, that is a champion that can fall into the dirt and can never pull its legs out. So top lane match here, counter pick support. That's what we're thinking right now.
Yeah, I think you go with the Oh, actually going to take this on. So an old counter pick that we got to see a little bit in the LEC, but honestly, I think you can go for the Gwen. You've got good setup with the Vi to just get your needlework to follow through, but it's going to be the Cassante instead. Another pick that he's been very, very strong on. And in this position, if I'm CFO, I go for the Xayah because self-peel from the Vi, good matchup, good wave clear, kind of fits all the things that you want to. And then you can go for the Rakan, yeah, if you want to follow up off the back of that.
I feel like Doggo as well is a good scaling AD carry. I mean, if they're confident in the 2v2, maybe they just try and match, and I mean, we're going to have some lane swaps anyway, right? Cassante's good for that. Powerful 2v2 for Doggo. When I knew him in the LPL, when this guy filled the shoes of Uzi waiting for him to come back into the league, Doggo was a great hyper-scaling AD carry. Lane dominant with the Nico here is a big task when you're going up against Upset and Mickey, because in their prime, they are a very strong 2v2. Playing what looks to be the weak side of the map, or at least a map that is just trying to match the range.
And if Junja's done his homework, he knows that Fnatic are going to be playing around this bottom side of the map. So trying to have this strong duo on the bottom side that Junja can enable and trying to deter Razork from getting involved is really where it's at, especially with Mickey taking the Nautilus. This is, we want to try and fight on this bottom side. We want strong engage. We want that point and click CC. So it feels like both sides setting up to have that focus on the bottom lane.
I think Mickey, although he can end on picks like this with hard engage, the Alistar, the Norn, he also has some of his best moments on it as well. While we asked what form is Oscar in coming into today, the reason that Fnatic is so turbulent is because we asked the same of Mickey. We asked the same of Razork coming into the day as well. This team beat KC, but outside of that, they didn't put up much of a fight against MKOI. Like, they are the 3rd seed for a reason. They clearly couldn't get up to that upper echelon. But against CFO, the 1st seed of the LCP, we've already seen the damage that's just come through from Team Secret Wales. This team destroyed them in the finals, maybe bar a game. CFO are the best the region has to offer, and it's not even close. And this is the most impressive team I have seen out of the region since we've seen the dominance of Flash Wolves in the past in the LMS.
It is a very, very tough opponent to come up against. And honestly, I think it's incredible to see that CFO have risen into that position, right? Like, they hold that legacy in the region of teams like Flash Wolves and that. But LCP as a whole, having them just constantly at the top has been an insane run for them as we get the MKOI fans.
One game! Change the shirt!
Fair play for making it out, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming up next, so he's obviously getting ready to cheer another EU team. But let's see the debut of the LEC versus the 1st seed joining into the fray. You've got some seafood versus some crazy people. Let's see who wins it out. As Driver and Kaiwing sit in the bot lane, they're obviously anticipating the lane swap here, Dagda. As we know with that Caitlyn Nico, they want the 2v2.
Yeah, but the reset already coming through. So now the Sion immediately goes to the top lane. Caitlyn going to reset as well. But Fnatic hiding in the brush here. They should be able to get control over the red buff. But now the real question is in this fog of war, who is resetting on the side of Fnatic?
Vision, given over. Okay, they have full info.
And it's going to be the Cassante on the reset. So at least at the moment, it looks like Fnatic should be able to get the lanes that I think they want. But honestly, against the, as we were saying, I think even though it is against Caitlyn and Nico, Fnatic looking to get aggressive on this bottom side with this Nautilus pick and trying to find those kills rather than just letting the Nico and the Caitlyn shove waves fast and take all the turret plating.
You guys might be worried, but Dredgeland's going to be used for Mickey to get back into the wave in time. So standard 2v2, and that ward really nice from CFO to get that full information. Obviously, they know, as you said, Doggo and Kaiwing are down here. They'll clear the ward after a Mystic Shot connects, but we're just going to see how much Upset's going to land, because eventually this is going to become unbearable, depending on how Doggo and Kaiwing land those skill shots.
It's really unfortunate, actually, that Fnatic lost both of those wards, because Kaiwing still had the sweeper going. This is where, again, you want that ward to prevent Kaiwing from being able to play into the bush, but good hook. But again, still, you're going to see that CFO can hit the auto attacks, get the poke down, hide in the bush now with all this vision cleared out, and it makes it difficult for Fnatic to really get aggressive. And that ward now going to prevent Mickey from stepping up into the bush.
Oi. But every time Dredgeline misses, auto attacks plus a little bit of starburst coming from the Q of Nico. So Kaiwing gets good value here as well. One of the most oppressive co-laners as well, I think, in the current meta that's been around for like the last 6 to 12 months, Dagda, or even more. With annoying voice lines, like, and annoying abilities. Let's be honest, I think we all hate Nico in some passion, some kind of degree. Driver's just going to get the push in top. Dredgeline really nice here. Ignite goes down as well. Trap avoided. Mickey takes a big chunk. And even that Warden's Mail, or that Warden's Wrath, excuse me, doesn't really negate too much. Doggo just pushes through.
Yeah, this wave should get the bounce though for CFO, which will make it a little bit more difficult for Razork to try and get in onto this bottom side of the map. And you can even see it's a good clear from Junja, matching that jungle pathing from the Fnatic jungler. The CFO, I think, in a really good spot. I don't really believe there's any way Fnatic can make the plays, especially with Mickey this low.
No, I mean, again, we talked about it. Like, Fnatic's game plan has been bot. You talked about it, Razork. Where does he love? He loves bot. Where does he pitch tent? He pitches a bot. Where's the rental price? Like, no one charges him rent. And we're going to see if CFO can actually finally put the notice up. Oscar's okay.
It's also going to be difficult for Razork to try and contest this grab, as Jinja already moving into position for it. But I think Jinja's just here to cover. Doesn't really want much else.
Sees that the Scuttle is untouched. A ward placed down. A good defensive ward in the try. And Razork just backs away. He goes, no, I'm not going to fight here. One of the best duelists in the game, especially with that bot lane. And Scuttle is just free for CFO.
And this is exactly what CFO want. All that Junja has to do is make sure that the bot lane can play their game. As long as they can keep pushing, get plates, they're going to be more than happy. You're not going to get real value here. And Junja actually still sticking around. Looks like a potential dive. Kaiwing, again, could transform into a minion and end up tanking this tower.
True. That still exists. True. Very, very true. Driver in the meanwhile, I love our observers are still going top, because even though you wouldn't expect it in tank v tank, I mean, Driver's doing really well in the matchup. When he weaves those grasses in with Decimating Smash, that's when it gets quite potent. Good ward place as well. This dive, it has begun. Upset though, not hit with the core of the damage dredge line defensively. The redive might come out, but Kaiwing's low, Junja's low. Not often do you see them fail dives. They're normally a lot cleaner than that.
Well, Mickey did a really good job there. Flashed onto Kaiwing to actually disrupt being changed into a minion. So Kaiwing ended up tanking the tower in Nico form. So he is to back out. The increased tower shot damage then goes on to the Zinzao. He is to back out for top lane.
Oscar, what? Driver just explodes for first blood.
It has not been looking good for Oscar in the top side. Manages to take a ton of damage in the early stages, and now a solo kill, and so much of this CS going to go to the tower. Will be able to TP back in, but still, look at that CS difference in that top lane.
He had the full damage of the shield, because if Sion's untouched, I mean, the damage is maximized. Nothing whittled down by Oscar and Dagda. That is gigantic. I could see it coming, but I just didn't see how it was coming.
Still, I mean, CFO doing everything they need to right now. Even though they don't get the dive on the bottom side, Upset still behind in CS because they have to try and outplay in the moment. Now Junja getting a nice little invade here. Razork going to see if he can get the smite.
Razork is a level up. Rune Prison starts us off. Smite comes down. Junja's behind. Seismic Shove, though, connects. The Tangle Barbs won't matter because Junja is in so much more trouble. Razork, the damage is beautiful as he flashes away the kill, and the deed is done. Honkyu now in trouble himself. He gets phase rush. He runs out. Wants to re-engage with Driver now jumping in, but he doesn't have an ulti. A Seismic Shove yet again. Poby 2 for 2 in the play, and Fnatic now on the board as well.
Fnatic doing a nice job of turning that around. The invade with Driver could have worked out, but Poby with a nice flick back ends up setting up that play. Now Oscar in and trying to prevent Sion from getting to the wall.
He's got an all out. He's got true damage. Driver has to flash away, and Oscar gets a bit of revenge for the previous play.
I was hoping, even though we wouldn't get the kill, that he could just deny Driver all the CS on the top side and try and prevent him hitting level 6 himself. But Mickey,
Seismic Sharp doesn't connect this time. Honkyu steps into it. Beautifully done from the CFO mid laner, as both Mickey and Poby will fail to land.
Yeah, I mean, really nice job. There's been so much action in and around this mid lane, and I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, we talked about how this team has been setting up Poby for success with him coming into the roster and trying to bring us through, but Honkyu has been absolutely fantastic for this squad.
He's gnarly.
He's been absolutely insane. He's won Finals MVP, Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year. This man has taken every achievement and more, and he's more than deserved.
And I mean, I remember when Maple was talked about in the league. I feel like this is bigger. I feel like this is bigger than that. People calling him baby faker, you know, because Caps is already baby faker, but like, this guy is a prodigy at such a young age. Who knows the kind of damage he'll do at this international, let alone the ones to come.
And especially when in finals, he's going up against the likes of Maples that are heroes in the region and able to take them down almost handily, to be honest. It says a lot about what Honkyu has to bring to the table, and the fact that Poby now has to try and control him here and stop CFO from taking over this game is going to be a handful, but I think that's why we're seeing that focus from Fnatic shift from what has traditionally been a bot lane focused team to the mid wave, and now Honkyu actually using that realm warp to the top side. Looks like they want to go for a bit of a swap and get Honkyu into a side lane.
Also, mid wave's going to get hard push. Maybe the Talia wall from Poby to get towards mid lane as well. That might be the option here as the mid wave's fully pushed. Razork also was deep in an invade while this happened, but he hasn't been spotted on vision. I believe we did see a ping coming down as mid wave denied. That's a cannon wave. It's actually okay. Razork, it's level 6 now, by the way. Just a quick side note as he picks up the camp, he backs away, and Upset is going to be able to pick up all this CS and
they're
play
continuing the dive on top side. Driver could ult top here to help Hongq. He has no flash. Or sorry, has his flash available.
Yeah, Poby is going to surf it up, though, and he's okay. And no flash committed. Razork comes in. As you said, cease and desist, the flick back. Still not enough damage. Hongq thinking about it, gets phase rush, walks it out. The resilience of this man not to press the D button was big.
But it does mean Fnatic have control here, and the interrupt on the reset has to flash away. But that's going to be the pressure on top side and the Void Grubs.
Wait, Cosmic Shot comes already, flashes away, Poby at max range! He stares Ginger in the face and says, now what, bro?
The plays around Fnatic's Poby are picking up pace here as Mickey now doesn't actually get away. Driver doesn't really have the damage, I think, to chase
But he
it down.
just ulted Mickey, waiting for a dredge line to come through. Mickey has the flash dredge lines, Riptide's out. It was also that Razork could get a grub. 2 now available here for CFO. A lot committed off the back of the play, but no objective after this.
This thing is, though, you get the plates on top side, massive wave lost top. Oscarinen's pushing in the bot side, another big wave, and a tower plate going across, plus the kill. Even though CFO are pushing them off the Void Grubs, it's a win for Fnatic.
Watch a replay in action here, because Poby steps up to the wave after they see Hongq flash.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Hongq just needed to give up on the play, but thought they could play with Junja. But Poby and these flicks have been perfect. And again, the fact that he ends up getting the stone toss through first means he's set up, and you can see there, Fnatic squad looking happy.
Yeah, it is not a bad start. As you said, Poby's been involved in both plays, and so has Razork. And with this duo, that is good to see, considering that mid-jungle is so important with a Vitalia in the early to mid-stages of the game when you want to use that pressure around the map and around these early objectives. Really fun to picks.
Also, one of the biggest talking points for Fnatic has been the lack of including Poby in these early plays and getting him around the map. And now there's a heavy focus on actually playing towards him, and it's working out well.
In summer, they improved on that. This feels like an even better step in the right direction. Like Poby was kind of played around a little bit more. As you know what, in this early game, Dagda, we talked about it a bit earlier on. Doggo in his lane, he's got a bit of a CS lead, but this Caitlyn hasn't really skyrocketed out. I think there was a bit of plating taken, but as we're getting 4 minutes away from that ending, he sits around mid for now. It's not the best Caitlyn start to the game. I know it's 500 gold up, but like, could be worse.
Still though, like CFO are doing good things, right? Because you've got the early Dragon for themselves. They do have a lead for Doggo that they can look to play through, even using the barrier there to prevent his reset from being interrupted. And now he can start to put pressure on towards other lanes. Like you can see, turret plates are gone and, oh, hang on.
All out's going to come through. True damage is nice. Driver running for his life. There was a solo kill before, but now there's help from Junja. Oscarin slowed down. Flip comes out. He dashes away, and there's a bit of space created, but with a decimating smash, Oscar's gone too far. The shield out, no, never mind. It's Cassante, and Oscarin manages to save the day.
And that's the flash down on Junja now, which for if you have a dragon fight upcoming, or even those next Rift Trail, hang on, here we go.
Romok does calm out. Poby sets out the rocks in place. Pop Blossom as well. Turret aggro not there, and the damage isn't either. It's a rise. Razork also shows his face. True Shot Barrage flies near, and Driver also TPs in.
This is what I was going to say. CFO, even though they aren't leading in the gold lead, they are still a team that is very good at keeping this pressure up, even if they don't have that tempo advantage, and making plays on both sides of the map, managing to not really get much there, but at least you're burning like a flash on towards the Cassante and keeping this bottom lane turret in check and not letting Poby continue to get more gold.
Poby sitting in a lost chapter for now. More gold would equal that first item a little bit earlier as well. As gold is dead even. Dragon's up in 45 seconds. First one went to CFO, and Upset just kites away from Kaiwing's pressure, as Mickey's found at the same time. Just feel like the second Dragon would be a really nice start for CFO, again, to keep leveraging their pressure we're talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's where it is going to be difficult for Fnatic, as Kaiwing looking for Upset. But
Upset knows.
He's counted.
A little bit obvious, yeah.
But here's the thing, right? Like, you have Doggo who's controlling this push on mid really effectively. And starting to get some chip damage on the turret. They can also use that pressure to go for Dragon. This Sion is huge. This Sion is already becoming a bit of a problem. And you talked about it in Champ Select. You don't really have anyone that can kill us. Poby.
Oh my god, a melee range. Poby! Driver does it again. Both his kills are now solo bolos.
Point in case, Driver is a problem, and he's driving it home as he manages to pick up the kill on the bottom side. Right as Dragon spawns, you don't have Poby available. CFO want to look for a play. Pop Blossom nearly available for Kaiwing.
Mickey spotted out on the path down to Dragon. CFO started this for good reason, but Driver at half HP with no ulti. Fnatic think they have an angle, but Upset, he is low on mana. Take that node as Dredgeline kicks us off onto Junja. He still have his Crescent Guard up and available, but he's going to back away. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't do anything. It shows Fnatic that he wants out, and Razork is going to equalize the Dragon, even after that solo kill bot.
It's a good bluff from Fnatic. They basically are saying, hey, you don't have TP or that Realm Warp on Hongq because you use it on that bot lane play.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we have Poby who spawned. He can teleport into the play, or he can even go for that Weaver's Wall in. So they just brute forced their way in. But Poby had already started walking top. He knew that he wasn't needed for the play, so they managed to hold on to the Summoner spell and that ultimate on the Taliyah while also forcing CFO away from the objective.
Tag the next one in 130. It's Herald up in top. Upset's just trying to use the last of his mana bar to get that push. We'll look back at the replay in the meantime. And Driver, he gets the E, the Roar of the Slayer, and he just holds. What a Chad.
Yeah, getting that slow sets up perfectly. The damage is there. And that grasp of the Undying proc. Well, doing the dying part fairly well.
We talked a little bit in draft about problem killing Sion. Sion has 2 kills and is escalating very quickly. How concerned are you?
Quite, because he is the highest level in the game. Oscarin has only just ticked over to level 11 and is going to start becoming pretty unkillable. You have some backline threat on this team and some combos with the Vi, Ezreal, Taliyah, but at some point you're going to have to try and deal with what is going to be a fairly beefy squad. I think that's where Fnatic are going to struggle. And the fact that you aren't winning out on the side lane against the Sion with either the Taliyah or the Cassante is definitely an issue.
Coin-based gold grind, let's have a look. Because Oscar's actually within driving range, no pun intended. But again, Driver's just becoming more unkillable. And you'd expect it versus a Cassante, but even in the all-out Dagda, that's the problem, especially with no Iceborne yet. And a mystery bag of meat of whatever we call the items there with double chain vest.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because Cassante scales so well with resistances. Like, when it comes towards his Q, it's all based off his resistances and everything else. So it makes sense to go for more of them as he starts to go through. The problem is, Driver's starting to go towards that unending despair, which is going to make him just unkillable when it comes towards side lane. He's going to heal so effectively through that every time you go for the trade. And then when you get to team fights again, it takes so long to take him down as Doggo just able to step away.
Mickey's been good with the angle of hooks, but sidestepping has been clutch. I mean, CFO showing why there. Some insane players. Depth charge on Junja, but he just launches in. Razork is by himself. Pop Blossom in the meantime, it's a 2-man. Tangle Bars becomes 3, and Driver has them lined up, ducks in a row. Fnatic came in just to go. The flash away from Oscar is blown out of the water, and CFO made that look effortless.
Fnatic end up completely separated in the fight thanks to that Nico ultimate, and Junja just saying, I'm going into the pit, I can 1v1 Razork easily. Now you get the objective, you get the fight, you're getting towers. CFO might have just blown open this game.
That was so easy for them as well. I mean, Dagda, maybe the proof's in the pudding, proof's in the comp. So many good buttons to start a fight, and they just showed it right there. Hongq is going to try and take this top turret to boot as well, and with their Herald, to just open up mid for the Caitlyn or open up one of these side lanes. You said it before, we may as well say it again. This game definitely in CFO's driving seat.
Yeah, especially at this stage, it's very difficult, it feels like, for Fnatic to try and come back into it. The 3k gold lead already going across. Doggo has already got a 1.6k gold lead, so any sort of like Caitlyn in a trough does not exist, and even that's a bit overrated at this stage. So I think it's just going to be a follow-through, and you can see the team fighting here from CFO was perfect. Kaiwing steps forward, because Poby and Mickey are trying to play back into this choke point, but as Junja goes in, Kaiwing immediately goes on towards the back line, catches Poby, and also catches Mickey on the back of it, and it sets up perfectly for Hongq to then support Junja. Now they can turn their damage onto Poby, who ends up getting locked down, and it's easy for CFO to play the front to back when they've already caught key members of Fnatic.
Cut off the escape route, didn't even need to in the end. Everything just lined up, and Driver so far in this game has been quite the MVP with 2 solo kills, and now contribution of that ulti to those other 3. 1.3k gold lead for him. Also, side note, Doggo just chilling away, farming 1.6k with the global gold that he's also partaken in. And for CFO, next objective is 40 seconds away. It's that 3rd dragon. The Fnatic have to think, well, is it really worth it to fight them at the moment? Are we at our item breakpoints? Because there's an item all along the board, but do Don't we need 2 of them, Dagda?
But the thing is, why do you try and play as Fnatic? They're going to make an attempt at this top side of the map, but Hongq has this Rift Tower in his back pocket, so just if Fnatic try and overextend underneath the tower, Hongq can pop that down and try and keep himself safe, but looks like doesn't want any part of it. So Fnatic just going to look for the top trade instead, as CFO, like, cool, we'll just handshake the mid tower instead.
Which is important as well when you have a Caitlyn. That control is crazy. You have a lead as well, but deep vision is going to pay off so much, and it's not just outer turret, because outer was taken with ease. Now Hongq is going to drive it right towards mid, and that's going to be gone. Inner turret at 18 minutes of the game is Upset, just has to back away. Poby's going to teleport. They're turning this into a play, but Mickey's already dead. He dredgeline too early with the Weaver's Wall lining down mid. CFO already half out. Hongq is covered by Driver's decimating smash. As Razork now found on an angle by Junja, and I feel like Fnatic are crumbling at the seams. A decimating smash. Poby with a good flick back, but Kaiwing will not perish. Junja now, his angle has re-entered onto Upset, as it just goes from bad to worse for the European representatives as Doggo flash after the ace in the hole. Poby gets hit, and if there was another one, he would be dead. This is some Chad maneuvers coming out of the LCP reps.
I would have said it's a sigh of relief for Upset that he didn't go down, but it's more desperation at this stage. Everyone of Fnatic tries to jump on the midway, but CFO are just too strong. Fnatic have to get creative to bypass this beefy front line, but even when they do, it's still not enough.
When you see a Caitlyn ulting and then flashing past a Talia, trying to get the kill, you know the game is in a problem state. It's a 5k gold lead, 2 dragons, and look at the replay again.
And I don't mind this early engage from Mickey, because it's, hey, let's just try and get something started. I will go down, but it buys the time we need to try and set people up. But the Weaver's Wall only separates Hongq. Upset can't really push forward because he's fearful of actually the damage that can come through. Razork, as you said, gets caught on the side. And Driver is just sitting in front of his team and preventing both the damage dealers for Fnatic getting through. And he's lost 5% of his HP,
almost
maybe.
And then we don't get to see Doggo just deciding to send it forward, but that's how confident they are right now. Razork looking for a play through top side. Roar of the Slayer clears the wave. Driver, we're really going to test if this guy can dive, but he's level 13 as Atakan spawns, and Dagda, it seems like Fnatic are going to throw the Hail Mary, to which CFO say, yep, we have a TP rise. If you start Atakan, you will lose the game quicker.
It's just Fnatic trying to see if they can get anything. If maybe CFO split up wrong as they try to come in to contest the objective and you can find something. But CFO doing their due diligence. They're not going to overextend. They're going to be patient on this, and as Fnatic step away, it may actually be the window for CFO to start up the objective.
It's up to Fnatic. They're going to have to send some ultis in. Now Upset sticks around, checks, waits for the wave top. Oscar's just covering that entry towards the tri-brush as well. Atakan has not started yet. Fnatic know at least that much, but Control Ward is making it difficult for them as Driver steps up, caring not. If Razork Vault Breaker's in, then what? You know, that's the problem. It's like, Upset, when do you get Serelda's Grudge? When are we there?
I don't even know if it matters, man.
Yeah, I mean...
It's the problem with Sion, right? You need something that is a good tank killer, and you just don't have it, and now Razork costs.
Good flank onto Junja, flash away Driver, point blank. Doesn't find a knock-up though. Oscar in him walks it out. That's the one time that you're happy as a European fan that Driver didn't get too much, but Atakan still started off and CFO healthy enough to play this charade.
The Driver is still able to just control this area again. He just does not take damage. And for Fnatic, they're trying desperately to buy access to the river, but they're fighting on 2 fronts, both towards the tower and at Driver.
They got a flip, they got a seismic shove. Razork just flashed away, and that Vi wanted it engaged. Driver's the one that got flicked back again. Damage is null. Fnatic receiving the wave. Good dredge line onto Hongq. Seismic shove, true shot barrage. It's good with an exhaust, but again, they need to find a kill. Razork decided to go in and die. Okay, send it again. Now onto Driver with a dredge line. They're finally killing the Sion. They've done so, but a flip up from Junja, and he finds a new lease on life. Driver on the back line gets Fnatic nice and busy, but under the turret he cares not, as that's the best result for the 3rd seed of the LEC, but it still looks a bit too hard.
Hongq got the reset to teleport in, so healthy members on CFO and Fnatic blinking when it comes to some of their health bars and their mana bars. It'll be just a viewing party as CFO take the Atakan.
All right, let's throw the play a 3rd time into the midst. See what Fnatic can do. Oscar Rinnan at full HP. Again, the Realm Walk comes out after the Atacant, but no one takes it. The main thing is CFO got the Atacant, and right now it is looking like an LCP day one, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, CFO looking very commanding here. Oscar Rinnan just going to try and be an annoyance, but it's not going to matter. The reset's going to come through, and look at the items that were starting to come through after this fight, because it's absurd for CFO. But again, like Fnatic try desperately getting in here. HomeQ is a good call to try and go for, but unfortunately they just don't have the damage to follow up. And here, Razork thinks, if I can get in range, I can ult HomeQ, and that would be enough to finish him off, but doesn't manage to get it off. And then it's one kill back, as Upset and Poby are able to play away from Kaiwing's engage. But Junja with the flash forward, they've already done enough damage, and there's no threat onto Doggo. The long-range Caitlyn doing work.
You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger has a quote saying, if it bleeds, we can kill it. Now, I don't know how that applies with Driver. They did actually kill it. But it took the whole team in the end. Optimism, I don't know. Right now, I feel like CFO, we have to really just call out how good their mechanics have been, but how structured their fighting has been around Driver. This is why we're excited for this team, because they destroyed Team Secret Wales in the same fashion in finals. They are showing at Worlds, they're doing the same thing. They're just so concentrated in their efforts, and it is so nice to see from the LCP.
Yeah, really good understanding of how to take fights, where to be positioned, how to enable picks like the Caitlyn for Doggo, and even doesn't quite have that rapid fire cannon complete. I thought he'd have it done at this stage, but still, setting up his trap line. How do you try and break this as Fnatic? So you can see they're not even going to bother. They're just going to let them have this third dragon and hope somewhere they find the damage. But I just don't see it coming again. Like 2 items only for Upset, 2 and a bit for Poby, trying to work towards that magic resist shred, but it just doesn't matter.
Poby, he knows they're there, obviously. Cosmic Shove goes onto a clone. And as he clears this wave, note that Baron's up in 20 seconds. Now, Dagda.
Hello.
15 seconds in that Baron, and there is a very deep pushed wave for Oscar, so he's kind of set up the cards right, as Fnatic are going to be able to get vision off this. But the question is, what is going to stop CFO from just pushing through and clearing that vision afterwards?
I mean, I think at this stage it's just a swing and a prayer, hope for the best. Okay. And you can kind of see this. The vision hasn't been set up by CFO, and you're hoping maybe they miss one and you can get like a TP for Oscar Rinnan to kind of flank something along these lines.
Makes sense.
But unfortunately, like as you say, the vision is completely cleared out. You're not really in a position as Mickey to try and go for these like cheating tempo plays to get vision down, because CFO have already established themselves on the top side. At least with that bot lane tower going down, Poby getting a bit of gold for himself. I don't know if it'll be enough to complete the Void Staff here. Maybe on reset. Or, actually, not the Void Staff. It's the
Crypto Bloom.
There he goes. Yep. Yeah, Crypt Bloom now completed. But again, CFO are just playing this so well structurally. Not overextending, constantly playing off of where they need to be on the map, setting up their vision correctly, and they're just not letting Fnatic have a moment to find a pick.
Like this, I mean, Razork sets up control ward. Okay, there's Junja, goes back from Tri-Brush, Vault Breaker, Ghost as well. Mickey wants a hook onto HomeQ. They say, hey, we found him. Let's get the mid lane. A seismic shove as well. Everyone launching in from Fnatic. Their pick with Upset setting the True Shot Barrage. A shutdown to Mickey's unfortunate, but a shutdown nonetheless. Now Driver's isolated as Kaiwing wanted an angle, but he's not going to be given it. Driver ulti's out, and Fnatic, there's still life yet.
Fnatic find the pick. Doggo wasn't there to be the catalyst to try and help out afterwards, and now CFO backing away. Baron potential on the cards for Fnatic. But I don't think they have enough. I think if they end up in that pit, they end up getting shredded by CFO. So just be a pick, back away, and hope for a bit more gold.
Was a bit committed there, as Doggo sends his ulti out, but it's a good block. And I will say, if Fnatic find isolation, I think you talked about it before, Dagda, there is still a way. And we discounted this game just because of how CFO have been playing with the seismic shove around mid lane. If CFO disrespect with the dredge line coming in as well, there's danger. Junja at half HP, no flip back, and Poby's getting good poke damage with the threaded volley. No dragon to move to for Fnatic, so it'll be sticking on midway for the time being, with them having control over Baron Vision.
Yeah, it may have looked a bit funky from CFO, but it's a good call to keep this mid turret alive.
That is true.
Using those ultimates, you know the Fnatic don't think they're strong enough to actually go for the Baron, and they invested their own ultimates in that play. So for CFO, yes, it's a pick that went across, but it's not anything that's really game-changing for Fnatic right now.
You know what it is? When we get towards that soul in 2 minutes, I know it's only a Chemtech soul, but still, getting that extra tenacity when you have a lot of chain CC, a lot of pick potential, CFO's just extra stats that help them win this game and make the LCP undefeated on day number 1. It's only the start of Worlds that's good. It's getting me giddy dagged up with the Rune Prison as well, and with Mickey maybe getting caught out. Speak of the devil, he can't get the Mega Blast Cone, and Junja punishes for that. Razork bops him away. Good defense from Poby, but Driver's here. Ultimate melee range, and Doggo snaps him down with a headshot. True shot barrage after the fact. It's nice, but it's not going to cut it as Razork is in the dirt for 40 seconds, and Poby's poke, try as he might, he won't be able to mitigate CFO, starting the Baron.
Junja just sat on that blast cone and refused to let Mickey use it, so he ends up having to leap out, and Razork dies for his sins, and now CFO start up the Baron. This is a miracle if Fnatic hope that they can steal this.
Poby's going to come in, decimating smash block, but midway, Oscarinin gets bopped up anyway. The seismic shove onto Driver. It's getting more and more tanky. The Bing, he's alive as Oscar flushes away. Meanwhile, Pop Blossom, mid-realm warp. Away goes Oscar. He manages to shield it out as Honkyu gets shoved away. Poby's trying to stop the advance, but Junja says no. The Crescent Guard and Driver going for another spin. CFO have brought the game back into their favor again.
There is nothing that Fnatic can do. They're getting chased down. They are putting everything they can into this Scion, and he will not fall. CFO.
Razork, he flashy break Q onto Doggo, but there's a decimating smash behind him. Razork thinks wrong. All out comes in. Doggo's in a bit of trouble. Okay, over the wall. Oscar gets the shut down. But let's not forget, this guy's become a bit squishy. And Junja likes that 2v1. Pack your bags as Junja puts another one in the basket.
And that's going to be Chemtech Soul for CFO on the back of it. And you thought it was difficult taking down CFO before this. It has just become so much harder. CFO making a statement here in game number 1 for themselves at the World's Championship.
Junja's going to pick up the Soul any second now, as Fnatic's chance of an upset has been thrown by the wayside once again. This game looked done. There are a couple of picks, and then we just return to the scene of the crime. Thank you, Muscat, for your priceless moment, as now it's only an Elder flip or a potential Baron that gives Fnatic hope.
And honestly, it's kind of just been strong play coming through from Junja. But Driver, again, getting a bunch of these solo kills in the early stages. And you can see here, look how much damage is being tossed his direction, and he's just slowly walking away from everything until they find that moment for the Realm Warp into the Pop Blossom, catching Oscarinin. And even afterwards here again, Driver understanding, look, we're going to get these plays because everyone is focused on towards the Zinzao. I'm going to squeeze past to focus the back line and make sure that there's no damage that Fnatic can put through onto any of my cards.
I think that was Razork saying sorry as he died as well. Maybe it was Poby at the end. But it's a 6k gold lead. It's now the Onslaught. Doggo has 3 and a bit items with the Last Whisper. He's sitting 6-1 and 6. It's been a fantastic debut. Exactly what we expected from CFO. Junja now just moving into position as well. Inner turret under fire, and Fnatic struggling to clear the wave. It's Poby who's doing the most work right now as Upset's just trying to deal with mid.
Exactly, Honkyu pushing in this mid lane. We're going to make it very difficult. Oscarinin trying to play around the trap line, but...
He sat on one. Headshot. Oh my god!
That's the tank!
He's such a good boy, and Junja is too. Everyone's getting praise on this CFO roster. There's a Realm Warp taking 1 minion into the base. He's going to enable an engage. Ace in the hole hits Upset. Pop Blossom hits 2 for the final moment. Poby about to drop the greatest of some time. Ain't today. It's Honkyu as he runs in with the rest of his team with CFO looking to finish this one here.
They didn't even bring Driver along for that. He ended up bolting out of it. He didn't want to come along for the rides, but it's a victory lap. It feels like for CFO.
Not just for CFO, Dagda. It's a victory lap for the LCP on day 1. 2-0 is the kickoff. And CFO, we said they're the best of this region. They damn well put their money where their mouth is as they kick Fnatic in the jawline.
And they made it look easy. Driver getting kills against Poby, getting kills against Oscarinin. Junja and Honkyu looking fantastic in the 2v2. And then Doggo was just massive. Like the Caitlyn and the Nico look so oppressive for Upset and Mickey to try and play into.
Man, they kept trying to find picks, but every single time it's like, oh no, wait, there's a sign in the way. Yeah, the Nico just cloned, oh, that's not a real engage. it's such a hard game for Fnatic to play, but to be fair, CFO are the ones that made it so damn hard. With how constantly they were grouped, how constantly they set up those fights.
And there's just nothing that Fnatic can do. CFO will take a well-earned bow here. Because my God, that was incredible stuff from the LCP first seed.
And from first seed, from second seed, LCP 2-0 desk. That's what I'm saying. That was my region once.
I mean, they've been surprising everyone all year. Honestly, amazing showing here for the first game of CFO here at Worlds. Yeah.
It's still a reason to
stay.
I just want to say.
So happy.
Yeah.
Look at him! Look at him! That's the Scion Q.
He's emoting on us every time.
I mean, I think it's just it's a reality check.
Yeah.
You said that, yeah.
The LCP, you can't mess with them. You can't underestimate them. Yeah. We already had very high expectations for CFO, but for them to just come in and dominate the way that they did, I mean, I like their draft approach. It was very simple, very straightforward. They executed well. And I mean, this team, there's just so much to be excited about.
Yeah, I mean, they came in and did a lot. Driver especially, because early on in that game, I saw that solo kill on Oscar, and I looked directly at you. It's like a sign to come. Because Driver on Scion is a different kind of beast, because I just talked about the solo kill that he had versus Oscar, but the solo kill bot lane versus Poby was insane. He just had like a lethal when the Talia was like 100% HP.
He connects, and the man said, okay, calculations done.
Yep.
Easy kill for me.
But that's my question here. We know that this guy is, I'm not going to call him a one-trick. He can play other champions, but he's pretty cracked on Scion, honestly. What was the idea?
He's named after
Scion. He's named after Scion. How did they think they could handle this when you look at Fnatic's composition and how they wanted to play that?
Oh, I mean, I think they had a plan with getting a bit of comfort early on. They wanted dive. We know they're a bot-centered team. Like, one of their most successful drafts from, well, I would say the year is like this Vi, Kai'Sa, Ambessa traditionally. No Ambessa this time around, of course. But then once they saw the Scion, and like not being able to get your hands on the Kai'Sa, it felt like that they then kind of had two different ideas of what they wanted to do, and it became very difficult for them to execute. Still a strong showing from Poby overall on his debut. I will give him credit there, but CFO, the way they approached the fight, their discipline around the map, I mean, they are a strong team for a reason, and they demonstrated why against Fnatic.
Absolutely, and Raz, we know that they've been ramping up all year. We saw that at First End. First End felt like a surprise. MSI felt like the confirmation. Like they feel like an even stronger team that they were at MSI.
It's just a reality now, and especially with Team Secret Wells winning in the game prior, like, no, the LCP is a strong region that you must respect. And so I was very shocked with it. I will say for the HyperX Reflex replay, it was Kaiwing on his Nico ulti that was a big shock to me, because like it was just like, yes, they're great within the lane. They're dominating there, but then also the team fight there, being able to push out Razork out of the pit and then see and separate the rest of the team with an amazing Nico ultimate. They're a great team fighting team. The setup is beautiful. They're a team to watch out for.
We heard from Trimby earlier say that the way in which Team Secret Wells set up the fights was obviously very good, and CFO is a cut above them. And again, I think that we saw that the way they approach their team fights is clinical, well executed. And when you also factor in the kind of coordination issues that Fnatic are demonstrating, it was just easy pickings for CFO.
And it's just a little bit of swagger as well. Like, of course, Driver coming in with the Scion Q emote afterwards. Doggo, anytime you miss an ability on him, he's just spamming emotes. Like, this is a team that has fun on stage. It's day one, game one, and they're already just chilling.
I mean, that's the thing. They show up strong here. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm not worried yet.
Yeah.
As an LEC fan, but Vidius, you talked about discipline, cohesion. Back to the drawing board for Fnatic. What are the first things you're looking at?
That Vi damage right there. Do you see that Vi damage? Razork, we need back in action. I think this draft I didn't love. I like the idea of Talia Vi short, but I think like if they want to play dive, I think they should stick to dive. If they want to play team fight, I think they should stick to team fight. And I feel like that Fnatic need to lower the barrier to entry of their composition, take a page out of CFO's book, and kind of simplify their approach, because right now they are definitely not one of the favorites in this tournament. They are very far down in terms of the power rankings, and I think simplifying their game plan is their best approach moving forward.
Yeah, and I mean, just some of the notes that I took about this team, and I'm looking at you guys just to confirm, is that they're an unpredictable team. Fnatic is. Because, like, yes, they looked poor in this game. They can easily just look completely different. Oscar in this game. Yeah, so it's like, that's the main note I took. I bolded it. It was very clear to me. So, like, even though, you know, you look at them in this game, you're expecting just poor play throughout the tournament. No, that shouldn't be the expectation. So we'll see what it looks like. But at least for CFO side, they stamped their way with a 1 win on day 1, and they're a team to watch out for. I don't want to draw them into the next phase. Because we're going to win this next. That's why.
It's fine.
Yeah,
we
also
got another EU team coming up right next. We're also going to have an interview in just a little bit. But for now, that's all for us here. Driver, emoting on us. GG, well played. You get this one for now. We'll be back in just a few minutes for KT versus MKOI.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
welcome back to the desk ahead of MKOI versus KT Roster. Here, it's fine. Back to the drawing board. Another LEC team enters
Control
the stage.
What am I looking at over here?
Oh, that's a fishy drawing. I love it.
I did draw that, yes, because this is a precognition as to what's happening. MKOI win versus KT free. Am I right, Law?
You got it right.
Okay,
you got it right.
all right.
I love to see the loyalties staying true.
Always
this
loyal.
Time around.
Always loyal.
I absolutely love that.
And actually, we're gonna have two teams that know each other because they've been screaming each other for the past 3 days now. And
that's what we've
we
heard.
know how this one ended up. KT canceling. Ew.
Yeah, what that kind of bad look, honestly, very bad look.
It had nothing to do with the fact that they happened to realize that they were playing against each other. I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fact that as they were attempting to scream, there was in fact an immediate response of, well, we're playing against each other.
Yeah, wait a second.
But the trash talk from Docnam, like that just came down immediately, right? He was threatening. He was just making JoJo very clear of what was going to happen on the Rift.
I'll kill you. What is going on here? I got to defend my boy, JoJo.
I love it, but you want to get that mental edge on the side of MKOI here, of course. No, but that's going to be interesting, actually, because we know that scrims usually don't reflect so much what happens on stage, so I'm wondering, how did these scrims go? And what's going to be the level of confidence from both teams here?
Yeah, I mean, I already talked about in the previous game how it's, Fnatic's unpredictable. I feel like MKOI is unpredictable. From the draft, it's unpredictable. So, like, it's a really good challenge because for MKOI, I look at, like, Mirwin and Elyoya, and they're really exciting players to watch. And so, like, I want to hear your opinion, Andy, on basically, like, what to expect. We're on first-name basis here. I mean, first-name basis. You can call me Barento.
Can I?
Yeah, you can.
Wow.
We're allying here. I got JoJo on the team. I have something to play for.
That's all this is about.
Yeah.
You got a stake in this race.
Of course.
Well, let me tell you about KOI. They brought JoJo in at the beginning of this year, and to be honest, Raz, he was mid.
Oh, okay.
He was mid. But spring and summer, my goodness, the glow-up of that man in the mid lane.
Okay.
It's been an absolute joy to watch. I think it's pretty undisputed. He's considered the best laner in the league right now with the amount of development that he showed. But KOI winning out in spring. In summer, they made it to the finals, so they did end up falling short to G2. But the expectations really have been shifted, where last year it was just kind of a struggle as the year continued. We've only seen a continued ramp up from this MKOI squad. And while at MSI, they ultimately did disappoint compared to their expectations, falling short against both BLG and CFO, I think that they put a lot of weight on their own shoulders to perform here at this year's World Championship.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I think handshakes just because we're allied in this adventure and also with your...
We are. Yes.
What's happening here? There's a shirt underneath that, isn't there?
No, there's not.
There is absolutely a shirt underneath that. Show it. Show what you're hiding here. What are you doing? KT! KT!
I thought we...
You don't know what's going to happen. Okay, you know what?
Law.
You know what?
You said you were Law. Should I call you Law or should I call you Cadril? Like, what is this?
Huh? Or Turncoat.
The only thing I know is that I'm the only one who's going to be a winner at the end of the day. You guys...
Oh, no. Keep sitting on the hedge on that bush. No.
I thought you were on board with the KT free. We prepared that joke together.
I'm on every side. I'm on the winner's side here. Yeah.
Well, okay, then.
The professional flippity-floppers.
I didn't flip-flop yet.
Flip-flop. Okay,
I didn't flip-flop just yet, all right? I'm clean. You have bloody hands on you.
Let's talk about KT at the very least, okay?
Yeah.
Because,
BDD, 3 letters. That's what I'm looking at here.
I mean, that is fair. I mean, it's worth recognizing that they did create quite the upset qualifying to this championship. No one expected them to beat Gen G, but my goodness, I mean, you talked about PDD. That mid-jungle combo absolutely popped off in this series.
Yeah, like, it was surprising. To me, not surprising with how BDD was performing the regular split, but to being able to see how Cuz was performing throughout that, and also Peter and Perfect, 2 of the players that I didn't expect to show up in the series versus Gen G, they showed up massively. So I was watching this series, wanting to make fun of both Emily and Julor, didn't get the chance to be able to do that.
You added me in the middle of the night, man. I was like, where's the respect? But you gotta be happy for this team because it's been the BDD show for so long. This team came together when it mattered, and honestly, the tears on BDD's face when he qualified, you know what it means to him. You know how bad he wanted to qualify for Worlds again, and they made it. But the issue with this team is you never know what you're going to get when it comes to KT.
And that's the thing, because I want to bring up the the bracket because it was an awesome, awesome upset against Gen G, but then reality struck once more. It was an immediate 3-0 in favor of HLE into another 3-0. I mean, our expectations suddenly rose, and I think they fell into the same trap that KT often. The moment you start getting excited, you know, and I'll tell you one thing. Aren't you excited to see KT today, Raz? Because I am.
I'm very
so excited to watch BDD play on the international
Super
stage.
excited.
I'm super excited to see them play in their first international competition since so long. I think it's been a year.
What is there not to be excited about? What is there not to be excited about?
There's so much to be excited about. Don't you agree?
The top laner's name is perfect.
That is a great point.
For the sake of me wanting to keep my job, we're going to move forward here, and I'm not going to say anything to you guys. And one matchup that I'm looking forward to, though, is JoJo versus BDD. Small spoilers here. It went well in scrims for JoJo.
Oh, we're getting the info.
Of course it did. He's the boy. He has become a pride of Europe, one could say. Okay, we have accepted him warmly within the LEC.
Of course, of course.
And again, we talk about his laning phase. You only have to go back to MSI. He was having fantastic performances against Knight, of all people. Knight even showcasing his respect after the series, saying how well JoJo played. And this mid lane matchup is going to be one to keep our eyes on, because given the way BDD has been playing throughout this year, this is going to be a matchup to watch.
And just as a reminder, this is just a visit. Don't get too comfortable with JoJo's presence in Europe, but also for BDD, I mean, like, he is really comfortable with how the competition has been. Even though you're looking at the stats and you're seeing negatives, no, he has been a real playmaker for the team, a real engine for the squad. And I really want to see, you mentioned mid-jungle, Cuz and BDD really take over the map. That's my eyes. And also, look, let's defend Perfect if he's able to get dove. If he's like, if there is somebody looking to dive him, please protect him on the wave, because I feel like sometimes they send him they send him over the edge.
I know Mirvin was pretty much looking forward to facing off against him. We know what is needed on the side of KT Rolster is going to be BDD and Cuz syncing up together. Confidence is what I want to see on the side of MKOI.
And just as an EU fan, I have to say that, like, there is a lot of pressure on KOI because they want fans to believe in them. And I think that this is going to be a really important kind of tone setter to showcase what they have prepared for this tournament, because they do want to change the narrative, they want to shift the perspective, and they want to reignite that hope in EU fans.
Absolutely. That was the lesson from MSI. MSI, it was just go, be aggressive. If you see an angle, take that angle. We need to see it from MKOI.
And it has to come together today for MKOI taking on KT Rolster here in their first game at Worlds 2025. Let's hit the rest.
Thank you very much from the KT Fraud, and especially when this team is so exciting, how could you not look towards KT and look at them as the favorites?
Yeah, I mean, there's excitement in the air for KT today.
There is a lot of excitement.
I don't think there's any other way to put it, but
no,
we'll have to see what they do bring, because as the desk alluded to, like, this team had an incredible series against Gen G that got them into that third place. Like, for so long over in the LCK, people are kind of looking at them as, okay, well, it's definitely, we have a clear top three in HLE, Gen G, and T1. It never really featured KT, but that performance netted them that third place, and now it's on MKOI coming in as the second seed from the LEC to upset the apple cart a little bit and show that the LEC can compete with the LCK.
That's why there was a lot of focus on mid, especially when BDD is the driving force. JoJo has become one of the greatest laners, if not the best laner mid in Europe, and when we have Caps, that's such a statement, that's such an accolade. The way against Gen G, you know, a couple of those games, just bullying down, keeping Chovy in the ground, and escalating BDD. You remember the Zoe game where he got 3 kills early, and he just ran over the game.
Game 5 as well.
It was so nice. Even if he didn't get the perfect flank of the fight, he just had so much impact every time. And that's what you're going up against with BDD and Cuz. Outside of the allegations of KT, it's like, this team, when they're at a high note, can be so good. But that's the same with MKOI. It's just about the variance, which I think MKOI can share in, because spring champions into a team that didn't show up in summer.
But also finals. I think it was, summer I look at almost like as a split of growth for MKOI.
Yeah, it was.
Because you could tell they are trying to move away from what was their traditional strong points. When you look back at like winter and spring, it was, we want to try and use Aoyoi and Alvaro to get super ahead, to find strong team fights that enable our AD carry, who was performing incredibly well. he's continued that strong performance, but the shift has been more towards, hey, we want to go towards Gallios, we want to go towards Talias, we want to go towards Ryze, we want to play this 1-3-1 style and make sure that we're able to play through a side lane around Jojo Pyun and try and lend to that as our strength rather than it being the team fighting that was already working for them. So my question mark for this series is, what style do we get from MKOI? Are we shifting back towards team fights, aggression with Elyoya and Alvaro syncing up early, or is it a continue of, we're going to go for Ryze early, we're going to try and play for side lanes and build on those things that we learned over the course of summer?
As we get our MKOI fan now wearing the exact right jersey for the right game. Good on you. And to your point, Dagda, as well, that style, big question, because then it leads to super, right? If we get that front-to-back style from MKOI, where we haven't talked about him yet, but this AD carry, one of the best team fighting AD carries in the region. While we start with our game 3 of the day.
Yeah, Wukong already taken off the board. Wukong Annie was an incredibly strong pick for KT over the course of the summer split in the LCK, so going to try and remove that here. Another big pick is going to be that Nico for Peter. Peter considered one of the best, if not the best, Nico supports in the league. So maybe worthwhile trying to remove that, but we'll have to see. Is it actually going to be the Ryze taken away? Orianna still left up to play with if that wants to be the pick for BDD.
Okay, well, Ryze. I mean, I do like the Ryze ban here, just a quick note, because we've had Ryze as a priority pick over the past couple of games to start the day off, but the Orianna's also been really high up there, and KT are given their priority.
Yeah, Yunara going to be the pick, and you could pair it alongside the Nico if you want to here, and just set yourself up with a very strong bot lane, but it is going to be the Jarvan, a nice take away, as you say there, Sterix, from the Orianna combo.
Such a good pairing, but Rumble is still up and available, Dagda, and I mean, if we're talking about pairings, Mewin, not a bad Rumble, but I feel like here in the meta, double AP solo laners with so many AD junglers up and available, it does feel like something that, again, the hot pot here in China, it goes hard.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao, though, going to be taken here for Cuz. Very strong pick with the Orianna. Orianna enables him in the early stages with the shield and also with the movement speed to get into fights and be able to chase down people to enable his kit fully. But there you go. Looks like that hot pot going to be taken away tonight by KT.
Oh, yeah. KT know where they are is instant Galio lock. You just talked about it before. Let's put Jojo on something that can support this comp, and it does look like we're super on a carry. This is going to be one of those games where they're going to dive in and Super's going to have to carry from the back.
I mean, also, which is one of the go-tos when it came to what you want to match up into the Orianna, survive the lane and then become a big threat on the side lane, which is where Orianna's weak, but also accessing dive combos here with the Jarvan to go against what is fundamentally Orianna's weak point of having that ability to escape. However, it does mean you've kind of got a mid lane that doesn't offer a lot of push against the Xin Zhao that does want to try and invade and get into the face of the Jarvan. So I am curious what the rest of this draft now is going to look like for KT, because if they can afford a pushing lane on top with this Rumble, it opens up for Cuz to look for an invade and get in the face of Elyoya.
Really just stem this early game and stop MKOI from slowing it down. Now we get Mewin on his Cassante. We have seen some insane Mewin Cassante run up against Fnatic. You saw it firsthand, Dagda, as well. And it's one of his best champs, I think, this split.
Oh, the immediate Caitlyn. So already kind of identified on MKOI side. So I was actually going to say, I don't think you take the Braum. I think you can go for something like a Lulu Hill for Alvaro if you really want to, or even maybe a Bard or something, but enable a bit more on that bottom side of Enchanter for this Yunara. But I will say that has not been Alvaro's strengths. Alvaro has been this engage tool that wants to work alongside the engage with Elyoya and kind of sync up. But I do think in this situation, the Lulu, just a super strong pick, because you don't have a lot of DPS on MKOI's side apart from this Yunara. So finding ways to enable her is your best setup.
And you got your answer. We asked at the start of this, is MKOI going to play these side lanes heavy, or are we going to get this front to back? We got the front to back. We got the superstar. The build that is all about super dealing out the damage here. It's just a question of MKOI. Can they stem out the game? Can they stem out the bleeding that you were concerned about with Cuz on something so heavily skirmish-based and that top side, and even the Caitlyn being so good in the lane?
Yeah, I think the Caitlyn not having the traditional range support paired alongside her does make her a little bit less threatening when it comes towards trying to get the access to the tower and that. So I think you should be fine as Super and Alvaro in this lane matchup to do kind of whatever you want. The only thing is it will make the linking up, like Jarvan and Lulu, not a crazy strong combo. Sure, when you get like access to level 6, you can Cataclysm into walled growth for that double CC combo. It can be nice, but from a auto-attacking standpoint, it's not exactly where Jarvan's strengths lie. So I think the main focus here is going to be on trying just scale into a portion of the game, we have 2 items, 3 items. You've got good access to side lanes thanks to this Cassante and the Galio, and you then just try and play for these team fights with this Yunar enabled thanks to the Lulu.
Well, Dagders, we're about to get into game 3 of our first day of Swiss. I have one thing to say to the KT fans. You were rewarded. You were all rewarded for KT getting to this point. I am looking at Law across the way because she and others like her got their just desserts with KT returning to the big stage. But now it's about if they can go further. Peter's going to start it off. There's a nice Winter's Bite, but unfortunately Alvaro's near a heater. He cools off, or rather heats up. He just pokes out. Good attack as he just gets some damage down. It's a little bit on the tier, and I should say Dagda on the mana flow band, excuse me. But man, MKOI, what can they do here? It's single game. It's a best of 1. They want that front to back. How the lane's going to go is obviously everyone's biggest question.
Yeah, I think so if I'm KT, what I'm going to try and do is operate off of this mid-jungle support. As a combo, this enables the Xin Zhao so incredibly well because the CC, the speed ups, everything just works so well together. And then you can force an isolation where Duckdam on this Caitlyn is able to try and fight against Supa. So if I'm KT, I'm going to try and find creative ways to link up as a unit. And we already talked about how MKOI don't exactly have the strongest jungle and support pairing. No. It is nice with JoJo, but you're lacking a lot of that DPS. So I think that's where KT going to try and find these moments to link up with their trio and use that advantage in the early game.
Well, already you also talked about the potential of invading. And for now, it's just a standard start from Cuz going from top to bottom, but again, when you have the Brom and Caitlyn, you expect that there could be a potential dive on the horizon, with Brom as well. Very easy to lock in place with Trap on top. Onto Dockdam, Super just steps on up, but he does get heavily traded against. There's no tilt over Pacemaker that hits Super in the face, but still at half HP for both AD carries.
And just the early ghost from Super, so he can try and use the fact he's just hit that empowered auto attacks and just get a nice trade down. And we'll continue to try and, as much as possible, now that as E take these auto attacks both sidestep.
You talk about this. The lane's not as potent for KT because, again, we've got the Brom instead of something as well that can outrange, instead of something like the Karma or something, again, that can hit that Lulu in the face. Alvaro doing a good job of enchanting Super to just run at them.
And this will also open up then as both junglers going down towards the bottom side, that you should have the Jarvan, that can Elioya, that should be able to get the JoJo.
Yeah, he leveled up, so he got a bit of health back, but because Shield of Duran didn't connect, JoJo couldn't just hit and get out of there. BDD at full HP, and this is what you expect of the lane early. Range advantage being used well.
You can see Duckdam is trying to reset on this bottom side. Alvaro just being a nuisance to prevent him. Does have to be a little careful as Xin Zhao is on the bottom side. Again, though, I think opening up for Elioya, have a strong clear, should be able to get the crab and reset if he so pleases. But MKOI doing a decent job in bot lane, whereas mid lane, BDD making JoJo bleed.
Doesn't have much mana in the bar. That's the only saving grace. A Clockwork wind-up is doing work, though. JoJo's walking back in. Shield of Duran. Taunt is good for the Winds of War to get the level up and make sure that he can just TP back now.
Guz is leaving bot lane, though, and Elioya setting up for a dive here. That's the shield down.
Yeah, the Arclight is sent out as well. There's some good poke damage. Dockdam and Peter get to level 3. But the wave is instantly cleared out. It's a single wave. There's the flag. Now spotted out. Dockdam knows he's in trouble. Puts the traps down because Cuz is heading towards top Dagda. So Dockdam does not have the support he needs. Peter's stuck around for the wave. He wants experience. And the main thing is it's not going to Dockdam.
That's the point. Even though Elioya could have looked potentially for the dive there, they don't want to. They know they're already getting the lead when it comes to the plates and also this CS advantage. This Caitlyn not looking good after this early stage, and Super and Alvaro playing this lane incredibly well.
That's a 30 CS lead. Sorry, 30 CS lead. You know what I mean? That's 30 to 20 CS. That
I wish it was.
I mean, that would be a statement from Super and Alvaro if it really were. Perfect traded back. Mirwin is getting burnt alive up in this top lane, and you expect the crispiness to continue as Peter trying to stop it out from over the wall. Super going to be spotted out now, but Winter's Bite was just used. Alvaro on the run. Another Winter's Bite would slow him down, but Alvaro is going to get a chance to back, however slow.
Yeah, so Alvaro will get the reset. Again, though, I think you've kind of got this focus of, hey, now MKOI are in a really good spot when it comes towards the bottom side of the map. JoJo is surviving in this mid-wave, and even though he's been pushed back a little bit, the CS is still fairly even. Even if it isn't, they aren't CSing as well as they could have, but still, I think you're pretty happy with it.
I think mid for JoJo, again, has been one of the biggest highlights in Europe. not only just over this split, but the development that has happened over this year. The fact that he's even against this range matchup, against BDD, when he's the star of KT by far, is showing you why we've been hyping up this guy and his arc from winter to now.
Yeah, especially if he can tick over to level 6, which he's very, very close to, he does kind of become a safety net for these side lanes. Because again, I think you can already half see it starting of this roam with the Braum to try and get some advantages and see if they can get control over River for KT. But if that does continue, they should be in a decent spot.
There again, just a quick reminder. They talked about it a little bit on desk as well. BDD, obviously insane stats, but Jojo does come out of lane with a lead, and even though MKoi is a winning team, I think a lot of it is off the back of him. Cuz now trying to change it back in bottom lane. MKoi in trouble. Alvaro flashes away and he burns a heal as well. They do get out of there. Super gets chunked on the way out, but look at where the wave is.
Again, this is kind of what KT want though. Burning that flash makes Alvaro way more vulnerable. And I think KT aware that that's not pathing Alvaro would be taken if he didn't have a jungler nearby.
Pushing the wave out in the meantime. I don't think Elyoya was spotted out. A control ward is clearing all vision of the Pixel Brush. He does back away in the end, so no play used by MKoi. Again, the fact that the bottom lane survive and are just chilling out with this cull on this Yunara is still a big win. Super's still going to be holding a small CS lead. I am surprised, actually. The only one who's down in CS here in this game is Mirwin. Naturally, again, because that was meant to be another winning lane, and it has been.
Still though, KT using the fact that the unsealed spellbook advantage on Peter. Now looking mids, Jojo able to get away from everything there. This will give them control over towards the Void Grubs though, and you can kind of see the reset now starting to come through for MKoi. But I think KT with the early swap going to be able to get this wave pushed in and should be first on towards the objective. And that should make things a little bit simpler for them if they can get control over the Void Grubs.
Obviously no TPs available, so with that change, with that swap, we are going to be isolating our top laners, and Shield of Duran this time does connect again here for Jojo. We'll see if there's anything that leads to it. 45 seconds towards the Grubs. Let's see if those top laners move up with more meaning, and see if there is just going to be a drag and trade here in this game. We see no meaningful gold lead. We were talking about a little bit before, but this 2v2 is going to continue. This 2v2 is going to continue to be okay here for Super and Alvaro. I didn't expect to be highlighting this 2v2 lane Dagda, I'll be completely honest. I got worried when I saw Dockdown on the Caitlyn, but so far so good.
But it's not the pick that you'd expect to see coming through from Alvaro. We kind of mentioned it, like he has not been a Lulu player. Even some of the positions he's had on Bard over the course of the split have been a bit suspect, even if he does get the wins on it. So the Lulu, I think, caught KT unaware. That's why you go for the blind Braum, expecting something like a Rel or an Alistair to
really
come
good
through.
point. As you said, engage is best. Speaking of engage, it's Elyoya. Okay, he's got a Cataclysm up and available, and Peter's caught out in the river. Cuz here to support, but Cataclysm comes down, enables Jojo. Cuz has to flash away, but the dunk for first blood from Jojo. Super runs into Dockdown. Okay, he sends out the Arclight of Judgment. It's set for Elyoya to get another knock-up. Whittling away is Dockdown, running for his life. Smited down, barriers there. Super wants to be in range. Elyoya tanked it up. The Arclight was close to a kill. MKoi almost at 2, but Elyoya will survive the ace in the hole as MKoi hit first.
But the fact that Elyoya took so much tower aggro means they can't actually go for the objective. MKoi will be able to push out this wave, but it will be KT that are getting these Void Grubs.
It is a big objective to take away. We've got a lot of power in that Rumble, and a Caitlyn as well. For KT, it is a meaningful win despite the kill. The flip back though, Mirwin's going to all out. Perfect, that's a flash away. An ulti for a summoner here in the isolated 1v1.
I think Perfect was kind of lucky that Mirwin didn't get the full reach over the wall into the alcove, or that could have been a very different story. But for MKoi, still pressure on the map. Over pushing on that top side though does give KT the objective and a little bit of a window now to get back out onto the map first. Elyoya though moving towards this dragon, happy to at least answer for what was taken.
I guess they thought they were going to kill Dockdown, and they thought with that, okay, no Caitlyn, and then we can get Grubs, and you're right, that small inch of a health bar, plus the fact that Elyoya took 2 turret shots, really hurt them in the end. So Dagda, 3 Grubs versus Dragon might be the call here because Elyoya's already taking it. Cuz obviously resetting, is going for his bot side clear. So there is an objective trade and maybe a kill as well as BDD. Never mind, he gets phase rush, he gets out of it as Alvaro makes the move.
The Lulu ganks are a little less threatening.
I was going to say, send a glitter, lads.
Yeah.
Send a pixie.
Yeah. You're slowed and can't catch you anyway.
No, I'm a squirrel.
But again, I like the presence that we're seeing from MKoi, right? It's even if they may have flubbed the topside play, it is still them controlling the pace of this game, which I think a lot of people would have been surprised at coming into this. They had good picks coming through with the Galio and the Jarvan. They managed to keep Supa into a relatively good spot with a nice little lead for himself. Even the Cole starting to pop in a little bit for him too. So if MKOI are looking at what are our win cons for this game, how are we working in that aspect, it seems pretty good at the moment.
Again, I mean, we've highlighted the bot lane enough, but they're surviving on their own legs. Jojo, again, got through the early parts of the lane, and now it looks like he's close to getting his first item as well to negate some of the magic damage coming through from KT's comp. And from BDD in this individual lane, Winds of War comes out, trying to clear the wave, Justice Punch away before a potential shockwave, even though Elyoy is nearby.
Yeah, just going to TP back into the lane because it has the ultimate to try and move around the map, but just wanted to try and get as much gold as he could before he goes for the reset. Again, though, KT still have decent scaling in the composition, especially when it comes to the Orianna and the Caitlyn. So for MKOI, keeping the pace of this game up is going to be very important.
For Durand, pace is going to be there though. Justice Punch for the buffer. Hit by the Winds of Lightning in the meantime, but Cuz not going to audaciously charge. Jojo survives, and that was a good time D.
Yeah, well played on the Justice Punch to buffer. It means that Cuz even cancelling the reset there. And it gives Jojo a lot of control over this mid wave. So even if a potential gank does come true now, BDD doesn't have that as a safety tool to try and interrupt some of the plays from MKOI. You could end up burning this flash from BDD before some of these upcoming objective fights.
The only thing is the health bar and staying around in mid lane. It might lead to a bit of disastrous loss of experience and gold as well. Just hold out here for Jojo as meanwhile we're looking towards bot. Supa's going to hard clear this wave with, again, Elyoya in the vicinity. Trying to stop Docdam from basing at the very least. Elyoya looking for an angle, and BDD has flash, so you got to get rid of that first.
But this is what they want. They just want that flash gone, so then any of these upcoming fights, BDD then becomes a perfect target. Jojo trying to see if he can bait BDD in. Here we go.
Okay, Justice Punch in, Shield of Duran, BDD out of range. And the wave clear comes through eventually, but BDD still playing it safe, and I mean, they bullied. I remember they bullied Chobi in that round 2 that got them into Worlds. They bullied him over and over. When Chobi was playing the Orianna, it feels like BDD taking a page out of his book, making sure that the opposite, rather, he's just not caught out as Peter now moves to mid as well. No objectives up, Dagda, but just getting some deep vision here and trying to give Cuz that ability to really pressure this game.
You can see, though, MKOI are respecting the power of that trio that we were talking about with Peter, BDD, and the Zinzao as well for Cuz. Maybe they wanted to go for the Scuttle Crab, but the second they see all 3 members on the top side, they realize they went nothing for it, but damage!
One Super jumps forward, he's got the Canmine, steps in, full Transcendent! He's transcended, Doc down for the solo kill!
The Kraken Slayer doing work, and MKOI winning out on the bottom side, and a BDD trying to see if he can push back MKOI as they start to take Vision River, but that's going to be so much gold to Supa, alongside the kill, the plate, and loss of minions for Docdam.
Meanwhile, MKOI, as they open up bot, I mean, Supa, he already picked up a plate before, but he's denying yet another wave, 1.1k. And this Caitlyn ain't like the last game we saw.
And the Cull hasn't even popped for him yet. That's going to be another burst of gold into Supa too. So across the board, Supa looking fantastic. And this was kind of what the talking point was for MKOI. They said it on the Euphoria podcast. They wanted to change their style to understand how to work through side lanes better. And now they always had this fallback plan of playing for Supa, playing for these massive team fights. Supa has been fantastic for this team. Hits the slow, pops the ult, and there's nothing Docdam can do.
Holy damage. We're doing it again, though. Elyoya is back down. The Arclighter Judgment slows him down. Docdam's dead again. Super at 2 kills. I see you, Europe.
And that's the Feats of War picked up as well as now MKOI want to look for more pressure on towards this bot lane turret. KT trying to defend.
Trying, but can they is the biggest question here. There's Galio on the way down. 4 versus 2 it would be. And Orianna quickly behind. BDD needs to get there faster. Supa is still doing so much damage. Anyone steps up. The turret under fire. Peter puts up the Unbreakable at half HP. He's happy to step forward again and get that attack speed buff down. Cuz is just going to have to go back to his camps. The minion wave is cleared, but Supa so close to taking down first turret.
Yeah, he still wants to keep up the pressure on this bottom side. Docdam is making his way in here, but I think still MKOI should just be able to brute force this, if not just move over towards the dragon as you see the pings going down. And Docdam just needs to kind of sit here and hope that he can hold on, but he feels scared underneath the tower.
Peter's hovering around mid, so you know that Docdam's just isolated. You got full vision of him. Supa's trying to deny the wave, and Docdam all of a sudden is 30 CS down. I was right before I said 30 CS. And Super's made it a reality as Dragon's going to go with it.
MKOI are playing this early game fantastically. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep up this pace. As Alvaro just starting to pop his head into mid lane to make sure Jojo can farm it up. Rift Herald is taken, or he's been taken by KT, I should say, as Miran TP back in, so MKOI may look for a contest here.
Super's on the way up as well with Transcendence available. Shield is ran only onto Peter for now. The level 7 Rom in jeopardy. A double knock up here with Wild Growth. MKOI looking to advance, but they've used quite a lot. Flag and drag onto Kazu's isolated for the time being. Mirwin joins in as well. Redemption's going to come on down and give KT a bit of a lifeline. Jojo's just getting out of there, looking towards bot, while Docdam doesn't want to join.
That's the thing, it's an empty threat from KT. They had the Caitlyn in the bottom side. It's a 4 versus 5, and they're still trying to contest onto this. You look at where this Galio is, just hovering with that ultimate available.
Jojo wants to jump in. If they find a fight, it's all for naught here from KT. They're soft advancing, but a flash on, a Cataclysm, and there's Jojo finally. Kuz sent packing, and now with the ulti out, Perfect's in trouble. Meanwhile, the side of the fight, Super's picking up kills again. The superstar on the right, MKOI on the left, and 5 kills to 0. KT got nothing left.
KT were trying desperately to keep MKOI interested, seeing if they could buy time for Docdam to get some gold on this bottom side, and he will get the tower. But you've lost so much on that top half of the map. 5-0 for MKOI. And now Jojo moving down towards this bottom side, but Docdam's already got away.
Got to really ask ourselves, how much for KT is that going to be worth it? Good noticing there, Dagda, as Herald goes down. That turret brings some gold back, but Super getting a kill. A big part of the fight as MKOI, watch how they forced it again.
Yeah, KT didn't want to actually engage them. They're just like, hey, look, we're just going to try and poke onto MKOI, see if we can pull them away, buy as much time as possible. But they end up going that bit too far and don't respect the engage tools that can come through from MKOI. The engage from Elyoya is perfect as they set that one up.
We asked, how KT going to be coming into Worlds? Starting to get a bit of an answer here that in this early game, they're struggling to really deal not only with the pressure that came through from bot, but also these fights, how easy they are to set up from MKOI, walking right into a trap.
And they had that huge upset against Genji, but as Vedi was saying on the desk, immediately 3-0'd by Hanwha, immediately then 3-0'd by Genji
game
again.
since.
Exactly, and MKOI kind of jumping on top of that and taking advantage of it here. But you always have to keep in the back of your mind, we've seen MKOI with leads like this and they haven't been able to follow it through. Now, it's been on compositions that were very different, weren't built around Super, weren't trying to build around this team fighting. So we'll have to see if that version of MKOI has bounced back from winter and spring and they can settle into that nicely.
We heard Melzet on the whiteboard over the split put the word patience. It's been said, MKOI have to be patient against KT. No objectives are up. Elyoya is just trying to take away the blue buff and everything else that pertains within this topside jungle. And Kuz, you can see, he's at even XP with Elyoya. He's got a bit of a CS lead himself, but that might soon change with how much MKOI are taking away.
Yeah, MKOI are just trying to play off of 2 lanes at the moment and get vision in this top side, look to try and put pressure on towards mid and top turret at the same time. But KT, even though they lose the blue, are defending the space relatively well, especially as BDD moves down towards that bottom side to push out. It means that now MKOI have to move Jojo across.
Stepping up.
Oh, hang on.
Knockdown went up for this. Peter misses the ulti. Super kites it back. He transcended time and space for a little bit, and did he even, Dagda, is the biggest question.
Oh, that was just his Q.
He just walked up with Q. He's that strong right now with Renans, and Docdam gets falls back.
But this is now the opportunity that MKOI needed, because you can now start to put pressure on towards this mid tower with KT having to reset as Jojo pushes out the bottom side. And basically KT are trying to play out through all 3 lanes and keep pressure up on the map for MKOI. But if you can have Super do things like that, it makes that ability for KT to play out across all 3 lanes much more difficult.
Been able to do anything of the sort so far, have they? Even that top lane lead, I mean, Mirwin's taking control back of that CS lead now against Perfect. Perfect had like 15-20 CS in the first 10 minutes of the game. As Docdam steps up to the wave again, I see a Super inbound. But he's going to pay respect this time. Alvaro also on the right side, so can't do too much. Steps up. There is some good poke from Docdam, but regardless, he won't push his luck.
45 seconds until the Dragon, though, so already the resets coming through from MKOI, trying to control this space and make it difficult for KT to enter. Even moving Jojo put in here just to provide that front line as they set up the vision with Alvaro.
The 3rd Dragon in 30 seconds, and for Docdam, I bet he wish he could get that Infinity Edge that's sitting in his inventory, at least components of. Well,
he's too far behind.
He really is, and he won't have it for the fight. I mean, for KT. So do they send it back there? Like, they just got to send it or what?
I think you just play, again, patience, you said it. Just let the Super do the work. You can see he's getting some good damage down. And now, with Dragon in just 6 seconds, you half health Peter, so move over into a position where you can actually look at this objective.
Well, some flowers out there. Maybe for the graves of KT in this 3rd game of the day. Peter's going to walk in on full vision. Cuz the same. Dragon going down there. Teleport from Mirwin. It's going to be slow from Perfect if he decides to enter. They go towards mid anyway, but Mirwin's now zoning off the choke. Jojo on the other side. 3rd Dragon. It's not a soft contest. It's a full commitment with PP. Dokdam is sitting around mid, but Hemkoi are looking to collapse with the Winds of War. Perfect zoned out. Peter as well, but there's no true damage yet as Hemkoi try to find a way in.
There's Rift Herald on the bottom side creating pressure. Is Jojo going to move across that? And Hemkoi are constantly threatening this Adakan as well. KT trying to brute force mid to pull Hemkoi in towards the mid lane.
Super's got Renans. He cleared his wave in an instant, so there's the play. Done and dusted. KT are going to ARAM a bit while the Herald is NPCing his structure bot.
Hemkoi are just playing the map better. Again, it's keeping pressure on towards the bot tier 2. Jojo putting pressure in through this bot side jungle, constantly contesting a flank position, so KT can commit to that mid tower and Hemkoi can get back into position. KT just look confused as to how they're supposed to break this version of Hemkoi.
Could have been Betty saying he got excited for KT. I don't know. I don't know what started off the day here for them. I wouldn't blame the Welshman, but then again, I wouldn't put it past you, so do what you must. When it comes to Worlds, I mean, we don't know what people's forms are, right? It's been a while. Patches change. For Hemkoi, you could say the same as Adakan might be a thought here. Let's get right into it as Elyoya decided to take a deep, deep gate. Peter's there waiting over the side, but he can flag and drag, and Adakan still seems to be the objective as Vision's cleared out.
Still, Hemkoi, I think just unsure of if they want to really commit towards this Adakan. It does reset, and they're moving Mirwin over. BDD on the reset, can TP in to join on this bottom side as Jojo, caught by the Witch's Bite.
Gilda Duran though, Hemkoi can peel off and join the fray. Winds of War, they jump in, but Super's just over there. Onto Cuz, he gets poked out a little. Mirwin, he's got a flank, but KT have seen him, I believe, on the edge of a ward. BDD teleports in, 5 members in front of Adakan, and Perfect has a spider sense.
Yeah, this is a little dicey from Hemkoi. Mirwin going to move back towards mid lane and try and keep up the pressure on towards that mid lane turret. KT may just start up the Adakan to try and draw Hemkoi in here.
Again, Mirwin looks for mid. He can get that push in, he's done so. He'll deny the minions and now move down. At 13k, it's slow. It ain't that fast. KT getting chunked and shredded with resistances. Hemkoi haven't been poked out yet.
Yeah, you can see Hemkoi setting up for the flank. They want to make sure they can get on towards BDD and Dokdam.
Mirwin, all it takes is a set up with the path maker. Meanwhile, Cuz has been left by his team. The jump in there, Jojo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3-man with a hot bot inside. Hemkoi ran in, it was a bait, it was a ruse, and Cuz drew them in. Flush from Dokdam, ace in the hole. He sets it up now, and Super's in the ground. Cuz is a freaking genius.
The trap was set, and Hemkoi walked into it perfectly as BDD with the shockwave, as Perfect with the Rumble ultimate decimate Hemkoi where they stand.
I mean, I thought that guy was inting, but BDD, when you have him on his team, just play for his setup. Redemption's going to come down. Dokdam gets hit at 3k. A steal looks hard. Elyoya looking to go in at Adakan. 15. Almost 14 flushes. They're in Cataclysm still! The king of the jungle from Madrid, baby! That's him!
The Spanish secret agent for Hemkoi gets in to steal away the Adakan and get a kill back. As Hemkoi now back out onto the map first as well, will start to get the lanes in their favor. It is a small silver lining though, because that was a near 4k gold lead that has come back to 500 as we get into this. You see, like, it's a great start on the fight. Mirwin's doing a ton of work on this backside, but everyone committing on towards Cuz to make it happen. The shockwave from BDD was huge. The follow-up with that ultimate from Perfect. And then Dokdam, crucially, got three of these kills on the back of this fight, which then sets up for him now to be in a much better spot to actually deal some damage in this game. And Elyoya sneaking in.
Oh, he actually missed
fails.
the Q.
So yeah, doesn't get over the wall.
Maybe it's good that he missed the cue.
Probably was, to be honest. As he then gets over, Peter ends up going low enough that he can get the Cataclysm, smites it away, finishes off the support. He does kill Peter off the back of that as well. As mid tower now very low. Super taking some hits though.
You are right about the gold lead shrinking down, but remember Soul Point. Peter stepping up, Winter's Bite doesn't connect. BDD an insane shockwave. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe I should have given him more credit. I was just amazed that Cuz drew them all in. And BDD clapped his hands together. Did a bit of Thanosing as KT hover around mid lane. Remember, Super still big. Cataclysm is a 3-man for JoJo as well. Peter caught in the middle. His Winter's Bite saves his life. But Shockwave only one man. As there's a hot pot in the middle once again. Super chunked out and Cuz has found his man. Super might survive for now. But then the wind becomes lightning once more. Mewin's over the wall. He gets out. But KT have some life in them yet.
The patience that MKOI have demonstrated all game long has dissipated, and KT are punishing them so incredibly well. MKOI overforce, and flashes are burned, but it's MKOI who fall.
Super as well. He can't deal when Cuz can land on him, press that ulti, deny the burst, and soon to follow. KT on the Baron now as well. They've stopped the soul push, and they're going to get this Baron uncontested. Elyoya's coming out of base for the Hex Gate. It's not even going to get him there anywhere close. He knows he's going towards the bot side. He's going to clear his camp, and KT land on 2.5k gold.
And look at that gold difference at the bottom of your screen. Super was so far ahead, and now instead it's this Caitlyn that is coming through. But you see here, MKOI go for the play, but Dokdam able to net out. So you get the flash from BDD. Peter's fine just standing there, and that ultimate again, both from Peter and the the Rumble ultimate coming through, has completely shut down that play. And Super just not able to follow up in so many of these fights. It's over-forcing, going too far ahead, and not thinking about where Super is and how we can try and be a part of these fights.
And he stepped up, he gets crit. Dokdam, an ace in the hole maybe, but he knows it wouldn't really hit. Alvaro's in front, but that opens up mid-turret. And even though he didn't get ahead early, it doesn't matter. That Caitlyn's still going to bloody scale.
Yeah, Dokdam pretty happy now that the shoe's on the other foot, and Super having to go back to base. MKOI, they had this game under control, but KT are fighting back. And now with the Baron, they're going to get so much of this standing gold as well. And we talked already about the late game scaling that KT have. You can see the damage that this Caitlyn is already doing. MKOI need to find a way to stop us, but is it too late?
You're a Yunara. You know, as an 80 carry, as far as 80 carries go, like, yeah, your range is actually not bad. But is it a Caitlyn? No, of course. Like, Caitlyn, Orianna, you're walking into layers of zone control. How hard is it to play the game here? And especially with Baron, as this siege continues with Red Bull Baron power play. At 2.6k, it stands for now, but an inner turret in this bot lane is going to be up next. And Dokdam is critting these turrets, man. He's headshotting them, and they're going down quick.
JoJo going to try and push in mid, look to take the mid lane tower. KT trying to collapse on him before he can do so. One auto.
That is a nice take
Still
for
a collapse,
TP.
though.
Yeah, he's going to ulti out. I think that's a good call. Perfect was there around one side, the rest of KT another.
KT, they're going to reset, spend all that gold that they just picked up. Zhonya's Hourglass very close to being completed for BDD. And again, you already kind of said it, like Super is still incredibly strong in this now that he's got the Infinity Edge completed. But I just don't know if he's strong enough to compete with everyone, especially if a couple of those wayward headshots from Dokdam can pick him off. MKOI needed to be patient, and now it's KT who are stepping up full control and a lot of standing gold to take.
Well, that's going to be brightening on the whiteboard for the event. KT, I mean, it was such a clutch factor that came in as well. Full respect for BDD for finding that shockwave, for Dokdam for fighting back in this game. And now again, this siege will continue with the last of Baron. 20 seconds left to use it, but it's already 4k. Flag in. Elyoya thinking about his angle though. After the last time he thought he had a winning play, he thought he found a pick. He needs to get a powerful Cataclysm, lay it up perfectly.
But who do you try and go for? BDD now has that Zhonya's Hourglass completed, even though he doesn't have flash up. Dokdam still has his flash. Everyone, apart from Peter, has their flash. So your targets are disappearing. Instead, MKOI are saying, look, we're just going to try and push in on these middle lanes instead and try and find something back instead.
It's just slower though, isn't it, Dagda? I mean, there's no grubs in MKOI's pocket. They forego. Let's try English. They lost that early. Foregone. They were a foregone conclusion, at least when they were up. And because of that, JoJo doesn't get the push he wants. Inner still stays standing. I mean, it is nice macro for MKOI when they are so far behind now. But it does feel like, again, you know, maybe a pick that's set up, maybe a fight on their terms, a minute till the next dragon comes up. This one a contestable one? I don't know, you're going to have to tell me.
But still, KT, like, it was BDD stepping up for this roster across playoffs with some of these other members. But again now, at Worlds, huge shockwave to turn this game around. And he is now once more a massive point of contention here. The control that he offers with Duckdam's free to play up here because he has the speed ups with BDD, he has the shield from BDD, and the ability to now control these entrances into River are going to be massive for any of these upcoming dragons. Again, I think if it's MKOI, they just have to try and bypass them and go for this split push once more.
Flags out from Peter, Celestial Blessing down. It's small, but at least it's something. However, for Super, as he goes towards what looks like an Immortal Shield Bow there, he needs more defensive items, he needs them sooner. That Dragon foregone conclusion, that's 10 seconds up, and you can see MKOI are just trying to put their pinky toe in the bath, but it's way too damn hard.
They're hoping for a pick. They see Jojo sit on Vision. If they try and move through this choke point in jungle, maybe he can flash over the wall, but the taunt goes for it.
Just
Looks
a
like
punch,
Peter
equalizer down. Jojo wants a way out, he flashes over the wall. Ace in the hole, Perfect's gonna match the flash. Shield to Duran, a taunt out as well. He gets phase rush, but he's getting burnt asunder. Lucky to be alive is the Galio. There was a bit used from KT, but Jojo now with nothing up.
Yeah, MKOI, kind of a fake contest there, looking to see if they can just take these turrets on the sidelines and again be a nuisance, but Jojo having to burn so much to get away from that play. KT again, Dragon taken. They're looking so strong in this one.
Maybe it's something, maybe in the end, the fact that Jojo got out Dagda maybe feels okay. I mean, that's 4K the lead now. It was like 1,500 gold because of top turret, because of jungle taken. So I'm weirdly optimistic on the play, but at 30 seconds till Baron, obviously, we've got to talk about the elephant in the room. That's a 4-item Caitlyn. BDD also 4 items on the horizon. Speaking as far as elephant goes, that's a colony. That's a family of elephants. I don't know what they're called as a group, but I see some elephants.
Especially if you can finish this rabbit on death cap for BDD, he just becomes so massive. For MKOI, do you just... Oh, Super!
That was a crit. Super needs to get out of there. Elyoya alongside with him. Mirwin too. They're running for their lives. Mirwin had to flash for that as well.
Was on the flank.
Tags him. Alvaro, he's the one almost. Wind becomes lightning. Cuz re-engages on the minion wave. They've got priority. And with that chunk, it feels like Baron might come with it.
Jojo in behind them, though. MKOI going to look for the flank and see if they can all in on this, it looks like.
It would be a miracle. Mirwin needs a flip. They need the right target. The engage from Cuz. The all-in. Elyoya finds backline. Under Dockdam. They're there, but where's the damage at? It's all up to Super, who's getting burnt asunder with 1 kill already going down. Elyoya sacrifices his life. Peter jumps in. Super re-engages with the wild growth, but it ain't enough. KT, we got excited for a reason. There ain't no false hope here.
There was just not enough in the tank for MKOI. And KT, they looked a little bruised, but they will stride forward into the base of MKOI.
Just remember, BDD got glazed for a reason. And here at the start of Worlds, they'll break that little curse. Not a game won since their qualification to this event, but they'll start off the right way. They'll put LCK's name first. And we are looking exciting on KT.
It looked good to begin with for MKOI, but that man in the mid lane for KT shut down those hopes fast. BDD once again stepping up, and the man is just so damn good.
Yeah. I mean, not just that, but the recovery. I mean, Peter's a great support. I think they've been talking about him in the lead up to this event, and analysts and external streamers alike. Peter had, I'd say, is a clean enough game, especially when mid-late game's going so well. Cuz, though. I mean, Cuz, again, with BDD, this mid-jungle is so exciting to watch because of how well they execute on plays like this.
Yeah, the fact that you end up getting so much of those kills in that bottom lane fight, turning into Dockdam, immediately set up the rest of this composition for success. The Caitlyn gets accelerated back into a position where she's just as strong as Super. Dockdam then ends up picking up the rapid fire cannon, and at that stage it's lights out. Like, there's too many flashes. There's a Zhonya's on both the Rumble and the Orianna. It just doesn't work.
Well, maybe not a fraud at all, Halo. Maybe you're not a fraud at all.
No, am I happy? Am I sad? I'm feeling a lot of different things right now, honestly, following this game. It was the most KT game ever, but it was also, sadly, the most MKOI game ever. It is never over, never won, never lost until the Nexus falls, and we should have known that.
I was trying to give you confidence. I was trying to give you confidence throughout the entire time. I mean, what did you keep saying? What did you keep saying?
I'm so sad, but I'm so happy.
KOI are very good at throwing.
Yeah, they are. Expert quarterback material. Yeah. That's that American JoJo in them right there.
I'm upset, okay?
Or Canadian, I guess.
And I need a little bit more sympathy right now, Raz.
Yeah.
Also, you don't get to talk to me. Okay?
Should I exit the
On
test?
a great list of traitors, okay? You're there right next to Judas, okay?
Benedict Arnold, perhaps?
Wow.
I am alone on this desk.
What?
Suffering. Why did they have to throw? Why are they so good at throwing? I said to Raz, look at me, I said to Raz explicitly, they've thrown a 10K gold lead with a composition just like this one. And he's like, nah, they'll be fine.
No way.
They'll be fine.
And then they did it again.
Little did he know that it was going to happen again. And you can never outcount BDD. We've talked about him. Usually when an upset is going to come, usually when a comeback is going to come, it's going to be off the back of this player. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, he finds the perfect shockwave.
I mean, it's a gorgeous shockwave. It is a gorgeous play from BDD. And I mean, we talked about him for a reason, right? Coming into this matchup, a lot of our focus was on the mid lane matchup. And the impact that BDD had in those moments is really what defined the series against Gen.G coming into this World Championship. So we know that he's a clutch player. You give him that opportunity and he turns it around, and he really set up for the rest of his team to then do what they needed to do. And
I apologize as a first step, Betius. I should have defaulted to trust on your lack of trust. I think that should have happened. Because I was so bought into how well MKOI was playing, I just didn't believe it was going to happen. But KT was ready to catch that pass.
It is really frustrating on the MKOI side. However, if I think about MSI, if I think about the lack of confidence that this team had, when I look at the early game, and the early game only, until the mid game, let's say, it looked good.
I mean, the problem is, I've been saying this about KOI, like, for all year. Like, their potential is real. The talent that this roster has is real. But we've heard it from JoJo. We've heard it from the players that sometimes they just make silly mistakes. And ultimately, it is these silly mistakes that we see continue to plague them. Now, obviously, I'm frustrated with the result of this.
Yeah, you are.
I have to hold on to some hope.
I'm hopeful.
That they're able to clean things up. It's a best of what. Don't run away from me.
Your frustration. You're a little angry, a little pissed. All right,
it's okay. It's your turn next.
What? No, we're gonna come in strong. Okay, don't put that on us.
But I'm still hopeful that they can turn things around. At least they show the baseline level that you can't underestimate this team.
Absolutely. We'll see them next. It is hope for now, for Europe. We'll see about this right after the break, because we're headed for one for now, and we're here from Peter on the other side before we set up BLG versus 100 Thieves.
You can see MKOI setting up for the flank. They want to make sure they can get on towards BDD and Duck Dam.
Here, when all it takes is a set up with the path maker. Meanwhile, Cuz has been left by his team. The jump in there, JoJo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3-man with a hot pot inside. MKOI ran in, it was a bait, it was a ruse, and Cuz threw them in. Flush from Docdam, Ace in the hole. He sets it up now, and Super's in the ground. Cuz is a freaking genius.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. I hear voices screaming in my head. They stop me feeling sad. Psycho, fell off the tightrope. Tell me why it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. Baby, don't call me crazy. You know that it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. You had it coming, babe. Welcome back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night.
First ever Worlds game. How was it? 이제 막 첫 월즈 경기 끝내셨거든요. 어땠나요?
지금도 막 정신이 없고 너무 설레기도 하는데 정신이 너무 없는 것 같습니다.
Everything is so hectic, you know. I was so excited to actually play, but also everything is just happening. So many stuff are happening at the same time. It's so chaotic to me. And Peter, you said this is your first time actually taking the airplane for Worlds, your first international experience. So how are you dealing with all of this new experience for you? 피터 선수 첫 국제전이고 얼마 전에 한 인터뷰에서 처음으로 비행기 탔다라고 하셨잖아요. 이런 새로운 경험들 어떻게 잘 헤쳐나가고 계신가요?
일단 비행기를 처음 탔을 때 이렇게 비행기가 높이 올라가는지 몰랐어가지고 상상한 거 이상으로 너무 높이 올라가는 거예요. 그래서 좀 많이 무서웠던 경험이 있고, 그리고 해외에 대한 이제 그 두려움도 있고 좀 그런 게 있었는데 중국에 와서 보니까 다 사람 사는 나라 같고 너무 행복한 것 같습니다.
Well, when I first took the plane, it actually went up higher than I expected, and it was so scary. I was so high up in the sky. I was sweating, but in the end, I safely managed to land to China. And at first, I was afraid of, you know, kind of being in a foreign country for the first time. But actually, after I spent some days here, I realized it's another great country, and everyone is super nice. I'm having such a great time here in China. So KT Roaster managed to turn the game around at the Otacon fight. So how did you see the angle, and whose call was it to set up around there? So KT가 사실은 초반에는 조금 많이 말린 것 같았는데 아타칸 한타로 사실은 성공적으로 경기를 뒤집었습니다. 어느 선수분이 이런 각을 보고 설계를 했나요?
일단 팀 전체적으로 좀 불리하다 보니까 좀 빨아들이면서 싸우자 이런 콜을 많이 했던 것 같고, 퍼펙트 선수가 오늘 아카탄 쳐야 된다 결단을 내려줘서 이기게 된 것 같습니다.
Based on our composition, we were like, we have to make enemy start engaging onto us, and we can kind of team fight back. And Peter made a call. We have to set up around Otacon. We have to go for the play and let them start the fight. And I think it really worked well. And truly, this game was the perfect K-tier roster experience. I know a lot of the LCK fans are, you know, used to this, but there will be a lot of Western fans experiencing this for the first time. So what would you like to say to the Western fan that there are a lot more exciting and fun rides to come? 이제 KT 롤스터 정말 롤러코스터다운 화끈한 경기력 오늘 경기에서 제대로 보여주셨는데요. 앞으로도 더 재미있는 롤러코스터 라이드가 많이 남았다고 서양에 계신 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
우리 지금 경기력이 저희의 이제 시작점이라고 생각하고 저희는 롤러코스터 타듯이 더 올라갈 것입니다. 항상 멀리서도 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. KT 롤스터 keep going up.
This is only the beginning of KT Roller, and as every roller coaster does, we will keep going up. So I really appreciate your support. Thank you. And that was Peter from the KT Roller side. Thank you. KT Roller.
Jason. How go, Peter?
I'm so we're happy. On a roller coaster ourselves.
I'm so happy that
What's going on over there?
Fans, what are they
doing?
Oh, they're fighting.
Yeah, they are kind of, yeah, a little, yeah.
But yeah, Western fans finally discover who Peter is. KT take this one, and now we're heading into 100 Thieves versus BLG. Vidi, which side are you on?
The hell is this?
I mean, hey, I put a lot of effort into that.
Mine is better.
That's better.
Listen, man, EU has gone 0-2 today, so I need Raz to be my brother on this one. I need you to go 0-2 for me.
No, hell no, okay.
It's a 100% win rate for the blue side, all right? And, like, listen, when we look at 100 Thieves year, it's not exactly been an easy road, has it, Raz?
One would say a roller coaster for 100 Thieves. I mean, split one, it was looking great. They were in the finals, right, versus Team Liquid. So I was quite happy there. And then you continue on to split two, starting to see some cracks there. It was awful, honestly, during the end of split two. And you go to split three, you see Dokla come in, and he was the one coming in to save the vibes. Also hearing from River and Quid, just the fact that him coming into the team, of course, the experience that Dokla provides, being able to talk about Lena Simons really helped out Quid, so we got to see a real boost in performance from them. And they really just had, speaking of a roller coaster, just gliding straight through into the finals in the LTA North Conference.
It's pretty much similar to last year, where Quid and River were the main characters.
Yeah. They were. I mean, for a team like that, like for this team, it always is about Quid and River. How exciting they are as players. The fact that they always look for engages. A playmaker like Quid, his Akali is something we always really call out for. So like last year, it was about Quid and River. This year, it's still about Quid and River. There was a dip in performance when they were performing poorly in Split 2 and in the beginning of Split 3, but they've really cleaned it up.
And River, it's his last time to show himself on the international stage, alongside a lot of players here at Worlds, but he wants to make his showing here.
Yeah, that has been the real story, is that River, of course, talking about his last year before Korean military, like that has been a real motivating tool for this team. So even during the split, they're like, is this, yes, 100 Thieves, last ride, like River specifically, and how good he has been for this region, how talented he has been, both on Golden Guardians, he started on Dignitas, came on 100 Thieves. He has been somebody that has been so smart as a player, so losing that hurts.
And absolutely will. And unfortunately, his journey isn't going to start with an easy path. Because he will be up against BLG, reigning world finalists, of course. And they are reigning world finalists.
They made it there.
They were there in the world finals last year. And of course, they still finished with a solid performance at MSI. But their year also has been a bit of a roller coaster as well. Start at the beginning of the year, kind of falling short of expectations, especially after what we saw from them last year. The introduction of a new jungler in spring, getting them to the finals, but falling short against AL. Now, though, finally finding success domestically, but again, it comes at the cost of finding another jungler in Shadow. And while all of these things have been happening within the team, the one thing we can say for certain is that Knight is still Knight.
Yeah, Knight, of course, is beautiful. Finals MVP, like, he also had, like, exceptional play throughout the season. Like, he has just been somebody that has been stomping within the lane, outside of the lane. When he was going up against IG, I talked about it just yesterday during the playoffs. Like, he was getting solo kills every game, and they ballooned that. So this team will scrap constantly in the early game, hand-checking you, and it always starts from Knight as a player. Just when he entered the league, he has been showcasing this like exceptional dominance that has gone on till this day.
And I think that for the LPL, there is just a sense of skepticism around their performance coming into this international event. The consensus seems to be that the LCK are the powerhouse region, with three of, like, potentially all four teams sitting at the top of the power rankings. And I think this is a great opportunity for BLG to demonstrate what they are capable of, where they are coming into this tournament. Because while there is still some doubt, I think that this is also a team that, come Worlds, can turn the power on and show what they're really capable of.
I want to give it to Raz quickly before we head into walkouts for the players. How do you feel ahead of this matchup? What is the expectation?
Amazing! I feel great. You guys have been dragging down the vibes based off of your guys' performance. elements, okay?
I'm doing great.
Dragged. Okay, you got the KT one on there. But 100 Thieves, look, you saw the earlier post from Dokla how their boot camp has been run a little bit poorly. Like River, the visa question, was he even going to be able to play today? The answers to all of that is yes. River is here. They are playing today. It's when you doubt them, they come out stronger. I am a believer. Just don't look at the predictions online. Just don't look at that.
Don't look at the predictions
Don't
online.
look at that. All right, don't look at that. Don't look at the predictions.
While we're getting ready to toss, why don't you all jump over and check those predictions
Don't do
online
that.
right
No,
now.
the game's about to start, so don't do that.
We'll leave it there. Let's head into the game.
I mean, honestly, sometimes I think Raz is the biggest worm. He just flip-flops all over the ground.
Yeah.
Like, pick a side, man.
It didn't even take like half a day. It was just, yeah.
And, like, it's not like Betty has pushed him into it or Law, like, forced him. He does it himself. He's a very fun man. I used to work with that guy a lot, so I'm used to it. 100 Thieves, let's not forget, by the way, play-ins last year, it was an embarrassment for NA when they got knocked out by PSG and didn't even make the main stage. This time, again, similar roster with Dokla being talked up, you have to say the expectations are that they'll fix the rights, or the wrongs, excuse me, Dagda, make it right, and give NA something to spruik about here. But for BLG, it is a hard task for an opponent that just played 4 best-of-5s, went to Game 5 in 3 of them, and one of them was the grand final.
Yeah, especially when it feels like BLG have started to get back on track. Like, you're seeing On back to his old ways of being able to provide a ton of pressure in the early stages, even having his pocket picks like the Elise as you go further into the draft, but also like the solo laners stepping up huge. Bin looking fantastic over the course of the last couple of series that he's played. Nice, I mean, MVP for Split 1 and Split 2 for the team easily. So I think, sorry, for Split 2 and Split 3, but BLG just look like they're firing all cylinders again, and that is a very terrifying prospect for 100 Thieves if they start to come into this. So for 100 Thieves, their backs are against the wall. It is the last time that we will see this organization, as it is going to be their last event. So if they can find a way to upset the apple cart, to give 100 Thieves fans just one last hurrah, it would be incredible for NA fans.
They're making an exit. It's just about when the exit is, what they can do. So we're about to go into draft for our 4th game for Dagger and I sub out. And remember again, BLG, their run up, like, yeah, Bin during the split was a little bit hit or miss, I think. We talked about Knight's consistency. I feel like playoffs just rebirthed the BLG that we all know and love. The BLG that, again, with Shadow playing at the helm, with Beichuan still there, that's provided a little bit more flexibility. Now, of course, it is Beichuan starting here today. So we will not see Shadow at the very least, which is EU talent, the first EU player ever to win an LPL finals, by the way. So the Italian Stallion's not here. We still get Beichuan, who, again, was like I guess the risk factor when they lost weight.
Yeah, it is insane to see Beichuan on BLG, though, because you remember back in the past, like, he was an Echo one-trick streamer that got picked up by FPX to be in their academy roster, and then they were like, hang on a second, we need you immediately because TN is having struggles, and now he's on the winning team in BLG. It's been an insane journey for him to find himself here.
Well, here we are, finally into pick ban in our champs like powered by Omen and HyperX. Orianna taken away. We've learnt that from today, but Dag, we know Rise has been the pick of the tournament so far. BLG says, screw the Rise. Jarvan B1.
I mean, the Jarvan is incredibly strong for Beichuan. Again, this is, for BLG, a team that loves to skirmish, a team that loves to find these early fights. So Jarvan fits very nicely into that sort of situation and will provide the engage tools that you need for Bin and Knight to kind of step up. Elk has been decent, has been good, but it is very much been about the solo laners and finding those skirmishes.
I don't know if it's going to get locked in. Would you be worried about immobility? I think the answer would be yes. So Aurora instead, but now pairings.
Well, I think it's the Aurora kind of a pick away from Knight. He has very often been pairing this Jarvan alongside the Aurora and finding a lot of those dive combinations. So 100 Thieves kind of doing their homework to take that one away. And now Xin Zhao could be an option if you really want to. Or do you go for the buys, you were kind of saying, to look for that dive and just continue on that trend.
Xin Zhao was a good call out, though. Again, one of the strongest junglers on the patch, still has been for the past couple. 100 Thieves going to put on River, something that can carry when we talked a lot about this jungler and how he achieves on 100 Thieves. But now for BLG, are we going to get a strong bot lane? Oh, classic. I feel like Elkanon, when they have strong 2v2s in the meta, they will pull them out in a heartbeat.
Oh, it is the Elise. There it is.
What a treat.
This is the on special. They love this Caitlyn Elise bot lane, and bringing it out already. I mean, that's just going to put some pressure onto FBI and Ayla to see what they can achieve. But looks like Dokla going to be happy to go back towards tank duty with the Scion and take that one for himself in the top lane.
Okay, well, it's still a strong pick in its own right. Caitlyn can cut through, but let's see if the Scion can scale faster. As we have solo laners for 100 Thieves, but no bot lane. So for BLG, they start batting away some of these annoyances, these nuisances, right? Like Brom, I assume, would go with an Elise and Caitlyn. But what else, Dagda?
Well, the problem is it's really difficult to play against it because you can reset the aggro underneath the tower as you go for dives. And that's traditionally how BLG have kind of played with it, is like push into dive into all these setups. So I think this is where for 100 Thieves, you have to try to be careful what your bot lane is, because as you're already getting the supports banned away that can counter push, I think you need to go for something like maybe the Rakan, maybe the Xayah, to try and say, hey, if we can at least hit level 6, we can try and survive some of this dive and try and keep ourselves safe. But it is a tough call. This has been such a strong pairing for BLG.
Maybe they're predicting that FBI is just going to pull out the Ezreal here and like try and add a little bit of range, versatility as an AD carry. Maybe pair up with River and play the rest of the map. For now, Ryze does go away, so Knight's not going to get the chance of what is right now a tournament favorite champion in the mid lane. But we question that last support ban. Are BLG going to take away an AD carry instead? Is it going to be the Ezreal, or is it something else that makes their life annoying? I mean, their 2v2 so strong, Dagger, it's like, it's limited.
Because that's the thing, like, you would, into Caitlyn, see things like the Karma Ezreal, so then that could be a pushy lane you can try and play around, but and maybe the Corki has enough push with the Phosphorus Bomb, enough safety with the Valkyrie to make it difficult. But are we going to just fight fire with fire as FBI, hovering the Kalista? I don't think that's what you want. Okay, yeah. They're going to try and go for the old school answer, which was the Ashe, try and outrange with the volley and just try and keep this push at bay.
Oh, that's range too, and I respect that as well. Smart move. When the Aurora is the only AP so far, it's nice from FBI. And now again, we question like what that support's going to be, because you have support already up on the board. But it is a counter pick that Ayla gets to play with.
It's also, when you get poked inevitably by this, the Caitlyn and the Elise, it does set you up where you can now have that TP for the Ziggs to TP back into lane and keep yourself safe. Because that's one of the problems that you'll have, is that it's going to be such a hard time against the poke that BLG have on this bottom side.
Rexar gets locked in. Good against a take top laner here. So Bin also provides a little bit of setup, a little bit of dive. Talia would do the same thing, and I mean, Knight's Talia. Like, guys, when Dagger and I cast this region for many years, there was a few things we were worried about. At the time, it was the Silas. We don't see it as much anymore. I think Talia was always on that list.
I mean, to be fair, Knight's list only just seems to grow.
We are scared of Knight as a person.
Nice, yeah. I mean, very much has been the best mid laner in the region for a significant portion of time. So
true.
And it has been the rallying point of BLG. He has been the performer on this roster, and it was kind of waiting, as you say, until playoffs to see the rest of the team hit a point where they could be just as strong. And now it's on 100 Thieves to see if they can be stronger. Taking that rel into the bottom side, it's great setup, it's great presence and pressure on towards a back line if you can get that rel combo set up. But I will say 100 Thieves, very magic damage heavy when it comes towards their composition.
Very true. And Xin Zhao with the AD, right? And I think also with his comp tag, we're going to mention that it's going to take a while to get things going if Quid's not in control, if Quid doesn't get the snowball in the game. Because I see BLG and I see lane dominance here in this game. I see BLG doing what they do best, and I feel like BLG are a great laning team. The quality we talk about with Knight especially, I think they've got all the eggs in the basket. And LPL's #1 seed that again went through the whole rigmarole of 4 best-of-5s, with 3 of them going the distance, including the top esports one in the final. They had to work damn hard to get here, and they had to not be a 3rd place team, which is where they finished in the regular season. They had to be a 1st place team and show the world that they're back. And here they are once again. It was a year where a lot of people hyping up top esports, but no sir, no sirree. Dagda, there's a stat on the screen. Thank you to our production. You should read it.
It's just on Elise career 9-1. Oh. It has been a very, very strong pick for this squad, and has been the pocket pick that traditionally they brought out as the draft goes later, as you start to see a lot of those picks taken away. But we're starting to see kind of what we're talking about, those like scrim bubble-esque vibes, where we're seeing the Caitlyn's picked up by teams like T1 yesterday, and now we're getting a lot from BLG. We just had it as well in the last game. it's definitely starting to pick up the pace, and Elise works very well alongside this.
The Chinese fans are out massively for BLG. And I can hear the gyos as we begin. All right, so electrocute naturally. All in bot lane. We are going to be focusing a lot on bot here, ladies and gentlemen, as you'd expect. We haven't seen an attempt for 100 Thieves to try and get this lane swap in order in the early game, much like we did last game where favorable lanes were talked about a little bit, or the game before, I should say. But this time they're just going to match into it, and FBI is just going to ride out the storm.
Yeah, if they didn't take the Ziggs, I think they could have potentially tried to lane swap around and make it a bit easier for themselves. But opting in towards the Ziggs, I think they basically said, hey, look, we know what way this is going to go.
Yep.
We need to try and set up so we can have the push and not fall as far behind. And maybe if it was something that was a little bit like another AD carry that would just struggle in the matchup, they could move. But I think the Caitlyn, as you can already see, going to be very oppressive if that was a Sion instead.
Yeah, it was already a big start, wasn't it? And on, we now see Cocoon is started. Good dodge away. Actually, a little buffer from Ayla. Propels up, jumps back. Again, On can't really do anything. Doesn't have the Venomous Bite, doesn't have the launch to combo, get that electrocute off easily. And burst down as FBI already paying respect.
Yeah, and this is where, again, like FBI in time will be fine to push out this wave and just make it difficult for the Caitlyn to find success. But in the early stages, it costs so much mana to try and constantly throw these bouncing bombs and see if you can clear out the wave. So Elk just stepping up, it's level 2, looking for Cocoon.
Steps up even under turret. Mad respect given over. As by the way, if you want to know where jungles are in the heat of all this, actually on Vision, I believe both will be in a second as Beitwan's going to pass through Raptors, and there's a deep ward placed there nicely as FBI takes I believe, a trap, a headshot. Also, edge of Raptors on Vision too. So as River pass down, there's full info aware for both teams.
Both junglers trying to make it down towards this bot lane, knowing just how volatile it can be. Again, though, the push is going to be here for BLG, and they'll be happy to just set up that crab for Beishwan and make him a little bit more comfortable as 100 Thieves, the pressure is on.
Now, let's also remind people, if this Elise doesn't get to do much in the early game, it can be a pick that falls flat.
Oh, yeah.
Now, 90% of the time for him, it has not. Without that 10%, Doctor.
10% of the time, it works all of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a very slim number, and you can see Ayla is essentially just trying to body block for FBI. You already saw that he can buffer through the Cocoon and make him safe, get the shield so the trade can't really go as effectively. But now Beishwan walking through here has On.
He's on a ward, he just doesn't care, he's walking in, as you said, On there, and Wind becomes lightning. Blue buff is now shown out, ward down, a steal, no, a flash instead for the engaged. Blue buff goes over, but for River, can he get out alive? A flash match, but 1 HP, all it takes is an auto, and it was from On, the heal out as well. Beitwan, the flag, just out of range. River survives with the prize.
River gets the pick and gets out. So close to going down. I thought maybe one of the Spiderlings had actually gotten caught in the blast cone was going with him, but they don't make it happen. He's lucky to have his life and his blue buff, to go with him.
And as On returns back to bottom lane, he couldn't find any means of a combo either. Beitwan's now going to pass up top in full vision yet again. Flag and drag just gets him there sooner. It'll be a double scuttle take, but I feel like if River lost this blue, we'd be talking a lot more seriously about how the game state is for him.
Still though, pressure is on, like that flash burnt early. And also still didn't get like some of his other camps as well. Didn't end up getting that.
Dismantling smash. River's coming up top. Maybe a kill here for 100 Thieves. Dokla's a little bit low. Bin's trying to get the wave with him as well. He tunnels out, and that's just Rek'Sai things.
Yeah, Beishwan up in the area as well. Means that 100 Thieves can't really look to follow. Ayla, getting a good trade back here though.
Isolated 2v2. The trap is down. Ayla walks around it, repel up, and Thieves are going to survive just fine. They know that both their junglers are paying attention to Bin and Dokla right now, so anything that happens down here is going to stick.
The nice thing though is that it did buy the time for FBI to reset and TP back in, so is able to pick up at least an early amplifying tome and get some of the mana he needs. But with this push, I imagine he's going to reset once again. And it just, this was kind of what we're talking about. It's about trying to survive this early laning phase for FBI and Ayla, and then hope that you have enough of a combo with the crash down, with the follow-up with the Ziggs, and then that ultimate from the Aurora to immediately burst out some of the members of BLG.
Come back to top. Bin is just going to get himself close to a turret plate with Demolish. Bit of a CS lead from Bin as well, by the way, and we've seen a lot of Rek'Sais as tunnel out just before the turret hits. Seen a lot of Rek'Sais, you know, a lot of people take Rek'Sai into the tank matchup, Dagda. simply because, again, you get true damage when you have 100% of the Fury from that Venomous Bite. Really nice trading patterns have been added in and buffed out over recent patches. You see again has been, look how quick it is to stack, boom. Thank you so much for true damage, that's great.
And as you say, it's the healing afterwards as well that makes it so obnoxious.
Yep.
Because it's then very difficult for Dokla to find any sort of trade back because you're just going to heal it all. And obviously Tank's not exactly high on the damage threshold. Well, in theory, not high on the damage threshold.
Yeah.
Although Sion, I think, exists kind of outside of that fundamentally.
That's true. I take that as a good laning phase, a really good laning phase. I feel like there's a lot of tanks in the meta right now, and this is probably why tanks are so good. There's a lot of health in the game. Like it's a little bit cheaper than it has been in the past. And a lot of tanks have good laning phase. I still feel like Horn's laning phase against certain matchups has been something favoured. Hope we see that pick come out more in the tournament. Of course, being in best of ones, we expected things like the Sign to come out more frequently. Things like the Azir, but ever does not get banned. Tagged up, we're focusing on bot. Classic. That's just how this game's going to go. There is a Mountain Dragon up, and Baytron looks like he wants to kind of be around for it. He's almost level 6 with Cataclysm available as well. Might just be trying to maybe either dive FPI or set up that neutral.
Yeah, it looks like set up the neutral off this push that you have on the bottom side. FBI doesn't really have much damage at this stage and hasn't ticked over to level 6, so PSG trying to play off it.
Repel up, hang on, Quid sets up between worlds, on close to death, he gets bursted. First blood to 100 Thieves. Satchel charge out as River's in danger, but he gets a kill before dying himself. Now Elk might get one, but as he flashes away, he's got numbers against him. 100 Thieves on the board first, nice fight.
Nice pick onto the support as well. And his only end up losing their junglers. Bin,
what is Bin doing? BLG, I don't know, question that man.
Question mark pings across the board, to be honest. That was a series of unfortunate events for the BLG side. 100 Thieves going to be delighted to pick that one up. They get the kills in the fight. They get a mistake from Bin that they punish, and it means that you now got Lost Chapter picked up and finished for FBI, which is such a nice moment for the Ziggs because you can very quickly start to clear out these waves thanks to the extra mana. And now you got Dokla TPing to the bottom side. Looks like they're going to try and lane swap for the Void Grubs.
That play from Bim was about as good as the quality of Raz's predictions. We look at the replay down bottom.
Yeah, I think On has to go up into the air because immediately River tries to jump on him. But this fight is now very, very separated. You can see Elk is kind of able to ignore FBI. That's what we're talking about. You don't really have that damage. But for 100 Thieves, they're in a great spot where they pick off On. You've now got Beishwan who's too far forward. And they make it work off the back of a great ultimate from Quid.
Watch again how this happened. I think he's going to pray seek at a stop. Tunnel. Oh. And then... okay.
That was terrible.
that was probably not it. In a scale of 1 to 10, close to a 1. Okay. You know, it's nice when you see pro players making realistic plays, you know? I mean, solo queue for real. Well, 100 Thieves, they're going to get grubs on top side. And let's not take away from the bot side play, because I think the bot side play was fantastic. Like, River really bought time. The target selection was beautiful. Quid's impact was felt. And as grubs go down, as we try and recover from what Bin just did, it's triple grub game. It is 100 Thieves with a small gold lead, but a nice edge to start off this game.
And especially as you were kind of already alluding to, a lot of that presence that they want is, hey, can we survive the laning phase against Elk and On, and then start transitioning into a later portion of the game? Well, Elk still is doing relatively well, but definitely not as strong as he could be thanks to that early fight, relative to the rest of the game. And if 100 Thieves are able to find these moments where they look for fights and they look for plays around objectives, they're in a good spot. And when you look back at 100 Thieves in the LTA, they were actually the ones that were making these silly mistakes and oftentimes would find themselves in a goal deficit. This time around, it's BLG who are making it. 100 Thieves are finding the success, and now they're getting to the portion of the game where they are stronger in general, just off of their stylistic play. So this is kind of a good look for 100 Thieves, just based on how they play.
Especially when they've already got grubs upside. This Dragon that was visited before with a big play is now going to be looked at more seriously. Again, a ward by BLG spots it out as Beitchuan hovers by the side. Knight as well. We've seen a pretty stable game from him so far, and he's got Weaver's Wall up and available. Halo's not getting anything with the Shattering Strike as BLG looking for lane push, to then maybe push out and look towards the Dragon themselves.
Yeah, BLG trying to threaten this, but we just saw that it didn't quite work out for them the last time around. This time, at least, On a little bit healthier and can start to get into position, but BLG want to make plays off of this bot lane push. 100 Thieves just aren't letting them do it.
Legendary Team Vision in the meantime. Finn versus Dokla, exciting stuff. They're going to smash each other. Dokla is actually fine. Finn will sustain this up as well. You know it's a slower early game when you watch two tanks fight it out for 20 seconds.
I think we might be getting some action now as BLG's bot lane entered into River. Should be them starting up the Dragon, I believe, off the back of this. Nice vision control by 100 Thieves at the moment, though. So opportunities if they want to try and look for repositioning with the Aurora, and she's going to reset. I think she's just got her first item completed.
So we're going to come through, but Ayla's face checking by himself. FBI wasn't there, and nor was River. A bit egregious from the Australian support as he goes down.
He ends up kind of messing that one up. You had the reset coming through for Quid. You can see just finished his Leandri's Anguish, and they're waiting on that TP to come in so they could look to contest, use that item advantage. But Ayla checks a little bit too quickly, and BLG punish.
FBI good stop there on Knight's back. Will just buy some time. But a kill does go over the Elk. And while again it's been a stable early game, I have that knockdown feeling again. You know, where like you still get some resources, you still have a bit of gold. Elk is kind of that Caitlyn once more as he sits at 700 gold.
And I think this is where you've been able to find punishes as BLGs, like Elk and On. The flexibility that they have in that bot lane. Like, they still look good on things like the Kalista. They still have things like the Caitlyn that they can bring out. Like, they are a very dangerous bot lane when they are playing to their potential. And now Elk, with 2 kills, a nice little gold lead for himself, going to be able to finish off that Collector. I think this is where, again, you can kind of lend that strength through for turret taking and presence on the rest of the map.
He's going to take a little bit of that himself. Nicely done. That's 3 drops for you. Just helps out here with the Leandris. Quick jumps over, Finn sees him. Not much to be said apart from the fact that with Titanic he wanted to get a big trade but doesn't get that at all. River sits in his namesake and BLG just face check. Okay, nothing to do. And I mean, for 100 Thieves, Dagda, if the game is going this slow and if BLG can't find anything around the next couple of objectives, like I say, it feels like a big win for NA.
Yeah, the thing is, though, BLG are kind of finding things, because I was about to say Knight is up in this top side and pushing in, and this is what BLG were looking to isolate. By shifting people down to that bottom side, they're covering the potential guy from 100 Thieves. Oh, wow!
Flash Cocoon, melee range, Elk flashes in as well. One more auto, though! FBI getting away is criminal, call them!
And he even goes the wave to clear it out. I cannot believe FBI survived that. You can even see him in the camera. He's shocked by that one.
I mean, getting away with that, literally, with murder from the 2v2, and that's 2 flashes down.
Turret plating will fall.
100 Thieves gonna be very happy. But again, like, this is where BLG are still trying to make plays, and it may not have worked out this time. But 100 Thieves, like, they are still needing to keep pace with what BLG are doing, and a lot of that is still BLG kind of playing defensively on the bottom side of the map to enable Knight into a good matchup against Okla. Now 100 Thieves have found their matchup that they want, which is Quid against Knight, so now they're feeling a little bit more confident, and they're starting to put some hurt on Dawn.
FBI also went for the gun first rather than something that's a little bit more scaling, so this is nice. Anger from Ayla as well. Meanwhile, though, Quid in a 1v1 versus Knight ain't winning out. The flank turns bad, turns salty as the ground laid beneath the River, though, stays alive for a damn long time, but Elk stands and fires the big gun. Quid comes back alive as Knight couldn't really finish the job by himself, but BLG on the board again.
Ayla tried to find the flank, and 100 Thieves thought with the collapse they might be able to pick off the squishy Elise, but they can't finish him off. And it's BLG once more, a 3rd kill into the hands of Elk.
Elk also has Collector as a 3-0 Caitlyn. So the damage right now is quite immense. We'll watch this a little bit more as Dokla is taking the bad end of the trade, but Dagda at the end, you know, we might see a fight up topside again because it is 10 seconds towards the Herald. BLG can reset here, and especially Elk and Knight. The fight up for that top objective that's going to get the game moving.
It's going to be a difficult one. As you say, like, Collector already finished. Now you got the Zeal coming through for our Elk. FBI can deal some decent damage, but trying to lock down some of these members on BLG is going to be hard. Like, the flash is still available on Knight. You have that net for Elk. And apart from Ayla, there's no real threat onto the back line unless you completely misplay his Elk, which means that he should be relatively safe from finding the CC on top of him that enables things like Quid and FBI.
Coinbase for the gold grind as we just look at Quid, who, again, found an earlier kill, but although he has a bit of a gold lead, he's been able to pop off in one of these fights, pulled out one ulti, but they haven't really had many fights, that's why. In a lot of these skirmishing picks, as Herald's going to start off now by BLG. 100 Thieves here behind, and River looking for a steal. He's got a blast cone as well. FBI also with a nuke, but Smite comes down. It's late. River comes in, and is it better late than never? That's the biggest question. BLG are willing to turn. When becomes lightning is good damage. Ayla also with the engage, but 100 Thieves, bit of a commit here, and there's no trade on the other side of the map.
No, BLG going to be able to escort Knight back into a position to keep this top tower safe. They get the Rift Herald, and especially with a Caitlyn, you can very quickly start to get through a mid tower with her. So BLG, again, it's not flashy, but they're getting the things that they need.
Again, they're holding a gold lead. It's not what I think a lot of people, when they see LPL, they're like, LPL's always going to fight. BLG here, they're going to find picks, but right, maybe they don't have to. Quid, I have to pop the ulti, the weirding outside of the jump doesn't connect, and ulti comes through. Quid escapes, H1 drops the Cataclysm though, as Knight's going to look for some turret damage.
And that's all the BLG really want here. Force Quid away from the tower. You're going to have 100 Thieves trying to make their way in on pause.
That's a busy
He's nowhere
spider.
to go.
He's up in the air, yeah, there's no drugs. Nuke down, and FBI gets the kill from afar.
Nicely done by 100 Thieves, collapsing better and on. This is kind of the stuff that he'd get caught out on, trying to take shortcuts into positions that he shouldn't be in. And it's River who ends up spotting him then.
Again, I feel like Mon had some suspect plays. We talked about his recent performance, but over the course of the split, and I think earlier in the year especially, very sus on him. Gives a bit of off texture, you know? Rook's going to start Dragon. In fact, he's just going to take it. So for 100 Thieves, not only do they get the pick and punish the enemy support, getting that Dragon, making it one apiece. This game's stalling out right now. Goes back towards them.
The ability to play around this Rift Herald is about to be a big effect for BLG, as they're going to immediately open up the mid. The Dragon may have been a bit of a diversion, as they should be able to crack the mid lane turret. And if you now as BLG are able to access side lanes thanks to this, it's going to get very difficult. That top lane tower is already gone. They can potentially drive this into the bot lane.
You got to bend it like Beckham. Hang on. Ooh, and it's
he's got it.
He's got it. All right, Beichuan, midfielder for sure. BLG, there's no Dragon down here. They're just holding River control again and letting Beichuan step up.
And just using Knight here as a threat with the Weaver's Wall to completely isolate him.
Yeah, Doppler stepping up with his turret, lucky to be alive. He's hovering over the fact that 100 Thieves were nearby, but the outer turret's going to drop down. River looking for a tag, but he's poked out instead. So now the turret's gone as the trap set on by Quid. 100 Thieves can't step up to the plate anymore. BLG walk away with an objective at hand, and meanwhile, FBI has just teleported in. But there's a turret here. 100 Thieves are grouping up, and there's not much to take.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are looking for more, but BLG is going to be able to back away. 100 Thieves now maybe looking to see if they can brute force this tower.
But there is wave clear from Knight. I mean, brute forcing is hard, especially when you've got the range poke and the pick potential. Cocoon doesn't land out. The ult, the ace in the hole, hits Ayla instead. 100 Thieves maybe waiting for the next wave and hoping that FBI can use a satchel.
And they will spot out the reset interrupted.
Repel.
Put on. Maybe, as you say, step away from that one. And with the Hextech gates, you can get the resets from BLG and immediately get back out onto the map. So not really too much there for 100 Thieves. Now, the TP from FBI was used, but it's not exactly a massive detriment that that one's down.
Hey,
he's still going to be fine.
He's not a big flank, you know. There are 4 of them on 100 Thieves.
So at this stage, I think it was a nice attempt from 100 Thieves to try and catch BLG out. Just unfortunately, this is kind of the issue with some of their composition is heavily reliant on Ayla and Dokla to be that engage tool. Yeah. You can engage with the Xin Zhao, but it is a very difficult one for it to actually make happen. So if BLG are up in the front to back style, it's very hard for 100 Thieves to crack that.
He'll just test his damage a little bit there. Celestial Blessing just getting rid of as Rapid Fire Cannon now picked up for the Caitlyn as well. And we've also got the second item here for FBI, so a bit of range, adding vision, but also just a poke feels really nice with those extra units. And we've just spotted out for the time being, but it does feel like, again, FBI has gotten to a point in this game where his damage is going to be a lot more reliable. His damage is going to be a lot more hurt.
Yeah, timer here for BLG, though. Pushing mid, that wave needs to be caught, and the top wave needs to be caught. So this is usually where BLG would try and start things like the Adacon to pull people into the objective, get them to burn those TPs, and then just back away. But we have to see if BLG want to try and go for that timer. We still see A lot of people sitting around. The waves have kind of been cleared. I think they might have missed their window here.
Bin's going top. He's got TP. And that said window, like Beachone as he clears vision away. 100 Thieves going to come and match for the time being. Elk's going to get bot wave pushed out. On's on the way as well. There's a flower there, very pretty, and Quid does take it away. Thieves just there to receive the wave. 4 down in bot. River not spotted out for the time being. I like this picture. We're getting a picture on the picture of the picture down here. This is the picture.
It does show us that On is hiding in that brush though. And it
does.
BLG maybe trying to base 100 Thieves in here to see if they overextend that a little bit too far. But again, 100 Thieves, patient. They're not going to try and overforce. They know they can clear these waves very quickly. BLG now dragging Yadakan away from 100 Thieves area.
Teleport picked up by Ayla. He's going to use it straight away. At 10k though now, Yadakan well underway. 100 Thieves need to nuke this with FBI. It's possible. River needs a big steal. BLG just going to throw it in the air, maybe. At 6,000, it's more and truly aggroed. If 100 Thieves can keep this up, they might be able to steal it and bring this game into their favor. 2,500 gold be damned.
Just going to reset. So 100 Thieves, again, patient, back away. They're not trying to overforce and give in to what BLG want. BLG essentially want them to try and come through these choke points in the Atakan pit, and that's where they can set up for plays with the Jarvan. They can use that terrain to their advantage with the Elise. But 100 Thieves not allowing them.
Bin's going to go for mid-wave. He was looking for an angle, spotted out by 100 Thieves. We are dancing down bot. We are just stuck down here. The BLG are like, come on, man. No, 100 Thieves are just moving back. Vision's still there, lining, but now that that's gone, it's getting harder and harder to see anything. Beachone gets a knock-up, trying to bait Ayla in. Is BLG are there with their snap engage. Just connect though with the seismic shut down. Dokler on the left.
It's a war of attrition though, and BLG are slowly but surely gaining the ground that they need to keep people separated. Dragon now going to be started up, and they're going to continue this push.
X-Gate angle from Rivers, not too bad, but for BLG clumped up. They now send another Weaver's Wall to make him put a bomb down. Rivers angle though, that's what I'm looking at. As Bin's tanking up the damage for now. 100 Thieves going to bring in Quid with the teleport. On vision for the time being, that ward in front of Dragon, paying dividends. There's ace in the hole onto Ayla. That's their engage. Maybe gives BLG a chance. There's still that potential at 3k. The Dragon in front of Beachone, not stolen, and he'll die with it as well. The Cataclysm has been separated from the team. Dokler zoning out BLG. He's getting poked out though with a snap engage. Finally connecting, and a kill down. Bin survived for a long time. There just ain't enough. He bought all the time in the world out with the tunnel for now, but there's Quid with the range. BLG running away. Elk can't do too much with the Crescent Guard in the way, and On is just a dead spider body. 100 Thieves for 3, BLG with 2. I see the play, I see the faith, I see an A! A triple turns into an ace, and the long con patience paid off.
The heist continues for 100 Thieves as Dokler bought so much time on the back line. Immediately runs onto Elk, forces his flash, and as everyone on BLG is dealing with him, it's the ability for 100 Thieves to take down Bin, to keep themselves healthy. But Beachone, he wants to steal.
I mean, I've seen El Yoya steal this earlier on. Beachone, do not let him near the pit. 100 Thieves, you got a good game state. You brought it back. Hexgate's going to be used. On's also on the way, but Atakan within smiting range is down. A TP in front of Quid. They see it, they run, they're looking to escape. A tunnel user TP as well as Bin is there, but he's isolated by himself. FBI rampages over the Void Queen. Dokler doing the same, sends the ulti. Knight fails the flash, he can't escape either. And the 100 Thieves are playing the heist of a century.
BLG are crumbling, and it's 100 Thieves who are stamping them into the ground. They have been playing so well around these setups. Like, watch Dokler as we start to get into this fight, because River moves in towards the pit. They know Bin is on the back line, but Dokler immediately runs at Elk, forces the flash, and everyone on BLG is dragged down. But Beachone goes low in the pit thanks to that damage. Now they get the turn on towards Bin, and Dokler again, even in his passive form, forces everyone on BLG to deal with him again. So 100 Thieves can then deal with Bin. Dokler played this fight perfectly and buying the space 100 Thieves needed. And here, BLG bought off way more than they could chew. They thought with the double TPs coming through that they'd be able to set up for the plays. But Beachone doesn't have his Cataclysm up and available yet. They pick off Bin. And you can look at the faces there, 100 Thieves. They know they are doing incredible work in this game.
They are. They brought this game back. They're a dragon ahead. They found the fight. Ayla, do not get caught out now. Shattering Strike And he
Look at
crashes
Elk.
down away.
Look at Elk.
Bomb away. Quid the same. Quid the same. The assassination. Meanwhile, FBI firing away. Baitwan went in too deep. Odds caught out as well. Does NA believe?
Where were you when the LCS's third seed is taking games off of the LPL's #1? 100 Thieves, take a bow!
They lost the VKS, but they don't care about the LPL first seed. Nah, it's just BLG with a Baron now for the taking. What the hell is happening?
NA miracles are happening. The 100 Thieves heist is continuing. They were doubted coming into playoffs. They ran the gauntlet. They got to the top spots to represent the world stage, and they're taking Knight out.
Whoa, smashed down Knight, put him in his place, Quid. You tell him.
What a performance. A 5.6k gold lead. Dragon in a minute's time. And BLG, you said at the start of Sterix, this was a composition that kind of needed to snowball a little bit to get the value from the Caitlyn. She's nearly at 3 items, but kind of needs that 4th to really deal the damage. And 100 Thieves have found this sweet spot where they're finding picks, they're finding access. And BLG, Elk, I think he's too far up.
He's up far. He's going to be spotted out by War. That's Quid on the way in. Ayla as well as the engagement at the level 16 Aurora. Forces the ghost out of the Caitlyn. Baitwan caught out here anyway. Bombs down again. And Quid is 8-0-5. They talked about this guy putting on the last hurrah for the organization, who is in their last stages of hurrah from the LTA as well. FBI takes a big chunk, but there's more where that came from as Elk gets hit hard by FBI too. 100 Thieves, they got in a turret. They're now looking for more bot as this Red Bull Baron power play is definitely away. 4,000 gold for them.
100 Thieves want to go out with a bang to blow the doors off of Worlds and say, hello, LPL, we are here.
Onslaught, double decimating smash. Dokla sets it up nicely. And here's the man in the jungle to send it away. Knight gets out this time around, but look at the gold that's once again given over. 7,500. LTA's third seed is looking like they're about to get to 10 soon.
I mean, look at the items that they have completed. The Rabadon's Death Cap now working with that the Void Staff nearly going to be coming through fairly soon as well. You've got the Bloodletter's Curse completed for Quid as well, which is going to be reducing so much of that magic resist crucially for members like FBI. Like, this is prime position for 100 Thieves, and
H1. He went for the invade here, but FBI's near there. Mega Inferno Bomb, bouncing bomb. What is that guy doing? 0-5 on the Jarvan here. And caught out. I mean, that once again opens up another avenue. There's 35 seconds left of the Baron. There's no jungler for a flanking play from BLG. And while River gets Dragon, top is the next siege for 100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves, they get to keep, as you say, the pressure up. They want to just wait until this wave is brought in by Quid, and they can look to continue pushing forward. Dokla on mid-wave to create another point of pressure. If they move Dokla across, I think they can just dive the BLG members under the structure.
Knight's going to use the wall defensively, trying to pull off this last Baron wave. He does so successfully, but not all the minions taken away. Dokla not going to take much damage here off the side as he zones off for a BLG. River is getting mid by himself. At the end of that Baron power play, it was like 5,000 almost, or 4. It's enough gold to show you now that 100 Thieves, with 9,000 in the lead, have this game under their wing. How they close it out will be impressive, but how they got here, I think, will be a story to tell.
And the Hextech Dragon, the Soul, is going to be available for this team.
How good is that for this team?
It's so disgusting.
Yeah, it's the most disgusting Soul.
This is perfect for 100 Thieves. It feels like the stars have aligned in this game, and they've played it so incredibly well. The early skirmishing, they found their success. The Ziggs coming out to shut down and keep Elk somewhat, I will say, in check. But it's been spectacular team fights that have been the core of 100 Thieves' identity. And BLG just look like they have no answer for them here as Elk spotted Quid.
Yeah, he is. Quid pops between worlds, bursts him. One shot, Ayla contributes. The burn the auto is enough. A bit of an overcommit from 100 Thieves, but who cares? They're so far ahead. There's a Cocoon, but On is also caught out. He repels up. He's looking for a target to get away. Baitwan has to command, but with that, he's sealing his own death warrant as well. The first LPL team is getting bodied by a couple of risky thieves. There's a shutdown there, but meanwhile Knight has to flush away from Dokla, who's under a turret, who's destroying the best mid laner of the East right now. Flush away, no. Dokla just soloed Knight.
100 Thieves are in the base. 100 Thieves are about to take down BLG in China.
Listen, there's nothing. The LPL fans are here to cheer on the first season they thought was a sure win. But then 100 Thieves show up after getting defeated by VKS, after everyone saying they're a failure of a team. 100 Thieves just beat the crap out of the LPL.
1-0. 100 Thieves will find themselves moving into tomorrow. Very few people thought that they could do it, but they have just struck fear into every team at Worlds.
Raz, you shouldn't have flip-flopped. You were right in the beginning.
Let's go!
Don't give him that. No.
Who needs practice? Who needs visas? There's a reason the Korean military are calling this man's number. He's a general on the map.
I mean, it's not so much that they win, it's that they're styling on them, Raz.
Styling. It started with a mind control. What it was Ben doing, just tunneling through the turret, because guess why? It was better to die to the turret than die to Dokla himself. He knew it was coming.
Verius is just having the worst day, honestly.
Don't infect me with your European energy, all right?
This is the worst day.
You can smile. Oh my god, you can smile, 100 Thieves. You deserve that one. An eventful year. Swaps, visa issues, no practice, very in shambles. They do it. They take down the first seed of the LPL here in their first day of
Oh my god!
You thought the BLG would win too!
No, there's no evidence to support this. There's no evidence to support this at all.
Well, talk me through what happened, actually, because
explain.
I was looking pretty sleeper until they woke up. Great fight at the third Drake, and they just turned everything around, and from there was just free win.
Yes, I mean, the game was very slow, and a lot of it was, I was concerned, I'm like, okay, BLG is going up against scaling, maybe there's going to be an issue around a dive, but at least I felt pretty useless, to be honest. But it was like the combination of both the Aurora ultimate and the Ziggs ultimate that they couldn't really deal with. And so this part right here, look at Quid. He sees the angle. He's looking for a different target, and it's the trio that he goes for. And so it turns into a reset. He Ws again. He goes for on. And I just love the fact that they played this out so patiently.
So here's the thing that every now and then we're reminded of.
Okay.
Elise is a useless support. Okay. So if this bot lane doesn't get ahead, then they don't have a bot lane. And so I think this is a great example of a team utilizing momentum so effectively. Because what we saw on that fight, once it had ended in favor of 100 Thieves, is BLG came back and tried to fight them again.
They did.
And 100 Thieves got even more kills off the back of it. So they killed Knight again, they killed Bin again, and those extra kills, they went back and pretty much bought a full item. So then when you come back out onto the map, you have to make sure that you keep that momentum going, and they did that beautifully. They literally took the book and they said, bang, 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 bang. We're going to teach you how to play some fast League of Legends, and they did a great job.
They absolutely did. They were packing their wallets and then just straight hitting them with it. Just straight hitting them with it. No, please, okay. I actually believed them.
Perfect.
But yes, and it was actually, it felt like BLG was tilting to a point because Jarvan gets killed in the mid lane, and then, okay, gray screen, that's completely fine. Then goes into the Raptors, dies there. But it was a focus, we said in the pregame, Quid and River. Of course, we're looking at Quid and how he was able to perform and snowball. It was also FBI. Both Quid and FBI, the carries were so strong. The scaling really did hit.
But I also just remember last year at Worlds, the conversation was about Quid, and it was he who it felt like that once the lights got bright, he kind of cracked under the pressure.
That did happen, yes.
And so to have a performance like this in your debut at Worlds is really awesome, because he really did perform extremely well, and he just made Aurora look absolutely giga-broken.
And just remember the context behind this day, because 100 Thieves couldn't get good practice River was in Korea, and we didn't even know if River was going to be playing today based off of like visa issues. So like all of this was happening. We're like, oh, it's going to happen again. To your point, last year at Worlds was disastrous for 100 Thieves. We thought it was going to be starting even worse this time around, going up against BLG, the LPL champions, and it was insane to see them be able to come with poise like this. So quite happy. Yeah, let's wrap that up.
It is the best way for 100 Thieves to start their run at Worlds here. I'm going to allow you to review your expectations next time maybe, because it's time for us to head into break. We're going to come back right after this with a Dokla interview before we head into FlyQuest versus T1. So hold that thought.
All right, will do. All right, I'm holding it.
Hey, no flash. Next time? PSP. K no flash, K no flash, K no flash. K no flash? Yeah, K no flash. Always. K up here, no flash. Yeah, let's look. I'm gonna change that. Yep. Kill him. Nice. We can do it.
100 Thieves just beat the crap out of the LPL.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Welcome back to the 100 Thieves Fan Desk. Sorry, Worlds 2025. We are still getting that Doku interview ready. So in the meantime, Raz, you get to continue to gloat. But after this, I want to hear nothing else about this.
What do you mean? I get to continue to gloat. We got to continue to gloat.
No, I will not be tempted. I will not be tempted. I can't.
North America
I got one
all
more
the
team.
way.
Just because 2 teams collapsed doesn't mean the third one will.
I was thinking, because despite this loss, BLG still, generally a scary opponent. But they're 0-1 now, and I was thinking, what other teams are 0-1?
No,
right,
don't do this. Don't do this.
I forgot
Don't do it. No, please. Please.
Can you remind us what teams are 0-1?
Fnatic.
Oh, it was Fnatic, wasn't it? Who else was there?
It was MKOI.
Oh, so you're saying they could draw BLG now in the 0-1, like they could match.
Yeah.
They could match against each other. Oh, I didn't realize. I wouldn't have brought it up if
Oh, yeah, thank you, thank you. I'm really appreciative that I have such genius analysts here. Now, we have informed we're just a little bit delays with the Doku interview. We'll get to hear from him at the end of the day. So in the meantime, shifting our attention now ahead to our next NA contender, of course, looking at FlyQuest versus T1. Fly, dominant.
Very dominant, especially like in Split 3, but Split 2, of course, finding ways to come back into impossible situations within the finals against C9. Like, when they are ahead, they steamroll. When they're behind, they claw their way back in. A lot of the times, you're looking towards people like Inspired, who has had an incredible year, got Player of the Year within the LTA. But also, I think Busio had a major step up in his performance. If there was a split-wide MVP, I think Busio would have been able to get it with his Bard performance, so only can sing praises for this team.
But that said, while they've been, close to taking down these LCK LPL teams, they've never quite been able to push it over the line, and they are going up against T1 today. Technically, they're a play-ins team.
True.
And I think they've beaten play-ins teams before,
Think so.
but play-ins is very different this year.
Yeah, it's a fierce opponent. It's a best of one. It's definitely the environment where it could happen. And I think ultimately, if you look at like the win rate that Fly has had domestically, and also the win rate they've had when they've had an early lead has been insane. If they're ahead coming into the mid game, they have just so consistently won games. And I think a lot of people have been weighing this in favor of FlyQuest more than you initially think, especially after T1's performance yesterday, where it wasn't completely clear-cut they were going to win that series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for me, like going up against T1, well, especially at Worlds, for FlyQuest, they will always be reminded on their prior experiences when they went up against Gen.G, almost didn't get a chance to finish it. Against BLG, I don't even want to be reminded of the final game, right? And so when you look to one player, it has to be Inspired. His performance has been something that is extremely, like, just exceptional.
And I want to ask Ox, because you don't have a horse in this race, and both Raz and I have some emotional investment. Is Inspired just the best player in the West, from your perspective, someone who isn't always on the LEC or the LTA?
I would probably say so. I think he's kind of, I mean, I think Worlds is a big test, right? I feel like we'll just where those narratives go to live or die. But I'd say, based on what we've seen so far, I'd say yeah.
And it's not just because Raz randomly put a FlyQuest scarf around you.
Exactly.
It does look pretty good. It looks pretty good. And you know what? Actually, I'm inclined to agree. This man has been an absolute demon. I think undisputed #1 in the region. And when I look at the fact that he bodied G2 last time around, I can't really dispute
And
anymore.
you see career MVPs and Player of the Years. This also includes the MVP that he had in Europe, or like the domestic titles that he had in North America, but the career MVPs that he had in Europe. So like somebody who had dominance in, of course, when he was in Europe, brings that over to North America, continues that. A lot of faith is there. He was able to show that last international where people really kind of pulled in that faith there. So I'm interested to see how he goes up against T1.
I think it's a very good question in our featured match, of course, presented by Mercedes-Benz. Owner versus Inspired. A lot to be excited for here.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, FlyQuest Inspired faces off against T1's Owner. A clash between two of the world's best junglers, each carrying the pride of their region. Inspired, the European prodigy, has brought NA's FlyQuest to new heights. Since joining the LCS, he's never finished a season below 4th place. And in 2025, he's already lifted 3 trophies. From his debut in 2019, when he earned Rookie of the Split, nearly every year of his career has been marked by MVP titles. Most recently, being crowned as the first ever LTA Player of the Year.
In the jungle Trendemir game, Inspired claims a pentakill.
Standing across from him is T1's Owner, 2-time world champion and the reigning title defender. After their Worlds 2024 victory, T1 hasn't claimed a single LCK title, entering this year's championship as the 4th seed, forced into a high-stakes elimination match against Invictus Gaming. But once again, T1 proved that under the pressure of Worlds, they won't crack. and Owner will rise to the challenge over and over again, defeating IG 3-1 to secure their spot in the Swiss stage. FlyQuest and T1 have met only once internationally, at MSI in 2024. Where Owner showed that no Western jungler could stand against him. Now, both teams meet again on the biggest stage of them all. Which jungler will lead his team to victory? Inspired or Owner, the world's reigning champion?
For me, this is such a hype matchup because not only are both junglers in such incredible form, but the meta at the moment is shaped so heavily by junglers. I feel like there's so many picks where not only do you have so much early impact, you dictating the pace of the game, but also you get that first time spike, you get the Sundered Sky, and you're just a menace in those team fights, in those skirmishes. So if one of these players gets the edge, I feel like they can just take over the game.
Yeah, and we got to see that from Owner just last series against IG. I felt like he was really showcasing how strong he was in particular. Faker had some iffy games, but Owner, I felt like, was able to cover for him in a lot of cases. So, like, for me, T1, it is about Owner. Guma and Keria, for sure, are players to watch out for. Doran is an interesting one because we said this just yesterday. At Worlds, he's had issues, but this year has been a real showing for him. At MSI, he looked incredible, so I want to see that carry over. Not in this game, but of course, just carry over in the tournament.
And something that you brought up before, Ox, is that T1 is a team that tends to ramp up over the course of the tournament. It feels like they're hitting the ground running by beating IG, and now you're going up against a FlyQuest who might be a bit cold, hasn't had that time to play on stage, hasn't felt that pressure quite yet. But you bring up, like, Faker might not have had the Faker is Faker.
Yeah.
It's 10 years. There's so many years of Faker to look back to, and part of the reason that T1 feel indomitable is because, well, they basically have been.
Yeah, I mean, Faker always finds his way to lock in, come in at the close clutch moments, find those big carry performances, those big plays when the team needs. And, you know, Kerry was saying yesterday in his interview that they went into that IG matchup treating it like a knockout game, treating it like it was a quarter, a semi, or finals, because they knew if they lost, they were out. So I feel like, you know, they normally are a ramp-up team. They ramped up over the course of that series, and they might just be warmed up for this match today.
Yeah, and if I look at the FlyQuest side, especially the bot lane, experience is going to be a question mark, but I look at Faker, and that's just a career.
He's a lot of experience.
A lot of experience.
Yeah, good amount, I'd say.
A ton. That's a concern that I have. But yeah, all of that is there, and it's good for him. Guma, as a player, has been someone that has been ultra reliable for this team. So I'm just worried about him. I'm worried about going after Guma.
And I think the interesting thing tracking over the year, talking to you a lot as well, Ox, is kind of who has been the carry on T1 has changed. We saw a lot of series domestically where it was Owner who really had to step up. Yesterday we saw some great performances from Guma. And the fact that they can kind of draw names out of a hat, it feels like at certain moments in the tournament, does make them kind of terrifying to contend with.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who can really step up. And yesterday, I mean, Guma on the Sivir was a massive piece. You saw IG trying to focus him down, but also the Ashe as well. Arrow is just hitting so consistently. I feel like just able to hit them. It was almost targeted at times, setting up plays for the team.
He's just a ticking time bomb. When they're in a deficit, you can always trust in Guma to farm excellently, find moments. If they're able to claw it back, it's Guma that's going to be the reason for it.
Yeah, and now for FlyQuest. Raz, what are you looking at? You've already gotten one.
Yeah.
You flip-flop once. I don't know if you're. What did you predict? You predicted T1, didn't you? You little flip-flopper. You want to flop? You want to flip again? You want to flip again? You're 1 for 1 on the flips.
I don't know.
Is it time to flip?
I don't look at social media personally. I just look at what I'm saying.
You voted on a poll. That doesn't.
I don't know what you're talking
predict
about
for this match? Because
I predicted FlyQuest, of course.
Well, I'm shocked because you know I feel like you don't have many allegiances. You know, you're a bit of a traitor to you.
What are you talking? Give me back that scarf. Give me that. You don't deserve that scarf.
All right, are you gonna throw it on the floor after they lose, like you did with the IG?
No.
Did you see that, by the way?
Yeah, he's besmirching the merch.
And then the game would come off. You just throw it on the floor.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, it's getting a little too hot in the venue.
All right.
Oh yeah,
yes.
sure.
It was.
Okay, as much as Raz flip-flopping is great, I do want to know, FlyQuest, they feel like the strongest representative of the LEC and LTI teams that we've sent. Of course, we haven't seen G2 play yet, but there's a lot of hope riding on FlyQuest. What does this game mean? If they win, are we like full confidence they're going to best of 5, they're dominating? What is this game really going to tell us regardless of result?
If they win based off this, I mean, it really does showcase a large level of growth, right? Because this is what they have been fighting for. They talk about internationals constantly. When you go into interviews and they just beaten like Cloud9 or something, they're like, we are focusing on getting better for Worlds. That's all they've ever really cared about. And so that's where, if we're talking about improvement, to answer your last question, it's Busio. So especially going up against Carrier, who he gets kind of compared to in the sense of like little Carrier or NA Carrier, like we hype him up in that case, but Carrier is obviously a support GOAT. And so a lot of that comes into his flexibility in his champion pool and obviously being everywhere at the same time. Busio has kind of taken up that mantle. So the #1 rule in this game, it doesn't matter. For both teams, Bard is banned. For both players, it's not being seen. We're contesting for the Bard ban.
Here's my question, though, because FlyQuest on blue side, do you think they leave it open and first pick it? Because we've seen Genji, HLeet. Yesterday, we saw IG banning Bard every game.
Yeah.
Do FlyQuest leave it open and do they first pick it? Because if you don't first pick it, T1 are taking it.
That is
100%.
happening. That is happening. I think we're just banning it. If we're getting to a world where Bard is first picked, I don't know what to believe
I'm saying Caitlyn is coming back. We saw Elise earlier, even though Elise didn't look great. I guess BLG just did lose. But Caitlyn is coming back at the very least. There's a chance the return, the Guma Carrier, weird stuff in the bot lane. It could come back.
True.
I mean, Carrier even said that like he will ruin Inspired's day if he gets his Bard. So if you leave it open, you know what's happening.
We're not giving it to him. It's just not happening.
Ox, I want to ask you the same question.
Okay, go for it.
T1, obviously, they come in from plans. They're looking pretty good. They're always kind of the dark horse no matter what situation or what form that they're in. If they win here, is it like a big level up where you're like, yes, more confidence, or is this kind of like, you'll just see how it goes? How much is resting on this win from T1?
I mean, I think whether they win or lose this matchup, I still think they'll come through and get it. I think Fly are a strong team, so I think regardless, it's more about the content of the game. If they got stomped, I'd be a bit worried, but if it's a close game, then I would still have confidence they come through. Obviously, if they stomp in the direction, you're going to be feeling really good.
And what was interesting to me, of course, is the weird, like the change in play styles for FlyQuest in particular. Like they can play like an Ivern, Renekton comp that they played like an MSI. Something because Whippo is a player that is very much like, will limit test permanently, right? And so if he sees an angle and he's strong, he's going to walk forward. Whereas Doran is a very strong like Gwen player, and that's something where in those conventional picks that we've seen all year long, we haven't really seen that from Whippo. So I wonder, straight from the draft, what the priority is going to be, because Whippo's going to want to go for a counter pick, whereas Doran is somebody that you can blind for him, and I think he can do well in those circumstances. So top lane is very interesting for me.
Yeah, especially because with T1 being on the red side, they often leave counter pick for Carrier.
Yeah.
So I mean, especially if the Bard is banned, I wonder if they leave that for Carrier, don't end up getting counter pick for Doran, which gives it over potentially to Whippo.
It's a damn good question, but as the players take to the stage, it's time to get us into the game, and who better to do it than Captain Flowers and Kobe?
Thank you very much, Desk. Welcome everyone back to Worlds 2025 for our second half of the first day of main stage competition. I am Captain Flowers. That is, of course, Kobe, as Draco said. And we get to start this one off with the tallest task that FlyQuest has been tasked with thus far in this, ever since MSI, I think we should say, as they've drawn T1 as their first opponent.
And it is a warmed up T1. T1 got to warm up on stage versus IG yesterday, Flowers, and we could see it in real time. You know, casting those games, the first couple of games, Owner, you know, had not woken up yet, and there was a very big difference when he did wake up later in the series. And so, yeah, it is a tough task for FlyQuest because T1 are coming in. I feel like they're going to be hot, but you and me are actually hot right now. 100 Thieves just injected us with a whole bunch of energy. That we were not expecting that. They took down BLG, so I'm all ready. Anything can happen, Flowers. I am super ready for this now. 100 Thieves doing us proud over there, taking down BLG, the LPL #1 seed, and now FlyQuest here going versus T1, the reigning world champions, the back-to-back world champions. But we've got confidence now.
I mean, the NA Hopium is at some high levels in the room right now, my friend. I am ready to see if FlyQuest can stand tall to the challenge of T1. Ledesk was talking about it a little bit, but specifically the matchup in the jungle. The reigning world champion Owner versus best in the West jungler Inspired. That head-to-head, I think is going to be so exciting.
It definitely should be. Especially with how, you know, Owner kind of, as we said, ramped up in the series yesterday. We'll see, because it involves a lot of supports too, especially, you know, when we're talking about junglers, you're always talking about supports in the current meta. And something we also saw yesterday in the series was a lot of lane swaps, you know, from T1 and IG, and supports like laning mid even. We had mid lane lane swap duo lanes from Mako and Keria, and so a lot of the spotlight as well with these junglers is going to be shared with the supports. Busio on FlyQuest has risen in stardom here, and his Bard versus Keria's Bard is one of the big Champ Select topics that we've had, because Busio is our mini North American Keria.
Yeah, he's our Bard boy.
He's our Bard boy. So since they're blue side, everyone's like, all right, in a best of one, would you really want to first pick Bard? Probably not. Maybe in like a Fearless full best of series, where then it's like, oh, it would be like Fearlessly banned for the rest of the time versus Keria, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Maybe then, but I don't think well, maybe, okay. It looks like it is at least going to get through from the FlyQuest side. They are not banning Bard, as almost all teams have done versus T1, so maybe they are considering a first pick Bard and take it for Busio.
It's not banned at all. It's Ambessa, Vi, and the Caitlyn that we've seen a lot of priority on so far throughout the day. Banned out by FlyQuest. Other side going to be Azir, Orianna, and Yunara banned out by T1. Now, of course, we have the typical Whippo Kai'Sa hover. This is not going to be the first pick. But let's see what they really do end up going with. I love this Bard question, but no, the Jarvan priority shines through.
Yeah, maybe if it's like Fearless and you get extra value of it being permaban later on, then maybe, but not quite in a best of one. We'll stick to the Jarvan here, Premier Jungle. You mentioned the Caitlyn though, and we really are, it seems like, very quickly entering this Caitlyn meta. Yeah. If we're in Caitlyn meta, you do not definitely give Caitlyn to Guma Yushi. It's still going to be dangerous because Guma also showed, the buffs to Ashe were very real. The attack damage on level, and his Ashe was very good as well. So Guma's got plenty of champions in the current meta that look really good for him. And we're just going to go right down the normal jungle tier list here. And there it is. We have the copy pasta ready. Okay. Because Keria gave...
What do you got for
Keria gave one of those, quintessential interviews before this matchup. Sheep Esports interviewed him. We'll wait till they lock the Bard in.
But we know they're locked in for Keria.
Yeah, we know they're going to. And Keria starts it off so nice. He's like, FlyQuest, they're a very strong team. Their teamwork is really good. They're one of the strong teams. Teams need to watch out for Inspired the most. And then he goes on to say, but if we face them, my Bard is the best in the world. If they let Bard through, Inspired won't be able to step on the Rift. So they let Bard through. Keria has the Bard now. And now Inspired's got to be able to still step on the Rift with Jarvan. They first picked the Jarvan, so...
Okay. And we're also going to see the Kai'Sa locked in next to the Jarvan. We know Jarvan for those big explosive engages from a long way away. Who better to follow it up with than the AD carry that's built to dive alongside, and they'll also lock in the Nico right next to him.
And since there is a lot of Caitlyn talk going on right now with all the Caitlyn in the last couple of games, the other really successful one, and one that people already had their eyes on coming into the tournament, were lots of Kai'Sa comps. Kai'Sa is going to be strong. Dive comps are really going to be applicable for a lot of teams, and so FlyQuest are just kind of leveraging that. They banned the Caitlyn themselves, and they're saying we're going to go right into a Kai'Sa comp, and we're going to go right into Guma Yushi's Xayah and Keria's Bard.
And I really like the look of the Xayah drafted against the dive that you're already seeing out of the side of FlyQuest, right? Jarvan the big diver. Kai'Sa wants to fly in next to him. We know how Nico likes to use those sneaky pop blossoms to get in the back line and really just cause havoc. So this is a good pick for some defensive capability, while, the Bard and the Wukong and whatever else they want to draft mounts the counterattack.
Yeah, I mean, Guma Yushi Xayah is famous. Kai'Sa Xayah is one of the most seen matchups in the history of professional AD carries in League of Legends. So let's move on though to the top lane. Rumble the first ban here versus Whippo.
Whippo's got a wide champion pool though. This man, for those of y'all that have not been watching much in A this year, Whippo likes to pick a whole lot of different stuff. He's not afraid to play the picks that other people might not lock in.
And his other big blind one is the Renekton, another big blind one for him. Of course, he can blind Sion and stuff too. That's been really popular here. So those are the kind of ones we're sifting through here, assuming that they will go Faker's champion first, but they could give Faker counter pick as well if they want to. So
there's the Renekton.
Yeah, there you go. So the other kind of blind pick that you're expecting and talking about. So maybe Bwipo is just, it's like a Scion Bwipo game or something like that.
Yeah.
Since the Rumble and Renekton bans do come out.
Well, we've also got the Aurora banned out here by FlyQuest. They know they still need to look at both solo lanes on the side of T1. Ban out a champion that, could go either one of those lanes. Get some extra value out of that. And the last ban will be Faker's Annie.
Okay, yeah. Faker had a pretty good Akali game yesterday as well. His mechanics were looking on point. He had some good burst combinations. So we'll see what they end up going with on the side of T1, but probably something that does look for the engages, does look for the flanks. That's kind of why FlyQuest banned out the Aurora and the Annie, two of those kind of premier playmaking ones. And it is going to be forced upon, Quad to also blind pick here into Faker. They're going to give Faker the full counter pick on red side for T1. And this is kind of assuming that Bwipo is going to go the Scion or something like that, so they pre-pick the Cassante, which can just play into whatever. Even if Bwipo goes an Urgot or something, maybe he goes for the Urgot execution, or maybe he goes for a Mordekaiser. Up there,
he will.
He does.
Okay, the answer to the blind Cassante is the Mordekaiser for Bwipo.
Okay, Bwipo Mordekaiser. Let's see how it turns out this time. And what is Quad going to blind? Quad is basically always control mage. So him blind picking is not like the biggest issue for FlyQuest because they pretty much always have him on the safer. He's farming control mage for mid. Ryze is still up. Ryze is a great choice here for blind. I mean, that's even been first picked by quite a few. So definitely like this one into Faker.
Okay, we've got some powerful tanky AP solo laners here on the side of FlyQuest to go alongside that engage from the Jarvan. That is your big main engage unless Nico can get a nice flank, but again, usually she requires an angle, she requires a little bit more setup, so pressure on Inspired, but I feel like if you're FlyQuest and somebody's got to have some pressure on her to make some plays, Inspired's a guy you're going to trust to do that.
Certainly so. He has done so much for this FlyQuest team over the last couple of years that they have stuck together. And we just get, okay, so Faker did have some big seismic shoves the other day as well with the Taliyah. So maybe he continues with that off of the ramp up. The beginnings of that game were not great for him though, did get into a bit of a deficit. And so we'll see this time around. I mean, we are obviously like super hyped up right now off the previous game, the 100 Thieves ones. But FlyQuest here going into T1, this one is going to be hyped. Don't let the seeds fool you here as well.
I was going to say, it's a little bit
Don't look at us too closely.
You come in, you think, all right, we're up against a number 4 seed. Sure, it's no problem. They're only the winningest organization in the history of the game. They're not only the only team with back-to-back Worlds wins, but with 2 different back-to-back Worlds wins. They're not only the team that has the best player to ever play the game in mid, they're also the LCK number 4 seed.
Yeah,
it's
so easy 1-0 for FlyQuest then, right? Is that what you're saying?
It's definitely going to be a challenge here for the FlyQuest side, but for all of us who have been watching North American competition throughout the year, this has been such an exciting team to watch, such an exciting team to follow, and kind of what Raz was talking about back on the desk. They're a team that wants international success. They've come so close twice now, nearly beating Gen G in a best of 5, going all the way to Game 5 at last year's Worlds. Then at this year's MSI, going 5 games against BLG, but again, falling short. Clearly, we're not into the best of 5 stage here at Worlds 2025 since we're just on day 1, but FlyQuest are hungry to prove themselves internationally, and if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And I'll tell you what, Kobe, historically, T1 are the best.
And the crowd erupts as usual for T1. Let's see, Keria got barred. I don't think we'll say that a lot this tournament, Flowers.
Probably not.
So let's get it out of the way now. Keria got barred. It is into Busio. It is into FlyQuest. Let's see what FlyQuest's plan is here because definitely playing with fire.
So we do have the Summoner Spellbook on the side of Keria and T1, but not on the side of Busio and FlyQuest. So Busio just going for the extra laning power, the extra little bit of damage there with the Comet compared to the utility that Keria will have throughout the game with the use of the extra summoners. Doesn't look like either side wants to do anything particularly creative here at the level 1, so minions are going to collide and we'll just get straight into laning phase.
All right, Quad moving up into the wave here real quick. They did have the vision. Both junglers here starting top sides will be pathing down towards that Bard lane. And Busio and Masu, let's see what they can get done early here. With the early push, should be able to push them off here. They've got rush control. They have their ward down after the first one was cleared out by Keria's sweeper. And so they're able to gain control of the wave though.
Here in top side, these two will probably just be, I honestly expect these guys to try and get a little bit aggressive with one another here early on in the game, and as I say it, Doran immediately jumps in, but does miss that Intofo strike just slightly to the side there, expecting Bwipo to make a slight movement.
Yeah, and the minion died right as Doran went in, so Bwipo got the level up as Doran goes in, and so he's able to handle it just fine.
Okay, so talking about our junglers, because Wukong, we know, he doesn't have the greatest early ganks. He generally likes to power farm till 6 because he has no CC until then. Hold on, never mind. Maybe we can't talk about junglers. Bwipo marching forward. All right, cool, we're fine. What I was going to ask, Wukong we generally think more of for power farming. Jarvan is one of the early game gankers in League of Legends. What are you expecting to see out of this pathing?
Yeah, well, you definitely still want to remain efficient, even with the possibilities of going for early ganks. And so Inspired, as you can see, is doing the full clear as well. Both of them kind of saving their buffs here, and so pick those up. And then, I mean, you can go for the mid lane pressure onto Faker and try and burn the flash early. Ryze does have good setup. Jarvan plus Ryze definitely can put pressure on the Taliyah, but the bottom lane, we do know this is going to be a big focus for both. So as you're pushing bottom lane here for FlyQuest, I want to see if Inspired actually goes for the pushing bottom lane, bot side Scuttlecrab, because right now he's actually traversing to the other side, and an owner's just going to be able to grab that one. It's because their bottom lane wants to go for their reset right now, so bottom lane playing for the reset, and easy swap on the Scuttlecrabs here does mean Quad should be hovering to the top side here where his jungler is. Good job by him.
There we go.
Doesn't want to give Owner the possibility of getting any sort of early damage. Of course, it probably wouldn't, threaten lethal or anything, but doesn't want to let him use any of that free time to get any damage, and so nicely done here. Good even trade so far, Flowers. Both of them just trade scuttles and trade the wards onto Raptors. Very standard here. Is going to see the second clears and give everybody some calm information.
Exactly. Calm being the key word. Nothing crazy, nothing unexpected here in the first clear for either one of our junglers, as Masu and Busio just continuing to have a pretty even lane state here against Gumayusi and Keria. Their wave is going to get the push after they take control over these last couple of minions, as Doran continually pushes Bwipo in up here in the top side, but he's not really choking Bwipo out of a lot of minions either. Honestly, all the lanes going pretty even.
Yeah, congratulations to the GOAT, Faker, 300th international game, as you saw there, and doing just fine in the opener.
Okay, a little bit of a catch there. Nice tangle barbs from Busio to put some damage onto Gumayusi as they crash the wave into the turret. Now Busio will be able to potentially look to clear out some wards or establish some vision, but no, instead just going to be another recall here. The double recall from Masu and Busio, just to make sure that they can get that purchase in while they've got the crash.
And now everybody, rightly so, hypes up Bard roams, but Nico roams are huge as well. And so off of this early reset, it is going to be lane swaps for both sides. So they're honestly, with the tunnel making up the extra couple of seconds, they're almost identically timed here. Even with the slightly earlier recall for the FlyQuest bottom side, so Magical Journey is good for them. They get out here a couple of seconds. Bwipo even pulls the extra couple minions for Masu here, though, before he goes for his resets. Just leave those right there. So that is going to generate a slow push for FlyQuest. And let's see how they use this, because this is also going to mean the junglers are going to reset up to this side of the map, too. Inspired here. Inspired actually heading out through mid lane, instead of heading back towards the top side immediately. So keeping his options open, while Owner opts for the control ward on Dragon first before going for his delayed recall. And looks like they are just going to continue to keep the pressure.
Yeah, early Earth Dragon being #1 here generally dissuades super early Dragon takes just because of the tankiness of that objective compared to other Dragons. Inspired will go ahead, though, and drop the flag inside of the pit, clear out that control ward, but then immediately back away. They know that there might be a couple of problems around here, so they're taking their time, but no. Okay, just dragging it out slightly. Quad waiting around this area to see if Faker's going to walk anywhere close to that brush. Doran's making his way over, though, and Bwipo's ready to follow.
So is Owner.
Okay, FlyQuest, they're going to have 3 men here first, but T1's bringing in the cavalry. It's going to be Doran here, your initial target. Quad, however, targeted by T1. Doran losing about half HP. Bwipo still looking for more. He's got Doran in the death realm, but Carrier's Bard has made his way in here with the Summoner Spellbook teleport. Carrier showing up, looking to make the difference. Doran down to 200 HP with Bwipo's flashback over the wall. Quad trying to escape, and he has to flash now too. It's the Carrier Bard difference. Looking to change the fight as Quad wants to get out here through the realm lord, but he does manage to escape. Doran still looking for a little bit more. He wants to go all out, and Inspired has to flash to survive. Somehow nobody's dead either way, but the extra man for T1 gives him control and wins them this dragon.
Yeah, FlyQuest are able to peel and delay long enough. Initially, the Mordekaiser ult onto the Cassante allows them to peel. Quad's able to survive. Then some antics here with their flashes on the Dragon Pit. They actually do all survive in the end, despite the Summoner Spellbook teleport being a big difference maker there for T1, getting the extra numbers. FlyQuest still all get out alive, as you say, and since it resets the dragon, and it's a mountain dragon, which is so tanky, it would kind of ruin your tempo, your timing on the map to stick around for it, and so they all go for resets in the aftermath.
And the reason that tempo and timing is so important, my friend, is because everybody's favorite early game objective, the Grubs, just about to spawn here in 5 seconds. You can see a T1 ward in the Grub pit already, but Inspired and Masu already hanging around. You've also got Busio up here, disguised as Masu #2. Well, Masu #3 now. There's also a clone. Owner has arrived, though.
Which
on
one's
the
your favorite?
I like all of them.
I like the original.
Oh, yeah, you're going with the original article. I respect that. Inspired, starting up these Grubs, though, does want to be able to secure at least the first one. Oh, but it starts to reset and lose patience. So FlyQuest, they don't manage to get anything other than just a low health Grub. And it's T1 with control over the pit now as Owner starts the objective.
He needed like one more auto on that thing. It barely did not get tick under 600. And he has the original smite there. So Inspired's not able to steal away that one Grub that was getting quite low, and T1 will just collect them.
Yeah, that's a super, super close margin that it actually ends up being potentially pretty significant here for the side of T1, as having all 3 of the Grubs, having the extra damage onto the turrets, and the ability to spawn the Void Mites could mean that if they get some early tempo in this game, they get some early push in the side lanes, they could really cause some problems, because you're also already working with a team comp that has a Taliyah, that has a Bard, that has these champions that can really provide threat from a long way away, and T1 could be in a good spot to set up some good turret plate money farming now, but Faker's going to get caught out here with the Tangle Barbs. Busio locks him up a little bit, but Tempered Fate guarantees that Faker is not going to die here today.
This is support gameplay, Flowers. Busio makes a play mid lane. Carrier throws the Bard ultimate, and actually it does land on the Faker. Not going to be any sort of follow-up plays here, as now these supports fighting over wards, and this is something that we have just hyped up all year long in LTA North, soon to be LCS. Busio making so many plays, and him going versus Carrier really is a dream. He looks up to Carrier so heavily, as so many supports do, and it honestly is just like an honorable move, I feel like. All right, fine. You can have Bard. I'm going to take Nico. May the best support make the better plays. You know, it's actually really cool to see what we can get in this game. And Bwipo's Brush Camp does get Guma's ult out.
Yeah, Guma puts a lot of damage back into Bwipo, though, on the exit route, so Bwipo not feeling confident about trying to find anything more here onto Guma Yushi, is hanging around in hopes of catching the wave. Quad versus Doran up in the top side in the meantime, as Busio ready to follow up here. Guma Yushi now in some danger. The death realm has been unleashed, and Bwipo's going in after the T1 AD carry. Guma Yushi's about to get taken out, but he gets away on a magical journey. Bwipo's chase is overdone, and it's first blood to carry his bar.
Oh, Bwipo just used his Q on the other side of the tunnel, but then he still goes in the tunnel, and it's right where Carrier wanted him. That was not a magical journey that Bwipo wanted, and he goes down. He got hyped up. He was so close there, but close does not count. Gumayusi still had flash. Gumayusi was just drawing him in. So they get the kill. That is 1 kill for T1. Looks like the Dragon will be picked up afterwards, though, for FlyQuest. So Bwipo had done a lot of work. He set himself up with the brush camp. You know, he got Gumayusi's, Zaya ult down. But here, the barrier goes out, and then he takes the magical journey. Like, he got out of the Mordekaiser ultimate and takes it and avoids that Q. And then after that Q is used, like, just don't. You don't really have any more as Mordekaiser, right? That's your damage right there. So, anyways, goes through, goes down, and it is 1 kill for Mountain Dragon, though. So, Flowers, they do get something afterwards there for FlyQuest.
But still, man, T1, you got to be sure when you go in on those plays. Gumayusi waiting until the last possible second to use the barrier, and it's just enough to save him from that last auto attack that Bwipo was able to land. Then getting away with the help of Keria, you love to see it. And these hero plays from supports are just so fun to watch.
And that's what you expect from, you know, the players on T1 on the international stage. Guma's like, yeah, I still have my flash. I'm chilling here. You know, you can get close. I'm not going to go down, though. I can calculate your damage. You know, I'm going to just be able to avoid this. And he does not panic under pressure at all. And that results in the first kill of the game. This is not going to completely change the game, though, Flowers. So still very tense, very exciting one here that we have ahead of us.
You know what does often change games of League of Legends, however, is Rift Herald fights. I feel like there are so many games that go from razor's edge to completely one-sided after a Rift Herald fight that one team takes when they shouldn't have taken it. And that Rift Herald is going to be spawning here in about 2 minutes. So what I want to do is check in on the status of where both teams are at, because a lot of first items are completed now. Doran has his Kaenic Rookern to lane against Bwipo's Mordekaiser and make him much more effective. Now Keria is using the Tempered Fate on Inspired here immediately, stuns him into the wall with a Cosmic Binding. Nobody else on T1 is close enough in time, though, so they're just going to get a little chunk of damage onto Inspired at the cost of Keria's Bard ult.
I want to point out that FlyQuest are split pushing during this time, so they're actually getting some leverage on the bottom side. This is split push Rise, so Quad already up at the turret, working on a turret plate for himself, pushing the minion wave in, and T1, they committed to that play on the top side with everyone. Owner's trying to make the most of it with a blue steal.
Yeah, he wants to get it, but Inspired has the better smite. Now Busio using the Pop Blossom, tries to find enough, but instead he only finds his way into the grave. Another kill of it at T1 as Inspired has to try to escape with the Weaver's Wall from Faker. Wants to lock him up. Inspired wants to sidestep the seismic shove, but no way! 3-0 T1 as they claim the feat of warfare.
T1 do make the most of it. They go for the blue steal, and even though they don't get the blue buff originally, they just kill you and take it off your body, even though Inspired was able to smite it away. Owner ends up with it.
Miyushi ready to play aggressive here against Masu on that Kai'Sa. You talked about how many times at Worlds in the past we've seen the Kai'Sa versus Zaya matchup. If you lock these in, you got to be ready to play aggro when you know you're stronger, and that's what I love to see. What I was saying before we got the fight, I guess I'll say it after the replay, because here we go again with Owner going in.
Exactly. So they go in on Busio. Busio uses the ultimate, but Owner just cyclones on him. They take him down immediately there. And then on the chase through here, Keria not able to hit the flash there with the Cosmic Binding, but Faker's got his back. Don't worry. Got the Seismic Shove here on Inspired. They get the extra kill as well.
Okay, so 15 seconds until the Herald spawns. Both junglers got those first items completed. Masu versus Gumayushi here in the mid lane. Guma down to about 30% HP. Void Seeker knocks him down to 300. Masu, however, also losing his HP down to 400. Flashing away from the Tempered Fate, recognizing that would have surely been a death sentence if he gets caught in it and they can set up after.
Yeah, really good stuff here from T1. You know, Guma setting up the possibility of Keria using the ult to burn the flash there. They trade heavily. Guma, once again, not scared. And in the end, Keria comes in. Bard ultimate for Kai'Sa Flash is exactly the value that you want. So they can make some repeat plays there now on Masu. Masu's got to be careful.
So I want to go back to what you talked about in the draft, because you had the copy pasta from Keria talking about how FlyQuest is a good team, but if I get barred, Inspired's not going to be able to step foot onto the Rift. Well, we are 15 minutes into the game. The Herald is spawned. Yeah, Inspired's doing that right now, but he's 0-1-0. No plays made, while Owner goes for another one down here in the bottom lane. Looking to maybe take out Quad, who goes for the Realm Warp to escape. escape. Busio coming up to try to help him, but Keria is also here. Redemption comes down, and Quad is dead. Faker taking a kill on that one as FlyQuest want to try to find something else back. It's Masu moving forward, trying to cut off the escape from Keria and Owner, but they go on a magical journey and they're already getting away. FlyQuest are too slow on the move, and Inspired is caught by Doran as he tries to take the Rift Herald, and that's almost a kill, but Inspired gets away there as the third and Tofo strike won't connect. Now Faker looking for maybe another kill here on Busio. Whippo wants to help him. Tangle Barbs won't hit, but the flash into the Death Realm. Whippo wants Faker, but he is denied. Faker making distance, but ultimately shut down. Now Owner's gonna try to get away. The Mordekaiser post Death Realm is very powerful, but he already used his flash. He cannot catch up. Busio wants to go in for the Pop Blossom, and he finds it, but he's about to die. Keria and Gumayushi on the approach. Whippo rooted up under turret. T1 pick up both. It's a 6-1 game.
T1 in the scrap come out ahead again. And it all started with a really beautiful dive that they did on Quad. They kind of trapped Quad, and then Keria played it really well on Bard. He knows he's trying to Realm Warp out, so Keria camps the Realm Warp, and he uses his Spellbook Exhaust first. He does not immediately Cosmic Binding. He uses the Exhaust, waits out the slow, delays so that the rest of T1 can come help with the dive. Meanwhile, though, Doran here.
And Doran working hard to defend this tier 1 turret. Inspired and Quad wanting to force it down, but they've only got it down to about 10% HP. They can't quite finish the kill. Doran holds the line, again getting back up from his team. T1 is so good at making sure that whoever's going to be under pressure has backup when they need it.
And currently, T1 are just outplaying in a lot of these skirmishes. They're just outplaying in some of the scraps that they've had. You know, the jungle, invade on blue on the top side after they re-engaged it, speaking of.
Okay, Quad being smacked around by Doran here a little bit, does not want to deal with that melee range Cassante. This is one of the problems with picking the Mordekaiser and the Ryze as the two solo lanes when you've already seen Cassante. The Kaenic Rookern first item has so much value, and it just allows Doran to play so aggressively because the enemy mages can't trade back effectively.
Exactly. I mean, that is a lot of magic resist stacking here for Doran. So it works well into both of the solo laners, both of the split pushers, as you are saying. Meanwhile, Keria's going to go up there and lend Doran some extra support.
I don't even know if Doran needs it, Kobe. Quad's already down, and that's a kill for the Cassante. 7-1 for T1. These guys are showing FlyQuest a harsh lesson here in their first game at Worlds. T1's warmed up, like you said. They already got their practice in. They are ready to go.
They certainly are. A lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these side lane plays, even with Keria throwing out some of these Cosmic Binding splashes, doesn't matter. They still find the kill in the end.
Oh, Keria's just messing with him at this point. Busio jumping forward, looks for the Pop Blossom. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, bit of a problem for Whippo. At least they got the shutdown onto Keria up in the top side at the same time. Whippo wants to try to get one kill before he comes out of the Death Realm, but it's not gonna happen. The Grasp can't quite find the kill, and that means that Owner survives, and it's more money in the T1 pockets, a 1-for-1 across the map.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to push the wave right after that as well. Although FlyQuest did, in the end, punish Keria having no flash on the Bard, Busio, Super Blast Cone, is able to set it up for Masu and Killer Instinct. That may be a small ray of hope there, Flowers, for FlyQuest. Getting the one kill onto Masu, getting some money here into the Kaisa. I mean, this is a dive, composition with the Jarvan, with the Nico, and the Kaisa. So maybe they can do some like side lane plays. After all, maybe they can make some picks to follow up. It is 2-item power spike for Masu.
Having the Kraken Slayer, the Ginsu's very powerful together. Speaking of 2-item power spikes, yes, both of the items are fully built, but they're not both fully complete for Quad. Still needs 3 more stacks in the Rod of Ages, but does have the fully evolved Seraphs, so the Ryze is getting pretty powerful himself. Faker's Talia, however, still ahead in gold, 2-1-3 on that pick. Still deathless for Owner on the Wukong here too, doing very well into this Jarvan that, remember, was first picked for the side of FlyQuest and Inspired, the playmaker, right? The player of the year in the LTA. 0-1-0 on the Jarvan, has not been able to find those angles, not been able to find those plays in these first 20 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I think a lot of them have been just team pressure from T1 and outperforming in the skirmishes, and now it's resulted in all 3 of these outer towers down, Flower, so there's not a lot of room to work with for FlyQuest. The map is quickly going under T1 control.
All right, T1 trying to force their way further into the enemy jungle, but the Realm Warp into the immediate Pop Blossom. It finds Owner, but nobody else. Now Gumayushi under a little bit of pressure here on the side. Inspired goes in with the Cataclysm, but Busio's first to die. Owner still trying to get away. Flashes into the rush to buy a little bit more time, but Acathian Rain gets him. T1 still got more men. Quad in the middle of everybody, and he's cut down by the blades of Gumayushi. Whippo's in the death realm for a little bit longer. He'll take out Keria, but what about afterwards? There's no way to survive a triple kill for Guma, and T1 team fighting takes them down.
Masu's still here, but the rest
Not
of
so long.
The rest of T1 are going for the Otacon, Masu going for the execute.
Yeah,
or getting for the escape.
Yeah, maybe he can get away,
He's
actually.
good.
All right. Well, as long as he doesn't greedy recall and get stuck somewhere.
Yeah, he's chilling. Meanwhile, the Otacon, as you can see, being taken by Faker and Guma. It is a little dicey, but you can avoid those spells pretty easily. Just stick in towards the center.
Oh, you can hear the reaction from the crowd. It was close. Doran nearly finding Masu on the escape there. But that is Otacon secured for T1 after this team fight that kind of went a little bit crazy.
Okay, so FlyQuest aside, you know what? This is our moment to try and make a counterplay. They have overcommitted into our jungle. Let's Realm Warp. We try and do Realm Warp, Nico ultimate. It does catch Owner, but that's it. And they get the Keria kind of delay ultimate here. Meanwhile, as soon as they come out of it, even though FlyQuest can chase down that kill, Inspired tried to kill Guma, so on the left side, it was Jarvan going after Guma, but there was no follow-up there, so Guma's able to kill him, and then the other side of the fight was so delayed, so chased, that T1 pick up the extra kills. They increase their gold lead. Here we go, another play for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Inspired stepping very far forward here and about to die. The Cosmic Binding as he gets back over the wall. Buys enough time for Faker to take him down. Yes, there's a Pop Blossom, but T1 has already won the fight. Busio goes over the wall, and Quad goes back to the spawn platform. Masu's next. T1 are just playing better. Back in the mid lane, Whippo at least tries to find something here in Gumayushi. He's got him in the death realm. The feathers fly, but the Xayah dies. A shutdown to Whippo, but Doran's not gonna let it go unavenged as Whippo is the last to fall and T1 get an ace for 2.
They chase them all down, Flowers. Now T1 alone on the Rift with their minions will be able to celebrate. Owner's just going to take away the rest of your jungle camps afterwards. And it continues to be scrappy, but it continues to go the way of T1. This one, Busio and Inspired trying to pull a little pincer here. Quad actually goes right up, but look at the immediate response. Inspired just got decimated as he went in onto Faker. And you see the redemption? After the redemption, they were full health after that attempt. So T1, no problem kind of counter-attack there. And in the end, they trap all of the FlyQuest members. Nobody can even get out after that play. And then Keria teleporting afterwards out of there with his spellbook. And they actually just pick him up on all sides. Though, Whippo got the shutdown onto Gumayushi.
Well, that's something, but they're going to need a whole lot more. Keria getting caught out here a little bit, but where's the damage from FlyQuest? Tempered Fate doesn't really get anything here. Third and Topo strike. Knockback into a knockdown. Inspired's out of there. And T1 continue the push. Masu gets slowed down. Pop Blossom onto 2 to buy a little bit more time. But it's a double kill for Owner. Meanwhile, Doran trying to create a little bit of space. Does end up dying, trying to kill Masu off. Quad on the side. Tries to use Realm Warp for the escape and gets away. Gumayushi's going to die to Whippo. But now he's in the back line. And 1v3! He gets a double with a mace to the face for Keria. The fight is bloody as we have 3 dead on either side.
I like that FlyQuest are refusing to stop fighting. They will continue to just fight their way out of this. I mean, objective bounties are up, so Whippo scrapping here. Whippo getting the double kill, running through and killing Guma again, opens up the opportunity, even though they're going to lose this Dragon Flowers. It is only the 2nd Dragon for T1, so that's a long timer towards the Dragon Soul. And with objective bounties up, it means that Quad is able to capitalize. That is a solo tower for the Rise. It is objective bounty boosted, extra gold there, and he's working towards his death cap. So while this is certainly T1 favored, certainly we're still riding, you know, that hype train there. FlyQuest did get some comeback mechanics going for them there. Whippo really pulling a lot of pressure and opening up a possible avenue for a FlyQuest comeback.
And that is one thing that we have always said about Whippo, watching him throughout the year in the LTA, especially in the context of FlyQuest running a 6-man roster this year, is when you compare Whippo to other players, Whippo will make something happen. That can be good, that can be bad. It all depends on the day, but he's not a player who's going to sit back and just watch the game unfold.
And I actually do love the hex plate builds for Mordekaiser. You always have the Shy like destroy a Nexus with that one, but it got really popular when they just buffed up Hexplate and just like turbocharged the juice that you get when you do activate your ultimate. And so like with all that speed, you just really get in there, and it does provide a lot of threat, and he's using that to go towards Guma, and then he even is hitting these claws to get extra value after coming out too. So yeah. I mean, he's going for it on Doran here, but I mean, it's a full, Cassante there with the Canic Rooker that you mentioned, so it's hard to soften up a Cassante, even in that side lane. Of course, he does know, even if people try and go gank him while he's split pushing, Mordekaiser always has the option of just ulting someone else who tries to gank him. And then you go at least 1-for-1, and then sending extra resources towards you usually means that your team can get something on the other side.
So Baron's up now, no Dragon for the next 3 minutes. This is probably going to be our next battlefield, but that battlefield is now very interesting because the death cap is completed for Quad's Rise. You've got the Arm Guard completed for Busio's Nico to be able to make those haphazard engages without the immediate consequence, but at the same time, Owner's got Guardian Angel. The Wukong can fly in there without worrying about dying. There's so many powerful tools that have been recently purchased for both sides. This fight, however it happens, I feel like there's going to be a lot of gray screens.
Yep, and T1 want to force the issue here. They're going to start up the Baron. They've got some big advantages. Faker as well has a lot, 9 stacks on his Dark Seal. Can he get a seismic shove? They're actually burning the Baron down.
The Baron's going to go down. The Pop Blossom lands. They found some damage onto Faker, and Masu's already assassinated him, but the Baron is gone. Gumayushi goes through the wall. The rest of T1 trying to get away with their Baron, but the Realm Warp wants to bring him in. A seismic shove to stop it. Owner's going to be caught out now as he tries to re-engage on Masu. He's alone behind the FlyQuest lines, and more damage from Whippo is going to at least get his Guardian Angel. Now T1, the remaining 3 players scattering back away as Owner tries to use the Blast Cone to escape, and he will do it. T1 takes the Baron and then trades 1-for-1.
That is a Guardian Angel right there, Flowers. That value, he just barely got over the Brambleback wall before the Guardian Angel procs, so he gets back up and he's able to escape out the backside. FlyQuest looking like they were going to be able to collect some kills after T1 take down the Baron, but they only got the one at the very beginning here. It is on a Faker, so it does cut down on some of the stacks, but the escape enabled by this magical journey. Guma's able to flash into the magical journey. Owner takes it out as well, and then the Realm Warp threat here, they do go for the Bard ultimate from Keria because of that one, and then Owner, even though he does get Mordekaiser ult positioned right against the wall, just barely clones over, and then he escaped, as you know, in the end, which results in T1 with the Baron buff, so a lot of pushing power left for them, and with all that extra gold from Baron now too, feels way more solid for T1.
So Red Bull Baron power play currently at about plus 1,800, so only a little bit more than the default value of claiming the Baron, but I'm sure they have plans for this next minute and a half to gain more value out of that. Doran sidestepping the Death Grasp, trying to just make sure that he doesn't take too much damage here as FlyQuest tries to get something on him, but it's quickly becoming more and more difficult, Kobe, for FlyQuest to find angles or opportunities.
Yep, I would say he accomplished that goal, Flowers. He took almost 0 damage. They barely got through the Kennick Rookin shield by the time that he walked away. Here we go, though.
Quad gonna be your target. Faker rides the Weaver's wall, trying to put the pressure onto the enemy mid laner, while Owner distracts everybody else on FlyQuest here at the same time. Remember, no GA anymore, and Whippo's got him trapped in the death realm. Shut down for the Mordekaiser, and FlyQuest are looking for a little bit more. The chase is continuing, but they can't quite find any angle here. The Realm Warp is available, but there's not quite the range. Now Keria the target here from Whippo. Tempered Fate hits nobody. Whippo in the middle of everything. He dies before he can find the shield as T1 trade one back. Now another seismic shove, not going to hit Inspired with that one. Masu looking for an opportunity to fire off here with a Kaisa, but he cannot get close. It's so dangerous up against Faker's Talia.
That was great from Keria, just using his own body to create that play. He knows Mordekaiser ult just was used to kill off Owner, and so he goes in and he actually makes it a 1-for-1, allowing T1 to answer. But now, the Dragon.
Okay. Dragon started by FlyQuest, but immediately responded by T1. Another seismic shove, this time onto Busio. Pop Blossom with no value. Chemtech Drake over to Gumayushi. Doran trying to get away. Busio at 100 HP. Gumayushi still looking to step forward. Nice shove there under quad, but they aren't going to kill him here just yet. Seraph's Embrace Shield keeps him alive. Realm Warp for the defense. Masu's going to try to get away with that as Inspired uses EQ to get over the wall. Now a teleport coming in from T1. It's Doran looking to cut him off at their own tier 3 turret here in the bottom lane. The Weaver's Wall delays Quad and Masu, and now Doran stands between them and safety. Whippo's trying to help out his team as Quad looks to turn it around. They found a route on a Faker, and Quad takes him out. FlyQuest continue trying to get away, but Owner has arrived. His clone Cyclone kills Inspired, and Quad barely gets away over the wall. Owner's still looking as Whippo has to flash. Masu continues to run on the third, and Tofo Strike doesn't hit, but T1 still has the push.
T1 chasing them across the map, and now they're inside the base, Flowers, finally. 24 kills to T1, and they will be able to take the inhibitor.
Inhibitor number 1 is down, and T1 is not done. Mid lane tier 2 turret, the next target here, as Doran's just going to step forward, start putting the autos into that one. The rest of the team is right behind him. They'll shove up this wave. The extra power, those Void Grubs that we talked about earlier, allowing him to just bulldoze these structures. And again, Bwipo in some danger. Does have the stasis to keep himself alive this time, so not another kill for T1 here just yet. Tier 2 turret remains alive as well. Busio taking a decent little chunk of damage there from the Blade Caller. But again, man, every single time it looks like FlyQuest might be getting something. T1 gets something back. Let's take another look at how everything happened.
How Guma is able to lay down some feathers and take the dragon. So Faker spaces Busio really nicely, by the way. Inspired tries to slip back in, but Guma stole yesterday dragon with Yunara. He steals one with Zaya this time. And obviously he's done it with Varus, but anyways, back to the actual fight there. They started out with really nice spacing on Busio on the, well, let's take a look at this one as well. Keria able to find him as on the backside. We didn't get that one, but that's a nice little support versus support action there. I guess punishment for letting me have the Bard. And then that was a really fun call out where you talked about the Super Blast Cone actually hitting Inspire into the clone that was already spinning to finish off.
Yeah, that was wild.
Just needed a tiny bit of extra damage, and it was like this ping pong ball that goes right.
Some Beyblade action. I have no idea. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but that was cool. It is a 6,000 gold lead still for the side of T1. Gumayushi securing that last Drake with his Blade Caller also means that they are on Soul Point. 2 minutes from now, they'll be able to fight for the Soul, and FlyQuest are going to feel compelled to try to defend it. But before that, just 15 seconds until the next Baron spawns, and it's T1 with immediate control over the area. FlyQuest want to step forward here, but Doran's doing a great job being the space creator, being the one who prevents anybody else on FlyQuest from stepping forward towards Gumayushi, towards Faker, towards anybody, and FlyQuest really have to pick their moments carefully on how they want to step up. Busio clone walks past the control ward, no seismic shove to find any value here just yet, but the Baron is spawned, and T1 is ready to start it up. Dorman and Keria are going to be running interference, and Owner and Gumayushi just melt this thing. Weaver's Wall won't allow FlyQuest anywhere near it, and T1 has already claimed the objective. Now Whippo's got to try to stay alive. Pop Blossom finds Faker. Gumayushi's already killed Busio. Masu flew into the back line, but he crash landed, and T1 tears them apart. FlyQuest thought they could take that fight. They thought they had to, but T1 would not let it happen. It's a clean ace, and they're on the game-winning push.
Yep, Keria takes care of one tower for his second, and the rest of T1 arrived to finish the job.
FlyQuest had a tall task, and they could not stand up to the moment. T1 prove why that number 4 seed title isn't what it seems, and they'll smash FlyQuest in this game.
They are warmed up already. T1 here, action-packed, another action-packed game from them, 29 kills, this time just for T1 themselves. Faker, Talia, stacking up quite a few. We got a fun one. I mean, we didn't think many teams were gonna give Keria a Bard. FlyQuest decided, you know what? Let's try it. It's a best of one.
Well, Keria talked the talk, then he walked the walk. Desk, what do you guys have to say?
To be honest with you, we were ready to talk about that jungle matchup, but I think we have to shift focus and perhaps start with a very simple game of Hangman. Now, you only get one guess, Raz.
Come on,
but
Raz,
there's
you
a
can do
very
this.
important letter, which the audience will see shortly is,
yeah.
I mean, the house loves T1. And I think that a lot of them would probably know the answer to this particular question.
It's not that
We have
difficult.
a B, a blank, and an N. A B, a blank, an R, and a D.
Bin Bar? No, Bin Bird.
Bin Bird? You think the Zaya was the
Raz, you
problem?
had one job. You had one.
You think the Zaya was? I mean, he was pretty good in Zaya. Guma had a great Zaya game. Come on, one more. You can get this. You can do this.
Ben Bard!
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, okay, yeah, finish that off.
Look, yeah, like a Dungeons & Dragons charisma check. It was all about the Bard. No surprises there. But before we take a look at what Keria did, because it was, you know, destructive and embarrassing, let's talk a little bit about that jungle matchup. The Wukong was doing a lot of work there. I feel like Inspired was quiet in the early game. You're looking at him like he has to provide the answer as to why Inspired. This is you. You need to answer this question, brother.
It's a tough competition. You're going up against the best, and that's the reality, right? So
he's not going to save you.
Say it, please. Just say it. No, just say it.
I'm just going to look smug.
Oh, God, you do that all the time, though.
We literally put that in Ox's contact. He just comes in onto every desk, the LCK win, and looks smug.
Yeah.
That's his job.
Honestly,
He's been training.
So he gets paid the big bucks. Yeah, I mean, Owner had an incredible game, and I feel like it's just been tough to... Anytime he was starting an objective, I think T1 did a great job of being able to collapse and make it really tough for Inspired to play his game. And yeah, you're right. You made a good call here. It was a Bard spectacle.
I mean, this one, the synergy between Guma and Keria, Guma in the Death Realm, Keria with the portal waiting, and Guma knowing where to go to be ready for it. Clearly, the communication's working so well for them.
Well, we even checked the player cams. Keria is looking at his screen to make sure he puts the portal in the exact right position, so when he comes out, it's just an easy right click.
And I feel like so many of the plays in this game were on the back of this Bard. You know, this one, I think, absolute masterclass. We get Inspired dashing out into the double stun. Then we see Masu comes over. Oh, I want to join the fight? Okay, little timeout. That's completely fine. Stunned immediately out of it. It's just devastation. And I feel like, look, Busio is a fantastic Bard player. If you're going to leave it open, though, you got to first pick it. Because you know that T1 are taking it on red side immediately, and you can't let Keria have Bard. Because you know what teams didn't let Keria have Bard?
Which team?
Genji.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was IG.
Yeah.
You know? And I feel like it's a little bit of hubris where you're like, look, we know we have a good Bard player, then pick it.
And it's not a best of 5. You don't get to test once. You don't get to see, oh, is he still the GOAT of Bard? Oh,
Can
yes,
have a
he
do-over,
is.
maybe,
Did you see what skin he used, by the way?
I did.
Yeah, what skin was it?
I think that might have been his skin. I'm not 100%.
His skin. When did he get that skin? What did he do to get that skin?
I mean, he might have played pretty well. He might have won something. But FlyQuest won stuff too, just, you know, domestically.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point.
Oh, man. And you can see, obviously, FlyQuest, I think some interesting innovations coming out. I like the experimental X plate from Whippo. There was some silver lining to this cloud, but otherwise a very dominant showing for T1.
100%. And we said a lot, and we're singing the praises of the Bard, but you can see from the damage there, Guma was that ticking time bomb that we were talking about, and every flick was being landed in fights by Faker. He, I think, had an exceptional game. So congratulations to them on that one. That was ridiculous.
Absolutely was. We'll see how FlyQuest shape up in the games to come, as well as T1. In the meantime, we're going to hear from Faker on the other side before AL and HLE face off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The enemy jungle, but the Realm Warp into the immediate Pop Blossom. It finds Owner, but nobody else. Now Gumayushi under a little bit of pressure here on the side. Inspired goes into the Cataclysm, but Lucio's first to die. Owner still trying to get away. Flashes into the rush to buy a little bit more time, but Acathian Rain gets him. T1 still got more men. Quad in the middle of everybody, and he's cut down by the blades of Gumayushi. Whippo's in the death realm for a little bit longer. He'll take out Keria, but what about afterwards? There's no way to survive. A triple kill for Guma, and T1 team fighting takes them down.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the Verizon post-game interview. I'm here joined by the one and only, the GOAT, the Faker. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
So first question, I want to know your reaction, the T1 players' first reaction after the draw result yesterday, because Keria also mentioned that because we are the 4-seeded team, we are about to get tough opponents throughout the Swiss stage. So were you happy with the draw result yesterday?
저는 뭐 사실 조추첨은 그렇게 크게 신경은 안 썼던 것 같고, 왜냐하면 스위스 스테이지에서는 결국에는 어떤 팀이든 다음 라운드에서 만날 수 있기 때문에 크게 신경 안 썼고, 혹시 뭐 패배를 하더라도 계속해서 이겨야 되는 경기들이 많다 보니까 그렇게 신경을 안 썼던 것 같고요. 그리고 플라이퀘스트 같은 팀 같은 경우에는 또 작년에도 그렇고 올해도 그렇고 리그에서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 많이 보였다 보니까 그런 부분들이 조금 경계되긴 했던 것 같습니다.
Well, I didn't really mind too much about the draw result because it's Swiss stage, so we're going to end up playing many different teams anyway. So I wasn't too worried about the draw result, although there's a chance of us picking 1 or 2 losses throughout the Swiss stage. In the end, we have to pick up as many wins as possible, 3 wins in order to get it out. And also about FlightQuest, well, they have been pretty dominant this year and also last year as well domestically. So I was a little bit worried about the matchup at some point, but still, I think we managed to pick up a good win in the end. Speaking of FlightQuest, he already mentioned that they were dominant domestically, but they are also known to have a lot of upsets internationally as well. So I want to ask him, what did he focus on in terms of the preparation? 말씀하신 것처럼 FlightQuest가 워낙 자국 리그에서도 강한 모습 보여줬지만 국제전에서도 언제나 업셋을 잘 만들어내거든요. 준비 과정에 있어서 어느 부분을 좀 주의하시면서 준비하셨나요?
사실 준비 과정이 하루 정도밖에 있지 않아서 상대방이 좋아하는 그런 픽들이나 그런 챔피언들을 좀 두지 않으려고 저희가 준비를 했던 것 같고 하루 정도 기간 동안 최대한 컨디션 관리를 잘하려고 했던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, we had about a night to prepare, so we wanted to make sure that we don't let the opponents pick the favorite champions they like to play, and also we focus on maintaining our best form and condition. Speaking of favorite picks, they let Curious Bart through, so I want to know T1 players' reaction to that. 좋아하는 픽을 안 주려고 T1을 준비하셨다고 했는데 상대팀에서는 캐리어 선수의 바드를 풀었어요. 그 당시의 선수분들 반응은 어땠나요?
솔직히 요즘에 좀 많이 밴을 해가지고 예상을 하지 못했었는데 또 캐리아 선수가 워낙 바들이 잘하니까 또 믿고 팀에서 픽을 하자고 얘기를 했던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, I didn't see it coming because recently a lot of teams have been target banning Bart, but it was let through, and we have a huge faith in Curious Bart play, so we wanted to give him a go. And this is Faker's 10th Worlds. Your 10th World here in 2025, have hosted in China. What does this 10th Worlds mean to you, and how would you like to look back at your legacy of decade?
뭐 10번이나 월제 왔다는 게 사실 뭐 그렇게까지 신경을 쓰고 있진 않았는데 또 들으니까 또 오래 했구나라는 생각이 드는 것 같고 그만큼 또 응원해 주시고 축하해 주시는 팬분들이 항상 계시다는 게 굉장히 감사한 것 같습니다.
그리고 10년을 한번 돌아본다면 좀 어떤 소회가 드시나요?
많이 했구나. 네.
Honestly, I was not aware that this was my 10th Worlds, but after a lot of people mentioned it, I kind of realized, whoa, I've been out here for a long time, and I'm really, really grateful to have so many fans always supporting and celebrating my kind of records and milestones together. So I asked him one more time, so how would you like to look back at your 10-year-long legacy? It was like, whoa, I was out here for a long time, and that was it. Thank you, Faker, one more time for the interview, and I'm going to toss it to the analyst desk. Thank you.
I love everything about that. It's just another year, bro. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's a year.
Been a long time.
It just keeps going. That's why he's the GOAT.
Put the trophy in the bag.
Yeah. And there is a Chinese saying about Faker, Chinese comments about Faker, talking about he is the tallest mountain of League of Legends, and he is the longest river of League of Legends.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like he's pretty indomitable. Welcome, Huainan, from the LPL broadcast. A caster who I'm sure... Dude, I'm sure you're popping off, although I'm sad that I don't understand Mandarin. Raz, is he good? I know you're
damn good.
Damn good. We got one of the best casters in the biz of the LPL broadcast. And who better to introduce us to this AL lineup than you? And especially, we want to talk a little bit about that jungle position.
Okay, the jungle position. I think Tarzan is a good player. Also, the Peanut is a good player. And the junglers of this matchup is just so crucial today. Still, I need to calm myself down because of the BLG slots.
Completely understandable. I mean, it's funny that both of these junglers have like kind of different objectives where like all of anyone's legends pull the resources into Tarzan. Tarzan is like honestly a goat of a jungler, whereas Peanut's trying to calm the boys down like a reasonable force.
Yeah, be careful about his Xin Zhao and be careful about his Trundle. I think that is the two champions that can respect himself most.
Yeah.
And for Tarzan, he made it for the 5th time in the Worlds with 4 different organizations, with 19 different teammates. He's changing himself every year.
Yeah, and it feels like the evolution of that player, he just continues to look better and better, which is awesome. A guy who obviously struggled for a little bit in the career to have that big impact. But Ox, I want to know on the opposite side, Peanut, how are we looking at this matchup? Because these are both guys who make big plays. I've seen a lot of early games live or die on both these players.
I think Peanut struggled a good amount since sort of Road to MSI when they missed out on making MSI. I think Zeka's been having some rough performances as well, and obviously Jungle kind of lives on the back of mid. So we've had some better performances during playoffs, but I think this is definitely a matchup I'd favor towards Tarzan in current form.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, especially when you look at how well AL played at MSI. Obviously, a really big breakout performance. We know names in the West like BLG. AL weren't a team that we were familiar with, but that changed at MSI. They've had a great tournament.
They got 3 times to the Silver Scrapes against Genji, against T1, and against Genji at EWC. And also, they beat HLE at EWC as well.
They did.
That is a fact.
But actually, they struggled a lot in Split 3 and LPL. They went back to China, and they got 2-4 for the beginning of the Split 3.
That's a pretty rough one. Does that change? Is that changing the faith and all in them?
Yeah,
what are you thinking?
Everybody was expecting they dominate LPL after they coming back from MSI and AWC, but they just didn't.
So why do you think they struggled so much coming back? What do you think went wrong?
I think it's mainly because of Shanks. If you don't dominate the mid lane, you just can't dominate the lane with their playstyle because they need to invade the jungle, and that really need the mid prior.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, when you have that dominant mid lane, it makes it so much easier for a player like Tarzan to really pop off. Ox on the opposite side, HLE, a team that showed up at first stand. And then we kind of saw that high, and they haven't really gotten back to that high. So what should we be expecting when we look at this HLE lineup?
You know, it's been an inconsistent year. I feel we've seen them at absolutely massive highs. First stand was a huge achievement for them. After that, we were thinking, hey, this swap has worked out so well. This is the team to beat for the year. And they continued that high up until that road to MSI qualifier where they suffered a rough defeat. They suffered a really painful loss to Gen.G where they got reverse swept, and then they got swept by T1. They sort of had a resurgence during playoffs. They did end up losing in the final to Gen.G, but we've seen a bit of resurgence in form. I think for me, the main character has really been Viper. There's been so many games where he's been that defining force. We sometimes called them Viper Life Esports again because when the team was struggling, it was about that carry position, which is funny to me because so much of AL is about Tarzan, so much of HLE is about Viper. It's that Griffin reunion tour sort of thing going on.
Definitely is. A Viper, obvious player who's no stranger to the LPL and these kind of matchups. But I do want to check in with the fans. Let's see how they voted. At MasterCard GG on X, the MasterCard fan vote. They're calling the match HLE 77.1.
What is that?
Why not? What
I
do you
don't think they know. They just don't know AL yet.
Yeah.
Give them some time.
Yes, 3 months ago, AL just beat HOE, and now 3 months after, they thought 77%.
Ox, you're the LCK representative. How Delulu is the 77%? Is it fair?
I don't think that's. I think it'd be a lot closer than that. You know, I think even me, who's LCK biased, I'd say like 60-40, 55-45 is a bit closer.
Any final thoughts before we get into this matchup? Anything you want people to look out for on the side of the AL?
Fighting AL.
Honestly,
Let's
that's
go!
enough. That's all we need. Let's send it back to Flowers and Kobe to get us into this absolute banger.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Everybody, welcome back. It's time for game number 6 of the day. Game number 5 was a dominant showing by the reigning world champions, and now we're going to get to see HLE and AL go head-to-head. And you know what? I have to agree. I think what they were talking about with the fans just don't know enough about AL because this isn't one of those super well-known LPL teams like Top Esports or like BLG or like IG. People are just like, wait a second, who's this? Who are these guys with the cool panda? What's going on over here? I'm going to vote for HLE because they won first stand. But I do think after seeing anyone's legend at MSI, I'm excited to see what they've got here at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, people are excited to see if they can get back to that level because they have been slumping, and especially as they pointed out on the desk, you know, Shanks definitely hasn't been up to his MSI level. So we'll see. Both Shanks and Zeka are mid laners that people have questions about and what their form is going to be like at this particular moment in time, because that is what matters now. You know, it doesn't matter what happened 3 months ago either for these teams. It matters how you show up on the world stage at the moment here, and I honestly agree with them too. I want to see a lot of fighting. I hope that we get a lot of action.
Best kind.
You usually get a lot of fighting and a lot of action when you watch AL games, so I think that we will continue on with that. And for me, of course, I am jungle biased, but the jungle matchup is just so good. I mean, Peanut is in his last year here. He's going into military service after this, so you know, so many emotions there. He's been playing for so long, such a legacy for this guy, and he really is. He can be such a really big playmaker. On the other side, he's playing into Tarzan, who can be a big playmaker and can carry games and be an actual jungle carry. So it's a very interesting clash of styles here between the two, and a lot riding on it for both of them.
All right, let's get into it. Let's see what we've got here between the LCK and the LPL. I do believe that is a typo there at the top, and HLE is LCK number 2. Otherwise, I think Gen.G is going to have something to say about this.
I can see Arnold's tweet now.
Yeah, Arnold is getting the Twitter fingers ready to go.
Wait a second.
Okay. We've got the Kiana, the Sion, and the Wukong band out by HLE. Over on the AL side, it's Azir and Orianna targeted for the mid lane pool.
I was just talking about jungle carries, Flowers, and you do have to ban Kiana against LPL junglers, and you do have to ban Kiana versus Tarzan. I like that. Definitely the respect shown there. I hope we don't have anything too big here. Okay, we're still good.
All right, we're back. We're back.
Still into it. Just looking at the graphics catch up here. So we do have continue focus. So Tarzan getting the respect with both the Kiana as well as the Wukong being laid down there for jungle bans, and that does set up Peanut for some more possible picks. You know, Poppy Realm type of stuff. Best of ones are so much different from drafting though, from the fearless best of fives that we have gotten. So let's get into it here as far as the power picks that are up. You know, you've got the Jarvan, you've got the normal junglers as well. Okay, there you go.
All right, there he goes.
Lots of playmaking available with this champion. As you highlighted, it's available early on in the game too. Even though FlyQuest didn't necessarily get that in the previous game. We'll see if Peanut can do it. I mean, Peanut does like to go for 3 camp ganks as well. He likes to go for level 3 stuff. Jarvan's even capable of going for level 2 stuff, so we'll see.
All right, I'm excited for some early game Jarvan. When I see Jarvan locked in, I put him in that same kind of bucket as like Lee Sin or Nidalee, where I want to see you active early on the map. A full clear into a full clear, I'm not feeling Jarvan on that. I want to see some more creativity, and hopefully we'll get that out of Peanut. Over on the other side, though, Yunara, this is one of those bans that we're often seeing in the first 6 in a lot of these games. Not so much here in this one, so that means that AL is going to get to lock it first and foremost here for Hope, and Kyle will pilot the Nico beside it.
Yeah, I like complementing it with a Nico because it puts a lot of pressure level 1. Level 1 Yunara with the Q power, and then having a Nico with you puts a lot of threat on whatever duo lane you're going to focus towards. Plus, gives you a lot of playmaking for later. So when you want to fight a lot, that is looking like a good way to do it. Get Kyle on that Nico early on. Meanwhile, HLE answering with Viper. Kaisa here very quickly. What support do we want to answer? So are they just going to put Delight on that Engage champ that you kind of expect, or let Engage drop till later? Of course, as we said, just best of 1, so he's got all the Engage champs you could possibly want for later, still will be available. And looking at Zeka first here, he's hovering some exciting ones. We'll wait though, Flowers. We'll wait. Ryze has been a very popular early pick, and we do go with the Ryze once again here. Into Cassiopeia though,
that
answer.
Was fast.
All right, Shanks Cassio, once again, we did see this one as well previously. So into the Ryze, the matchup not necessarily such a big counter anymore, but is still a very common answer pick here, and does give you a lot of AoE for the team fights here for AL. Let's see as we look at the top lane though, because that one is dropped. Do AL want to ban out some Delight champions for bottom lane too, since they could whittle down here on the possibilities to pair with Kaisa? Yeah, you think the Leona type stuff with the Nautilus and Rel options here, but it is gonna, whatever it is, it's gonna have to play into the Nico lane down bottom, so which does complicate stuff.
Okay, Xin Zhao banned away here, one of those very popular meta junglers. Despite the fact that he can play a more facilitatory role, if he gets ahead, he can also carry pretty hard from the jungle, and that kind of goes along with what we were talking about with Tarzan being a man who can really carry from the jungle, so taking that out, not super surprised to see, as what is our last ban of the draft going to be here for AL?
I mean, Tarzan can literally play anything, so it is hard if you're like trying to target Tarzan. You got to cover a lot of bases, so you know, they don't want the Xin because the Xin does bring a lot of structure to the fights and is problematic to fight around with the ultimate, buying so much time and kind of forcing you to commit in closer, and they don't want to have to commit in, you know, closer when you're playing into Cassio and Nico. Yeah. It provides like, you're like, well, we want to like, you know,
it's a trap.
Can't really deal with the Xin as well as the Nico Cassio as far as these team fights, and so they do take that one out. All right, throwing out the Vi as well for the point and click.
That is 4 out of 5 jungle bans for the side
Tarzan's
of
pretty good.
Yeah, turns out when you're up against this guy, you want to put some priority on that. But I do want to see what they lock in here. I would expect this to be their jungle pick so that they can have counter pick for the top lane there on 5. So anyone's legend, what are you going to lock in? This Pantheon is another powerful, powerful choice there in the jungle. So much playmaking potential, so much ability to instantly appear at a fight and turn the tides with some smart map movements. And AL is one of the teams from the LPL that can play the map better than the other squads, better than some of the other teams that you would think of when the LPL comes to mind. So locking in a choice like Pantheon that has so much map presence for a player that has so much game presence like Tarzan, I really like this.
Yeah, point and click stun available to him as well. So, you know, can have answers. You're always thinking about how do we deal with Viper. And since Viper is on Kai'Sa, you know, short range is going to be kind of committing in. Then having some point and click helps out as well, in addition to the big AoEs of the Nico and the Cassio. Delight Alistar, always like that. And
it's always a delight.
Good little combination.
Sorry. Shout out
with
to
the Kai'Sa. You know what? I was just thinking, I've been missing Freak. You know,
we'll keep him here in spirit.
We talk to him every now and then, a little recently. But nice to have some friendly reminders. All right, so we get the blind Cassante. Okay. What is it going to be here, Flandre?
Cassante working well, of course, into a lot of different matchups, generally super favorable into anything that's going to be a tank, since you can just become a tank normally, and also not a tank later on in the game. But Jax, also a pretty common matchup that we've seen historically into him, but Rek'Sai with the obnoxious top lane healing, that's going to be the choice instead here for Flandre. This powerful just meatball that will not go away or die. So tricky to catch Rek'Sai and punish her.
All great points, Flowers. You know why I love Rek'Sai?
Because you get to dig tunnels?
Well, no, because at this tournament, we have seen the Shy on Rek'Sai, and we've seen Bin on Rek'Sai, and both of them have trolled tower shots and given away kills.
With digging tunnels.
With digging tunnels. And so I love the comedy of Rek'Sai at this tournament, and I want more of that. If there's one thing I love, it is League of Legends. If there's two things I love, it is League of Legends and comedy.
It's funny.
Funny inters, funny deaths.
All right, well, we've got the Rek'Sai.
I hope we get some more of them.
So let me ask you then, and you're not allowed to factor humor into your answer. Which draft do you prefer? Excluding Rek'Sai?
You can't say
no, it's excluding Rek'Sai funniness. You cannot include that as a factor.
All right. Well, in that case, I like the HLE side of it. Seems like it is going to be pretty straightforward and easy to play. A lot more straightforward to play, but AL, let's see. I want this one to live up to the combined kills per minute stats hype, the bloodiness hype. I want the action to deliver as promised.
Well, I'm hoping we get that action out of our junglers, especially talking about how exciting this is. Peanut, a jungler who has been playing for so long. The dude who has wins with the most LCK teams of anybody. And this, we're talking about like the most difficult league to win. That's a pretty tall, like, title to have. Yeah. Very impressive stuff from him, going up against Tarzan, who we've already lauded his praises the entire draft.
Exactly. Huge jungle matchup here. Peanut, it is just, every time we talk about it, so emotional with him going to military service next year. So very important tournament here for him. Last one, the Legacy. And HLE, what can they do? So HLE as well were one of the really early adopters of lane swaps, as we saw so many people up on top side. By the way, you know, everybody talking about the WE one doing it first, but HLE were very quick as well right after that. They brought a lot of eyes to it because they did it in the LCK, obviously, and they were one of the early adopters of it. So looks like they are going to continue with that strategy. Viper helping Peanut here take over the jungle first, and we are going to get the AD carry swap, of course. Worth reminding yet again, at this tournament, we've increased the timer on top side. Just top side, not mid lane, so 4 minutes here for the lane swap detection lockout.
All right, Viper versus Flandre here, as the Acathian Rain's so very effective at farming up those minions and getting that early push if you want.
Yes, it is. Viper using it to great effect. Getting really good positioning there and able to push the Rek'Sai back off the wave. Blasted all the minions with your Q, as you say. Get a little harassment while you're doing it. And it's just so confident because Peanut has split the map, taken away the jungle on that side. They leave behind multiple wards over there. Tarzan, of course, you can see on the split screen. in the split jungle, and everybody mid.
Immediately they go for the gang. That's what we're talking about with the Jarvan, the EQ level 2. Shanks on the run, but the light's here as well. HLE chasing in full, but Tarzan and Kael are ready to try to help out their teammate. Shanks healing back up to 200 HP thanks to the potions. HLE looking for a little bit more, but there's the tangle barbs. Tarzan knocked back over the wall, but Zeka's in danger. First blood over to Shanks, and anyone's legend respond to the level 2 pressure, and they do it beautifully. A spear in the back, 2-0 AL.
Flowers, the difference between a level 1 support and a level 2 support is huge, especially when one of those supports is an Alistar. So if you don't instantly get the kill onto Shanks, and they didn't have enough damage to finish it, it looked great, right? You know, coming from 3 angles, you're just all of you converging on the Cassio, trying to get the early kill. But since they knock him out to the other side, they can't finish him off. They don't have any extra damage. And then Kael gets to come over. He was already level 2. So AL, even though Shanks received so much damage to him early on, they still get the 2 kills, and they're already living up to the kills and the action Flowers in this game. Peanut comes, level 2 Jarvan, just as we wanted from Champion Select, and they go for it. Flash, 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 all 3 of them invested. Oh, great, but oops, we headbutted him, and he's still got his flash. So Shanks actually gets away into the healing arms of Kael, and even though Shanks has only 200 HP, which is the reason why HLE are like, fine, we can chase into the brush, we've got the HP lead, but they can't get back to Shanks. And so the combo here does so much work. Kael roots him into the stun from Tarzan. He flashes right back over the wall to finish it. Shanks ends up being the one, by the way, to get the kill. And so he cashed in, Tarzan cashes in, and that's exactly what you want for AL. Tabe happy to see that, of course. Them starting out with 2 kills means it's gonna be overdrive now.
That is exactly what you would want there. If you get ganked at level 1, turned it around beautifully. Good stuff from AL as Delight is trying to hold top up here, but that's a level 2 Alistar versus a level 5 Rek'Sai, so he's got to be a little bit careful with how aggressively he wants to try to hold this wave. He does it well enough for Viper to show up, but you always got to be a little bit concerned there. Ooh, nice Void Seeker to just knock Flandre off his tempo a little bit. As you could see at the same time, Tarzan moving back up towards this top side of the jungle. Just wanted to check the Krugs, it looks like. Now going to go ahead and recall. Shanks with the Cassiopeia with that early kill, like you mentioned. Going to have that extra power, even if the Cassiopeia isn't the old school hard counter to the Rise that it used to be. Still a super comfortable matchup, still very scary for Zeka if Shanks continues to build a lead.
Yeah, and because of the early play, the early attempt on his life, and him actually getting the kill credit there, being able to play the fight from behind his jungle support, really set this Cassio up into a great position. So AL, with that early success, are going to be able to start early dragon stacking Flowers, and that's going to be great for this comp. Is going to be easy burn for them. Peanut not even going to go over and check. Peanut, after the early kind of failure there from HLE on the first play, has decided, you know what, we're going into farm mode, trying to farm right back up.
I mean, it's kind of hard to continue trying to be super aggressive and make plays when both Peanut and Zeka and even Delight all had to spend their flashes to make that play, and they still lost 0-2. Yeah. Like, Rise is really vulnerable now. It's hard for Zeka to participate in fights. Peanut lost a big playmaking tool in that flash. Delight might still try something a little wacky here, but it looks like Shanks has no intention of walking a whole lot further forward. As now down here in the bottom lane, you've got Zeus going all in, looking for Kael back in the mid lane. It's Shanks under pressure here yet again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. HLE, it's the same 3 dudes ganking the same enemy dude in the same place, but this time it goes the right way.
Yeah, now is where you say, all right, now mission complete.
We did it, team.
Forget about the first attempt and how all that went down, but they did get it, and they're doing it again. 3 people. It's a teleport up topside from Delight this time, and Jarvan's coming to gank as well. 3 for Flandre.
Okay, Flandre trying to get out of here, but it's the flash into the pulverize, into the headbutt. EQ combo from Jarvan, and Viper gets handed his first kill of the game. Rek'Sai's hard to kill, Kobe, so you gotta bring a lot of firepower.
Peanut and Delight, it's fine if you miss the first swing. They go and they keep creating the kills themselves here. Spellbook teleports opens up for Delight. They arrive at the same time. They get their successful play. So I would say that's 2 correct, jungle support ganks and only 1 failure. Not too bad.
That's good. That's a 66% win rate.
It's just that, okay, 2 of them died in the first one, so.
Details. Details. Not really the not the important part, right? It is now a very, very slight gold lead for the side of HLE, but of course the Drake, like you already mentioned, going to feel great for AL, grabbing that one super early. 20 seconds on the clock until we get our Void Grub spawn. Was going to be interested to see if Zeus wanted to commit the teleport to get right back down to bottom lane or try to maybe use it for a Void Grub play. Does just immediately commit down here to the bottom side. Flandra trying to get away. Does escape that third Intofo strike. Of course, still probably wouldn't have been any mortal danger since Zeus does not have the all-out ready to go yet again. So feeling just fine on the Rex side for now, but the Grubs are on the Rift.
Grubs are on the Rift, and we are positioned to fight them, Flowers. Topside push is gained here for AL. So Hope is able to push the wave in, allowing them to move over, but Flandre is here first. Zeus has no teleport, so Flandre is tunneled his way all the way over here. That's going to give them the numbers, and HLE are like, okay, fine.
Yep. And that's kind of what I was thinking when I saw the teleport from Zeus down to the bottom lane when there was only 20 seconds on Grubs. It makes it a little bit difficult to try to fight for those if AL's on top of it. Delight with the Hex Flash over the wall, and Delight is not in a very good spot. Okay, looks like it's beef for dinner. Feet of Warfare claim for AL. Not sure either.
Delight?
Don't know. That one wasn't a Rek'Sai. So, see, you got your funny moment. Okay. It just wasn't Rek'Sai.
We did. Delivery received.
Okay. They got the food has arrived.
Beef delivery.
All right, so. All right, now I got
honestly, I kind of want to see the replay because I'm like, but you don't really want to see the replay, though. Okay, so anyways, we'll continue farming. Honestly, it's not like a crazy movement in the game or anything. Still fairly close here, so is still going to be determined by the team fights. And we'll see, going to have a lot more options once we get these supports to level 6. Kyle as well here, on Nico. Definitely going to be looking to soap some extra experience. I mean, this jungle invade, though, it's moving quickly. It's a Realm Warp over for a dive.
Okay, it's been 3-man plays all game. How about 4? Viper taking a kill credit yet again. Grand Starfall from Tarzan is not in time to try to save his teammate. And yeah, Shanks even going to use the teleport to get up here, but they're both too late. And HLE, with these constant overload plays, are farming kills.
Yeah, the speed of that one was critical there. Moving up, getting the early move for Rise, and starting the Realm Warp, stealing away Raptors right before they go for it. Nicely done from HLE, surgically removing the Rek'Sai. So the Rek'Sai is having a terrible time, Flowers. My only gripe is that it hasn't looked funnier.
You wanted him to be digging through tunnels and get yeeted out of the tunnel or something?
Yeah, it could be in a more comedic fashion.
Okay,
but it is really good targeting. And Flandre is going to be a squishy Rek'Sai here because he is very far behind.
Yeah, you can see he still only has an inventory full of just components for Titanic Hydra, and it's not even like the big tanky, nice components. It's a bunch of long swords. So definitely going to take him a little bit of time to catch up here as Zeus has his Bramble Vest alongside his Chain Vest. So very tanky against these AD threats on the enemy side, against the Rex side, the Pantheon, the Yunara, as now Zeka going after Flandre, looking to continue this pressure. Takes about 40% of his HP. We're going to maybe force him to recall. We do have our second Drake of the game live right now, and Tarzan is immediately going to jump in after that one. It was AL that claimed Drake number 1, so this will be them getting a nice early Drake stack going on.
Yep, continue the stack. Should be effortless for them. They just had a reset timer for Viper. So Viper here, as they said on the desk, is really a big carry focus for HLE. Getting his Kraken Slayer done. He's in a fairly good position here, and they do have a lot of players on the team that can apply Plasma for him to look for dives. Flandre already, though. Look at Jarvan. Peanut is back. Peanut is on a mission again. Tunnel just used here for Flandre under tower. Peanut destroying the extra ones, but don't want to risk anything else here. Going for it. And means that bottom side of the map, they also have to be a little bit, hesitant. And so Delight and Viper will just back off, let the push come to them. take away some of the vision, clear out these wards, and everybody staying fairly safe.
Well, everybody except for Flandre most of the time on the map. He's been the target multiple times now. Honestly, I like the fact that HLE just has this game plan and they're going for it again and again and again and again. Of course, one thing that does end up punishing them here a little bit is the fact that since they didn't get the Void Grubs earlier because of the fact that Zeus was in the bottom lane, because he didn't have the teleport, that means that the alone time they end up getting in these side lanes on these turrets, when they get the picks from Overload, they're not able to take the plates as fast. But now Kyle looking to maybe catch out Peanut. He's in the middle of 3. He's in the enemy jungle and he doesn't want to be there. He goes the EQ out, but the spear over the wall plus Flandre's damage executes him, and it's AL picking up kill number 4.
Peanut, one too many invades there. AL say, finally, we are going to defend our territory. This Jarvan has been running all over the map, right through our jungle. They close down on the punish, though. Nice little catch from them to actually punish this time around. It allows counter jungle now for Tarzan. Tarzan moves in. Or actually, no, they've got Kyle himself taking Tarzan's form to go get the vision set up. The Raptor camps for Peanut remain safe.
Always got to be careful with Nico, man. I'm so glad it says, like, it doesn't say the other player's name when she's transformed anymore now. That used to throw me off all the time. So we've got still the slightest of gold leads. I don't think we've seen a 1,000 gold lead for either side so far in the first almost 14 minutes here, despite the fact that it's been so action-packed, because both sides just keep finding these advantages back and forth.
Yeah, it's going to come down to some team fights for us, and those will be forced because of the dragon stacking of AL. HLE will have to respond, but Zeka on the rise, on the side lane, does want to be split pushing. And, you know, Rod of Ages is stacking up. Doesn't have the tier, though, so not going to have the double stacking. Meanwhile, the fight over Vision is getting a little bit heavy here.
Peanut and Delight will have time to clear out that ward before AL can continue stepping further forward. Everybody's gathering around this area because it's 30 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns. You're talking about, okay, the skirmishes have been going pretty even back and forth, so it's going to come down to the team fights. Rift Herald is commonly where you'll see those bigger team fights for the first time in the game, the 4v4s, the 5v5s, and I'm hoping that's what we end up getting here in the next 15 seconds as Zeka will manage to push up that next wave up here in the top side. Is level 11 now, does have Realm Warp available, does have his Flash available, checking in on Summoner spells, looking at everything on the side of HLE. It's only Zeka's teleport that's not around, but he's already in the area for the Herald. Over on the other side, everybody's pretty much got everything, so the next fight should be pretty explosive.
Just like a Cassante Rek'Sai battle, Flowers. Explosive.
Explosive. A true summer blockbuster down here in the top lane, bottom lane matchup.
While we wait, they provide the entertainment. All right. So Rift Herald is on the map, but Dragon is only 1 minute away, and the Dragon is going to have a lot more leverage in the actual game. So while we could see some efforts used here, and Peanut's heading right over to it to at least destroy some of the tunnels, the vision is on it for both teams. So if they decide to commit to it, it's going to take some extra resources. Let's see, both top laners do have their teleports, so we'll see, though. Would rather invest more resources in Dragon. Dragon number 3 is actually quite pivotal because it's you know, fairly early into the game as far as the Dragon stacking actually started for AL. And once you get to the Soul Point, it does put a lot more leverage on, like, ooh, are you going to hit a Smite Fight Steal or something later? Huge rewards, could get dangerous. You know, AL do have Cassiopeia, and so they could melt through objectives later on. You have to be very careful about giving over too many dragons to this team. A Cassio and a Yunara would be dangerous.
Okay, our top lane battle continues raging down here, but that dragon spawning in 5 seconds, you can already see Tarzan pathing straight towards the location. Viper and Delight just continuing to try to clear out waves at the same time, but Flandre and Tarzan have pretty decent DPS to take this thing out without the rest of the team needing to show up. However, Peanut, Viper, and Delight all heading over. Teleport also coming in now from the side of HLE. Dragon at about 60% health. Anyone's legend. They've still got control over the area for now. Another TP coming in, ready to reinforce HLE. Drake down to 3,500. Tarzan putting a little bit more damage into it. Delight gets bound up. There's your Pop Blossom. Finds its way out of 2 as Kyle has to try to get away, but the Hextech Drake has already been secured by anyone's legend. Viper goes on a killing spree. Tarzan goes back over the wall, and Viper goes in. The killer instinct of the HLE AD carry is ready to rip some heads off. It's a triple for Viper. It's about to be a quadra. Flandra takes one back, and Viper takes revenge. It might have been a Drake for anyone's legend, but Hanwha Life Esports just obliterated the fight.
Viper Life is looking pretty good, but it is Delight. Look at this 3-person combo. So Kyle goes in, he's trying to keep the Jarvan out. Okay, they get the Dragon. Delight says, that's fine. I go in with my flash. I get 3 for the knockup to set up Viper here. So he got Hope initially. They force Hope's flash. As soon as Viper sees that, goes all in. They can chase on through. Really good engage there from HLE to get the extra kills, and Viper collecting all of them here, collecting all of this money. That's exactly where they want it all, so that he can carry the team fights later on in the game. And Flowers, you said it. All right, they got the Dragon, which can pay off if you get some sort of crazy soul fight and you can steal it or something. But all of that focused money into Viper, that is a dangerous game to play.
Huge, huge engage there from Delight, capitalized on by Viper. And when you think about HLE, when you think about how this team has struggled after their initial explosive start to the year with winning first stand, even in the games where they've had problems, even in the games where it looks like they might be losing, it's Viper who puts on performances that ends up clutching it and turning the game around. This is the guy that they can count on to be that shining light when the rest of the team might be underperforming. Fortunately for him in this one, it's not like the rest of the team is underperforming, right? You look at Delight and you look at Peanut, and they both have 100% kill participation. The solo lanes are doing just fine, and now Viper is sitting on 6-0? HLE is feeling great about this game state.
They certainly are. As long as they can control the objectives as we progress further into the game. That is the one thing that, that AL are going to try and upset this pathway for for HLE with. The Rift Ult has crashed and has made its way over to Shanks. Goodbye, Rift Herald.
I like the attempt at the long con on the Rift Herald, crashing it into the ditch and letting it walk up to the top lane turret, but AL was ready. Shanks will stop it.
Just extending her life, you know. She was going to go down earlier, so give her a little bit more of a scenic route towards death.
Towards death. Well, that's the end of the Herald. That's still a 3,000 gold lead for the side of HLE, but they will have that responsibility of stopping every Drake hereafter. It is a Hex Soul. It is very powerful. If anyone's legend can secure it, and now with 2 minutes on the clock till that spawns, an Otacon alive, I don't know, maybe we'll see an Otacon fight instead.
Well, we'll see about the setup first. Peanut going to start that vision work. Of course, Delight would, even though Hex Flash is great for Alistar, you of course would love your real flash, as we saw in the last fight. It allows you to do stuff like the headbutt into Flash Pulve, for those really long, good-looking plays. But he can still be serviceable just with a Hex Flash, as long as you get your control wards down, you get your vision control there, give him some areas to be able to Hex Flash from.
Well, HLE will finally get the last little bit of damage they need on this top lane tier 1 turret here. I feel like generally you want to make sure the enemy team does not have their tier 1 turret in the area where Otacon is before you begin. The Otacon can make things very difficult, but HLE are now going to start up that objective. Wards being placed nearby from anyone's legend. They want to try to stop this. The Otacon's already down to about half HP, but so is Peanut. Teleport's coming in now from both sides. Zeus looking to go in, create a little bit of space, put pressure onto the back line. He's found his way onto Hope. Pop Blossom coming in, but it's not going to get a whole lot done. Zeus still finding the damage, and Viper's going godlike here into the back line. Kyle is low, Flandra's down, as they will at least get a kill back on the anyone's legend side. It's Viper down alongside his mid laner as Tarzan fights back, misses the spear. It's flashed away by Zeus. Shanks comes around from the side. Anyone's legend with the huge team fight win and a 5-for-2.
Shanks comes in. He saves the day there at the end with the Cassio ult up against the wall. They're going to be able to get the Otacon. Let's look at how it started out, because you look at the top side of the fight. Zeus here goes right onto Hope, and Viper's going to follow him up. They actually get so much work done onto Hope. Zeus makes it look really good, so Viper goes in, they follow up, Peanut also follows, but then they actually take down Viper here. It is Tarzan using the Pantheon ultimate up to the top side. He takes down the Fed Kaisa, the point and click. He traversed to the other side of the map, and then Shanks makes his way all the way around. He was able to slither all the way through after dealing with the other side of the fight, wraps around, flashes in to be able to close the distance and help Tarzan off of the play that Tarzan had started there to be able to finish. And now, here they go. Remember, Flowers, it was the objectives for AL, and they claimed the Otacon after all of those kills.
It went from a what, 3,000, 4,000 gold lead down to 500, and now the Drake Soul is alive. If anyone's Legend take this, they're going to be in a fantastic spot to win this game. Kill count 9 to 10, very close in that regard. The gold just so close as HLE still have control of this bottom side river for now. Anyone's Legend trying to grab themselves this blue buff. Make sure they got plenty of mana for the upcoming fight. Honey Fruit's already procced. Scryer's Bloom trying to keep an eye on if HLE already has it started up, but they do not. A Peanut versus Tarzan smite fight sounds like one way to determine how this game is going to go from here.
That is an unreasonable amount of tunnels down there for Flandre.
Oh, yeah, that's way too many. All right, that is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, you got me there. Anyone's Legend. HLE both squaring off around the Dragon. Peanut's gonna get caught by Flandre here off to the side. Dragon loses some patience, resets slightly, but now Delight's looking for some kind of an angle here for an engage. The Drake goes over to Viper, but immediately the defensive Pop Blossom on Delight to try to control him. Anyone's Legend have taken out the enemy support, but they need more because they've lost the Drake. Zeka wants to turn it around, but Shane CC bursts him down. Double kill to the Nico of all people as Zeus, Peanut, and Viper all try to get away. Tarzan wants the Grand Starfall to try to get something back, but he can't quite get the distance in time.
AL collecting kills, collecting more flower petals with the value with their Otacon. So even though HLE do get the Dragon, AL will be pretty happy with the extra gold afterwards, take down the tower, get the 2 kills for themselves. All right, HLE do stall the Soul, but it is going to be a tense one. Once again, grabbing that kill on Delight, taking down Zeka here through the chase as well. Want to see if they're going to be able to play the map afterwards, because taking down mid lanes outer tower. Thank you, observers.
Thank you, observers.
The nest, the Rek'Sai nest.
That really, canonically, I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, it wasn't super important, but it did look weird.
It intimidated them.
Yeah.
It intimidated their enemies. That's why they could get the kills and then the turret after. So it is still a 3-1 Drake advantage for AL. They've got the Otacon and the flower petals like you're talking about. They're up about 1,000 gold, but the win expectancy here, you can see how it just goes red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. This game has been back and forth like that, just blow for blow.
Yeah, and if it is, a game like that, the team with Otacon here, as it progresses, is going to be feeling pretty good. Of course, you're going to keep running up against these timers on Soul as well. You know, as they're just farming out these kind of lulls, you've got 3 minutes, a little bit over 3 minutes until the next one. HLE say, you know what? We're not going to actually wait. We're going to clear the vision on Baron and teleport out to it to apply some pressure first. AL currently are soaking both side waves right now, with both Cassio as well as Rek'Sai. So Flandre is pushing, but HLE are forcing the issue. They want to get that teleport out. They're just going to burn.
This is a really risky thing. They're going to look to take the Baron, and it's secured by Peanut, but now AL's coming in to look to take the fight. The light gets bound up here by the Tangle Barbs of the wall as Shanks is now going to be the target. Viper jumps in with a killer instinct. He's already found Shanks. Now he's found Hope. It's Viper. Fangs bared, looking to win the fight. He finally drops as Tarzan and Kyle try to fight back. Zeus and Zeka need to take down the Pantheon, and they'll get him. Kyle, the only one to try to escape here as HLE claims the Baron, and a 4 for 3.
And they can immediately push. That is the 2 solo laners. Zeka, they can, Zeus is almost already at the inhibitor turret. Actually, mid lane was already heavily pushed. He's deciding if he wants to go for the reset. Doesn't have his teleport, so decides to push one more wave, but they will retain the Baron. That is critical for both solo laners. It allows you to split push with Baron later. Still retains most of the value of the buff, and they just burned through it so quickly with Viper's damage on this one. Flowers, HLE get the objective, and then the fight afterwards, they all go straight for Shanks here. So even though the ulti goes off, the EQ from Peanut already lands, and so he goes through stun, lands the EQ, opened it up there for Viper to go through, and they barely kill him. Kyle lands the Q over the wall to finish off Viper. Would have been really, really bad for AL if he hadn't been able to collect that last extra kill, but it was still super good for HLE. Bringing that back, and Flowers, another one of those dips in the gold graph.
Another swing.
This one is actually just such a banger here between LCK number 2 and LPL number 2. Otacon to one side, Baron to the other side, and Baron on the solo laners, allowing for HLE to push 2 waves if they so choose. All right, they're keeping second mid. His teleport is ready, and he can buy a lot of time too. Not only is Rise fairly tanky, but has the Zonias completed for himself. Of course, it is going to be pretty delayed. Seraph for him this time around, so you don't get the extra shield quite yet, but it'll catch up in no time, and they can just push out here for one split push, take over the jungle while they do it.
Okay, Anyone's Legend on the defense now with HLE having 45 seconds left on their Red Bull Baron power play to try to push, get something off the map here, grab some of this standing gold in turrets. Of course, the only turret standing outside of the enemy base is this bottom lane tier 2, so that's where they're going to put the pressure. Why they steal away enemy buffs at the same time. Zeka and Peanut working on that one. Cool, whole team gets the blue buff, but it doesn't look like they've got a whole lot to try to force onto this tier 2 with. Next minion wave is about to arrive though. Flandra currently the only one defending. Tarzan making his way down here, but it looks like Anyone's Legend going to decide no, it's not worth it. Trying to protect that tier 2 turret. We can let that one go. So as soon as that falls, going to climb the gold lead up to about 4,000 again for HLE. And the problem for Anyone's Legend, Kobe, is that the dragon is spawning right now, right as the Baron ends, and it means that it's free to take for HLE. So again, they missed their chance at the soul.
Yeah, good methodical setup there from HLE. Push out mid, rotate over through jungle, get all your vision. Push on bottom, bring over Rise even, so that you don't even give the opportunity for them to try and go for a quick numbers play. Just have everybody there, full 5, take the bottom tower, realm warp over, take the objective, and secure yourselves the benefits of the earlier play, the benefits of that Baron. So after they've been able to really clean the map here, HLE once again moving in tandem here into the jungle, take over the vision first.
Well, one thing that I'm also looking at here, my friend, double Zonia's Hourglass for the 2 carries on HLE. And I feel like this item is especially effective against Cassiopeia because of the fact that one of Cassiopeia's biggest tools is grounding you through the miasma. It disables a lot of escape mechanisms. Well, Zonia's isn't any kind of a dash, and it's a very powerful defense mechanism, so I'm feeling like the target selection on AL is going to need to be very specific and very bursty if they want to try to win these fights now, as HLE will continue moving up and stealing jungle resources.
I think you're spot on the money, Flowers, and that burst that you mentioned also has to be targeted burst. It has to go into Viper. Like Viper, speaking of money, he's pretty wealthy. It's almost 5,000 gold individually ahead. Yep. Almost full 4.5 basically. Yep. So yeah, it's definitely the issue. The Rise cannot be ignored though. So even though it is not like popping up on screen quite as big, it is also still going to be an issue. It is not like this is just a single carry comp, but it is one of these carries is richer than the other. So yeah, we'll see about that. Viper here. Also, it always poses problems because when Kai'Sa gets fed like this and you have the AP to do it, the Void Seekers really become a problem. Like the poke is annoying. So HLE have the options, like our split pushers are in good form, so we can get our side lanes going, and then you constantly are having to dodge these Void Seekers from Viper as well. And it provides a lot of problems where the minion waves are something you have to deal with, and then the poke dodge, and then you really have to choose your moment, and you have to be ready to pull the trigger and perform well in the fight without giving a lot of leeway. The Guardian Angel is quite nice for Tarzan though. Really is a game changer as far as the Pantheon, since you can like fully commit in there. Yeah. Use the ultimate super deep. You can point and click and try and force out the first set of defensives from Viper. He's got Flash, he's got Cleanse, and he's got that Zonias, as you mentioned. So it's gonna take a while to really, actually take him down, but you got to use a couple of waves of engage
Well, we've got our Baron spawning here yet again. 31.5 minutes into the game, and it's HLE taking control over the enemy red side jungle just to make it so dark, so scary to try to approach this Baron, to try to stop HLE from securing another objective. Worth noting also Shanks having the Seeker's arm guard ready to go on his Cassiopeia, but now it's Zeka putting a decent amount of damage into Flandra as they encounter one another at the Raptor Bush. Tarzan's got to back away from this one. Zeus, tail end of the retreat here from HLE as they back out of the enemy jungle. AL will force them back towards the river now. It looks like nobody's going to go for the Baron start here just yet. Instead, more of those Void Seekers you were talking about getting fired out, just trying to look for a little bit of poke as AL still feels the pressure to continue to move forward, place down that vision, and make sure that HLE isn't going for an early Baron.
Okay, there's a moment here where Flandra has to teleport back. That teleport is a decent amount of a cooldown. Shank's actually opening up some room for him though. Miasma's used.
Okay.
Small cooldown.
Redemption coming in. Zeus takes a little bit of damage. Delight tries to counterattack here. Finds Shanks immediately into the stasis there for the AL mid with the Pop Blossom. Also creating space for anyone's legend. The targeting everywhere. Zeus the first to die. Flandra's grabbing the kill. Anyone's legend's going to run over the fight. Viper's going to get all the way out of town, and Delight is dead too. It's 3 kills over to AL. The attempted flash for the Unara W to take out Viper misses as Viper continues retreating. Flandra goes in. He tags him with a Prey Seeker, but the Rek'Sai ulti had already been used. There's no execute. Peanuts in the enemy jungle. He's all alone behind enemy lines. Another Twin Fang connects. He wants to... What?
Wanted to Hexgate.
Oh, I was trying to Hexgate, but the poison ticked on him and he couldn't activate it, so Peanut falls. And when it looked like HLE was in such a powerful position, it's anyone's legends going in for the fight, out-team fighting him, and earning a Baron as a reward. And Kobe, look at that in the top left.
Viper's going.
Dragon Timer is also just about to proc, and that's where Viper's heading.
Yeah, he's going to burn it down. And since they're going for the recall, I think he gets away. It's just going to be Nico support.
All right.
Just finish it, Viper.
Kyle's got to try to stop him. I don't think it's going to... Unless he Pop Blossom steals it, there's no way! He got it! Kyle with the miracle steal! The Pop Blossom to steal it away as AL now goes after the enemy AD carry. Viper's in some danger, trying to get himself away. Tarzan coming around on the flank. AL looking for more as Zeus wants to try to buy some time for his carry. Flandra still chasing after the Kaisa. Zeka about to die as the Seraphs only keeps him alive a moment longer. Delight will be your next casualty. Tarzan takes him out with the spear. Viper still running, but he's running to the enemy base. It's a 2-for-1 that favors anyone's legend alongside securing the Hextech Soul. And here he is again, the man with the plan who went all in, and he made it happen to steal the Soul and win the fight after 3-for-1.
Oh, Kyle, he gets it really nicely done because he goes in with the ultimate, locks down Viper, also chunking the Dragon down to 76 HP, and then he can finish it off himself. So let's take a look. Viper there tries to throw off, he throws off the W, 400 damage, and the ultimate pushes him off, and during the stun there of the ultimate, turns over, finishes it, and with that soul, that should be so much extra power for AL to finish this game out. The full chase here comes through as Flandra flashes for the triple knockup. It gets a little bit scrappy, and Zeus is able, to actually take down Hope, so there's a little something there, but majority is going to just be massively. Oh my goodness. Tabe is popping off, baby.
Is living his best life right now.
I actually just, his celebrations are some of the best coach celebrations when he gets super amped up and runs on stage. But AL, with that, with Dragon Soul on top of everything that they have, with the permanent Otacon that they've had this game, now really is the time here for them to return and finish the job. That was so huge, though, because we didn't actually ever get the replay of the fight that led to the Baron.
First one, yeah.
Because the first fight is where HLE tried to invest everything onto Shanks after Shanks had used the Miasma, but they could not actually fully follow up. And anyways, that's too far in the past. Let's get a look at this siege.
We gotta live in the present, and presently, anyone's legend is forcing this advantage straight down top lane. HLE scrambling to try to defend, 4,000 gold lead, Dragon Soul, Otacon, Baron, everything AL could need. They have The Baron, however, about to expire. Red Bull Baron power play, 4,500 gold. Absolutely massive swing here for the LPL #2 seed as they'll head back to their own side of the river. There are no objectives to fight over for about the next 3 minutes, but critically, they're both gonna spawn at right about the same time, and it's Baron and Elder. And these are some of the most intense game states in League of Legends.
And this has been one of the most intense games. Like this thing has gone back and forth constantly. Quite the banger already, and HLE are still capable of winning this. They just finished a death cap on Zeka. Viper is full build Kai'Sa. So while AL have the permanent buffs of the Hextech Soul, while they have the Otacon buff, another slowing on death kill effect for themselves, there still are windows where HLE, if they can come up with the dream team fight, they could still see a way to possibly pull it back. But AL, they have so much in their favor at the moment. And again, they will rip through these objectives once they pop up. They can just burn down Baron so effectively that HLE will have to respect it.
I feel like if HLE is going to come back into the game again, it's got to be another big Viper moment. This has been so much of their comebacks as this game has pendulum swung back and forth and back and forth. Minute 45 until that Elder spawns. Zeka gets slowed a little bit by the Hextech Soul, but Anyone's Legend not going to overcommit onto anything, not with Shanks up there in the top side. They do not want to toss away this lead that they have now re-earned for themselves. Baron in 75 seconds now as well. Still a massive gold lead for Viper, but the problem is, Kobe, we're at the point in the game where it means less and less because he can't buy any more stuff.
Yeah.
He's suffering from success.
As long as he's permanently drinking elixirs, then the best you can do is like change some items every once in a while, which doesn't really help that much, but does have a Void Staff as well. So maybe the play is to land every single Void Seeker and get a bunch of poke, but you're playing against a team that has Hex Soul, and burrowed Rex IQs can be really annoying as well. So we'll see if they can actually get some value there. Hexel providing some nice value already, and they get a flash.
Yeah, that's big. Flash off of Zeka's rise. So that mobility now eliminated. Zeus going on a, what I think was an attempted pincer attack. Now trying to turn around back onto Shanks, but now it's Kael forcing out the early stasis from Zeka's rise. Flandra buying time off on the right while Zeka continues to tank damage. Zeus going to be the first to die as Hope continues firing after him. Secures the kill there for the Unara, and it's right 5 seconds before the Baron spawns. You talk about how fast these guys do the Baron, well now HLE aren't going to do anything about it.
Yeah, I think that one might be the nail in the coffin, Flowers. Baron for AL, Elder Dragon really soon here though, so 4v5, the last hopes of HLE. If they can somehow steal the Elder and make a miracle, that is their hope. AL though, they've got the Baron, they have the extra player advantage.
Put your hope in Peanut for a big smite here. Anyone's Legend.
Just go for the fight. Anyone's Legend, just go for the fight.
There they go, they're diving in. Delight's gonna be the first target, and he already lost 80% of his HP. Unbreakable will not live up to the name. Shanks put the slows in on Peanut, and the rest of the team is ready to follow. Miasma keeps him close enough, and he cannot use his Cataclysm to buy any time. Now into the Petrifying Gaze onto Zeka. Anyone's Legend just cleaned up 3 more. Zeus has respawned, but now it's only 2 players alive on HLE. They're trying to make a catch onto Shanks as he teleports in. They find some good burst, but he's still got the stasis. Kael defends him. Kael goes on a rampage. Anyone's Legend looking to push down mid and win the game.
They're gonna do it, Flowers. Should be easy. Tarzan's looking for 1 more kill onto Viper, but it's actually going to Hope.
And Hope stands tall for Anyone's Legend. It was a brutal 41-minute battle back and forth between the #2 seeds of the top 2 regions at Worlds 2025, but Anyone's Legend comes out on top.
Wow, that was a fun one. Analysts, I hope you had fun watching that one.
How could you not have fun watching that one?
You have to.
When we look at it, all signs pointed to the 77% of fans out there being right, to Ox being right. He said,
True.
Viper Life Esports, we were ready for some Viper Life Esports. And I'll be honest.
Hey, he tried.
For 20 minutes, we had Viper Life Esports. After that, though, what a turn from AL to hold on in this game, to bring it back in the fights. Beautifully executed.
Like Huainan said, he was talking about them being Teamfight Kings. We got to see that at MSI. We got to see that, the first piece of that, here at Worlds.
I think we saw them working so well as a unit. It felt like at times HLE a little bit disjointed. It really came down to Viper trying to make things happen in these fights, but it felt like, especially the objective play early, the fact they got those early Dragon setup gave them that route to the Hextech Soul, which you saw Kyle able to secure later, but also the fight setup to come back into the game. It felt like the coordination was better, and as a 5-man unit, AL was stronger, whereas it did at times just feel like individual performances was what got HLE to that winning position, and some individuals struggling, I feel like, from the team.
I see the look on your face. See, they don't see you on camera, but I see you on camera. Ox. There is a smoldering look of hatred in your eye. Do you want to talk your talk?
From smug to hatred.
There's a certain person, you know. I got a little quiz for you guys.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah. Okay, Rise, right? Is there a thing he scales with? You know, maybe AP, obviously.
AP?
AP's a good one,
Something else?
Ability haste.
That's good too, but maybe a third thing.
Mana.
What item gives
there any items when
Lost Chapter?
Well, he got Rod of Ages.
Rod of
He did
Ages,
get that.
yeah.
Anything else that
No,
come to
not that I
mind?
can think of.
You know, maybe a little bit of.
What's that?
You know, when you.
Are you saying
makes me
after the
sad?
result? Oh, tier!
Oh!
Yeah.
You're supposed to build that third,
Well, it
right?
took you guys. It took you guys a long time. It took Zeka a long time. You know,
Yeah,
and
it
some
did.
critical fights where he didn't have that stacked. I think maybe didn't help out, and especially this composition where you had like 2 major threats, the Ryze and the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And the Ryze didn't have his items, so.
It was a roughie, but again, credit to AL. Maybe we can take a look back at some of those incredible fights because they really did salvage what was a difficult situation. And yeah, the tier was a bit rough. Delight was, I think, the best and worst Alistar we've seen this tournament. But overall, when it came down to the fights, predictions delivered. AL were just to cut above.
Because AL recognized that they really need to go after Viper. With the composition that you have here, Rek'Sai, Pantheon, like even Nico a lot of the times, it's really tough for Viper to be able to maneuver. And I think he was doing a great job to be able to maneuver around these fights, but it was becoming way too difficult. Now this situation, Cinema. Boom. I was like, oh, does he have like Smite? No, he didn't have Smite. That was just a Pop Blossom. That was incredible to see.
It was insane, and the Hextech Soul became such a problem for them later in the game, but I also think Flandre did such insane work, just being a menace. And you see Delight trying to peel for Viper, but the Rek'Sai is so tanky, able to buy so much time with the ultimate, with the tunnels, and I feel like if you're just wasting Viper's time and he's not able to freely hit members of your team, he is so much of the threat on this HLE side, and I feel like just occupying him was all Flandre needed to do and allow the rest of AL to clean up.
And Flandre really embodying that tenacity that the team needed to survive. Because this was a guy who was down like 40 CS in lane.
Down a lot.
Super useless, but late game was just absorbing so much. You can see the joy on the face of the team, but also Kyle steals the objective. 3-1 and 14 is looking at that last play. The damage stat never going to be where support shine as we take a look at the PGB here, powered by AWS. But
I mean, 17,700 for Nico. That's pretty good.
Pretty good. This guy's got the MVP performance for me. He was finding setups left and right. It was definitely an all-star look for me.
Yeah, definitely contesting the Ryze in terms of DPS, and I think in general, like AL, you can never count them out in team fights. They'll fight hard, be able to see that Cassiopeia in play, especially in that topside fight where I was like, oh, it's looking great for Viper. No, Cassiopeia and comes and shut this down. You see a composition like this of like Jarvan, Ryze, of course even the Kai'Sa, really short range. He's going to be able to make it work. So that was a great game for AL, that there was a question mark coming into this event if they would be able to come in strong, and they were able to do just that.
100%. I feel like both these teams have had a bit hit or miss in terms of the year. They've been ups and downs. So I think this was a lot when we saw the draw. This was a match where expectations could have gone either way, despite what we saw from the prediction earlier on. And AL proving a lot with this win.
And for all of the LPL fans out there, you can breathe a sigh of relief.
True.
You got the game. But you've got another one ahead of you. So maybe you're stressed, maybe you're not, because it's time to talk about Top Esports and G2 after the break. Don't go anywhere.
HP, but so is Peanut. Teleports coming in now from both sides. Zeus looking to go in, create a little bit of space, put pressure onto the back line. He's found his way onto Hope. Pop Blossom coming in, but it's not going to get a whole lot done. Zeus still finding the damage, and Viper's going godlike here into the back line. Kaela's low, Flandra's down, as they will at least get a kill back on the Anyone's Legend side. It's Viper down alongside his mid laner as Tarzan fights back, misses the spear. It's flashed away by Zeus. Shanks comes around from the side. Anyone's Legend with the huge team fight win and a 5-for-2.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Frost at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
You in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side. The devil in disguise. I feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 in the Swiss stage as G2 and TES get ready to square off in this best-of-1 matchup. Now, this one has a lot of emotional stakes, I'm not going to lie. If you have not been watching today, spoiler alert, the LEC has not been doing good, and it's come down to sports superstition.
Yeah?
For us to find our success, and a little bit of data to back up that sports superstition, and asking an eternal question. If you're an LPL fan, you know this one well. If you're a TES fan, this one hurts you personally. Are TES going to choke again, gentlemen? Generational chokers.
The TES
the KT
fan.
of the LPL, some would say.
What are you thinking there, Ox? You still represent this team.
Did we have to start with this?
What do the subtitles say for that moment? Like sounds of despair.
Yeah. I hear it and I feel it.
And to be honest, if you're watching this and you don't know who Top Esports are, this might sound deeply unfair to introduce this team this way, but this is so consistent.
They're on such a run.
They're on such a historically unhistoric run that we have to bring it up first, because there are so many things that are good about this team, and there are so many tournaments where none of those things have mattered, or shown up, or happened when it matters most. You can see the history, 2020, 2022, Mammoth 2024, where they lost to G2, the team they're playing against now, First Stand, Worlds 2024. This is a team that has always been counted amongst the potential best, but potential is the word.
You know what's crazy? That Worlds 2020, they came in, and they were looked at as being a really strong contender, and that loss to Suning was underperformance. They peaked there, you know?
Oh my God.
It's been downhill since then. That was actually, you know, because Worlds 2022, they were in phenomenal form domestically. I remember casting them in the LPL, and I was like, wow, that's when I fell in love with this team. I was like, I love this team so much. Jackie Love had like the 90,000 Zeri game in the LPL, and then they didn't make out of groups. We had that faded loss against Scam, and then it's just been getting 3-0'd. It's like, no matter what happens, it just seems they're drawn to getting 3-0'd. So, you know, that's one thing is they can't get 3-0'd in Swiss, so maybe they make it out to knockouts to get 3-0'd. Maybe that's what they're going for. I don't know.
Even just the topic of TES tilts the hell out of, like, for instance, Emily. Emily, like, she always, the moment you mention the name, is like, I hate talking about this team because you always want to be able to come out and advocate. It's like, they have such a great year, and a lot of people don't get to watch that in the LPL.
Let's willingly suspend our disbelief.
Okay, let's do that.
Our concrete knowledge of the history of choking, and let's instead talk about if this team was going to show their greats, their highlights. If they were going to play the perfect tournament, what would it look like? What would they be playing through? What did they show domestically to make it here in the first?
Well, I'll say something. We just saw AL have a fantastic game, right? They actually outperformed AL in the playoffs and managed to beat them. They ended up losing to BLG, unfortunately, but they still had a great performance. And you know who got MVP for Split 3? It was Jackie Love.
Your boy,
Don't laugh at me! Don't laugh at me!
You looked full of despair the entire time we've been on this desk together, and the one time you say Jackie Love, your face lights up.
Lights
Let
up.
me believe!
But I would say, and I would look at someone like Kanavi. Kanavi is somebody that I feel like the team operates through, right?
Yeah.
Now, throughout the other years, they're playing solely towards Jackie Love, and he's such a talented player. This time around, it feels like they're a more calculated team, playing towards more of like an LCK style, and it comes through Kanavi, a player who has been in the league for so long, and the talent that he has always been there. The intellect that he has is very fair, and if you talk about the top junglers in the league, his name is always in that conversation, Dan.
I feel like they've been such a smart team, and I feel like often having opportunities to have prio so they can allow Kanavi to challenge, to look for invades, to look to apply pressure on the enemy jungle has been a big thing. Cream, even at times sacrificing his own lane to assist Kanavi, and challenge has been a big factor in Kanavi. We've seen him do so much work. We've seen him internationally, you know. He was part of that legendary JDG roster who were close to making the Golden Road happen before, you know, Faker put a stop to it. But it was a good run.
At the end of every conversation we have about the LPL, sadly, more often.
Yeah, he does that quite a bit.
He's feeling pretty happy. He's feeling very excited. You could already see the light in his eyes. Take it out.
Okay, so here's the thing, is that the last time these teams met, and you did point out it was a best of 5, but it wasn't close. And at the time, you know, I wanted to just say that G2 were great because that really helped my LEC ego stay alive despite later getting completely bodied by T1. But it wasn't close. It was difficult, and that was one of those underperformances that we talked about. So how do we know today that the same thing isn't going to happen?
Well, it's not a best of 5, so there's, you know, the thing is...
you need a new point.
The point I'm saying, right, 3-0ing Top Esports doesn't make you special. It happens every international. It's not even proud
You're
of.
not special. We lose every week. We're going to football chance?
Yes.
Yeah, it really is. He really is. That's the Irish coming out of him.
That's what it is. It actually is, okay? If that's your assessment of the situation, then, you know, you need better material because Top Esports, they will lose to themselves, but it's a best of 1, right? I think that really Top Esports have come, they've looked good in the LPL.
And I think that's what we should leave people on, because as much as we're working out our trauma with Top Esports in real time, this is still a powerful team, a potential contender for the top of the table. If they don't collapse, very much expected to make it out of Swiss. But on the opposite side, it's a G2 that, yes, beat them at MSI last year, but 2025 came with roster changes. Skumon and Lebrov coming in, and Skumon to player, especially in the context of this matchup, I think we should highlight, because jungle is going to be important, and he has been on a tear.
Yeah, for Skumon, like, a lot of, I guess, pressure was on him coming into this year, like, really make the replacement within that squad. And I felt like he has been a really intellectual, a really smart jungler. He's been consistent as well. So it's nice to be able to see that. We want to see that at Worlds. So it's like international is the big question, especially for G2 that has historically always had that pressure. And I feel like they can thrive under that pressure. So it is, for me, about Skumon.
And I feel like a lot of the criticism earlier in the year when G2 was having struggles was towards him and Lebrov, and I think the pairing together has been a lot better. And, you know, it was him who got the finals MVP. It was Skumon and Lebrov who lifted that trophy together first. I feel like it was really significant in terms of the moment.
Yeah, a massive step up for him and Lebrov as well, really being able to find their footing on those big stages as they were able to show in a lot of the earlier matches in the domestic split, but not always able to manifest it in a bigger matchup. Well, this is a bigger matchup. This is a bigger stage, so it'll still be a question on our mind for both these teams, right? These intangibles, how are you feeling on the day? Can you muster the same performance that you showed domestically? It all kind of comes full circle, right? Need to see the best from Skumon and Lebrov, need to see the best from Top Esports, but what is our focal point coming this game? We talked a bit about jungle matchup. What else do we want to look at?
Ooh, you're right. For me, it's about the jungle map, or it could be about the mid matchup, because like we always give that respect towards Caps. Caps is a player that we know what he's done historically. Cream is a player that I feel like there's always going to be a question mark towards him. Domestically, there's still that like feeling of he is not that player yet. He's not super consistent yet. And I feel like starting off this tournament really strong would be able to like take away that conversation completely. So I want to see that matchup. It's obviously, we talked about the jungle, so mid-jungle, obviously going to be very important.
Ox, any other thoughts? Mid-jungle, a focus point, do you think that's fair?
I think it's fair. I think, you know, jungle, obviously we put a lot of focus towards, but jungle's so reliant on mid, and I really think Cream hasn't definitely been the best performer from Top Esports, so hopefully he can step up today and he can have Kanavi's back in this matchup.
We'll see if it pans out mid and jungle, where we want to keep our eyes as we send it over the casters to get us into G2 versus TES.
Thank you very much, Desk, and welcome back, everybody. It is time for game number 7 here in one of our long days. 8 best of ones today, as everybody here in the main stage gets to play at least once. And now we're here with G2 going up against Top. This one, I hope, will be action-packed.
I think it will be. I also, just love, as LSS was going over, the history between these teams, between Top Esports and basically international tournaments in general. Because everybody from other regions gets so excited when they see Top Esports, drawn for them, because they're like, oh man, you don't even really care how well they did locally, how well they did regionally, because they have just failed so many times at international events that every other region's fans are like, oh great, we got Top again. G2, of course, themselves, last year at MSI, actually got first-hand experience and got to 3-0 them. So we'll see, though. This is, of course, a best of one, as they were talking about, different beasts. Personally, I'm a pretty big Skumon fan. I don't know if you know this about me, but he's a Volibear enjoyer. Okay. And there are there are so few jungle Volibear enjoyers and knowers. But he is one of them. I will say, unfortunately, Riot actually finally recognized the power of the champ, and did. A little bit. He laid 2 back-to-back nerfs on him. But I'm still hoping that Skumon will pull it out sometime at the tournament. Probably not in a best of one, because you don't really have to. But maybe. G2 is really fun because they'll do Kled comps. They'll do a lot of these picks that really make it enjoyable for people to watch in addition to the gameplay.
Well, I mean, you remember back when G2 was at their peak, when LEC was at their peak in 2019, right? When G2 won MSI and then made World Finals in that same year, the creativity of the team, the way that they were so malleable and the way that they worked together so well was a huge aspect of why they were so good. And so I love seeing that creativity. I love seeing that ability to make things happen that other teams wouldn't go for. And I really want to see what they come out with here. I like what the desk was talking about with the jungle in particular, that matchup being pretty important here in this game, very important here in this game. And speaking of jungle, I've been reading the comments in the community, you know, like Twitch chat, Reddit threads, things like that, between the games. Everybody is on the Jarvan hate wagon right now. Jarvan is being accused of being a bait pick. He is being accused of being a bum.
I'll be a Jarvan lawyer, okay?
Okay.
I think that's user error.
Okay, okay.
I think Jarvan is still a good champion. I think, you know, okay, he's going to get banned.
There's the answer to my question.
We won't get any more
sorry,
evidence.
Mr. Lawyer, your client's in jail.
Well, it just means we won't get any more evidence against him either. Because
he's in the holding cell. Okay.
I think I did my job for this game, at least.
That was quite some
defended.
You did there.
He got the respect that he still gets banned, you know?
Okay, so he's in jail, but people respect him. Yeah. So you successfully argued your case. Fair enough. Fair enough. He's banned with Nico and Ambessa. Other side is Alistair, Poppy, and Talia. It's Sion locked in first for Broken Player.
Okay, Insta Sion first pick for BB here. Interesting. Okay, I was going to say, you know, it is Kanavi, and Kanavi is such a huge carry jungler, so much great work, especially early game for TES. So, you know, they do want to target one, and I think it is respectful to ban the Jarvan. Again, even though he's lost a lot of games at the tournament so far, still think is a very strong tool. So let's get into it though. Again, another early Yunara pick here. This one for TES into the Sion. I guess there's not too many issues there with the blind Sion. Regardless, Cream's going to go for the Orianna. It seems like nobody really cares about the Orianna W nerfs, by the way. Everyone's like, oh, okay, fine, I'll max Q, whatever. And still a very high priority on this champion. So opening here does mean that TS have a vulnerable, low mobility mid laner for Cream. Yunara does have her own dash when she has her ultimate, so still pretty decently mobile there. Even though you do have to invest a lot with your ultimate if you want to use that as an escape. But could open up some targeted stuff from G2 here. You know, you can pick some fun stuff into Orianna, some kill pressure stuff for Caps. Looks like we're getting a little bug here.
A graphical error.
I'm going to get some more info for you. I'm going to say that it's a Xayah Rakan combination.
Okay.
Okay, I got confirmation. It is a Xayah plus the Rakan.
Okay, so Xayah's just a little bit invisible right now, but okay, we get the lover
She's shy right now, okay?
All right, she's up in her ult.
Yeah.
She's still got a
there you go.
Yeah, okay. Xayah's
early ult from Hansama.
Yeah, Xayah's in her ulti. She's going to come back down, but it's Xayah Rakan for G2. Meanwhile, on the top esports side, we get the Trundle locked in to devour the tanky Sion.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you get when you've got the first pick, blind pick Sion thrown down from G2. Even though you don't get immediately top lane counter picked, you get Trundle jungle counter picked, which I assume it's going into the jungle. Of course, you can leave open like the super small percentage chances of it being flexed if you really want to, but yeah, let's be honest, that's going to be a jungle Trundle. Anyway, there's a lot of things you can still pick into the Sion. You know, people have liked the Cassante and stuff, and that's kind of like less exciting. You know, Aatrox, that type of stuff, all available for TES later. The Rumble, unfortunately, won't be available, as G2 will take that one down. Can be annoying for the Xayah, so they want to get rid of that one. Makes sense.
A Wukong ban here, considering they already have their jungler and G2 don't, so they want to take that off the table, as well as getting rid of the Akali since they picked that Orianna early.
Exactly.
You already mentioned that it's like, hey, this is a vulnerable, low-mobility mid laner, so you don't want to give them the opportunity to try to make plays with a heavy burst damage mid laner against Cream.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, you're looking at like Lulu, Renatas. Okay, you're not looking at Renatas anymore.
Not anymore.
You could get a a support though for an enchanter, but honestly, they need engage. They need engage support. Okay, if they do Aatrox into the Scion, which we already mentioned earlier, it's good, but you definitely got to go full engage support. So Alistar is banned, Poppy is banned. They still have plenty of things to go for here into G2. What are G2 going to round it out with for caps?
Yeah.
This is what I'm most curious about. Skewmon could hit me with a volley bear, but it wouldn't be that great, so. Into the Orianna. What is the caps choice?
I like how he hovered all that fun stuff and then slammed like the most standard. Okay, we're just gonna go with the go-to pro play mid.
Oh, and they do the Xin into the Trundle anyway. So a lot of people like that matchup anyways for Trundle. So we'll see how Skewmon is able to navigate that one. But G2 have just set up a very standard comp, Flowers.
Yep.
Super duper standard here. As far as their front to back, Xin ultimate create a lot of space, Sion create a lot of space. And meanwhile, the answer here for TS in the end is an Enchanter. It's not the Enchanter that we mentioned. It is the Karma, though, that does have some strong laning power as far as the Enchanters go. So the early empowered Qs, I mean, this bottom lane level 1 for TES is very powerful. Mantra Qs and Yunara Q stacking up is definitely going to open up some possibilities here for Jackie Love and Hong as far as the bottom lane potential for pushing. Here we go, G2 versus TS. Everybody's on the edge of their seats when they see TS coming to international events. This is just the best of one. This is just a taste.
Yep.
So the collapse doesn't have to be imminent. It doesn't have to be instant so upon arrival.
Couch people's expectations.
Could come later.
Problems. Well, I already do see a pretty big problem, though. You pointed it out before the Karma was locked in. The lack of engage. It means your coordination has to be so sharp. Your execution has to be so crisp, because if it's not, you don't have the tools to just force a fight. And on the other hand, G2 really does. They've got Rakan, they've got Azir to follow it up with, they've got Sion that can come in on the flank like that. I feel like G2 has so many more ways to say, no, we're fighting now.
100% agree, Flowers. A pillar is not really the no, we're fighting now situation. It can set up, poke and stuff like that. You try and chase people, but yeah, we'll see here. Top Esports already starting out with possible lane swap scenarios. 369 starting on bomb side. Get some more information. Looks like we will have standard though.
So real quick, because earlier we were talking about, and the desk was talking about, the fact that, people get frustrated because people who don't watch LPL then just come into internationals and don't understand that Top Esports actually can play like a really good team even if they throw internationally. They do not play that super fast, stereotypical, really bloody LPL style. They're a more slow, they're a more calculated team. So again, maybe that lends itself into not needing the big engage. Maybe we're just going to play it cool for a little while, farm up, get some pressure, make some map movements.
Yeah, their early games are generally really good too. So let's see if they can do that. Interesting sweeper. We're waiting here for the move. Broken Blade is bottom with the swap, so Lebrov staring down that brush. He knows the possibility they're in there. Okay, they are.
He finds it out. He had a hunch, and his hunch was confirmed to be correct. So
we do get our swap, and G2 with the early Sion pick. Sion, of course, is generally great in these, and Lebrov just hanging out on bottom side for a while before they start rotating those supports on over.
I feel like Sion is probably the best champion in the game at adapting to strange lane swap situations where top laners have to play the game in a sort of wacky way compared to what it would normally be. Lebrov forced to jump back over the wall here with the grand entrance. Jackie Love and Hong hitting that level 2 before Lebrov and Broken Blade do means they immediately get control over that bottom lane, force their opponents back all the way off the wave.
Let's see how much damage they can get, how much damage on tower. Sion, of course, can go down and use zombie form, to clear it back out, and then use teleport as well. Meanwhile, the Aatrox for 369 sustained a decent amount of damage. He can't quite do the same, but nobody else is going up there, so shouldn't have to worry too much. And Jackie Love and Hung, it's going to be a question of how much of a payment can they get in those turret plates. As far as the money, regardless, both junglers finishing their clears on opposite sides as expected.
All right, Cream getting the early push here in the mid lane against the Azir. Topside Hansama versus 369's Aatrox. 369 not struggling against the range at all there, as Broken Blade and the Brav juggle Hung around a little bit, but bringing him down to 200 HP. Not even forcing any summoners or anything though, because they know as soon as the Decimating Smash plus the Grand Entrance come in, it's like there is no more damage.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very easy to predict and easy to play around. Softening them up for the dive, though. Here comes Kanavi. The Trundle is here. Broken Blade is low. Are they going to go for a good death?
Well, let's see. This wave is about to crash in, and as soon as it does, Kanavi is going to show his face. Lebrov goes for the Grand Entrance as Hong tries to get away. Broken Blade wanted to get something, but all he gets is first blooded. They even get the kill over to Jackie Love's Yunara. That's exactly what they wanted to see there for Top Esports.
Yeah. All right. Flash used. So he did do, zombie form, you get back up, farm them, and then teleport back out. So it's not like as tragic as another top laner dying. But, like you say, that's more money into Jackie here. And he goes back, gets an instant call purchase as well, so he can get value that way, in addition to getting some turret plate money. Looks like we're going for the recalls, though, for the Swapperoni back out. And reset.
Okay, Caps jumping in there after Cream. And Caps back in the heyday of G2, like back when, again, we're talking about this team winning MSIs, we're talking about this team making World Finals. Like, Caps was the Western mid laner that could actually stand up against the best mid laners from China and from Korea. And when you look at Top Esports, usually you're going to look at Kanavi as the best player on the team, and you're going to look at Cream as the one who will struggle against the highest levels of competition. And so what I want to see is can we get the resurgence of prime Caps to really put the pressure on Cream and give G2 a super strong advantage to play.
Yeah, give them some more material for future Worlds music videos.
Yeah, there you go, main character plays.
He was featured very heavily, very nicely in this music video. A lot of big moments. And as you say, Caps has been somebody that they have been able to rely on for so long.
Oh, yeah.
On G2 and on Azir, this champion, Flowers, is such an iconic Worlds champion, especially.
Oh, yeah.
And so with the changes, they did nerf his early game and then buffed his late game a decent amount, and then they hotfixed, kind of reduced to the late game buff, but we may get more harassment on the bottom side. But level 6, he goes in right as he gets it.
Right as he gets it, he gets Cream's flash. Exactly what you usually want to see the Azir go for, because then you can get the repeat gank once the Shurima shuffle is back up. Kanavi and Cream, though, making sure that Lebrov doesn't try to do anything else here, as Caps is down to about 500 HP. Cream not doing a whole lot better, since he did catch Caps with the shockwave on the back end of the trade.
Interesting. Are we going to have this rotation down bottom for another attempt? I mean, already good defense from G2. They know this is coming. They're reading it. They've got Skewmond and Lebrov on the way. Broken Blade 6 also.
Okay, Jackie Love might be in a little bit of danger here. Has to flash away from the Decimating Smash. Kanavi only level 5 here on the Trundle. There is no subjugate. Broken Blade going to get caught by the tether, most likely. No, but does manage to get away. Skewmond down to about 50 HP. Broken Blade, 200 on him. Very low health bars on G2, but everybody survives critically, and there's no more minion wave.
Oh yeah, Kanavi, a lot of damage he was able to do to Skewmond, and Skewmond flashed already.
Oh, Hong's trying to go in and get the root. He finds it, but Skewmond is so tanky here on the Xinjiao with the Drain Tank ability. It's not going to matter. He does finally drop. Hong still taking hits from the minions from the Gleaming Quill, but he continues walking away. Top Esports, after all is said and done and the dust settles, they still get another one.
Yep, smart stuff from Top Esports, and another nice early game lead for them. Kanavi getting level 6 here off the Krugs as well, stealing on his way out. He just walked down Skewmond there on the chase. G2 are trying to defend under tower, but Broken Blade uses Sion ultimate kind of early, and then TS were like, you know what? Okay, we're not really scared about that CC anymore, so we can actually move forward more aggressively behind this tower and still force some value out of this, even though G2 are in place to defend. And TES really make it work. They are like extending the play, and Hong, credit where credit is due, goes back in. He's able to catch Skumond as he was trying to walk away. They saw him flash, so they knew he couldn't escape the tether, and they just kind of set it up perfectly for Kanavi to come finish the job with one more bite.
I was a little bit worried there for a second when I saw the tether not kill him, because out of mana karma versus Conqueror Xin Zhao with the passive healing that the character gets is a little bit dicey, but they made it work out anyway. And now we've got everybody hanging around here on the top side of mid lane. The Grubs have just spawned, and obviously that is going to be the point of interest here for both sides. Kanavi and 369 going to go ahead, begin the objective. The AoE power of Aatrox can feel really nice, just smacking these Grubs around, as Top Esports comfortably taking the first one, and it looks like nobody from G2 is going to do anything about the second either.
So they know Broken Blade's ult is on cooldown. They're still sending Jackie back down bottom side. So TS are like, you know what? We are fine with 2, and just send the Yunara back bot. I do like this. Broken Blade doesn't have ult, and look at that. Teleport's not on cooldown either. So Yunara gets to push that wave on bottom side by herself. Jackie getting some nice solo experience, picks up a flower petal. Another turret plate is ripe for the taking for him. Can continue to increase that gold.
Top Esports erring on the side of caution, backing away from those Grubs. May have been able to secure the last one, but we will never know. Instead, like you're saying, just making sure that they don't put themselves in a bad spot, give the money to Jackie Love, already accelerated by the early kill. His farm is close to what Hans Sama has had. And remember, Hans Sama's pretty much just been free farming up there in that top lane versus the Aatrox, and he's got the extra kill there for Jackie. So still nicely stacking forward towards that call. Both AD carries the call of this game, as Hong has to flash away from the grand entrance of Lebrov. Did not want to get caught out there with Caps and Skumon both ready to follow up, especially considering that Shurima Shuffle is ready to go yet again for Caps. Could have been some seriously dire circumstances.
Yeah. All right. The other thing to warn, as Top Esports have their nice early game gold lead here, you know, a little comfortable, 1,000 gold. You never want to get too comfortable with this team, because they definitely can throw it later down the road.
Okay.
But it is going quite nicely for them, and you want to progress towards the dragon as we get flash blown from Cream on the re-engage. So he already had, wait a second, they're going to enter to contest the dragon. Mountain Dragon here, aggroed, but plenty of vision for TES, and they kind of can retreat back into their own territory.
The important part about that Cream flash, the first time he flashed, it was Caps' ulti used in trade for the flash. This time around, Caps didn't even have to spend the ulti. Cream just flashes super defensively, and now the Azir still has that playmaking tool. So Cream's got to be very careful that he doesn't immediately get follow-up ganked soon, as Kanavi, since he had everybody else around here, it just means that he has free access to this first Drake. It is not a fast first Drake whatsoever, just shy of 11 minutes. So even if they start a strong Drake stack, it'll still take a while to get to the soul. But now Kanavi is once again down here in the bottom lane, once again looking to pose a potential dive. Jackie Love and Hong continuing to shove these waves up, as 369 has to deal with being outnumbered by G2 up in the top lane. At the same time, Broken Blade crashes his ult into the turret, and now the wave continues to move forward. Kanavi's going to go ahead and start it off here with a subjugate, and that is it. Feats of Warfare claimed. Easy peasy for Top Esports. Broken Blade's dead body can't do anything but farm up some minions. Yes, he will have the teleport to get back here once he respawns in 15 seconds, but I don't know if there's really going to be anything to get back to, Kobe, because the next minion wave is coming. They've already got 2 of the Void Grubs, and that turret is really low.
Yeah, that thing's going to die for sure. And I don't know, like, he got chomped and, like, instantly ulted. I don't know about the ult so far from BB, but okay.
369 fighting back with a World Ender up here. Yes, he was ignited, but Aatrox still staying alive, surviving here with a 1v2.
369 himself ulting here, but a little bit more potential. Skumon in.
Yeah, Skumon's going to find Cream walking through the Top Esports jungle. Skumon was set up there near the enemy red buff, but he takes a lot of damage from the shockwave with Hong right beside him. That means that Skumon has to back all the way away.
And they got the sneaky control ward in back there too. I love hiding that one back there behind the red buff. So lots of vision laid behind by G2, trying to set up their next possible play there. Pings all down onto Caps, but I mean, it's Azir, so should be completely fine, especially considering CS have very, very low crowd control on their team.
Yeah.
Kanavi just kind of passing through, though, walking over for the red buff steal on the other side.
Okay, not going to find a red buff just yet. However, that yellow hourglass does spawn it right after. Caps is hanging around to hopefully try to defend for G2. Broken Blade over the wall might just fire Aurora the Slayer in to see if got a smite gank it, but Kanavi has smite. Yeah, that's pretty easy confirm there for the TES jungler. And I already mentioned, I think a lot of people would agree Kanavi is the best player on Top Esports. He has been having a great early game here so far on the Trundle. Trinity Force already completed 2-0-1, part of every kill they've had so far, and it's just been repeat visit after repeat visit to the bottom lane.
Yeah, and this team does have a lot of potential to kind of kite fights as well. Yeah, they do have a decent amount of slows on them, and 369 Aatrox, we haven't had a lot of him on screen because all of the action was with the other side of the lane swap. And TES, diving Broken Blade. But this Aatrox can have some potential to chase down as well. And the Aatrox is actually getting focus at the moment.
Yep, he trapped the BB with the Infernal Chains, kept him there long enough for Kanavi to show up. Yes, Sion is a tanky champion, and yes, Trundle just loves fighting tanky champions. 4 kills to nothing. Top Esports, 1,500 gold lead.
Topside counter play. What did you two have cooking here?
Okay, Skewmon and LeBrob coming in. Cream probably going to be your target there. Goes in for the grand entrance. Defensive shockwave. LeBrob still locked up underneath the turret, but Cream goes down. Skewmon and G2 are on the board, but now Skewmon and Caps have to try to get away. Defensive ulti coming out from the Xinjiao. Hong trying to lock up Caps. Shurima Shuffle's not going to work, and Caps is dead. Now G2's in a ton of danger. Kanavi's coming around on the side. Skewmon staying alive for now, but 369 needs a little bit more damage. LeBrob with 200 HP. LeBrob chomped down. G2 have lost all but a single man. It's 8-2 for Top Esports.
Yeah, that's a late teleport in and an early ult out for Broken Blade. TES already did their work on the top side. They get so much gold off of this Flowers. Okay, G2 trying to do the counterplay on the other side of the map. They go under tower. They know that they want to kill this Orianna with no flash, but it takes so long. Hansama's forced to use the ult, and they're separated. So the other two from G2, their bottom lane, has to walk all the way around. Meanwhile, Jackie Love gets right in there on the Yunara. Hong's able to get the root onto the Azir. Caps goes down, and Jackie goes in, but it means that Kanavi and 369 get to clean up everybody else before Broken Blade even arrives to exit.
G2 trying to pull off the same play that Top Esports has been pulling off on the other side of the map. And yes, they get their initial man. They find the kill on Cream, but the cost is great as Top Esports collapses and punishes. It's already a 3,000 gold lead for the LPL #3 representative, and they're going to grab the Rift Herald for free right after. 15 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock, so a pretty swift take on that one. Meanwhile, the top lane tier 1 turret for G2 just barely standing, and Caps knows as he sees the announcement that the Rift Herald has been taken and he's next to a nearly dead turret, he could be in very grave danger, so he teleports away, does not want to get caught out in that one. The Drake now begun by G2.
Yeah, I think it'll be finished by G2 as well, so they do get that objective. Of course, the tower on top side is going to go down. I mean, Flowers, you can't help smile. It is fun when Jackie Love is going to make, jump in on these here, kill, get these kills, and then flash into the tri-brush and get 3-man and instantly die. But it's still good for TES. Those are the things you love about still Jackie. Just flash on in there, go with the hype plays, and it's still good for TES. Very, very good.
Sometimes you just got to play wild.
Very good. Loose. Still very gold positive, and of course, the Trundle and the Aatrox can just clean up the kills afterwards, trap them in. So we'll see what they can do with this gold lead. Of course, with that flash, Jackie won't have it for later. And as we mentioned, TES can and will throw games later. Sometimes, some portion of times, that happens when people do catch Jackie Love in bad positions, at bad timings. And it is easier to catch people that don't have flashes. So, if you're G2, your shot calling right now might be, hey, well, actually, now it's get out of there, but you can always try and look to pick off Jackie Love. Whenever you're facing TES, and as big of a lead as TES ever have, you can try and do that. But, it's looking good for TES at the moment. They're going to Rift Herald. They're going to go for this tower.
Yep, Kanavi will drive that one in. Easy money in the pockets of Top Esports. Now more than a 4,000 gold lead. Herald should not get the second charge. Okay, that one gets taken out. Meanwhile, 369 forcing Broken Blade back out of the G2 jungle as Top want to continue moving forward. Kanavi makes his way over, and because he's so accelerated, because he has 5 kills on this Trundle, more than half the team's total kill gold, he's already got his Deadman's Plate fully completed as the second item, so his speed to move around, to join these fights, to try to make plays, hyper accelerated.
And that's it's kind of the key of this comp is speed and speed differences. So in Champ Select, we're like, man, I like hard CC.
Yeah.
But this team has a lot of speed differences. They have got speed ups, your Deadman's Plate that you're pointing out, your Orianna and your Karma, who also have slows and tethers. Pillar, another slow. Aatrox ulti, another speed up. Yep. You got your mini knockups from Aatrox Qs. And Yunara herself, speed buffs and slurkles, as Atlas loves so much and would highlight. So there are a lot of speed differences. So they do have a lot of the soft CC with this team.
Right. Well, I'm still a fan of Unga Bunga engaged champions. They're some of my favorites.
You can get a good Unga Bunga shockwave, maybe. Somebody gets in there, so.
Now, Hong has found
Bunga, is that
here in the river. This could be a problem for Lebrov because the teleport's coming in. He's already flashed. Does have Battle Dance to get over the wall to Caps, who's waiting for him to guarantee that the support can get away safely on G2. That was definitely a scary moment for Lebrov, but the flash into the Caps waiting nearby and the brush play was pretty good for them. It does buy Broken Blade also an opportunity to take the tier 1 turret here in the top lane. Top Esports have already taken 3 turrets. G2 hadn't had any, so this is important in trying to close that gold gap here a little bit.
They do close it a bit, and no teleport on 369. Gonna be something they can benefit from here. Continue to pick up those petals. You know, every little petal is meaningful here, especially if you are lower in experience. So they're gonna try and clean their territory. TS moving in pretty heavily though after that commitment. Cream's got his teleport ready on top side, so Orianna split push on top side should be able to get that wave no problem. And with Otacon down here, a kind of nice maneuver from TES. It's still on vision though, so they didn't clear out the ward that's actually directly on the Otacon, so G2 do have good vision to try and fight this. Yeah. Cream would have to teleport in, there we go.
Yeah, this is an audacious Otacon start, but it's what Top Esports are going for. They're 3,000 gold ahead. G2's got all 5 men nearby. Otacon down to about half HP. Kanavi and Jackie Love still putting the work in onto it. 369 trying to keep everybody else distracted. Caps goes in. Flashback out from 369. The Otacon down to 3,000 HP. The Aatrox keeping everybody distracted now, but he's got to be careful because he's in World Ender, but he's got no flash. Everybody from G2 piling in on 369. The Aatrox won't die fast enough. Sterix Gage pops to keep him alive. Broken Blade is already down. Everybody on G2 is eviscerated. 369 with one last Deathbringer stance. Rips the life out of Broken Blade and stays alive himself. Jackie Love chases forward with the auto attacks. It's an ace and an Otacon for not a damn thing. Top Esports absolutely steamrolled them.
369 baits them into the alcove of death. Look at this. He's just dancing with them. He flashes Caps's engage, and he's like taunting them. Please come over here. My team will get the Otacon, and I can stay alive. I have plenty of healing. Redemption comes in. They get the healing over and over and over. The Sundered Sky procs, the ultimate procs. He's on the edge, only a couple of 100 of HP, and he knows the rest of the team can just come trap them. Flowers, the alcove itself is hard CC. When you've got all of the speed to go collapse on G2, they just got mind controlled by 369 into the alcove. Well, TES took the Otacon. 369 can soak the engage. You don't have to like start the engage yourself if you just like soak it and draw in your opponents. Beautiful stuff there from 369 and TES, and TES have been nothing but methodical this game. You mentioned intelligence, and they have just been in control.
That was lore-accurate Aatrox taking on all challengers, and he's not done yet. However, he does need to be a little bit careful here. Beautiful interrupt on the TP. Broken Blade wanted to join the fight, but Kanavi denies it with the pillar, and that makes it so easy for 369 to just walk it off there in the top lane. G2 is trying to make these plays, but Top Esports are countering.
Yes, they are. Great map movements again from TES. Now Hung, though.
Hung knocked up by the grand entrance. However, not quite dead. Finally shut down. Goes over to Hansama. Flashback out from Kanavi before decimating Smash. Can potentially give G2 another kill. Third kill of the game there for G2 with the pick on the enemy support. They've still got a long way to go to catch up, but getting those punishes is the only way they're going to get there.
Yeah, they get one straggler, they get a support kill. Is a little bit of money, but honestly, that's just a drop in the bucket as far as the gold deficit that they are facing. And the onslaught that they're facing from Top Esports, since Jackie Love has been so rich here. You know, he already had the Lord Doms. This Yunara is going to be really difficult to deal with. Again, the speed differences are going to be enough. Top Esports with these Hex Gates get right back out to the map. Kanavi starting it out, tracing through the jungle, yoink away this red. Skumon,
he was thinking,
yeah, Skumon was like, do I stay around to try and smite fight this and just steal it and run away? No, 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 those Hex Gates are active.
That was a crazy conveyor belt play of Top Esports players all just showing up into the enemy jungle to help steal away the red buff. As now they're going to take down the tier 2 here in the mid lane right after. 7.8 thousand gold lead for Top Esports as G2 are starting to stare down what feels like an insurmountable lead. It's not up to them to make the plays anymore. They're kind of hoping for that Top Esports throw that we've talked about from all of those recent previous competitions, because if Top Esports stays this calm, this collected, this smart, G2, they've got no way back in.
This is why you are supposed to fear Top Esports until you actually see, you know, the collapse at the international event, until you actually see the throw. This is why you fear them. They are so good. Kanavi just controlling the game from the very beginning, Flowers. Remember back to the early stages, the bottom lane sets it up. It is the lane swap, but they don't care about it. They just punish the lane swap. They take down Broken Blade over and over. They get enough money onto Jackie Love. They keep funneling it into Jackie Love, very calm. At no point are they really worried. Kanavi gets very fed, Jackie gets very fed, and they methodically move through the game. 369 is completely fine on weak sides in lane swaps. and he was more than fine at the end as well. It's just like really well thought out stuff from them, and this is why you fear them until you see it collapse. So at the beginning of the tournament here, in the best of 1, 369, the rest of TS looking good. Kanavi here, Pillar starts it out.
Skumon in some danger, the tether about to lock him up. Hong gets back away as Skumon has to flash defensively. Top Esports, they're gonna push this wave forward. The Sun Disc was summoned by Caps, so that's gonna at least hold this area for a short time. But Baron is live on the map as of 45 seconds ago. Top Esports now going to dare G2 to come closer towards the area. Jackie just continuing to fire. If anybody gets close to Jackie Love, they are gonna take a ton of damage from this Yunara. The next wave will be cleared out very rapidly. Kanavi just making sure there's no G2 vision up there in the Baron pit at the same time. Sun Disc falls. The Blob hit by an Infernal Chain. Immediate battle dance back to the rest of the team so he doesn't get caught. And Top Esports again, path towards the Baron.
And they're trying to clear out the vision, but G2 have some lingering wards. They walk up though.
Hansama immediately forced to ulti defensively. Jackie Love wants to go in, he flashes to the side. Hansama all the way back away with a defensive flash from his Caps with a massive Shurima shuffle. Jackie Love is down, and Top Esports might be in some danger. Caps is next to die. Cream back over the wall. Double kill to Kanavi. It looked like Caps might have found the miracle that G2 needed, but Top Esports do not believe. G2, they got the best they could have got there, but it's still a 3-for-1 for Top Esports.
Top Esports will put an emphatic stamp on this game. The Baron will be theirs. Skumon is down, no spike for G2. All they can do is farm minions while TES take the main objective.
It's not going to be the fastest because Jackie Love did die, but they are going to get it.
Yeah, Jackie Love went ham. Let's take a look at it, and that's going to be the fun perspective to watch because he goes at Hans. He gets the big hit onto Hans. He is able to chase through. He flashes forward. He really wants to go for the chain, but it's right in and past not only the Rakan, who charms him up and sets him up for Caps to go in, But because he goes in like that and it's full commitment, the rest here for TS are able to clean it up. Cream barely flashing over the wall. He survives. Hong had escaped out to the bottom side. He too survived on a sliver of HP. And again, it's a similar scenario where, yeah, Jackie's going ham in there and getting melee range of everybody, but the Aatrox and the Trundle are just destroying them all while everyone's chasing them around.
369 aggressively ulting up here. Yeah, Cream and Hong, you said it just then, they both got away with 100 HP at the end of that fight, while Jackie was the only one who died. Imagine if this wasn't a 7,000 gold lead before the fight, right? That turns into 3 kills all of a sudden, and you do have your miracle moment for G2 where you turn the game around. But Top Esports have built such a lead, such a commanding advantage in this game, that even that big move there from Caps was not enough. 9,500 gold lead now, Drake's 2-2. Top Esports with Red Bull Baron power play here for the next 2 minutes, looking to break into the enemy base and maybe just end it. They've got so much momentum here as Kanavi just trying to force Lebrov back, make sure they keep this jungle dark, make sure anything outside of the base is pure danger for G2.
Kanavi is legendary, both in the game and out of game. And here we go.
Broken Blade is about to drop, but he does manage to get himself away there with the ulti, all the way back into the fountain with the Scion. Means a suspicious lack of front line for G2, so no way to defend the mid lane inhibitor before it falls. Top Esports going to take that lane first and now put their attention up towards the top side, as G2 brings all 5 men up here to try to defend it. Meanwhile, Kanavi in the enemy jungle, stealing away the big red buff, post-bearing, giving it to everybody on the team. Jackie, defensive ulti there on the Yunara, making sure that he doesn't get caught out by Skewmon. Here comes your TP from 369, and now it's the bottom lane, your next target. Pillar there onto Skewmon, but not a whole lot else to get from that one. Jackie Love still in ulti form for a little bit longer, as the bottom lane inhibitor does die. And Top Esports are going to continue their push now with 2 enemy inhibitors down. The next wave is marching down the top lane, but it's not there quite just yet. Kanavi's going to hop on out to the enemy jungle. There's a Sun Disc in mid, but it doesn't matter a whole lot. They've still got the Baron for another 30 seconds. Broken Blade wants to stop this. G2 does not want to have a 3 inhibitor game on their hands.
I love that Kanavi is having fun with them. He keeps channeling his Hex Gates right in front of people, daring them to stop him, taking it out, just walking back in, trundling around as he does.
Skewmon defensive ult, trying to stay alive as Top Esports moves forward. Caps goes in for the shuffle. He finds Jackie Love, but where's the follow-up damage? Jackie dies, but so does Caps. 369 in the middle of everybody, still staying alive, and they finally kill him off. Broken Blade trying to get away. Redemption coming down, but it ain't gonna heal him in time. It's 3 dead on the G2 side, but they managed to take out the enemy top laner and AD carry at the same time. Can Skewmon and Hans Sama continue to defend against Cream, against Hong, and against Kanavi alongside the 2 lanes of super minions? Hong and Cream are putting the pressure onto the Nexus turrets. Meanwhile, Kanavi takes down the remaining inhibitor turret to guarantee G2 are trapped in the base for the next 3 minutes until mid lane inhibitor respawns.
Yeah, triple inhibs is really hard to come back from. They will look to farm the minions though, Flowers, because those super minions will be flooding into the base. So TES, they can take a quick little breather here, go back and spend a lot of the money that they accrued out on the Rift first, and then return to finish the job, because the inhibs will be down for a while, the super minions will be flooding in, and just keeps up that constant pressure on G2 inside the base, kind of pinning them there. Luckily for G2, since the dragons were split, there's not an imminent threat of Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
But TES, honestly, I don't think that they have to do that to win anyway. They can just return with the pressure, and you just go into the base, keep applying the pressure while the super minions come, and you just close in on them slowly and finish the job before you have to do any more objectives anyway.
Honestly, this has been a really clean game from Top Esports.
Very.
I am seriously impressed with the way that they have played this out, considering their reputation at the past few international events, considering the expectation that a lot of people would have of them potentially having a throw here. There has been no such thing. TES now on the verge of winning their first game here at Worlds 2025. Caps wanted to go after Jackie again. Didn't quite get him this time, and that should mean the end of the game. Nexus turrets both about to die. 369 under a little bit of pressure. Here's the Brock Charms up. Hong, they get that kill at least. Scumon's going to drop dead next, though, as the Brav and Broken Blade head back into the fountain. And the remaining 4 players on Top Esports are not going to let them leave. It's Top Esports coming out swinging 22-7. They'll take down G2.
That's why you need to fear Top Esports. That right there. Beautiful stuff from them. Kanavi ends 9-0-6 on the Trundle. Great game plan here from Top Esports. Great execution in game as well.
All right, Dracos, I'm sorry, my friend. Desk, what do we think of that one?
I mean, you don't have to apologize, bro. I got nothing to pretend about. We got absolutely cooked in that game. G2 taking out the LEC. The despair sitting in, but all I could do is laugh. Kanavi, masterclass of an early game. How'd you guys feel about it?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, there was a couple of Jackalope moments where he maybe overstepped a bit, but generally clean and controlled from Top Esports, you know, often talked about as this intelligent, more macro-focused LPL team. We really saw that on display. We saw the early game from Kanavi where he had so much control, and with this extended swap that came out, because I feel like the top lane and bot lane matchup from the side of G2 wasn't super favored, and they really used this Trundle to punish the Sion on repeat. You know, it felt like Broken Blade really having a rough game as a result.
Yeah, you mentioned Jackalope moments as if it's a mistake. It's just the TES flavor. It's just you just have
the
to
extra spice.
Exactly, and they've been very spicy throughout this game. You're right. You got to see the lane swap come through from G2. They intentionally wanted to play it out to dodge the lanes, so they could not really have the lead, like fall into a deficit early.
Yeah.
They fell into a deficit early.
I feel like draft analysis is always the easy way out, but it does feel especially valid in this context when you look at, hey, what are their last 2 picks going to do? Ooh, vanilla ice cream, baby. That's what we say. What is the rest of our map doing? We're lane swapping into 2 losing matchups. It's a tough sell for me, and I feel like G2 at least have clear takeaways to help prepare for the next game.
Yeah, and whenever I see drafts like these, because I've seen it in the past where you go like Sion or Gragas or whatever in like first pick, and then you just slam Zyra immediately, you just recognize it's like, okay, we just believe that laning phase doesn't matter. We just want to play for team fights. We're gonna get outranged. They could pick any composition they want, and a lot of the times that happens with struggling teams. In this case, G2 is a very strong team. They're always incredibly flexible when we see teams from the West. They're the teams that's the most flexible in terms of picks. So that was very weird to me that they locked themselves in that early like that. So draft for sure is going to be a big question mark for them on that. But then, of course, yeah, as the game went on, Kanavi, the dive bot lane turned into a lot.
It turned into a lot, and also it turned into, I mean, this Otacon play, we saw G2 going all in on the Aatrox. But before we can get there, I think we do really have to highlight some of what you mentioned already, which is, look, ultimately just in a super impressive early game coming out from Kanavi. Scumon struggling to find that impact. We talked about him as a key player, but it didn't really happen here.
I think the thing is, when you go for this swap, you're going to fall behind, right? They knew the lane matchups were poor, so they were happy to fall behind a bit, but the pressure was really put down. You're getting plates picked up. They're going for these dives, and it really felt like it was a struggle to answer back in return. The execution, very crisp from Top Esports.
Ultimately, yeah, we look back across this one, Broken Blade really the one who was focused down. Kanavi,
yeah.
You have the perfect setup for the Trundle angle here, right? You have a winning lane in a weird situation where he's playing against the normal 2v2 bottom lane. It just makes the Trundle dives feel effortless, and then post level 6, that's a squishy Sion.
Exactly, and so I constantly looked topside to see if they were going to get anything off of the plays, off the swap, and it wasn't happening. But also, that Otacon fight, that Aatrox moment was ridiculous.
Iconic. Look,
yes,
we have to say it, right? This coming in, they tried to burst through. They tried to get that Sundered Sky damage down. They just couldn't get through that health bar. Wait a second.
Oh, that's the wrong clip.
Production!
Oh, whoa.
Production!
Yeah,
no,
guys,
this isn't.
Look away,
no,
same players, I guess. Same players.
What?
You know?
No, that was 7 years ago. Surely history won't repeat itself. Oh,
Dracos,
the more things
does it still hit?
Yes, it's still. Why is Jackalope always here to witness this moment? It doesn't matter the nameplates around him. It's G2. Jackalope isn't even a part of it. It doesn't even matter. They're just like moths to a flame.
Yeah.
You know those little electric fly swatters? Like that is G2 with this Aatrox. They're like, I have to all in this guy.
We must kill him.
It is deep in my soul. It is a organizational problem. Because the nameplates, I don't know if you noticed, completely different.
Yeah.
We've identified an organizational problem. And as much flack as we want to give to TES about sometimes frequently choking, G2 and Aatrox frequently a problem.
A consistent theme, a recurring theme, it would seem.
Maybe they were inspired by the music video, of course, being able to relive that moment.
Honestly, as a callback, it was very nice to see. For those of us who have followed LoL Esports for a while, I enjoyed it very much. Did you enjoy it, Ralph?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, credit to TES. We spent a lot of time talking about how they might disappoint us, but today that is not the case. They played like absolute demons.
Yeah, it was good play. It was impressive, and I think based on the domestic play, this is what we expect. And I'm hoping they continue this sort of level of play going forwards. It's a strong start to the Swiss, especially a matchup where a lot of people were saying it could go either way. I think estimations where G2 is an opponent who could have taken them down. This looked so controlled and crisp. I'm thinking estimations are going pretty high for Top Esports. I'm feeling good.
There it is.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but I think you have every right to be feeling good. We'll see how good 369 is feeling after the break in our interview. And in the meantime, we're going to set up for our last game of the day, Gen G versus PSG, and have a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
He's got to be careful because he's in World Ender, but he's got no flash. Everybody from G2 piling in on 369. The Aatrox won't die fast enough. Steric's gauge pops to keep him alive. Broken Blade is already down. Everybody on G2 is eviscerated. 369 with one last Deathbringer stance. Rips the life out of Broken Blade and stays alive himself. Jackie Love chases forward with the auto attacks. It's an ace and an Otacon for not a damn thing. Top Esports absolutely steamrolled him.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Something new. Pulse starts to race, can't slow it down. The ringing in your ears has gotten too loud. Take a deep breath, try to slow things down. Wish it away, but it's too late now. I am the storm.
TES take the first game of the tournament in a revenge match against G2 Esports, and I have 369 with me and Wendy to talk about that victory. Thank you so much for joining me. You beat a team that 3-0'd you last time you faced off against them at MSI. How important was it for you today to beat G2 so convincingly?
那首先恭喜你们获得这场比赛的胜利，特别是面对 G2 嘛，他们之前在 MSI 是有3-0带走你们的，但是这一次面对到他们如此干净利落的赢下比赛的胜利，有什么重要性或者它的意义呢？
就觉得世界赛的第一站的话，对我们士气帮助还蛮大的，然后大家会更自信一点。
So I believe always, in the international stage, especially for World Championship, the first game is always the most crucial one because it actually can build our confidence and the morale, the aura for the team. So it helps a lot.
Now, talking about you and Kanavi, you said in a recent interview that you guys don't need to communicate that much because you've been playing together for so long. How do you know that you're always going to be on the same page?
那可能在最近的采访当中，你有提到，可能很多时候你和卡纳维彼此之间都不太需要来怎么样去沟通，然后就能够有很好的配合和默契。所以说，也想问一下，你觉得你们为什么能够确保你们能够很多时候都在步调一致，然后一起来进行游戏？
因为我们两个平时训练的时候会说话说的比较多，然后就因为在一起也比较久了嘛，然后就打的比较久了，然后磨合的也比较久了，就不太需要什么沟通吧，就。 说的简单的他就懂。
So to be honest, in the actual practice or in our daily practice, we really talk a lot, communicate a lot together with Kanavi, and we played as a teammate for such a long time, so we kind of feel the synergy, the coordination. So actually on the stage, we don't need to say that much. Only a simple word, we can know each other what we're going to do for the next step.
Absolutely amazing to see. Now, Top Esports is back here at Worlds on the international stage, and you said that teams should be afraid of you. I know that historically, it doesn't always go well for Top Esports on the international stage. What makes you sure that this time around is going to be different for you?
那这一次再次回到了国际大赛的舞台当中嘛，那你也有提到说，可能很多度面对到你们的时候，也应该对你们有所惧怕。然后，但是可能之前很多时候你们在国际赛事当中的表现可能没有那么尽如人意，所以说你觉得你们怎么样能够确保这一次会是你们的舞台？
就我们现在也是很团结嘛，然后我们训练的都特别努力吧，大家都很用心，我觉得这次会不一样的。
So I feel like for the team, we really build a very good teamwork. We try to make sure we're on the same page, and also we just put 100% effort into everyday practicing. So I feel like because of that, we can have a good result. The result will come naturally.
All right, wishing you the best of luck then, Sheshe. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. Over to you guys.
And here we are for the final matchup of Swiss Day 1, Genji versus PSG. And we're professionals.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Here's the deal. There's really no easier analysis to make in the world than Genji are the best team in the world. Agreeer?
I'm
agreeer.
Agreed.
Okay, so now we're in a very privileged position where we get to talk about why. Over to casters. But there's so many historic names. There's so many faces on this Genji roster that I think are worth talking about. And obviously they've been incredibly dominant. But I want to know specifically for you, Ox, who you want to highlight as we kind of head into the early days of the tournament. No doubt they'll make a deep run. We'll have time to talk about everyone. But who do you want to focus in on?
Yeah, so for me, someone who I think has really stood out this year is Keen, specifically because, especially with the introduction of Fearless, I think with a lot of top laners, you look at them and they can be exceptional on carries and maybe really good on tanks. So exceptional on tanks, maybe really good on carries, or maybe less. But with Keen, he is so exceptional on both tanks and carries. I think he's one of the players who can seamlessly switch between them. And the role he fills on the team, and especially when you have such good players in the mid and AD carry role with Ruler and with Chovy, it's the fact he can play any role for the team. Coach Kim has even said that Keen is a coach's dream with the flexibility he has. And with Fearless in particular, it feels like there's no limit to what he can do for this team. If you want him on a carry, he will crush his lane opponent. He'll be a relevant threat later. If you want him on a tank, he can just play weak side. He can absorb pressure. He can find that CC you need. He can find that space you need in team fights. And I think it's why Genji, a big reason why they've been so strong, so dominant this year.
Look at that. Very rarely do you have a top laner that actually plays everything at the highest level. And that is what Keen is. As a player throughout his entire career, the question mark is like, was he what would he be like on a good team, on a great team? He's gone on a great team, and you can see how talented he is, how effective he is as a top laner, and that is something that you really can't take away from him. So Keen, amazing. So yes, you can go across the lineup and you can find every player that can be the ones to carry the game. But he can be like, okay, I'll take a back seat. That's completely fine.
And I think having someone so consistent, so flexible, especially in Fearless for Gen G, is a huge boon, right? This is a team that we've known for so long has had the necessary talent to take those big steps. Pays out, Ruler in more consistently. You get Keen on the top side, more flexibility, more consistency. Consistency is the name of the game for Gen G. You can see how dominant they are domestically. It has transitioned into MSIs now. We still need to see them pull it off at Worlds, but of course, finals, very far away. I want to talk about the opposite side. It's a bit of nostalgia, right? It is the Flash Wolves reunion. If you are not an unk like the rest of us, that might not make any sense to you. You might remember them exclusively as PSG or PSG Talon, but this is the OGs of what was once the LMS, a team that kind of defied all expectations over many, many tournaments, known at one point as the Korean Killers, Maple, Betty, Sword Art, Stake, so many different names, 3 of them coming together on this PSG Talon lineup.
And I mean, it's just insane to see, I guess, I mean, at this point, the LCP is 2-0, and they've done it off of, like, incredibly young players. But these guys, it's Unk Central, right? going back to what has made them successful in the past.
Talk about Gamania Bears.
Yeah,
how far back?
Oh, my God, 80 years old much.
They're ancient, 28, 28, and 25. They're
oh, man, yeah.
Their backs are cracking. They need, like...
But it's crazy because, again, Maple's been around for so long. This is just a guy who's been playing for almost the entirety of League of Legends' existence.
Yeah, and I have a bone to pick with him, because didn't he retire last year?
He did! It was supposed to be his last dance! Yeah. I think I did an interview with him being like, this is your last tournament. Talk to me about it. To be fair, Def did the same thing, and we all kind of let it slide, but he did win a tournament.
Yes.
Maple did also say that this is his... He is retiring after this one. He did say he's got military service, so this is his last
the last year.
And dance,
if he goes, when he goes, we will be sad to miss him. But today in this matchup, I think it's safe to say Gen G are the heavy favorites, and we're just going to have to see if they can live up to the expectations of the region. Fair?
Very fair, very fair. And I mean, and for Gen G, you already saw the earlier graphic, 2 international titles. It was the back-to-back MSI championship. And for a team that's perceived to be the best in the world at the moment, you have to win the world championships. So a lot of pressure on the team, and they want to be able to make it happen. This is the first step.
Yep, we'll have to see if they can show that level of dominance today against PSG as we send it over to Flowers and Kobe for the final game of the day.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is correct. It's time for our 8th game of 8 here on day 1, main stage, Worlds 2025. They're talking about how Maple and Betty and Karsa have been playing the game for a long time. They've faced many challenges, many obstacles along that long road. And let me tell you, brother, this one is a straight hill up. Gen G are tough.
This is a large obstacle that they are facing in front of them. Flowers, yeah, let's be honest. I mean, you're jet lagged, I'm jet lagged. We're about to see a beatdown.
This is going to be a real tough battle for PSG.
Yeah, I mean, PSG, you know, they started the split 0-8 and then went on an 8-0 run and have kind of been able to cobble, you know, something together with Karsa, Maple, and Betty and the Flash Wolves reunion. But in the face of Gen G, it does seem like just the most amazing, daunting task ahead of them. So let's see if they can, you know, show us something interesting, maybe off of some jungle focus here for Karsa.
Okay.
If they can try and draft some real winning lanes and play for pushing lanes early and then play to Karsa to go, you know, like, I don't know, fight Canyon or invade Canyon or, you know, something there, because that's maybe the one thing. I'm a huge Canyon fan, but he's been a little bit asleep recently for Gen G. So honestly, I want to see I do want to see Canyon come up with a really big game and have a big entrance here into Worlds and Gen G really put an emphatic stomp. But let's see what PSG can do about it.
Well, so here's the problem with that, Mr. Kobe, is even if Canyon hasn't been making as many plays, as many big highlight reels as he has in the past, Gen G have this new dude called Duro, and Duro is kind of the hotness right now. They bring him on. The new hotness.
Yeah.
There's not these, you know, super sky-high expectations for him when they first bring him on, but he has shown up really big for this team. He can play these crazy carry kick champs. He has a nasty blitz crank. They can trust him in clutch moments to be the guy to make things happen, and turns out he does.
Yeah, and he's got a great story. I love too, where even Arnold, who we talked about, the CEO, was like, you know, posted an interview, and he was like, yeah, we are so happy with how it has turned out with Duro. Like, this goes beyond even their own expectations. He has just turned out so good to be such an amazing pickup for Gen G. And if he's the new hotness, then he's also laning with the old hotness, Ruler.
Yeah,
who is
pretty hot down here in the bot lane.
Really hot right now. So yeah, let's see what they can do. You know, it's a best of one Flowers. So
bot lane, hot lane.
Let's have bot lane, hot lane. Let's have some fun here. Best of one, Gen G versus PSG. Will this be a shocker?
It would. I feel like this would be. This would have to be one of the biggest upsets of all time if PSG wins it. Even if it's just best of one, right? Like obviously, you know, best of 5 upsets are bigger than best of 1 upsets, but this would be massive for PSG to win here. We do have Yunara, Renekton, Ryze banned out by Gen G. PSG getting rid of the Azir, the Orianna, and the Xin Zhao. It is a first pick Wukong for Gen G. Hey, not Jarvan.
I still swear by Jarvan. I swear Jarvan is really good. I mean, Jarvan pairs well with Rumble, the spicy hot pot.
Spicy hot pot combo.
We are in China. But let's see about the hovers here. Karsa with the shout outs. PSG, what will they cook along with the Rumble here? Okay, bye. We've seen this before. Yep, the point and click. Another good combination with it. Early Wukong though for Gen G. Let's see what kind of team fight they can kind of build around this. And Bessa takeaway.
Oh man, Gen G is just building a full go in and beat them to death comp. Wukong to start it off, hit the Cyclone, and Bessa follows it up, throws you up into the air. Oh, what's that? A big circle on the ground right beneath me? Turns out there's Galio. Whoever these guys go after is dead. D-E, dead.
It definitely is an aggressive look, a nice dive look here for Gen G.
Ooh, I actually love that into this, though.
If you're going to dive us, yeah, let's throw down the Swain. Maple Swain, I mean, even when he was in LCS in North America, we had Maple Swain popping up. So this, if it is going to be an overarching look where the tournament is going to see a lot of, you know, Caitlyn comps and Kai'Sa comps type of things, and we're going to see lots of dive comps, then what are things that can play well versus dive? You know, stuff like, you know, Swain here having massive value if there's going to be a lot of people with short range diving in towards you. We'll see. I do like the look here, though. Rakan going to be the ban, taking away some of the Duro playmaking.
Yeah, I absolutely love this Swain pick from Maple. This is awesome. Poppy ban from Gen G, absolutely love that too. If you're gonna play a full send composition, then getting rid of the Poppy feels really, really important, considering both Steadfast Presence and Keeper's Verdict are so good at busting that up. Nico banned out by the side of PSG. Honestly, Kobe, I'm kind of surprised to not see a Kai'Sa ban. I'm thinking maybe they want to pick it themselves, because Kai'Sa feels like the AD carry that you pick with a dive comp.
Yeah, definitely is one of the premier AD carries to pick with a dive comp, and definitely would go well here. Maple's all-time stats on Swain,
okay, what do we got?
Are 40% win rate with the 5 picks. Not too shabby.
Okay, all right. In the middle.
Yeah, but into the Galio, pretty nice and easy early start. We'll see how far they go with it. Again, another Duro ban though. They followed it up with that Nico. Of course, the other engage, premier engage that they're looking to avoid. Ooh, betting Ezreal here to complement it. Want to stay safe when you're facing this dive from Gen G. So that would have been a good option for them, but they'll delay it. Just a little taunt there, a little possibility of what could be.
But they steal away the Rel, which can, if everybody dives in together, she can actually be used pretty powerfully defensively on her own with Shattering Strike plus the Magnet Storm both being AoE like big lockdowns. It also denies Rel from Duro so that Gen G can't draft that extra Omega hard engage. So let's see, what's it going to be from Gen G here in the AD carry position? Oh, it's going to be Ruler Lucian. And are they just going to go ahead and lock in the Braum as his
I mean, it looks pretty good to me.
All right, we got Lucian Braum in the bot lane for Ruler and Duro.
Yeah, bring some good team fight here. Let's see. The Braum into the Rel 2, also going to be a really nice answer. Of course, we always have to be ready for lane swaps in the current state of the game. But what are we going to do to actually round it out for Betty? We were talking about that, Kaisa, before. I hope that we do get the lock.
All right, time's running out.
His second most played champion of all time does not get locked in.
Nope, it is the Sivir instead, the extra movement speed. This can be very powerful, the more immobile characters you have, because it's kind of like what we were talking about last game with the lack of engage mechanisms on top esports and how it's all about speed, speed, speed. Well, we don't have any dashes or anything on Swain or Rumble, so just make them run fast.
Okay, make them run fast. Everybody's going to be running in. Let's have some fun, Flowers. Last game of the day.
Last game of the day. After this one, we get to see what our matchups are going to look like for tomorrow. It just keeps getting more and more spicy as we get closer and closer to those best of threes, those promotion and elimination matches that matter so much for getting out of Swiss stage or going home. But that is a crazy sign. Sorry.
I wasn't looking at it, so what maybe you don't want to repeat it?
It was just the dancing.
Oh, the dancing. Oh, I saw the dancing, dude. I thought
I love the dancing player doll model, whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry. It's the end of 8 games. I've been traveling for a long time. I'm a little goofy, but
yes, sir. Let's get goofy with this one.
Let's have fun with this one. Let's have a good time.
I have some unfortunate all-time career win rate news for the Betty Sivir. It's one of his lowest. It is 22% win rate. 22.7.
Oh, okay. Over how many games?
22 games.
Okay. Yeah, that's. Okay.
It does have a low win rate currently, but it could improve.
Right, exactly. That just means that you can add more points now. Okay.
All right. The Flash Wolves Revival. Maple, Karsa, Betty. These guys on Flash Wolves, the analyst that was talking about, used to be known as the Korean Killers. It is a very long time ago, but their record versus Korean teams was very good. At a time, it was really hard, still is very hard, to have good records versus Korean teams. And I believe it was like 6 and 5, these three together. So again, a very, very difficult obstacle in their path, as you said at the very beginning here. But Gen G, first game at the tournament. See how they are looking.
Yeah, let's get a good look here. If we're talking about LCK throughout the day, T1 got their win. HLE suffered a loss, and then KT got themselves a win. So that means they're 2 for 3 so far. Gen G, if they win here.
Math checks out. Nice. Quick math, bro.
At this point, I'm a little bit worried that I would miss that one. So they're currently at a 66% win rate as a region on day 1. They could get to 75 if they win this one. There's a +9.
We're going to make a YouTube series of classes with Flowers.
Yeah, I got
First one's going to be math,
Got some arithmetic for everybody. Okay, bottom lane, just pretty standard
I got a question.
Okay, what you got?
What is 100 Thieves win rate versus BLG at Worlds 2025
100%.
Hell
100%.
Yeah. Just maybe that'll give you some energy, baby.
Yeah, there you go. There we go.
A reminder about that one happened earlier. Anyways, achieving the level 2 early on the bottom lane are Ruler and Duro, so they get to push up with their Lucian Braum combo. Again, the Sivir here looking to farm up. Sivir always looking to farm up here and clear the wave. Focus on that. Remain safe. Keep your good economy. And both junglers will be pathing down towards that side too. Maybe we'll get the crossover. Karsa just go for the top side Scuttle Crab instead.
Okay, mid lane, Maple's got that early push. Remember when you're watching Swain lane, one thing that you can always do to help yourself with your never move is you wait until he's next to the range minions and then you throw it at the minions, since when it pops, it lollipops a little bit and it'll still grab the guy, then you can get an extra proc of your passive pull for extra HP. Stacking up that HP I think is going to be very important this game, Kobe. There's a lot of damage on that enemy team. And Gen G, if you let them get ahead, they are not exactly going to give you many opportunities back into the game.
No, they are not. Let's see, though. You talk about the Swain and looking to be beefy, looking to absorb engages. That is critical role here versus a lot of the short range that Gen G are showing. So Maple will be kind of a centerpiece, but Karsa has been the one to look at recently, and he is doing like we were expecting, just crossing to the top side Scuttle Crab, since his bottom lane is the Sivir lane that's getting pushed in.
Yeah, getting pushed in and now getting ganked. Kane immediately just jumping in there as soon as he gets the opportunity, because the big deal is the solo lanes, excuse me. Oh, hold on, Keen's in some danger. PSG are going in for the first blood. Keen, it's first blood over to PSG.
Tony Karsa's the guy to watch. He goes over here for the gank. They disrespect Aj's Rumble so heavily there. Keen gets chased down the lane, flashed on. Karsa, Q flashes to hit it. They find the first blood. Flowers, are the Flash Wolves revived here?
The Flash Wolves are howling. They're getting it going here with the first blood. Okay. Let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, I mean, he knows this is jungle timer. They are done with their full clear, so Rumble is walking right up. Aja here, really nicely done from him. Brutal damage early, and Karsa's able to finish it, uses the flash. Yes, let's go!
I love the excitement. I absolutely love it. And I feel like you've got to have that kind of energy when you're this level of underdog. Like, every small win is a big win when you're up against, like, Gen G.
100%. All right, so teleport used for Maple to get back to lane. Same here for Chovy. That thing's going pretty evenly. It's the side lanes that are undergoing the swap at the moment.
Yep.
And Aja is going to go back onto the top side. So see Betty just collecting the rest of the farm down here. Sivir trying to catch back up.
Yeah, she's got a lot of way to go, because the solo lanes, what I was going to say before the gank happened, are pretty even on farm, but the bottom lane was an early big advantage for Ruler and Duro with the laning power of that Lucian Braum, and I feel like PSG just really wanted to get Betty out of that type of situation, because it's so frustrating to just passively lose your lane like that.
PSG going to be able to get this dragon, and the swap on the top side for Gen G. They're going to get their push in towards the Rumble. Again, Aja doesn't have flash either, so he's going to actually get the call here. Woody's going to go roam up there, and they're going to swap over. The reinforcements are about 15 seconds away, and Rumble has ultimate now. Easy peasy wave management. They'll swap and answer, so everything fairly calm then.
I feel like Equalizer is just one of those best wave management tools in the game, since you can cast it from such a long distance away. You can walk halfway back to the second tier turret in your lane, just drop the thing underneath the turret, clear everybody out, you're fine. Karsa takes a quick little smack in the head from Canyon here, as Keen and Chovy also hanging out. We've got level 6 on both the solo laners from Gen G. Same thing though for PSG's side. We are going to full send for a Scuttle Crab. This is the name of the game right now. Duro joins up, only level 5 on the Braum. Karsa's coming around for the Crab, but the public execution comes in from Keen. Gen G, they're ready to go in after the enemy jungler. Heroic entrance comes smashing down. Karsa's getting away just barely. Canyon down to 300 HP. It's going to be another kill coming in, but this one goes over to Gen G. They keep Canyon alive. The Wukong survives, and they take out both PSG solo laners.
Nice little attack here from Gen G. Keen goes straight for Karsa. He Mbessa ults the bottom side, pushes the Vi completely out, and then the other side also won. Canyon here focusing on the Scuttle Crab. Galio ult creates the space, and Canyon gets his level 6 critically off of that Scuttle Crab. And that level 6 is such a game changer. That gives him the ultimate to take down Maple. It allows Canyon to survive. The critical Scuttle Crab here actually being such a difference maker.
The crab that broke the early game.
I mean, it honestly is.
It is. I'm saying it in a stupid, like, over-the-top way, but I do actually mean it. The crab, I agree with you. It made all the difference.
Canyon, he is back.
The crab.
Crab down, level 6 acquired. You know, props to Keen for, you know, he ulted Karsa and kept him out of the fight, kept him away from that crab.
Exactly.
So
and
we're all crab gamers here.
Yeah.
We are all.
We're both junglers. We know the importance of the crab. Okay, Chovy trying to just keep the pressure on Maple here. The Void Grubs have spawned. Considering the fight that we got over a Scuttle Crab, I'm expecting us to get a fight for Void Grubs. And right now it's Gen G first over to the objective pit. Ruler and Thuro still have control over the top lane wave. 86 farm to 68. So still maintaining an advantage here for Ruler's Lucian compared to his counterpart, as Canyon just going to be left with the remaining Grubs after they've already secured the first one. Chovy knows he's got some waves to get back to.
Yeah, those grubbies, the payment will be popcorn chicken. All of the chickens belong to Karsa. Not a great trade, but see what Chovy is added on top.
Ooh, over the wall though. Karsa ready to try to make a move onto Chovy's Galio, but nice shielded Duran taunt into the flash over the wall. Makes it so easy for the Galio to walk away. When you have phase rush, it's just that simple.
Interesting. Canyon's got a few more seconds left on his ultimate, so Wukong could make a pass as well. And Canyon was kind of deciding which way to go. Now he's finally opted here to go complement this large built-up wave that Ruler and Thuro have. So that wave is going to get denied a lot. Those minions dying as Betty's pretty far away. Okay, it's on the Canyon minion now, so they're going to deny the Canyon at least. And since Canyon, the Wukong, is also here, the minions are dying. All that PSG can do is cry.
This is so much to lose. Ruler's going to drop the culling now just to further force them back. Defense is on the hunt from Betty and Woody. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, Chovy's going to be the target here yet again, trying to get himself away as the Swain ulti is used. Karsa tanks the turret and Maple gets the kill. So PSG, they're going to find a kill on the Gen G mid laner, but at the cost of 500 minions and the tier 1 turret dying in the top lane, as Ruler is about to get an absolutely massive paycheck.
Yeah, that is a lot of denied minions on the top side, a lot of value there. Karsa and Maple, though, back together, and they actually do punish Chovy for the earlier flash that they burned off of him after the Raptors steal. So, you know, getting something at least back for themselves, Flowers.
Exactly.
That's what you tell Betty. You're like, yo, Betty, I know it's really tough watching all that value just go into the dirt on top side. But hey, buddy,
we got this guy.
You got a kill.
Right, you're getting something, right? And that's
Betty's like, all right, great.
Again, in a game where you are the major underdog, you got to celebrate the wins where you can get them. Putting the death on Chovy, they'll at least be able to get some money out of that one. So still, though, a 2,000 gold lead for the side of Gen G. First Drake of the game has already been taken way back when by PSG. Second Drake of the game is now live here with that Ocean. You can see the pings coming out from the PSG side. Betty and Woody now just trying to get some farm into Betty here in the mid lane. 86 to 116. It's a plus 30 for Ruler. He is 75% of the team's gold advantage.
Yeah, that's a strong Ruler, all right. A Ruler in the mid lane on the Lucian. They do get the priority. They use that priority and rotate over to the Dragon. And honestly, I don't think PSG are even considering the idea.
No, if Lucian is there, you don't care. That's the name of the game here for PSG. You do not want to fight if this guy is having anything to do with it. Ruler's Lucian is going to absolutely demolish the scales, not just tip them. He is going to destroy one side of them in any of these fights he's a part of.
Yeah, I mean, that's the really fun part about Lucian is when you do get into this stage in the mid lane, you just have full control over it, and you're just unleashing poke combination after combination on your opponents, culling, keeping up that pressure, pushing wave after wave. Helps to be super rich.
Yeah. True for a lot of things in life.
Yeah, you know what? People say money doesn't buy happiness, but But I think they're not spending their money right.
It buys an Essence Reaver at like 9 minutes.
Yeah,
that makes me pretty happy. Duro's not very happy right now as he gets cooked a little bit there by the Flame Spitter, but he has minions to jump to and stand behind, so he will not drop. Zeal purchased for Ruler as well, working towards his rapid fire cannon, and then your combos get even more fun. Watching the world's best Lucian players play Lucian is always such a treat, as PSG, Karsa and Woody coming down to help Maple, going in after Keen, public execution, defensively trying to get away. He has the shield, but it does not shield enough. The feat of warfare is claimed by PSG, Kobe.
Try lies Swain, baby. Yeah, can't get away from those slows. Canyon trying to wrap around, and Betty, I think, is actually going to be okay, kind of watching, but turret plate money will be mined by Ruler and Duro here. So they get the Raptors, they get the turret plate, and they actually get a taunt. Probably too deep to stick around, but yeah. I mean, it is another nice kill for PSG, taking down Keen. They got their target on this Mbessa. Another one, they're trying to defend their red here.
Now they do not want to let Canyon try to steal this away, but unfortunately, Wukong Q's Smite is a very potent combination for taking away buffs or stealing objectives or whatever you want to do with it, especially with that Trinity Force already fully completed. The burst is just crazy, considering neither one of the junglers has their fully evolved Smite yet.
Yeah, big bonk right there is going to be the difference maker. And let's see if the Maple Swain comp here for PSG gets to do much. Betty is up to his Essence Reaver at the moment, but Ruler is still so far ahead in the individual matchup. Sivir is basically just on minion cleanup duty, and Keen is the target, Flowers.
Okay, once again, they're just full sending the same play over and over,
and it's working.
And over, it ends up working. It's similar to what we saw Top Esports doing in the last game, killing Broken Blade over and over. They're doing it to Keen over and over.
Yeah, it's just that this game, the other parts of Gen G are rich and still making money.
Don't worry about that. We're comparing one lane.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, so it is like that is an avenue, a good avenue for money though, and continuing to focus it. So it's gonna be, wait a second, on their reset. Okay, Keen's just gonna go back top lane. That is a fairly long and open lane already, but shouldn't be too much more pain in his future.
Ruler now, oh, it's not a rapid fire cannon. Okay, we're going Navori. This is the maximum APM Lucian item. Falling on Betty. Takes him down to about 40%.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about when you started talking about fun and Lucian play. Because I feel like this is the most fun item.
Oh, yeah. I just always normally expect like rapid fire cannon for quick trades and stuff like that, but yeah.
But this is for repeated trades and then Infinity Edge on top. Gets to be juicy, but PSG, with this gold that they're getting off of Keen, maybe they will be able to craft their team fight here with all of their AoE.
Okay. Duro just blocking anybody on PSG from stepping forward. Whip Arrow down to 3,000.
Karsa wants a piece?
Nope, there is no piece to be had. The whole cake goes over to Gen G. And now they are ready to use that whenever they possibly need to. Duro steps forward. He's going to get bursted down before we can defend anything. Now Canyon's going into the back, but he's already been exhausted. There's not a lot of damage there. Betty back over the wall, but Woody is already dead. Chovy takes the kill. It's a 1-for-1. Ruler off to the side, separated from the rest of his team for now. Maple still here on the front line. Swain ulti still going.
Still ticking.
He's in the middle of everybody. He continues walking forward. Canyon and Keen and Chovy all got to scatter. PSG, they end up having the momentum at the end of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they burst down Duro immediately. He's not able to go unbreakable to survive. PSG, going 1-for-1 at the moment, and then a little, couldn't decide whether to continue or not. Chovy flashes there, so no Galio flash, and PSG are going to use, well, Maple's actually going top right now. Maple has no teleport, so they're going to sacrifice this, I would think. Well, Maple's top.
Duro base checking another brush. This time, though, there's not enough firepower to just blast him down, so throws up the Unbreakable. Feels fine about it. Want to get the Herald charge onto the mid lane tier 1 here. Charge alone shouldn't be enough to kill it. Herald getting distracted by minions, though. Gives PSG an opportunity to try to DPS it, but now with the minions gone, there's your charge. Takes it down to almost nothing, and then the minions can finish it off. Gen G taking out the tier 1 turret. And then they're going to take this second Drake of the game for themselves. Well, third Drake overall, second for Gen G right now.
So Chovy's trying to go answer the wave right now, but PSG are sending some extra resources here. It looks like not going to be able to intercept, even though Woody and Karsa rotate over to see what they can get. It's just going to be the Gromp in payment.
All right. Gromp gaming, it can sometimes feel good, but it depends on what you have to trade for it. And feels like Gen G got the
Yeah. If we do look into the future, though, if they can find more ways to put money onto Betty, and then Betty can find ways to play like around the Braum for Sivir, which is definitely an annoying champion to play around. But if they can figure that out, then they do have a lot of AoE that can play off into the short range Gen G comp. Maple himself, one of those pieces, of course. You would expect multiple masks.
I feel like Maple is the big element here for PSG. If they win a team fight, it's going to be because Maple was able to position himself in the middle of everybody, make it impossible for Gen G to stay within range. He creates such a massive zone of threat when he's in that ultimate form, and Gen G just don't want to risk yeeting themselves into it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be one of the big ones to try and create some space. I mean, Sivir, they just need more money on Sivir. If they had more money on Sivir, it'd be so much more playable because they do need that damage as well. Slows and stuff are nice, but you really do need that attack damage threat as well.
I mean, like,
he's trying to catch up. They'll try and funnel as much as they can.
In a world where you're up against 4 melee champions and Lucian, and Sivir is not 2,000 gold behind, and you have Rylai's Swain, you can actually do a ton of damage with Swain and Sivir put together. But it's just the advantage built up for Ruler right now is so suffocating that it's difficult to play into what Gen G have. Aja taking a quick bursty trade there from Keen, but honestly, it's really not that threatening. Scrap Shield prevents most of it. Otacon spawning here in about 30 seconds. Again, I'm going to go back to the precedent set by the Scuttle Crab fight at like level 6. I think that this is a 20-minute Otacon.
I like the action in our future then. Otacon is definitely a very fun objective. Okay, we got our second item for Betty here. Navori as well matched. Farm, 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 farm away, and hope for the dream team fight that they can try and pull off. Karsa as well here. Shred some armor.
So with the two same major items completed, the difference between the itemization now is the fact that Ruler does have his fully completed Ninja Tab, plated steel caps, sorry, and pickaxe right next to it. So still more firepower there on the Lucian, but the Navori completed on Betty is big. Gen G, 3 men here in this bottom side river, right near mid lane brush, as Keen forces Aja to overheat, makes him step back. And it means that he and Chovy can now take down this tier 1 turret with Aja having to fall back all the way to the side brush near the tier 2. Does not want to risk getting caught out here.
Yeah, Gen G pushing them off, and your 20-minute Otacon that you're looking for, Flowers.
Let's go.
The preemptive steps have been taken care of.
I called it. All right, TP's coming back in from Keen. He just needs to go back, heal up, purchase real quick. Gen G, they've got the objective down to about 2/3, and PSG is on the approach. Charging up the Galio taunt. Maple now in the middle of everybody, but he's going to get focused here. Has to back off a little bit. Otacon down to half, but that's nowhere near close enough to try to burst it down. PSG now.
Swain is down.
Yep. Without the Swain ulti, they are at a significant disadvantage. Otacon pulled to the back side of the pit, has 2,400 health remaining. Looking to burst that one down as Keen's going to distract everybody with the Grand Heroes entrance coming right in over the top from Chovy. Duro's trying to help him out. Duro's going to get burned down. Aja takes out Keen and Duro both for a double kill, but the Otacon goes over to the side of Gen G. Betty and Maple trying to get themselves away from this one. Ruler grabbing the kill on Aja. Canyon jumps in, goes after Betty here. Chovy's in a killing spree. Betty tries to get away, but it's an ace for Gen G.
Gen G, they set up the Otacon. They strike first. Maple's teleport here is in a danger zone, Flowers. So Chovy, he positions right over the wall and preemptively taunts, ready to acquire Maple, but Maple instantly flashes and then procs the ulti. Gen G then expertly kite out the Swain ulti this time. Everybody backs away. As soon as the Swain ulti is down, they know they have the upper hand. Ruler callings, and they actually do split, and they go a little early. They're still finishing off the Otacon as they go for the big engage here with Keen. Keen with Galio.
Wait, he stole it.
Oh, wait. We didn't even notice.
I was watching the team fight. Karsa stole the thing. Karsa PSG. Let's go. Okay. We were up here on the Dragon.
We blame jet lag. We blame jet lag. We blame jet lag.
Holy cow, Karsa stole the thing. Okay, so PSG, they get the Otacon. The Dragon now has just gone over to Gen G. So Gen G is on Soul Point. Gen G also, because they get the massive team fight win after, because they get the ace, they are 4,500 gold ahead. But the Otacon was stolen by Karsa. I don't care how long these guys have been playing the game. They are always so fun to watch, man.
Oh, okay. Well, glad we got the replay, man. Duro again, face check.
Duro with the face check, but he's already got the backup coming in. The Galio has arrived. Shovi's gonna pick up a rampage here with the first kill as Ruler puts the bullets into Maple, and the Swain is not tanky enough to get away from that one. Fortunately for PSG, Baron has not spawned yet on the map, and that means that Gen G can't get another objective unless they want to force something onto one of the turrets. Duro again, just gonna walk up straight towards the brush, stacks up those concussive blows there on Woody, and Betty's got to be careful because Ruler's auto attacks are ready to go. He dashes forward, a little bit more damage there, as now it's Canyon ready to finish it off with a killing spree. They're going to take out both of the enemy bot lane duo, but it does cost Canyon's life as Aja can get one in return.
Well, that's going to continue the onslaught then. Even with him going down, there's only 2 members of PSG currently alive. Maple respawns as they just take down Aja as well.
Maple respawns, but equivalent exchange.
They tagged him in.
A life for a life. Yeah. Goodbye to Aja. Welcome back to Maple. As now Duro and Ruler just going to steal away this enemy red buff. We have about 30 seconds until Baron spawns, so if Gen G want to take this, go for a reset, and then prepare to take that one. Yeah. It might signal the beginning of the end for the game.
The kills continue for Gen G, as do the objectives with all the tower destruction afterwards, really carrying a lot of the gold increase here for them. And let's get right back to it then, Flowers. With all this extra money and Baron spawning soon, I think we will continue with the next force. Set up around that Baron, arrives in a couple seconds, get your vision down. Duro can go ahead and face check again in 7 seconds. Chobi's ultimate cooldown is coming up very quickly here. So they'll have that ready, and just go set up all your vision around the Baron, clear out this red quadrant of the jungle, and then try and draw them in.
And honestly, despite the fact that I think pretty much everyone had Gen G heavily favored in this head-to-head, I've really liked the plays that we've seen PSG try to set up, right? Like the constant diving and playmaking on Keen, the constant trying to force these fights or make these picks happen, even though Gen G still has the lead. Well, that's what we expected. But PSG have made it a bloody one, and they've made it fun to watch.
Yeah, and we even got a vintage Karsa steal. You know, Karsa coming back to PSG, Maple coming back to PSG. Let's see the rest of the fight. They're not done quite yet. Gen G may be closing in, though.
Karsa jumps right in over the wall, finds Keen, and does not want anything to do with the rest of that fight as Canyon wraps around the back of the jungle here. And Woody and Maple are going to have to be a little bit careful. Duro raises the shield, and Canyon has already found the flank. There's the Cyclone into the Galio knockup we were talking about back in draft. Rulers on a rampage. Maple is gone. PSG scrambling. Karsa's the next target. Nobody else dies unless Keen has something to say about it. He'll pick off Aja, and now Betty's got to try to escape. The Mbessa leads the charge, and Jovi's coming up right behind them. Betty and Woody on full retreat now, as immediately the follow-up is there from Gen G. They're gonna find 3 kills. Only jungler and AD carry remain on the side of PSG as they have to go back into the fountain to try to heal up a little bit, and Gen G will take the opportunity to knock down inhibitor turret number 1, to knock down inhibitor number 1, and the double teleports coming in to reinforce tells me they're going for Nexus turrets next. First Nexus turret under fire, but Betty's under more. That's Chovy dominating as the enemy AD carry is down, and Karsa's about to join him. Ruler's going to pick up another one as the second Nexus turret falls. The respawns are coming in from PSG, but they can't even get up the fountain steps. Gen G going for the end of the game at 27 minutes. Canyon might have died, but it will not matter. Gen G come out strong and take their first win.
Gen G here in the end as dominant as expected. PSG though showing a couple of good moves, you know, stealing away the Otacon. A couple of good picks there onto Keen. They really focus on the side lane, but Gen G just too good overall.
Gen G, we knew that they were going to be strong. I think for a lot of people, they got to be tournament favorites, right? The #1 seed from the #1 region, back-to-back MSI winners. They've done everything except winning Worlds, so you know they've got their hearts set on it here in 2025.
Yeah, looking to go deep at this tournament, looking to win this tournament.
That's about as deep as you can go. All the way to the Summoners Cup. I don't think it goes much further than that.
Definitely would be the perfect end to the year for that squad if they can do it. And the first step here completed in game #1.
GG to Gen G. Desk, what do we think?
I can tell you guys are sleepy, that's what I think. Managing sounded like a tough word when you were it was coming out of your mouth. The M's and the N's are starting to mix together, and I feel you, brother. It's been a long day. Gen G kind of giving us an expected result, but I will give credit to the mid-jungle on the side of PSG Talon. There was some cool stuff happening.
I do want to apologize a bit because I talked up Keen so much, and I feel like he had a little bit of a roughie on that
How dare you?
How dare you?
Yeah,
expect things.
His DMs are open.
But I think this is, you know, despite the insane match record that Gen G has had domestically, we did sometimes have games like that where the other team would get some kills, they'd get that lead, but it just felt like the gold was funneling towards Gen G. And it came down to that one fight, which honestly, the fight was honestly quite scrappy. It didn't clearly go in favor of Gen G initially, but as soon as that fight was over, the gold lead was just heavily in their favor, which is why it's sometimes so frustrating to play against them.
Yeah, because initially it starts out with the double TP coming in from PSG, the Swain ulti that comes through, but immediately Gen G walks away from it, and you're like, oh, so you're going to lose the next fight, right? But Carson says, guys, I'm going straight for it. He gets the Otacon. They completely lose out in the fight afterwards. They lose out so much gold, but you know what? They still got the Otacon. That's what mattered at the end of the day.
And the thing is, after this fight, the goal lead, you can see the top was about 4,600, and then you saw how much it ballooned so quickly.
But look, there's a little bit. There's a little bit that's for
just a tiny bit. But that was
for the
honestly,
doubters.
Carson was feeling hyped this game. Went topside, just bullied the hell out of Keen. That first blood that went topside, he was fist pumping up in the air, feeling himself. I was like, old man still got it.
That he does. I mean, impressive stuff, right? We talk about the reunion tour, the Flash Wolves, obviously historic team, historic players.
They call them the Korean Killers. They did kill them 10 times. So there you go.
There you go. Look at that. Proof. Not just a narrative. There's actually some facts to back that one up. I will say this is part of what makes Gen G so terrifying, though, just in case people aren't familiar with this team. The combination of individual micro skill and macro means that they feel like the best team in the world, and it feels like no matter where you are in the game, if you're not 10,000 gold ahead, you haven't won yet. Until Gen G's Nexus falls, it feels like there's always a path back in. You're probably never as far ahead as you think you are, and that's really just the position that PSG found themselves in.
Yeah, and I think PSG did a great job of being able to be active like that. We talked about bullying topside. They looked for a dive mid. They were like, they were doing what you should do in there's a massive mismatch, right? But it always felt like, to your point, Gen G's like, okay, they made this action. They don't have members on the opposite side of the map. We're going to make something happen. And they were getting more and more and more. So, like, even though watching the play, if you have your brain off, you're like, PSG looks like they have a lead. Look up, goal deficit. Damn. Well, sucks. We'll get them next time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still the sort of proactivity you want to see from a team going up against Gen G, because I think if you try and play it slow and passive, you're never winning from that. Yeah. But I think maybe just a bit more awareness and thinking, okay, we got kills. How do we translate this? What are Gen G getting in return? It's a hard task, though. We always knew this was a bit of a mismatch coming in, and I at least think they had a good effort, a good swing at it.
A good look, right? And I like to see that mid-jungle synergy coming out. I like to see those individual levels, because oftentimes a lot of these games can be decided. If your team doesn't have that like peerless macro, you just snowball those leads. And a lot of teams aren't ready to contend with that, can't keep a cool head and slow a game down. So while it might not have worked against a team the caliber of Gen G, I think as you drop into that 0-1 bracket, you're not feeling too bad.
Just reminded me of like the T1 series yesterday, where it's like, okay, the Otacon play happened. They cleaned you up. Okay, let's see if there's any way in which PSG can kind of. No, actually, they're getting dove underneath their second turret. Now the third turret. The game is gonna end. Like once they have a tangible lead with the composition they have, they just really bully you. So definitely don't want to find yourself in a deficit with them. But that's the most simplest way you could put it. They will snowball the hell out of the game.
Don't be behind. Yeah, that's a
good note.
Wow.
Don't be
Great
behind
note.
the play in gold in any way.
You're not gonna ever come back.
The draft.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure. You have to be behind a little bit at some point against most teams, and it seems like Gen.G, the thing we like to say way too many times is, give him an inch, he'll take a mile. But it's especially apt here. I will say, though, as we kind of wait and we are getting closer, of course, to the group draw to figure out what our 1-0 bracket and our 0-1 bracket will look like, we do have a chance to reflect more on the day. And I want to know what stood out to you guys, whether it's meta trends, regional performance. Don't bring up EU. Stop. Like, we could talk about it so many times. EU sucked. Guys, it is what it is. We sucked. Tomorrow's another day. Today was a terrible day. Look, you can punch down if you want to. I'll respect it. But I'm hoping to impart some knowledge onto the viewers other than haha, LEC bad.
I want to talk about 100 Thieves.
Mr. Positivity. That's actually, I'd love to hear that.
I mean, especially given the context where, there was some issues with River coming over, I feel like expectations were really low for this team. And there was big concerns they wouldn't perform to the level that we saw from them domestically. And it wasn't even that they just performed the level we saw domestically. This was a big reach up and a big win for them.
Yeah, especially everyone when they heard about how practice has gone, like the visa situation, the question mark was who is going to play today. As doomer as you possibly can be. I thought there was no chance. It's like whoever they faced, whether it was like Team Secret Wells, whatever, I don't know. I thought they were going to lose. So it was nice to be able to see that. So, yeah.
Look, also respect to the bottom lane as well. Obviously, mid-jungle did a lot of work. I was really skeptical the second I saw that Caitlyn, Elise locked in for Elkanon. I was like, okay, it's over. It wasn't over. They survived. They did a great job. I'm excited to see what else they can do. But we've talked a lot about it. We weren't able to speak to Doko earlier in the day, but we do now have the interview ready for you because, look, they made the upset happen against BLG. We need to know what Dokla had to say in the Verizon postgame interview.
I'm here joined by Dokla on the side of 100 Thieves. Congratulations, what a great start to Worlds.
Thank you. It went, unexpected way for us to just beat the first seed of LPL, but we'll take it.
I mean, do you consider this as an upset, or were you kind of expecting having a good matchup against them?
I mean, realistically, on paper, it is an upset to most, people, but internally, I didn't think we were going to get completely gapped. I think it was going to be a hard game for sure, but I think people just looked at our series against VKS, and then we didn't play the best that day, and they're judging it off of that. But I think we were far better than what we showed in that series, and it showed today. So hopefully, we can keep the momentum going into the rest of Swiss.
Yeah, it did show today. So what do you think was the key factor to bring 100 Thieves to the victory up against BLG? What worked so well? I
think our Koreans played really well. I think everyone on the team played really well. Maybe not me because I was kind of getting gapped in lane, but yeah, I think everyone just on point. River was really active. Quid was really on point. Everyone just really was on point. I think when we're on point, we can beat anyone.
Well, you did just mention about the top lane matchup, and you said you had a little bit of a hard time. Well, yesterday after the draw show, you posted a selfie of yourself with a captain Bollywood Bin versus Bin. How did the top lane matchup actually go, especially about during the laning phase?
Oh, you got counterpick. What can you do? But he did a good job of pressuring me. He kept me trapped in lane, and then I have no mana. And it's hard for me to farm, so I'm just bleeding CS. But yeah, I survived. I'm playing Sion. It's chill. Just go down a little bit. Sion played safe, that meme. But and then I was scaling into the game, and they didn't really have a comp that can kill Sion. Their Caitlyn went RFC second, so it's 0 damage there, and then Jarvan does 0 damage. So yeah, I just scaled into the game, and it was pretty chill.
Chill game on Sion, perfect. So with this victory, can we keep our hopes up? What more can we expect from 100 Thieves?
Well, we should get better now that we're able to get scrims with teams. Hopefully, they see this and hey, let's scrim 100 Thieves. But we do have a full team here, which I'm very glad that we have. River just came in yesterday, so very last minute. So hopefully from now on, it's a lot smoother for us and for the rest of the Worlds for us. And hopefully, one game at a time and see what we can do.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dokla, for the interview. And I'm going to pass it back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, G-Sun and Dokla. We are hot dropping into the next draw. We're going to draw the next set of 8 matches, each featuring teams with the same record. So that's 4 1-0 matches versus 1-0 and 4 matches of 0-1 versus 0-1. This is the second round, and starting from the second round, there's only going to be one draw rule, which is teams cannot replay against the same team. So currently there's no illegal draws, as we're not going to have any rematches quite yet. And they can play regional opponents. Now, there are no team kills on the line yet, but the teams can knock each other down or lift each other up.
That's true. I'm looking at the Fnatic versus G2 in the 0-1, so that's the one team kill.
How do you guys feel about that? Because if it's like, you know, for example, Fnatic against MKOI, at least one of them's guaranteed to win Dracos. Would that feel better, or would that feel weird?
With the success of 100 Thieves, I could have coped if both EU and NA were losing. I could have prayed for like the really fraudulent run where we get really lucky draws and NA just beats EU to somehow make it into top 8.
Come on, JJ!
Open.
Come on, JJ! We gotta be going to the gym, brother. I can't be talking.
Bro, it's hard to grip his hands. This is what Eminem was rapping about, bro. Palms are sweaty.
Oh my God, someone else!
Ming did not struggle. Ming did not struggle with this. So
do the twist technique. You have to twist it. Oh, he's calling for help. That's when the aura is being lost. He came in with maximum aura. That Blazer was...
All right. For respect for this man, we're all going to let it go.
It's not his fault.
It was glued together. It was glued together.
Right.
It took Herculean strength.
That referee, though,
it was Top. It's because Top was in the ball, and obviously they're indomitable.
They're indomitable. They're hiding.
All right, here we go. Round 2, brother.
Where are they facing?
Bring it back. Yes, that's right. Now he's got the strength of Hercules.
He's learned.
Top Esports versus 100 Thieves.
Could they be the LPL killers?
Bro, all I'm saying is...
believe it.
It's not Gen G versus the tournament. It's 100 Thieves versus the LPL. They like those songs.
100%. We're starting a legacy right here.
Let's go.
Okay,
round three. We're 1-1. We're 1-1. Okay.
Nice.
There you go.
We're nailing it this time. We're nailing it this time.
Next matchup. AL.
Okay.
Who will their opposition be?
CFO
would slap. There's really only bangers left.
Oh, no! What are you doing, Jay?
This is a winnable best of 1, I will say. And you can't rematch them in best of 3. So if you just find a win here against Gen G, this is actually super good. All right.
KT
versus...
Winnable or losable for anyone.
KT's due. I mean, like, they've been having some unlucky draws in the past years.
Smile.
Don't be T1. Don't be T1.
Team Secret Whale.
Oh, there he is. That's karma coming back to KT.
Nothing would be more KT than beating MKOI.
Just as I saw it,
yeah,
it would be such a KT move.
It would be such a KT move. T1.
Yeah.
And this is my favorite part of the draw. Okay, you just grabbed it. Sometimes they mix it around, and that's my favorite part of the draw.
Oh, missing out.
Mixing around the final ball. CFO.
All right.
These are some insanely hype matchups.
Oh my God, tomorrow's gonna be banging.
That's some great matchups.
Okay.
I mean, already, like AL versus Gen G.
KT Team Zero's T1 CFO set up for some sick upsets. AL Gen G, top of the table banger. TS 100 Thieves. Could be a meme, could be the greatest best of 1 of all time.
It will be the greatest best of 1.
It'll be a meme either way, actually.
It'll be a meme either way. Quite good.
Okay, we're now moving on to drawing the 0-1 teams. Reminder, this is the 0-1 pool. LTA2, LEC, every LEC team. BLG, Fly, HLE,
scary teams here.
Oh my God.
And this is the point where the absolute copium takes over, to bring it back to your previous point, where are we praying for the LEC team kill? Will there be a
making these balls?
Really got to make sure. We did have one pop open once, and we had to reset, right?
BLG. Okay, guys. This is...
BLG, who do we want?
Oh, no.
PSG. Sacrifice Maple.
Gotta sacrifice somebody.
Sacrifice Maple. For the good of the LEC.
Oh, God. The audience is going crazy.
BLG versus... Oh, God! Okay. I'm going to be honest. Of all the teams, I'm sorry, Fnatic, but somebody had to take the bullet.
That's a big bullet.
That's a bullet bill, brother. We're not getting on top of that one. MKOI versus...
Surely...
if it's
HLE.
If it's HLE.
Surely it's something easier, guys.
Bro.
Let's save us here.
Dekka's not going to need tears. I'm going to have enough on my own. Oh, the team kill! It's MSI! It's MSI that year that they fell into the lower bracket and immediately beat Mad Lions.
What is happening? What is happening?
Oh, that's a roughie.
Okay.
PSG. I'm going to be honest, I would have taken any other team kill angle.
Yeah. FlyQuest, anyone? Can we get a FlyQuest here?
PSG versus FlyQuest? That's what you want? You want the
I would
handout?
want that. Let's give it to
That's
that.
not fair. That's disrespectful to Carson.
That's not. Yeah, it's completely disrespectful. It's completely.
They played a great game.
I'm just saying there's some. Oh my God.
Safe.
Wait a second. Are we looking at the LTA Finals rematch?
Oh!
Are we looking at VKS versus FlyQuest? It's hard to be sure. We either have a printing error resulting in a complete redraw, or we have the LTA Finals rematch.
We're bringing Alan.
But it looks like the math is good.
We're bringing Alan, Texas to Beijing.
Oh my God.
We're bringing Dallas to Beijing.
The 2 team kills coming out.
Yeah.
Friendly fire.
One must be sacrificed. You either wield the knife or you lay upon the stone.
I like doing this. This is fun.
I love the draw.
Yeah.
I love the draw so much.
Oh, you never know what to expect.
How you guys feeling? Good?
I'm rejuvenated. I was exhausted, and we saw this draw, and I'm feeling alive again. Shout out Candace and the team on the stage. The balls, they were a struggle to open, but we got there.
Yeah, we need to do something about gluing the balls. I don't know. I trust that. I trust JJ's strength. He was sabotaged.
I'm going to say the ref who came over and just one and done. Impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive. We got to chalk them up, you know, like they're bouldering. Quick reminder, though, you're looking at the bracket. That's great. That is not the confirmed schedule. LoL Esports is the place to go. We will, of course, get that confirmed schedule up for you all as quickly as humanly possible. These are the confirmed matchups. The order in which they will be played still remains to be decided, but of course you can expect some pretty rapid updates there, as we are going to be playing them tomorrow.
True. I mean, look, top esports, 100 Thieves. You know, 100 Thieves, more like 100 T1. You have to get past.
This is the greatest heist.
Exactly.
I have never felt like the heist branding was more accurate than right now. If they
never
lose to
gonna end.
VKS, beat BLG, beat TES.
It's never going to end. I'm going to go to sleep tonight, and I'm just going to be dreaming of a win, and then the reality is probably
This was their plan all along.
Yeah.
They get a trophy and then disappear forever. They're just going to win Worlds.
Especially as they said, you know, without River here, women able to scrim and stuff, maybe scrims are a bad thing, right? Is that what we're learning from this?
That's what we've learned. That has been a Western trend for quite some time.
Allen Iverson was correct when he said that practice does not matter. He was accurate there.
We're getting loose.
Yes, we are.
All right, matchup you're most excited for tomorrow. That's the question for me.
I think AL Gen G. I think AL showed a lot today. You know, had a good matchup against HLE. Gen G are stronger than HLE, but I think that's why it'll be a good matchup. AL having to go a little bit further if they want to beat the best of the LCK.
Yeah, God, I would still answer. I mean, I guess
it's a good answer. Actually, for what it's worth, I also agree. Someone will win an MKOI versus G2, but I really wanted that team kill to happen at a later point in the tournament. You know, if I could have picked, it would not have been this round.
Yeah.
I also kind of think that the T1 CFO could be pretty good.
That's a banger.
CFO, the team who've been to every international so far, and I think a lot of people were kind of praising coming from the LCP as being a real threat.
I also think based on FlyQuest losing out today, they're kind of, short of 100 Thieves continuing this incredible form, they're kind of my favorite of the non-LCK LPL representatives to make a spot for top 8.
And the best of one, you know, it can happen.
It can happen. And the thing is, God, these days go by very quickly in the sense that, like, okay, you lose today, fine. You lose tomorrow, oh my God, are we out the next day? Like, Swiss Stage will surprise you in how quickly your, I guess, mood or vision can change. Because we just had, at the very beginning of the day, Trimby talk about, like, guys, we're not that bad. Tomorrow's going to be better. But after taking the second loss, then you go into the best ofs.
Yep. Yes,
so,
sir.
Suddenly, it's like do or die very quickly. So you have to get everything in order fast.
It is. And speaking of quickly, we're going to be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. CEST, 10 p.m. Pacific for our second day of Swiss. That's pretty quick. We go home, we sleep, we'll be back. You'll be back too. We know you want to be here. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching the first day of Swiss here at Worlds 2025. Day 2 in the schedule, of course, will be right around the corner at lolesports.com, where you need to check. And we'll see you here bright and early tomorrow, or late. Depends on where you are in the world. But we'll be here. See you then.
Legacies have to be earned at this Worlds 2025 Championship as we kick off day 1 of Swiss in good fashion.
Look German, look German. Can anyone?
Kill red side. Watch red side.
Yep, mid wave, mid wave.
Kill red side after.
No flash, no flash. Nice. Let's
We can.
Yeah, push mid. Nice.
No flash to Leo, no flash to Leo. Driver? Leo dead, Leo dead.
Where you going, bro? Nice.
Woo! Give me it. Yeah, we can.
After everyone saying they were a failure of a team, 100 Thieves just beat the crap out of the LPL.
Jungle for the Realm Warp into the immediate Pop Blossom. It finds Owner, but nobody else. Now Gumayushi under a little bit of pressure here on the side. Inspired goes in with the Cataclysm, but Lucio's first to die. Owner still trying to get away. Flashes into the rush to buy a little bit more time, but Acathian Rain gets him. T1 still got more men. Quad in the middle of everybody, and he's cut down by the blades of Gumayushi. Whippos in the death realm for a little bit longer. He'll take out Keria, but what about afterwards? There's no way to survive a triple kill for Guma, and T1 team fighting takes them down.